Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Rachel O'Reilly's case is one of Ireland's most violent crimes. When a person goes missing or dies in mysterious circumstances, the other half is usually one of the primary suspects. Unfortunately, in approximately 80 of cases, suspicions are valid. There is rarely a clear motive in such crimes, and the crime itself is often classified as domestic as if it were ordinary. Rachel O'Reilly's high-profile case in the early 2000s stunned Ireland with its unprecedented cruelty and cold-bloodedness. A young woman and mother of 2 young children was brutally murdered in her own home, and police officers who arrived on the scene admitted that they had never seen such a horrific crime scene before, but they were determined to solve the mystery and put all the pieces of the puzzle together. It took investigators several years of meticulous work. Throughout this time, the criminal remained at large, confident that no one would prove his guilt. Perhaps this would have happened, but the killer was let down by his own arrogance. Let's start the story from the beginning. Who was Rachel O'Reilly? Rachel O'Reilly, real name Callie, was born in 1974 on the northern outskirts of County Dublin, Ireland. His biological parents were not aware. Rose and Jim Calloway, her spouses, adopted her when she was very young. She grew up alongside the couple's other 4 adopted children. Rose and Jim, their own heirs, were unable to have children, so all of their parental love was directed toward foster children. Rachel was an active and purposeful child since she was very young. She excelled in school, participated in sports, assisted her parents with household chores, and never caused a problem. The girl grew up to be very sociable, open, and kind. She got along well with everyone and avoided conflicts. Rachel was an avid softball player as a teenager, competing in a variety of competitions and setting several local records. She also had a close relationship with her foster mother, to whom she confided all her secrets and communicated constantly, even after she married and had her own children. After graduating from high school, the girl enrolled at one of the local universities, intending to pursue a degree in marketing. At the same time, she secured a position as a salesperson in a city department store. In her spare time, she continued to participate in sports, most notably for the local Joe O'Reilly team. In fact, public sources contain very little information about Joe O'Reilly's early life. He was notorious for his inhumanity and extreme cruelty to his own wife and the mother of his 2 children. However, the type of person he was as a young man is rarely discussed or remembered. Joe is also known to be a County Dublin native, having been born there in 1972. In a simple family, he was the second common child and was raised alongside his older sister. The O'Reillys' children were not spoiled, and their parents taught them that in life, they should achieve everything on their own through hard work and effort. The boy was tall, athletic, and enjoyed playing softball. After graduating from high school, he decided to pursue a career in advertising through correspondence studies. He got a job as a manager at a department store, the same one where Rachel worked a few months later. Joe was 19 years old when they first met, and Rachel was barely 17. The young man noticed the new employee right away and took the initiative to be the first to meet her miniature smiling blonde, dizzy the guy's head, but only to go on a date with him. For whatever reason, she flatly refused. Joe began to woo Rachel with compliments and small surprises such as flowers or chocolates at her workplace at the start of the day, but Rachel remained cold to him. Desperate attempts to capture the attention of the young saleswoman with interest were observed by almost the entire department store staff, and it even became the subject of jokes. However, Joe refused to give up. He read Rachel's favorite book to give them something in common to talk about, but things didn't really take off until Joe discovered Rachel was a serious softball player. That is when he met her at the stadium, walked onto the field during practice, and joined the game. Riley was long and familiar with softball, so he demonstrated all of his abilities and led the team to victory. This time, the young man impressed Rachel, and she agreed to go on a date with him. Their relationship progressed rapidly, and Joe, by all means and available means, demonstrates that he is prepared for the beloved to literally roll mountains. He unexpectedly organized a trip to Paris, the most romantic city in the world, and proposed to her on top of the Eiffel Tower. Of course, Rachel couldn't resist and agreed with him. The naive girl then believed she had met a real prince from a magical fairy tale. with whom she would spend her life happily. A few years later, the couple married, and they eventually had 2 sons in common. The couple relocated to the tranquil and picturesque Scottish province of Scotland, where they bought their own spacious, cozy home. It was an ideal place to raise their children. Rachel quit her job after the birth of their eldest son to focus on caring for her husband and child. 2 years later, the couple welcomed a second son, and the young mother was completely absorbed by the heirs. Joe, the family's main beneficiary, was hired by an advertising agency as an outdoor advertising specialist. Those who knew the head of the family described him as a confident, purposeful, and charming man. At work, he demonstrated responsibility, qualification, punctuality, and attention to detail. He was always the first to arrive at the office, and he would stay late if necessary. Joe also continued to participate in sports, frequently visiting the gym before the start of the workday, and his wife's home contained several exercise machines and a set of dumbbells. As the boys grew older and started kindergarten, Rachel became a distributor for one of the popular cosmetics companies and also sold household goods to supplement their income. Such work enabled her to communicate more with her neighbors, who described her as an excellent mother and a kind and open person. Joe's chances of returning home dwindled over time. In reality, he only came to sleep, shower, and change clothes. With this behavior, he wrote off his entire employment at work, as well as the upcoming promotion that he had been looking forward to. His wife did her best to support him, but they grew apart over time, and family relations deteriorated significantly. In the summer of 2004, an anonymous person sent a letter to Child Protective Services alleging that Rachel is a bad mother who mistreats her 2- and 4-year-old sons. In this regard, a special commission visited the couple's home and responded to the disturbing report, but nothing suspicious was discovered, and all relatives and neighbors described Mrs. Riley as a loving and caring mother, casting doubt on her reputation. What has happened to Rachel O'Reilly? The morning of Monday, October 4, 2004 began normally. The head of the family left the house at dawn, while his wife and sons were still sleeping, to go to work. Throughout the day, he texted and called his wife several times but received no response. When he called his home phone, the answering machine went off. Joe stated in a shaky voice that he was extremely concerned and asked his wife to call him back as soon as possible. In the afternoon, Joe received a call from the kindergarten teacher informing him that Rachel had not arrived to pick up the boys, which had never happened before. Joe then called his mother-in-law and asked if she knew where Rachel was. When she said no, he asked Rose to go to their house and see if everything was okay. Meanwhile, he went to kindergarten to pick up the children. When Rose arrived at her daughter's house, she noticed her car in the yard and realized Rachel was home. However, the room was dark and quiet, and no one responded to her call. The first thing I noticed was the clutter, as if the house had been searched for something. Cabinets and drawers were open, their contents strewn across the floor. The whole scene resembled a robbery. The landlord was nowhere to be found. However, when her mother entered the bedroom, a terrifying image appeared before her eyes. Rachel was lying on the floor, in a large pool of her own blood. There was blood everywhere, on the walls, furniture, and even the ceiling, as well as in Rachel's bloody, tangled hair. In some places, the bare bones of her skull were visible. Rose rushed to her daughter, hoping she was still alive and could be helped. But when she touched her arm, she noticed that it was cold and stiff. Rachel had been dead for hours, and there was no way to save her. Rose, unable to remember herself, began screaming and calling for help before rushing to the phone to call the police. The neighbors, including a doctor, came running in response to her screams. When Joe arrived out of the house, he was the first to examine the body and confirm that Rachel could not be saved. There was already a crowd. When he found out that his spouse had died, he screamed and ran inside, claiming he didn't believe it. He burst into tears in the bedroom next to his wife's body. O'Reilly cried and screamed, vowing to kill whoever had done this to his beloved wife. According to police officers who arrived on the scene, they have never seen a more brutal depiction of the murder of a defenseless woman in their careers. Clearly, the weapon of the crime was a heavy blunt object with which Rachel was beaten with incredible ferocity. There is literally nothing left on her body. It appears that the house's owner was attacked from behind because she did not attempt to resist or fight back. The overall picture resembled a robbery. But professional instinct told the investigators that such a beating would only occur if there were personal reasons or an acute dislike. But who would want to touch a petite young woman and mother of two? The detectives began by interviewing the deceased's family members and neighbors. They all confidently stated that Rachel had no enemies or ill wishes and was on good terms with everyone. On that particular day, neighbors reported no suspicious activity. There were no strange cars or strangers near the victim's home. Joe stated that he had spent the majority of the day at the bus depot on the other side of town for work, and a co-worker confirmed his alibi. Although the co-worker confirmed Joe's words, the police remained skeptical. The situation appeared to be a robbery, but no valuables had been taken. Only scattered items on the bedroom's bedside table, almost in plain sight, valued at €1,000, remained untouched. Another stash was found in a kitchen cupboard, but this tool remained untouched. There was also a jewelry box on the dressing table, but only a pair of chains and earrings were missing, which were stored separately in a drawer. In addition, the homeowner reported that a digital camera, silverware, and one of his dumbbells, which was most likely the weapon of crime, had gone missing. Everything seemed strange. The house was turned upside down. The landlady was brutally murdered over a minor issue. Joe, while answering police questions, was crying, shaking, and feverish. However, one of the investigators later admitted that the guy appeared to be in a state of nervous excitement rather than grief or shock. When asked if his wife had an extramarital affair or really behaved even more strangely, Joe changed his expression, confidently stating that there was no such thing, and then adding that he had never cheated on his wife. But this phrase sounded extremely unconvincing. 2 miles from the crime scene in the bushes was discovered a bag containing items from the house. Inside were a camera, silverware, and a few pieces of jewelry. Joe had compiled a list of stolen items. The robbery theory could now be completely dismissed, and the case reclassified as premeditated murder. Suspicious widower. Despite all of the widowed men's attempts to portray grief and pain, it appeared phony, and he was immediately named the main suspect. Joe had nothing to present yet, but the detectives needed to thoroughly investigate his alibi in order to study the crime scene and learn about his relationship with his wife. Joe stated that he stopped by the gym before work, as he did on a regular basis, and surveillance cameras in the parking lot and inside the gym confirmed this. He then drove to the office before going to a bus station in a remote part of the city to monitor the placement of advertisements on vehicles. His words were confirmed by a colleague he allegedly spoke with at the time. The investigators then went to Joe's workplace and seized his computer for inspection. This is where the most interesting part starts. Because the email contained strange correspondence that Joe had partially deleted, specialists were able to recover the deleted messages, and the police were finally confident that they were on the right track. Joe mostly corresponded with his friend and his sister, to both of whom he constantly complained about his wife. He wrote about Rachel in an insulting and profane tone. He wrote that his wife had not appealed to him as a woman for a long time and had generally disgusted him. Moreover, the computer discovered another curious correspondence between Joe and one of his colleagues, a woman named Nikki Pelly. Their communication made it clear that these two were much more than friends, and both should be questioned. Who is Nikki Pelly? Nikki also worked for an advertising company, and she and Joe had numerous work-related interactions. The woman was 10 years older than Joe, but that did not prevent them from having an affair. It was impossible to say exactly when their workplace romance began. Joe spent his evenings and nights at home, and his wife lied about his work commitments. But this wasn't the strangest thing about the discovered correspondence. It turned out that Joe had promised Nikki in his messages that they would soon be together, she and their sons referring to as children from Rachel. Such messages were more than suspicious because, in the event of a divorce, the boys would be left to live with their mother. Joe, who initially claimed that he had no extramarital affairs but realized that denying it was pointless after irrefutable evidence of his infidelity was discovered. Then he admitted that he had been secretly dating Nikki for a while, but they had apparently broken up. For more than a week, the O'Reilly house was cordoned off as a crime scene, with no one permitted to enter because the police needed to enter because the police needed to examine and document everything. During this time, Joe was staying with his sister, while the boys were with their grandparents. Joe did not appear to be a grieving widower at the funeral. Instead, he acted remarkably calm and, most importantly, as if he were closing the coffin alongside his late wife. When it was his turn to say goodbye, he did so quickly and coldly, and as he left, he casually mentioned that the coffin could be closed and buried. When the family was allowed to return home, everything looked exactly as it had on the day of the crime, with the exception of the body on the day of the crime, with the exception of the body on the floor. Joe asked his father-in-law and mother-in-law to accompany him, and they agreed, believing he needed the support on the spot. However, the son-in-law began to speculate on how the killer might have dealt with Rachel. He walked around the room where his wife was murdered, describing how she had been attacked by the force with which she was struck, pointing to dried blood spatters each time. Joe then speculated that the perpetrator may have gone to the bathroom to wash the blood from his hands and the crime weapon, which he then carried with him. Joe's account was horrifyingly detailed and full of detail, with him waving his arms around to mimic the blows. However, his bereaved parents dismissed his behavior as an attempt to relieve stress and talk things out. Rose later admitted that she had not let go of the idea that the son-in-law had repeated his previous actions and that he was the one who massacred their daughter. Thirst for fame. Almost immediately after the funeral, O'Reilly began actively communicating with the media, giving interviews left and right. He eagerly welcomed reporters to his home, literally giving them tours of the crime scene and explaining how everything happened. At the same time, Joe addressed the criminal on camera, offering him a voluntary surrender to the police. 3 weeks after the tragedy, the deceased's loved ones agreed to participate in the filming of a television program about the crime. But if Rachel's parents were depressed and literally killed by grief, Joe on set acted like a star. He vividly communicated with the makeup artists, curious about how he would appear in the frame, and then eagerly nibbled on the proposed treats while drinking their coffee. The police, who were still looking for Joe, decided to follow him and discovered that he went straight from the set to his mistress Nikki, where he spent the night. By that point, all doubts about his guilt had been dispelled, leaving only the task of gathering irrefutable evidence for the court. Gathering evidence was a lengthy, complicated, and laborious process because the most important item, the instrument of the crime, was not discovered. Nevertheless, there was sufficient other evidence. They were both facing jail time for perjury, so they chose not to jeopardize their freedom. Nikki admitted that she and Joe had not broken up, as they had previously claimed, but instead continued their relationship. Furthermore, I learned about Rachel through their connection, which caused a major scandal on the eve of the tragedy. However, the colleague stated that he was unsure whether Joe was present when his wife was murdered at the bus station on the other side of the city. The guy simply confirmed his friend's words at his request, unaware that O'Reilly was a suspect in the crime. He discovered correspondence on Joe's computer in which he insulted his wife and planned his future with his mistress and children, which was also linked to the case. The police also investigated numerous interviews with Joe and TV program footage, concluding that he described the crime in detail that only a criminal could know. The widower's careless remarks helped reconstruct the full picture of the crime. He went to the gym in the morning and purposefully got into all of the camera's lenses. Then he informed his colleagues that he would be absent from the office because he was leaving for work in another part of the city and his phone might not be available. Then, instead of going to the bus station, he went home, armed himself with a dumbbell, and hid in the marital bedroom, waiting for his wife, who had left to take the children to kindergarten. He suddenly attacked her from behind, leaving no room for escape. After the massacre, Joe admitted to washing the blood from himself and the murder weapon in the bathroom next to the bedroom. The perpetrator then changed clothes, dispersed his belongings throughout the house to simulate a robbery, and went to work. On the way, he discarded the items and disposed of the soiled clothes and dumbbells so they would not be discovered. He also called his murdered wife's cell phone several times, sent her a few messages, and left voicemails on the answering machine, requesting that she call him back. In the office, he was acting strangely and appeared overly excited, with his hands slightly shaking. Some of his coworkers noticed this and inquired whether he was okay. But Joe was perplexed, so instead of responding, he dashed to his office, where he quickly received a call from the daycare center, informing him that the boys had not been picked up. He did not hurry home, instead sending his mother-in-law to be the first to discover his daughter's disfigured body. He believed he had considered all possibilities and that proving his guilt would be impossible, but his desire for fame and public attention worked against him. Joe was not arrested until 2 years after he committed the crime. Despite the fact that the majority of the evidence was circumstantial, Joe's guilt was established by reconstructing the entire route of his movements that day using the signal of a cell phone that he did not abandon. It is worth noting that at the time of Rachel's murder, Joe's cell phone signal came from the family home. This was later confirmed using billing data. In addition, at trial, it was revealed that Joe's mother wrote the anonymous letter to Child Protective Services at her son's request. Joe was aware that he would not have sole custody of the boys in the event of a divorce, so he tried to smear his wife by portraying her as a bad and abusive mother. However, social services officials found no evidence to support the anonymous message's claims. So O'Reilly decided to take decisive action. He had no remorse. He smiled in court, chatted animatedly with his defense attorneys, and even tried to joke, convinced that he would be released regardless. But in the summer of 2007, the court found Joe guilty and sentenced him to life in prison. The lawyers attempted to challenge the decision, but all of their complaints and appeals were rejected. It is worth noting that Joe and Nikki's relationship continued even after the man was imprisoned. His mistress paid him visits on a regular basis for many years before they stopped communicating in 2022, for unknown reasons. Joe Riley never pleaded guilty in prison. He has become a model inmate, never causing trouble, and hopes to be eligible for parole one day. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After Hannah Potts, 23, went missing, the FBI launched an investigation. The case received a lot of media attention, and the revelations about the mysterious disappearance shocked many people. Hannah's family had no idea who would ultimately be charged. Hannah and her large family lived in Gibson County, Indiana, a southwestern American state. Many of the residents, including the Potts family, were farmers. They had their own small farm, which Hannah's parents considered a good and safe place to work, live, and raise their children. It was indeed a safe environment. But, as you know, things can change. The summer of 2020 marked a watershed moment for the Potts family, forever altering their lives. Hannah couldn't sleep on the nights of July 23rd and 24. She told her mother that she was going to walk around the farm, look at the animals, and possibly take some photos. She then grabbed her phone and camera, exited the house, and headed to the barn. Hannah's family discovered she was not at home in the morning, and a post on her Facebook page shocked everyone. She posted a video clip based on the image that was recorded in the dark, because the image is a black screen throughout the video, and she was saying, "Mom, are you there? Hello. Mom, if you can hear me, please say something. I really need to hear your voice. Something happened. I was out taking photos of animals, and this guy appeared out of nowhere. He's the same guy I saw in the maroon car yesterday morning. He grabbed me and pushed me inside the truck. Oh God. Where will he take me? Mom, please consider Hannah's point of view. He's black, about Jerry's height. On the jury I work with, his voice is deep, and the way he referred to me as baby girl sent shivers down my spine. I do not like it. Please, Mom, if you're there, could you say something to me? I'm in a room with a little light. There are 4 walls. I don't think they know I have the phone, so I'll have to tell the cops everything you're going to show them in the videos, so maybe they'll find me. I do not know where he is. Where did he say this? What exactly did he say? He mentioned something about Ohio. God, I love you, Mom. Tell Dad that I love him too. Please take care of Gigi for me. Please. If I do not make it back. I love you. I really love you." Hannah's parents immediately contacted the police, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the fact that even minutes can change everything. The FBI became involved in the case. The video quickly gained traction on social media. Hannah's kidnapping was covered by all of the country's major television stations on the same day. Extensive media and social media coverage helped attract a large number of volunteers who, along with the Potts family, distributed several thousand informational flyers on the first day, stating that Hannah was last seen at home around 2 a.m. She wore a gray shirt and sports pants. It was also stated that the person who abducted her was driving a maroon vehicle. The police appealed to anyone with information to come forward. Hannah's family used every available resource to find her. One of these resources was social media, which allowed information about the kidnapping to spread rapidly. Hannah had a twin sister named Lauren, and she posted a request for help with a broken heart. "I never imagined I would be posting something like this. I need help. Please share this post with your Facebook friends. Share this photo. Please help us. My twin sister Hannah posted a video this morning describing how she was kidnapped. If you have seen or heard from her, please contact Princeton, Indiana, police or my family. Hannah, I miss you. Please come home." When the FBI attempted to track Hannah's cell phone, they discovered that on the day of her abduction, a cell tower located about a few miles from the Potts family home received a signal from her phone. Hannah posted the video to her Facebook page around 6 a.m. She was already being held hostage at the time, and a cell tower near the house was still picking up her phone signal. This meant Hannah was being held in a room close to her family's home. The police were desperately looking for a man driving a maroon car, but it was impossible to find a man who fit that description within a 5-mile radius of the Potts family home while researching Hannah's life and determining whether anyone she knew was involved in her disappearance. Detectives discovered that prior to her disappearance, she had been in close contact with Maria Hopper, a 34-year-old woman who lives just a mile away. When investigators arrived to speak with Maria, she confirmed that she knew Hannah but had last seen her a few days prior to the abduction. It looked like another dead end. However, when police obtained a report from a cell phone carrier and gained access to Hannah's social media page, where she posted her heartbreaking plea, it became clear that Maria Hopper lied when she claimed to have seen Hannah a few days before the abduction. Hannah disappeared in the early hours of July 24th. 2 days later, on the morning of July 26th, several police officers arrived at Maria's house, and she once again told them she had no idea where Hannah was. Maria's boyfriend, 45-year-old Joshua Thomas, was also present, and he told police that he knew nothing about Hannah. Officers asked Maria for permission to look around the house. The woman reluctantly gave her consent, but immediately stated that Hannah was not in her home. Except for the stairs in the kitchen that lead to the basement, the police found nothing suspicious. Maria stated that there were only unnecessary items in the basement. However, law enforcement officials decided to inspect the basement firsthand. Among the dusty items in the basement, the police discovered a sheet of plywood that was unlike anything else. There was no dust on it, and it appeared that this sheet of plywood had not been in the basement as long as the other items. The plywood appears to be blocking the passage to another area of the basement. As one of the officers began to move it away, Maria Hopper made a significant announcement. But first, we need to return to Hannah's recording. When the video was shared on social media, people immediately noticed Hannah's strange and illogical behavior. She recorded a 6-minute video. Many people questioned why she was wasting time recording the video instead of calling 911. Why didn't the kidnapper search her or take her phone? What was she going to photograph at the farm at 2 a.m.? While recording the message, Hannah initially claimed she was kidnapped by a man, but after a few minutes, she is heard saying it appears there were multiple kidnappers. She then used social media, so she had internet access at the location where she was being held and could have pinpointed her exact location. For some reason, she didn't. Of course, the authorities were aware of all of these strange occurrences. However, because everyone behaves differently under stress, the investigation was underway, and Hannah's disappearance was presumed to be a kidnapping until proven otherwise. The truth was revealed when the police obtained Hannah and Maria Hopper's correspondence. When the officer asked to see what was behind a sheet of plywood in Maria's basement, she revealed that Hannah was hiding there. The police officer pushed the plywood aside and directed her to approach him. When Hannah entered the light, the officer noticed that she had fully functional handcuffs on her right wrist and shackles on her ankles. The young woman immediately admitted to police officers that she had not been kidnapped and was sitting in the basement of her own free will. Hannah had planned her own kidnapping, with Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas assisting her. This was clear from their social media interactions. The tone, content, and context of the messages read like a fantasy fiction story. The police filled out the arrest records. All three were brought to the police station for further investigation. Of course, everyone wanted to know why she did it. Hannah informed the investigators that she was writing a book and had decided to stage her own kidnapping as inspiration and to learn how kidnapped victims feel. Maria and Joshua were characters in her story who helped her keep everything organized. They hid her in their basement, brought her food and drinks, and, per Hannah's instructions, destroyed her cell phone so the police couldn't find it. Hannah's heartbreaking video on Facebook was pre-recorded, and she said she rehearsed for about a week before recording it. No one in her family knew what she was up to. After the truth was revealed, the Potts family apologized to everyone who assisted with the search. And to everyone who was concerned for Hannah, her sister, Brittany, issued a public apology on her social media page. It particularly included these words: "As word spreads that Hannah has been found, I need to make a public statement about it. I neither publicly disowned nor wish to have any future contact with my sister. She's dead to me. I hope she is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. My family is deeply embarrassed and hurt by her actions, and the fact that she attempted to blame this on someone of color. I hope no black man driving a maroon car was targeted because of her blatant lie. She has caused a great deal of grief for my family and others. Shame on you, Hannah. You made my 6-year-old son cry, believing that something bad had happened to you. My 6-year-old baby loved you so much. I hope you are prosecuted to the full extent. I have no words. I just feel like I owe an apology to the public. I am very angry and embarrassed." While in the basement of her friend's house, Hannah kept a personal journal in which she revealed that she was aware that her social media posts would go viral. Hannah Potts was charged with making false reports of a kidnapping. Miss Potts' actions are criminal in nature. She had many people in her family and community concerned about her personal health and safety. Gibson County Prosecutor Michael Cochran stated in a news release that by providing a false description of the alleged abductor, she risked involving innocent people. Finally, the number of hours spent by multiple law enforcement agencies during this period of limited resources cannot be recovered. This callous disregard for others simply cannot be tolerated. His statement concluded that Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas were charged with perjury and concealing information during a police interview. Hopper admitted to taking Potts from her home and lying about harboring her. Thomas also admitted to knowing about the kidnapping hoax and the presence of Potts in the house. All three were released on bail and remained at large pending trial. Hannah Potts pleaded guilty in September 2020 to knowingly filing a false kidnapping report. She was sentenced to 1 year's probation and 120 hours of community service. Joshua Thomas and Maria Hopper also received probationary sentences. Many people who are familiar with this story believe Hannah was not only looking for inspiration, devising a plan for her own abduction, but also wanted to create a stir around her person, laying the groundwork for successful book sales. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story follows a woman whose life is riddled with lies from beginning to end. You will learn how the unscrupulous deceiver ends up pursuing large sums of money and how many human lives are affected. Michelle grew up in Hurst, a suburb of Dallas, Texas. She had a younger sister, Laura, and her mother left home in search of a better life. So the father was responsible for his children's upbringing. It was difficult for a man to raise 2 daughters alone. He survived on occasional earnings from a construction site and frequently drank alcohol, in search of easy money. He repeatedly devised and carried out devious profit-making schemes. He would take a job at one factory or another and purposefully injure himself in order to receive insurance money compensation. The fraud scheme was successful, but not for long. The scheme was discovered thanks to CCTV cameras installed at one of the workplaces, and Michelle and Laura's father were arrested. Michelle grew up in a world of lies, deception, and manipulation. This was her normal life. from which she wanted to escape by any means possible. However, she couldn't escape herself because lies had already become a part of her life, and she didn't know how to live any differently. The girl wishes to mature more quickly in order to escape hatred and poverty. Michelle looks stunning at 15 years old. As a petite brunette with an athletic build, she piques the interest of both her own age group and older men. Even so, Michelle realizes that, with her feminine power and charm, she can easily manipulate any man in her environment to get what she wants. So her life begins with a series of love relationships with various men. Michelle drops out of school at the age of 17 and marries Kenneth O'Rian, then 16 for the first time. She tells her boyfriend she is expecting a baby, and Kenneth accepts full responsibility for his young wife and future child in the army. The couple moves frequently so that they can have more children in this marriage. One city is replaced by another temporary military housing, which was not the end of Michelle's dreams. Such a lifestyle does not suit her. After 5 years, she leaves, citing her husband's beatings and cheating as the reason for their divorce. Michelle returns to Hearst in front of her family and friends. She appears to be a victim of domestic violence, receives the necessary help, and begins to organize her life. After a while, she falls for her former classmate Brandon. The young man is madly in love with Michelle and has happily accepted her 3 children. The lovers prepare for their wedding. However, on the eve of the wedding, Michelle enrages Brandon, and it is revealed that the girl did not divorce her first husband. She was afraid to discuss divorce with him because of the abuse, so she did not send the documents, but with the assistance of an attorney. This issue was quickly resolved, allowing the couple to marry in 1994. Initially, family life was calm and measured. Brandon was working on the development of his company, and Michelle worked as a dental assistant. Michelle's dreams, however, extended beyond a quiet family life. She's always needed more. She starts bringing home various dental equipment and supplies. The cash does not fit in her purse. Brandon suspected that something was wrong. Michelle eventually got caught stealing. A trial was only avoided through luck. Brandon's trust issues with his wife were only beginning. Brandon installed a tape recorder in several rooms of the house after neighbors complained that cars were frequently arriving while he was at work. Listening to the tape, throughout the day he heard several men visiting their homes. Brandon conducts his own investigation and discovers that Michelle's first marriage ended due to her numerous infidelities. Brandon demanded a divorce, not because of her husband's beatings, as she had told everyone. Michelle was furious that Brandon started the divorce, so she retaliated while he was at work. "I had a very nice saltwater aquarium with thousands of dollars worth of fish." Brandon claimed she poured a comet into it, killing all the fish. But Michelle did not stop there. Brandon had a beloved dog named Domino. Michelle stuffed the dog with sleeping pills, resulting in the animal's death. Michelle put Domino to sleep. "If you are shocked at this point, we have only scratched the surface." Brandon describes it as an unending nightmare. You cannot make that girl leave. Unfortunately, Brandon discovered the truth about Michelle after his own marriage had been completely destroyed. Michelle's experiences with Brandon Dixon pale in comparison to her encounters with other men. It was later revealed that Michelle's first child was fathered by John Paul Ray, a fellow Hearst high school student. Instead of disclosing this information to John, she told Kenneth O'Rian that the child was his, forcing him to marry her. For 13 years, Kenneth believed the eldest son was his own. John later told police that Kenneth paid child support from the age of 5 to 18 and was unaware that he was not the father. They had a common-law marriage for 8 years. Their relationship ended abruptly when John suspected his wife of cheating. Michelle did not deny it. She acknowledged the affair on the side. John moved out, leaving the majority of Michelle's belongings. Michelle's next love was Greg Williams. They weren't so young anymore. Both had a history of failed marriages. He was married twice and has a daughter. After Greg and Katie divorced in 2003, they agreed to share custody of their daughter, Taylor. However, there was no formal agreement on child support because the ex-spouses had a good relationship. Wealthy, successful, and generous. Greg was the perfect match for Michelle. Michaela, Greg and Michelle's daughter, was born in 2007. A year later, they were married. Their marriage embodied the American dream: money, children, and love. Everything was in abundance. Michelle appeared to have made it through the thorns to the stars, achieving the life she had always desired. Greg Williams held his family in high regard. He grew up in a family with strong values and accomplished everything on his own from an early age. He loved sports and held a black belt in martial arts. Greg, in addition to his love of exercise, enjoyed guns. Both he and Michelle had guns in their home, and Michelle's gun, a silver .4 caliber pistol, was kept in a safe, whereas Greg kept his gun, a black bear .4 caliber pistol, loaded in a case under his bedside table. The couple was determined to make their marriage successful. They host birthday parties for their children from previous marriages in Keller. Michelle's adult children would host barbecues and swimming parties. Frequently, the house was full of friends. Despite the picturesque suburban home and a precocious daughter, Greg and Michelle were not your typical American couple. They met through an online community dedicated to bondage, domination, sadism, and masochism, and their wild adult house parties drew numerous complaints from neighbors. Without making it public, the couple decides to move out. Michelle and Greg had been unable to sleep for several hours the night before. They were planning to purchase a new house for $4.5 million. They had an emotional discussion about the upcoming event. Greg remained in the bedroom alone. On October 13, 2011, Michelle went out to comfort her crying daughter and fell asleep in her room. At 4:40 a.m., an emergency call arrived, and a crying woman screamed into the phone that she and her husband had been attacked by a robber. She was injured, and her husband had been shot. Within minutes, police had arrived on the scene of the tragedy. Inside the home, detectives discovered a television on full volume and a baby sleeping on the couch. Michelle's daughter was sound asleep, unaffected by the attack. The woman's behavior tipped off police officers. She was acting strangely, and it did not appear that she had just been burglarized. The gated community quickly filled with police cars, detectives, and forensic experts. The lot was cordoned off, and officers searched every inch of the nearly 5,000 square foot house. Michelle was fully dressed, with her hair styled, and appeared calm. She told the cops she was asleep, but her clothing and demeanor suggested otherwise. Michelle, the only witness, was taken to the Keller Township Police Station for questioning. After several hours of speaking with police and investigators, Michelle's story began to unravel like a house of cards. According to the woman, the intruder, dressed entirely in black, hit her on the head with a wrench. She collapsed from the blow but remained conscious and heard a gunshot. The stranger then escaped through the back door of the house. Michelle Williams' account did not match what the police saw on the scene. Greg Williams was shot in the head while he lay in bed. A .45 caliber handgun, likely used by the intruder, was discovered near the back door, alongside a wrench. No fingerprints were found on either weapon. Neither was found to have signs of forced entry. The family's valuables and money remained unharmed, and CCTV footage from a neighbor's camera revealed that only one car had entered the gated community in the hours preceding the crime. Police confirmed that the vehicle belonged to a newspaper deliveryman. Michelle invented a version of the attack to throw off the investigation. She hit herself with a wrench and decorated their large house to resemble the scene of the attack. However, detectives conducted their due diligence and discovered a number of discrepancies. Michelle Williams was fully dressed, with stylized hair and fresh makeup on her face. It created the impression that she was waiting for someone. The gun used in the crime was discovered in the house, with no fingerprints. The final detail proving Michelle's lie was the $20,000 in cash that was not stolen during the robbery. Michelle couldn't figure out why a successful businessman and devoted father would commit suicide. However, she was able to explain her behavior. Michelle claimed she didn't want to tell their young daughter the painful truth about her father's suicide. She admitted to police that she wiped down the gun and washed Greg's hands to conceal fingerprints before staging a home invasion and calling for help. As bizarre as that explanation was, it became clear to the police why no evidence was discovered in the home. Michelle admitted to wiping the crime scene with bleach and hitting herself in the face with a wrench to paint a more realistic picture of the assault. Keller police initially questioned the credibility of Michelle's testimony, but no physical evidence linking her to the crime was presented. Michelle was arrested for perjury and released around 5 p.m. Michelle went to her sister Laura's house on the evening of her husband's murder and made no mention of Greg's name. Michelle cried from time to time, but it did not appear sincere. When questioned by police, Michelle's sister Laura stated that she awoke in a good mood the morning following the tragedy. She was dressed beautifully, with her hair styled and makeup applied, and she was in good spirits. The recent widow went to breakfast at a well-known restaurant that served the best pancakes with syrup. While the police investigated the theory that Greg committed suicide, they struggled to find a motive and credible evidence. Michelle presented the investigation with emotion first, followed by evidence of her guilt. Going through the documents from the first interrogation, the investigators were drawn to Michelle's claim that she didn't care about a single penny, but her actions proved otherwise. Following Greg's death, Michelle quickly began liquidating family assets and spending large sums of money. She cashes checks through Greg's company. The amount of checks cashed is not made public anywhere. Most likely, we're talking about a large sum of money. Michelle made one of her most serious mistakes after receiving cash from the sale of the Blueberries frozen yogurt store in Keller. Michelle was the sole beneficiary of Greg's life insurance policy, which was purchased on August 12, 2011, almost exactly 2 months before his death. But the woman overlooked an important fact: the terms of the insurance policy. Greg's death was not covered by insurance because he chose to die. And at the last minute, she was denied the funds. The main motive for the crime was to obtain the insured sum of $600. Later, another important aspect of financial fraud is revealed. Casting suspicion on the widow, fictitious financial documents for a mortgage loan were used to purchase the house that Greg and Michelle had been planning to buy on the eve of his death. The account numbers were deliberately changed, and the lender was not immediately aware of the elaborate fraud. When Greg died, Michelle canceled a meeting with the mortgage company, and the fake account went unnoticed until the police discovered it. Michelle, convinced of her innocence, writes a $18,000 check to attorney Kenneth Winterkorn and takes a week-long vacation to Grapevine with her children. During the 3-month investigation into Greg Williams' death, police were able to uncover his wife's web of deception. An autopsy on Greg revealed that he was shot from a distance of 12 to 18 inches. Furthermore, the toxicology examination produced a report indicating that Greg had a large dose of sleeping pills in his system at the time of his death. Additionally, the police determined that there was no assault on the house. Mrs. Williams sedated her husband and shot him from a foot away after increasing the volume on the television. Michelle, who was sleeping in her room, had not heard anything. According to the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's report, Greg Williams' death was officially ruled a homicide on November 3, 2011. Michelle Williams was arrested on January 9 while on her way to a fitness center. She was charged with murder, tampering with evidence, and providing a false statement to police. Michelle was both the only witness to the crime and the sole suspect. Bail was set at $522,000 for release from custody pending a court hearing. Michelle, on the other hand, was held in custody for a week before being released on $85,000 bail. Dressed in gym clothes, Michelle walked out of jail wearing a GPS monitor and under the arm of attorney Kenneth Winterkorn, who is now officially representing her. Kathy, Greg's first wife, was furious when she discovered that the money she paid Korn to defend Michelle was part of Greg's estate and should never have gone to pay the legal bills of the woman accused of killing him. Kenneth is listed as Katie and Greg's divorce attorney in online court records from 2003. In 2008, Winterkorn's name and signature appear on legal documents regarding the custody agreement for their shared daughter, Taylor. However, providing evidence will exonerate Kenneth Winterkorn's defense of collusion with Michelle Williams. The divorce was handled by his company, and he never personally represented Greg. Kenneth Korn claimed he first learned of Greg's murder from an company employee. It was shocking when Korn revealed that Michelle later sought his assistance. After her plan to profit from Greg's death is foiled, Michelle Williams changes her name to Shelley and appears as a fitness guru, hoping to start a new life. On Facebook, Shelley publicly announced her relationship with Jean Wallace, a friend of her oldest son who is nearly 15 years younger than her. Shelley and Jean established a fitness club in Bedford and promoted it extensively online. Michelle, armed with an ankle bracelet and a GPS tracker, spent the next few months enjoying her new boyfriend, fitness classes, and court hearings. She frequently appeared in court dressed for a night on the town, in miniskirts, knee-length boots, and deep-cut blouses. She never lamented Greg's death for a moment. Greg's ex-wife, Kathy Robb Conover, had been friends with Greg Williams for over 20 years and attended many of Michelle's hearings. He recalls how she deftly manipulated police officers at the courthouse, convincing them that she was an innocent woman in need of protection. Michelle Williams, 45, entered into a plea agreement with the county on October 9, 2013, and pleaded guilty to tampering with evidence and deadly conduct. She will serve 18 years in prison for tampering with evidence and engaging in deadly dangerous conduct, a third-degree felony found in only a few states. Although Michelle admitted to cleaning the gun in Greg's body, the absence of her DNA at the scene cast doubt on whether the first-degree murder charge would stand. Things can turn out differently: play big, win big, or lose big. Michelle stated this in an interview regarding the plea bargain. "I expect to serve a few years and then be released on parole." However, in a February 2014 interview, Michelle Williams abruptly changed her testimony, claiming she was not guilty of the crime. The judge immediately rescinds the plea bargain and schedules the first trial. The trial of Keller's Black Widow, a Texas woman accused of intentionally targeting her husband in 2011, has begun with opening arguments. For an insurance payout, prosecutors described the crime as a well-planned series of acts to profit from Greg's substantial life insurance policy. In their opening statement, prosecutors told jurors that Mrs. Williams shot her husband in the head after first drugging him with sleeping pills in order to collect on his life insurance. The motivation was money. Money and greed have stood the test of time. Assistant District Attorney Jack Strickland stated in court that, while Michelle admitted to cleaning the gun in Greg's body, the absence of her DNA at the scene cast doubt on whether the first-degree murder charge would be upheld in response to an interview request. Michelle's attorney has issued a statement on her behalf. Attorney Kenneth Winterkorn described the difficulties in the case caused by the immaculately clean crime scene. The prosecution struggled to prove a premeditated crime, ignoring the fact that there was no DNA from the suspect in repeated searches where cleaning products were discovered. However, it stands to reason that Michelle's fingerprints were on them because the products were in the house where she lived and cleaned. If the jury finds that Michelle tampered with evidence of Greg's death, making it appear as if the man died of natural causes, and then cleaned up the car I'm seeing by hiding evidence and then lying about it, she will receive a life sentence. However, if Michelle is sentenced as scheduled on April 21st, no jury will have the opportunity to hear the entire story and determine the appropriate punishment. Careful questioning of the Williams couple's friends and acquaintances revealed information about the unfavorable environment that had existed in their family for a long time. According to the studied correspondence, social networks, and messengers, the couple quarreled frequently over finances. During the trial, prosecutors claimed that in the hours leading up to his violent death, Greg Williams argued with his wife about their finances and even slapped her for spending a large sum of money set aside as a down payment on a home. However, Michelle Williams' defense argued that Greg Williams committed suicide and that the successful businessman needed his wife alive, not dead. According to defense attorney Clay Graham, Greg Williams was frequently depressed and used sedatives and steroids. On the eve of the crime, he was allegedly severely depressed as a result of the death of his grandmother and best friend, who had ironically committed suicide. Defense counsel told the court that when Michelle Williams discovered her husband dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, she panicked and began to cover up the tragedy without realizing it. She had one goal in mind: to protect her 4-year-old daughter from psychological trauma by keeping the truth from her. At one hearing, the defendant, dressed in an off-white blouse and black vest, exhibited little emotion for the majority of the trial but did not forget to wipe away tears during a presentation of photographs depicting the body of murdered Greg Williams. The court also heard testimony from Michelle Williams and his adult son, Andrew O'Harian, who stated that his mother, Michelle Williams, asked him to assist in framing Greg Williams' ex-wife Kathy in order to blame her for Greg's death, using unreconciled differences over custody of their daughter Taylor. But that plan failed from the start. After all, the former spouses never disagreed on custody of their daughter, and proving otherwise would have been extremely difficult. He was asked how he responded to his mother's unusual request. Andrew O'Harian, 26, was shocked by the proposal and assumed she was having a mental breakdown. Michelle confronted her sons during the trial after they testified against her. Michelle was later found guilty of felony tampering with physical evidence. According to the show, she lied about being pregnant with twins in order to delay her sentencing. However, this version was not confirmed, and the verdict was announced. Michelle's acting abilities and natural charm, which she tried to demonstrate at each hearing, did not save her from a harsh sentence sandwiched between a scenario in which she was portrayed as a cold-blooded criminal and another in which she was portrayed as a deranged wife and mother acting on impulse. Michelle selected the latter. He did it. She explained that she was wrapping her arms around her head. Michelle even congratulated the detective for solving the case. "I wouldn't have made it through the day." She said, "You had won." Even before the police admitted to doubting Michelle's account, few believed Greg had died. He had too much to live for. And he was well aware of the anguish and grief that untimely death causes. Kathy Williams believes Michelle's relationship with Gian Wallace began while Greg was still alive and could be the elusive motive for this crime. If Greg had discovered she was sleeping with her little boyfriend, he would have dumped her, and she would have received nothing. Katie claims Greg was willing to put up with a lot, but not with cheating. She's ruined more lives than you can imagine. Brandon claims she's a professional manipulator. If the courts had interviewed all of us, things could have turned out differently. Michelle was sentenced to 60 years in prison. The judge also determined that she would have to serve at least 30 years before being eligible for parole. Michelle is currently incarcerated at Mountain View Prison in Gatesville, Texas. Michelle Williams is a felon and a fraudster who is currently serving time in prison for all of her intentional actions. She has never expressed regret for her actions and still refuses to accept full responsibility for her crime. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When Michelle Whitaker, 32, went missing in August 2002, her family alerted the police. She was last seen at a truck stop in South Carolina. Michelle's family endured 6 years of futile searching and praying for her return. Every day they wondered if Michelle was still alive or had passed away. Everyone dreaded the worst-case scenario, and the clues the police discovered years later only confirmed those fears. Michelle Laurel Whitaker was born August 16, 1969. As one of her parents' 5 children, she had a close relationship with her entire family. Michelle, according to her mother, Laura Andrews, was a very happy child until they relocated from Illinois to Gastonia, North Carolina. When Michelle reached adolescence, she and her mother began to have frequent disagreements because, in her opinion, her mother was overly strict. Michelle married after graduating from high school, but it lasted less than a year. She was too young and inexperienced to deal with the issues her partner was causing. Michelle's long and difficult ordeal began with her husband's abusive treatment. Those close to her believe that this period in her life was the source of her later problems. She couldn't handle the situation at the time and went down the wrong path. Following her divorce, her family moved to Spartanburg, South Carolina. By the age of 30, Michelle was struggling with alcoholism and had been through 3 failed marriages. She was working part-time as a waitress and barely getting by. Michelle met David one evening after work in 1999, and he offered her a ride home. Michelle agreed, but then regretted it. Instead of driving her home, David took Michelle to an isolated location where he assaulted her and forced her to be intimate with him. He was arrested a year later and pleaded guilty to assault and battery. He received an 8-year prison sentence. Michelle was arrested shortly before her disappearance for driving under the influence of alcohol. Michelle's parents decided it was time for drastic action. They contacted the local police and requested that Michelle be detained until a place in a rehabilitation facility could be secured for her. Despite their heartache, her parents believed that such extreme measures were the only way to handle the situation. Michelle was very upset by this act. Since then, the mother-daughter relationship has deteriorated significantly. Michelle was wrongfully released from jail without receiving the court-ordered treatment for her abuse of illegal substances and alcohol. The date was August 5, 2002. Michelle had an argument with her mother and stormed out of the house in a bad mood. 3 days later, the man Michelle was staying with contacted Laura Andrews and informed her that he couldn't find her daughter after they had an argument. Laura found out about Michelle's disappearance when she called a friend who worked at the local police station and asked for help finding her daughter. The police were well aware of Michelle's lifestyle. Laura was advised to wait a little longer and told that Michelle would undoubtedly arrive on her own. 2 more weeks passed, but Michelle never returned home. On August 21, 2002, an official missing person report was filed. As local authorities began investigating Michelle Whitaker's disappearance, they quickly discovered the last place she had been seen. It turned out to be a truck stop. They obtained this information from a local resident named Doug. He happened to meet Michelle on the street the day before she went missing. Doug was riding his motorcycle in the evening and stopped outside a bar where Michelle was sitting. He approached her and struck up a conversation. Michelle informed him that she had a fight with her boyfriend and that he had thrown her out of the house. Later that evening, after visiting one bar, they went to another, where Doug claims they played a few games of billiards before riding his motorcycle for a while and returning to his house when dawn broke. Thus, it was revealed that Michelle Whitaker had been visiting local bars prior to her disappearance, and Doug was the last person to see her alive. This made him the primary suspect. His testimony also revealed Michelle's alleged plans to visit Myrtle Beach, a resort city on South Carolina's Atlantic coast. She figured she could make good money by working in local bars and restaurants. Doug stated that he dropped her off at a truck stop and left her there. He gave her a t-shirt because she was short on clothes. In addition, he gave her money for coffee and newspapers. After wishing her good luck, he drove away. In an attempt to expose Doug, the police tested him with a lie detector, but he passed. Detectives also tested the man with whom Michelle had been staying prior to her disappearance, but no evidence of his involvement in the disappearance was discovered. The police began to consider the possibility that Michelle had indeed traveled to Myrtle Beach, which is approximately 250 miles from Spartanburg. Michelle remained silent for several weeks. Her family and friends were becoming increasingly anxious. Despite Michelle's anger and resentment toward her parents, they did not believe she could have abandoned her family and gone into hiding. Michelle's prolonged absence made the local sheriff question her intentions. After all, when people travel for a long time, they usually bring some personal items with them, whereas Michelle left with almost nothing. She also had a pet dog, which she adored and was extremely attached to. No matter who the detectives interviewed, everyone agreed that Michelle would never have abandoned the animal on her own accord. Meanwhile, her parents began driving around the neighborhood, hoping to find any trace of their daughter. I had received numerous reports that Michelle had been spotted on a beach in North Carolina. They dashed there immediately. They spent 3 days actively looking for her, putting up flyers and speaking with locals. All of this, however, proved ineffective. After 6 months of unsuccessful searches, Laura Andrews began to question her actions towards her daughter. She had seen her daughter on a path of self-destruction, and she couldn't just watch, she wanted to protect her in any way she could. Laura was also concerned that Michelle's disappearance could have been influenced by the aftermath of her vicious attack in 1999. She could not forgive herself for the words she told her daughter after she survived the attack. Although it was a heinous act on the part of a man, the mother believed Michelle was to blame because she had chosen this path and had injured herself as a result. Her words were another blow to Michelle's self-esteem. The sheriff's office assumed Michelle had reasons for fleeing because of her reputation. The detectives reasoned that she would be apprehended sooner or later. However, a year had passed and the search had yet to produce any results. Michelle left no digital footprints, which alarmed the cops. This was definitely not a good sign. Police and family members were both curious whether Michelle had been the victim of a crime. After all, perhaps a truck driver exploited her vulnerability. However, even that theory was never proven. 2 more years passed, and the police station received no tip-off messages for quite some time. Then, on the 3rd anniversary of Michelle's disappearance, after police and Laura Andrews visited the truck stop where she was last seen, local TV stations returned to the story. And just days after Michelle's story aired on television, the Spartanburg County Sheriff's Office received an unusual letter. The letter was anonymous and handwritten on a small piece of paper. It stated that the author knew the location of Michelle Whitaker's body. The letter was accompanied by a small homemade map indicating the precise location of the body. The letter was written in a competent and proper manner, lending it credibility. The next day, the sheriff led search dogs to a rural area 25 miles from where Michelle had last been seen. Her loved ones were distraught. 3 years later, I wasn't sure what to think. Some accepted that Michelle was no longer alive, while others, despite the odds, continued to believe she was alive and well. Search dogs were unable to detect any scent, and the search was eventually abandoned. While the investigators were relieved that no bodies had been discovered, the letter puzzled them. They obtained a handwriting analysis and a DNA sample from the envelope, which led them to believe that the letter was written by a woman. However, the author was not identified. Not long after, new headlines appeared in the newspapers, terrifying Michelle's family even more. Dana Satterfield's case was one of the most high-profile in Spartanburg County. Dana Satterfield, 27, owned and operated Alana, a beauty salon off Highway 221 in Roebuck, South Carolina, on July 31, 1995. Dana was brutally attacked shortly before her beauty salon closed and died as a result. The sheriff found her semi-naked body in a back room. Police obtained a DNA sample from the crime scene, but they were unable to determine who it belonged to. 7 years later, in August 2002, Michelle Whitaker went missing for a month and a half. Heather Seller, 20, went missing on September 24, 2000, leaving no trace behind. Heather was last seen with her ex-fiancé, Jonathan Vick. While investigating Heather's disappearance, police discovered a link between Jonathan Vick and Dana Satterfield's death. And it was his DNA that was discovered at the crime scene 10 years after her death in 2005. Vick was arrested. He was only 17 years old when he committed the crime. In December 2006, Vick was sentenced to life in prison, and he was the main suspect in the disappearance of his ex-fiancée, Heather Sellers. The police were unable to find sufficient evidence to indict him, and the case remains unresolved. Heather and Michelle vanished approximately 50 days apart. However, something more connected them. They both worked at Waffle House, knew each other, and had been seen with Jonathan Vick. When Vick was arrested in 2005, Michelle's family members were shaken and suspected she was one of his victims. Vick was questioned regarding Heather Sellers and Michelle Whitaker. However, he denied any connection to their disappearance. The investigation into the two cases was eventually halted due to a lack of evidence. Michelle's parents relocated to Rock Hill, South Carolina, approximately 65 miles from Spartanburg, in 2006. 1 year later, the entire family gathered at the church to commemorate Michelle's 5th disappearance anniversary. Laura Andrews, Michelle's mother, refused to treat the gathering as a memorial service. After all, the body had never been found, and there was a glimmer of hope that Michelle was still alive. Another year has passed. The investigation into Michelle's disappearance was transferred to Detective William Geary, who was already working on a dozen unsolved cases, including Michelle Whitaker's. Michelle's case was considered a felony because many years had passed with no evidence that she was still alive. This was a strong reason for the investigators to suspect that something terrible had occurred. The 6th anniversary of Michelle Whitaker's disappearance was approaching. On August 4, 2008, Detective Geary received a call from a woman informing him that she knew Michelle's location and that she was still alive. She stated that Michelle is currently residing in the state of Oregon. The woman saw Michelle's file on an episode of Forensic Files, as well as Laura's website. She recognized Michelle as a woman who was living with her friends. After 6 years of fruitless searching for Michelle Whitaker, the investigators were understandably hesitant upon receiving such a message. Detective William Geary, eager for proof, asked the woman to send him a picture of Michelle. Geary showed the picture to Detective Wood, who had previously worked on the case. He immediately recognized her. An Oregon State police officer was promptly dispatched to the address in question to conduct an accurate identity check. Ironically, on August 5, 2008, the same day Michelle argued with her mother and left home 6 years ago, a detective called Laura Andrews to inform her that her daughter had been found alive. Laura struggled to comprehend what she had heard. It wasn't until she put the phone down that a slew of questions arose in her mind. Where is she? How is she? Where has she been the whole time? Despite the good news, a family reunion was not possible at that time. Michelle's privacy was respected by the police, who could not tell her parents where she was. She should have called home herself. The detectives had no choice but to try to persuade Michelle to speak with her relatives, even if only to calm them down. Michelle called her mother the next evening. After 2 more weeks at the Atlanta airport, Michelle and her family finally met for the first time in a very long time. Michelle admitted that she was tired of living the way she used to, following her fight with her mom. She determined that her family would be better off without her. Originally, when Doug dropped her off at the truck stop, she had intended to go to Myrtle Beach and find a job there. But she had hitched a ride and wound up in Las Vegas, then California, and eventually Oregon. Michelle apologized to her family and the police, who spent energy and resources looking for her for all 6 years she had been living under her real name and didn't think anyone was searching for her. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events that took place in Costa Rica. Maria Luisa Sedano, 47, was found unresponsive in a hotel room. The mysterious death of the woman prompted a large-scale investigation. Maria Luisa's body had bite marks from several different people. The hotel staff heard nothing. Only the woman's dog was barking, which gave reason to suspect something was wrong. Maria Luisa was born May 29, 1977, in La Fortuna de San Carlos, Costa Rica. Her family had 5 children, and she was the youngest. She graduated high school in 1994. Maria Luisa, a dedicated student, aspired to be the first in her family to graduate from university. Determined to succeed in life, she chose to study medicine. Maria Luisa graduated from the medical faculty at the University of San Jose. She holds master's degrees in both anesthesiology and surgical rehabilitation. Maria Luisa was a highly regarded anesthesiologist. Many people who devote their lives to achieving professional success do not have time for a personal life. Maria Luisa was one of those individuals. She dated a doctor whom she met while studying at university. However, their relationship did not last very long. They broke up in February 2020, which caused her to become depressed. The restrictions imposed everywhere due to the virus spreading around the world exacerbated the situation. Maria Luisa sought respite from her problems by spending the weekend at a peaceful coastal location. She reserved a room at the Law Mansion in Cape Coast Punta Arenas. Her room was on the ground floor, with 2 entrances. The first entrance was from the hotel lobby, and the second led to the courtyard. Maria Luisa chose this room to be with her beloved dog. She checked in on Saturday, July 18, 2020, and was scheduled to leave the hotel on Monday, July 20th. Everything went as planned. The woman checked into her hotel room on July 18th. The next day, she enjoyed a day at the beach with her dog. Then she walked through the neighborhood and took photos, which she shared with her loved ones. Maria Luisa ordered a bottle of wine, 2 glasses, and water for her room. On Monday, July 20th, she had to eat breakfast and travel to San Jose for work. Nonetheless, she did not attend the scheduled breakfast at 8 a.m. The hotel staff assumed she had simply decided to sleep in and thus did not bother her. After several hours, the staff became concerned when Maria Luisa still did not appear. Around 12 p.m., the maid began knocking on the door, but the woman did not open it. Her dog was barking inside, which was extremely alarming. After all, the dog's constant barking would have woken the woman up. As previously mentioned, Maria Luisa's room had 2 entrances. The maids approached the entrance from the courtyard. They kept calling out the woman's name, but all they could hear was the dog's constant barking. Since no one had locked the door, they decided to go inside. When they entered, they found bloodstains and Maria Luisa's body wrapped in sheets on the bed. One of the maids called the emergency services and requested an ambulance and police. Unfortunately, the woman had died a few hours before the call, so she could not be saved. Even in the early stages of the investigation, this case appeared strange. After all, the hotel was nearly empty as the virus spread across the globe. Nonetheless, there was always someone from the staff present, but none of them witnessed or heard anything. The door to Maria Luisa's room was electronically locked, and security could track every use of the key in their database. It was possible to determine who entered the room, and when the police checked the database, they discovered that only the woman had entered it. The staff had a duplicate key, but nobody used it on the night of the crime. But, as I mentioned, Maria Luisa's room had two entrances. The second entrance to the room was a sliding glass door that could be opened without an electronic key. Thus, the investigators assumed the perpetrator entered the room through this door. Another theory is that Maria Luisa allowed the criminal inside. The police almost immediately ruled out the possibility of theft as the motive for the crime. The valuable jewelry and money in the room remained intact. It indicated that the criminal had other goals. When the criminologist examined Maria Luisa's body, they realized what the criminal intended to get. The woman was naked and fighting for her life. The criminal's DNA remained under her fingernails. She had bite marks on her face and chest finger marks on her ankle. Her face is bruised from heavy blows, and there are traces of strangulation on her neck. According to the reports, she suffered genital and seminal fluid injuries. The police noticed distinct footprints on the floor next to the bed. The woman's phone lay next to her, and there were two glasses, an open bottle of wine and water on the table. Forensic experts determined that head and neck injuries were the cause of death. Experts expected DNA samples from bites on Maria Luisa's body. Even the most experienced people were surprised by the exam results. The bites on the woman's chest and cheek contained saliva. However, a person cannot bite their own cheek. It meant that the perpetrator used the woman's saliva to contaminate the bites on her body, masking their DNA. Surprisingly, the perpetrator washed Maria Luisa's body before wrapping it in a sheet and placing it on the bed. Perhaps this is how the person who killed the woman intended to destroy the evidence left on her body. To some extent, this individual succeeded. Maria Luisa's death presented an unimaginable challenge for her family, particularly her parents, who were over 80. It wasn't only death. Maria Luisa's torture prior to her death exacerbated her family's grief. None of his friends, colleagues, or relatives could believe that this kind, cheerful and sympathetic soul had left them. News of the brutal crime that claimed the life of a well-known anesthesiologist spread quickly throughout Costa Rica. The police wanted to find the person responsible for Maria Luisa's death as soon as possible. The police began their investigation by checking everyone who worked and lived at the hotel during Maria Luisa's time there. Although there were CCTV cameras at the hotel, the police were unable to obtain recordings because the cameras were not working. Due to the global situation, the hotel was almost completely empty. The lack of customers had an impact on the number of employees as well. Maria Luisa mentioned to a friend that the person who served coffee also had other responsibilities at the hotel. Despite this, she said she was having a great time there. The hotel's owner was Harry Bodanen, a Dutch businessman. He was born in The Hague in 1951. In the 1970s, he moved to the United States and began working for Hilton. He eventually became hotel manager. Bodan became the director of the National Press Club in Washington in the early 1980s. Officially, it is a journalists' club, but it is also a gathering place for politicians and presidents from around the world, as well as journalists. Bodan made connections over time and purchased real estate in a variety of countries. His possessions included a hotel in Costa Rica, where he lived with his young husband, Yader. Another hotel guest, Danilo Obando, was 38-year-old Teodoro Herrera Martinez. Martinez had a close relationship with the hotel's owner, Harry Bodanen, whom he met while working as a stripper at one of the bars. About a year later, Bodan invited him to work at his hotel but later fired him due to a lack of business. However, he let Martinez stay in one of the rooms for free. The two men had a friendly relationship. Martinez completed personal assignments for Bodan as well as hotel maintenance work on occasion. An official police dog led investigators to Teodoro Martinez's room door, making him the first suspect. Maria Luisa Sedena was most likely responsible for the scratches on his back and cheeks, while she was fighting for her life. The police discovered traces of blood on his shoes, indicating his involvement in the crime. Martinez was arrested on the first day after the crime and sentenced to 6 months in prison. During this time, the authorities had to complete their investigation. determine all the details of this crime and take it to court. 5 days after Maria Luisa's death, police arrested another suspect. It turned out to be Luis Carlos Miranda, 36. The man, like Teodoro Martinez, was a close friend of Harry Baudon when the latter business was thriving. Miranda worked as his public relations specialist. He also lived in a hotel but struggled with work. Initially, the police did not provide specific details about the evidence that led to Miranda's arrest. However, it quickly became clear that experts believed Miranda had left one of the bites on the victim's body. He, like Martinez, was imprisoned for 6 months. Initially, the police suspected that Maria Luisa had invited someone to her room. They arrived at this conclusion after learning that the woman had ordered 2 glasses for her room. After interviewing her family and friends, investigators discovered that Maria Luisa frequently drank 2 glasses of wine. She used the second one to hold water. A month after Maria Luisa's death, police arrested the hotel's owner, Harry Baudon. One of the baits on the woman's body matched his dental cast, leading investigators to believe Baudon was one of 3 people involved in the crime. All 3 arrested denied any involvement in the death of the well-known anesthesiologist. Miranda and Martinez received 6 months in prison. Harry Baudon was under house arrest due to health issues. According to reports, he had Parkinson's disease and was undergoing cancer treatment. The police questioned Baudon's husband, Yader Danilo Obando. He denied that Harry was involved in Maria Luisa's death, detailing the day and night of the crime. That day, as usual, he got up early to assist Baudon with his bathing and dressing. Obando fell asleep at 12 p.m. He woke 8 and went to his office on hotel grounds. His job at the time was to create a website to increase hotel attendance while adhering to government restrictions. After work, he drank rum with Martinez and Miranda by the pool. According to Obando, he and Baudon were sleeping when the latter's phone rang around 1 a.m. Baudon received a call from a hotel security guard named Baudonto, who informed him that Martinez had stolen beer from the hotel bar and was wandering the corridors. Obando assisted Baudon in getting up and led them to Martinez's location. They discovered him in shorts and shirtless, holding a beer in his hand. Baudon snatched the beer from his grasp and tossed it on the floor. He told Martinez to go to bed and think about where he would live next, as he did not want to see him in his hotel anymore. Obando then said he and Baudon went to their room. It was the night of the crime. Despite Maria Luisa's severe injuries and fight for her life, none of the hotel staff or residents heard anything. The authorities suspected Yader Danilo Obando was involved in the crime but found no evidence. As previously stated, Harry Baudon was under house arrest. He had an ankle monitor and was not permitted to leave the hotel or contact other suspects. Baudon sold his hotel by the end of 2021. His health was deteriorating, and he needed to pay for the services of an attorney. The new hotel owners refused to let him stay, so he had to move. He gave the prosecutor's office his new address, but they identified him as a suspect who could flee the country. As a result, they lifted his house arrest and placed him in a prison hospital in March 2022. He did not like the care he received there. He criticized it and claimed human rights violations. The trial began in September 2022. The case became more detailed with each new court session. The prosecutor's office suspects Teodoro Martinez, who had scratches on his body and DNA found under Maria Luisa's fingernails. Martinez also left traces of seminal fluid at the crime scene. The trial was postponed several times due to the large number of people who wanted to attend and the large number of journalists who covered it. The courtroom couldn't hold this many people. Harry Baudon appeared in court in a wheelchair, accompanied by his lawyer, who filed a petition for his client's transfer to house arrest due to health issues. However, the court denied the request. The prosecutor's office presented its account of what occurred. They believe that between July 19th and July 20th, 2023, suspects entered Maria Luisa's room and attacked her. They entered through a sliding glass door, confident that no one would notice it in the database. Furthermore, there were almost no people in the hotel, as no one heard the woman's screams. Prosecutors determined that she was sleeping when the 3 of them attacked her. They probably covered her mouth with something so no one could hear her. Harry Baudon and Miranda left teeth marks on her body. These two likely held Maria Luisa, while Martinez fulfilled his sadistic fantasy. The exhausted woman fought for her life, but the forces were unbalanced. They severely beat her before strangling her, eventually breaking her cervical vertebrae. All three men realized they had enough time to cover their tracks. They washed her body, placed it on the bed, and covered it with a sheet. The bite marks on Maria Luisa's body were smeared with her saliva, preventing experts from finding foreign DNA. However, each defendant's lawyer devised a unique strategy. Baudon's defense claimed he had knee surgery prior to Maria Luisa's death and struggled to walk, making it difficult for him to commit the crime. The trial was postponed again because the expert witness who was supposed to testify about the teeth marks on the victim's body had left the country. Miranda's lawyer invited a Spanish orthodontist from Madrid, but the woman claimed the teeth marks on the skin were insufficient evidence. Her testimony was supposed to last 2 days, but she left for Spain a day later because she felt intimidated by the prosecutor's office. The latter questioned her competence and sought to bring her to justice because she was not accredited by a Costa Rican professional association and thus illegally posed as an expert. The Ministry of Justice and Peace concluded that the crime could not have been committed by a single person. As a result, they insisted that all three men were involved in the incident. Miranda's defense challenged the idea that more than one person was involved in the crime. The lawyers criticized the judicial authorities' examination and pointed out inconsistencies that should have resulted in Miranda's acquittal. During one of the trials, the court heard the lead investigator's statement on the case. He stated that it took them over 5 hours to thoroughly inspect the crime scene. They deduced that the criminals washed Maria Luisa's body before moving it to the bed by applying luminol in the bathroom because there were no marks on the hotel floor. However, there were finger marks on the victim's ankles. Experts believed that at least 2 people had carried Maria Luisa's body onto the bed. Teodoro Martinez faced additional evidence that proved his guilt. During the trial, it was revealed that Maria Luisa had blood on both the inside and outside of his shoes. It's possible he was barefoot at the time of the crime and stained his feet with blood before putting on his shoes. They also discovered blood on his phone and watch. Furthermore, his DNA and seminal fluid were found on the victim's body. Martinez, unlike the other 2 defendants, could not deny his involvement in the crime. Martinez admitted they had intimate contact, but denied doing anything else. During the investigation, it was discovered that Harry Baudon underwent knee surgery at the same clinic where Maria Luisa worked. However, she was not the only anesthesiologist at the clinic, and there was no evidence that she and Baudon had ever met. During his testimony, the man denied knowing Maria Luisa. According to him, he discovered she was staying at his hotel after receiving a call about a dead woman in one of the rooms. During one of the interrogations, they asked Baudon why the hotel's security cameras were not working. There were cameras, but they did not function due to funding issues. We had 5 or 6 low-quality cameras that gradually failed, Baudon explained. He also stated that the hotel's electricity was not working properly. However, the maintenance staff dealt with these issues. The only evidence of Harry Baudon and Luis Carlos Miranda's involvement in the crime was bite marks on the victim's body. As a result, the final question was whether dental prints could be considered irrefutable evidence. While hearing Miranda's case, the judge clarified several points, including highlighting the dental evidence. That is, the match between the teeth pattern and the bite marks on the victim's body could not be considered because no one read the accused man's rights before collecting a sample. Although there was some evidence against Baudon, the judge stated that it was impossible to tell whether his dental cast matched the bite mark. Forensic experts said the analysis of the teeth allowed them to rule out everyone who was in the hotel on the night of Maria Luisa's death, except Miranda and Baudon, but there was still a chance that someone else had left the marks on the victim's body. It meant that the judge did not find the evidence convincing on April 20th. Teodoro Martinez was found guilty of murdering Maria Luisa Dino and sentenced to 50 years in prison. The court also acquitted Harry Baudon and Luis Carlos Miranda, citing doubts about their guilt. However, the story did not conclude there. In October 2023, the Costa Rican Court of Appeal ruled that the case against Bao Dan and his two co-defendants would be reviewed by new judges. The Costa Rican prosecutor's office used the victims' teeth marks, allegedly left by Dawn and Miranda, as evidence. The prosecutor's office sought to persuade other judges of the teeth marks' authenticity as evidence. Given the failure of the prosecutor's office investigation and the numerous inconsistencies in this case, Bao Dan was not surprised by the Court of Appeal's decision. "I'm not surprised," he replied. He also accused the female prosecutor of bias, claiming she was using the case to advance her career. Bao Dan, who had already left Costa Rica, currently resides in the Netherlands. Even if the court in Costa Rica decides to detain him, he has nothing to fear because the two countries do not have an extradition treaty, and he's not returning to Costa Rica. Given my negative experience with the Costa Rican legal system and the fact that I paid a high price in the form of nearly 3 years in prison, here is what he said in an interview with Dutch journalists. "It is not in my interest to return. There are too many policies, and they are driven by public opinion. The country has an out-of-date legal system, corruption, and a banana republic-style mass media. I cannot take any more risks at my age and with my illnesses." As a result, the case is still ongoing. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in Hawaii. Dana Ireland, 23, left her parents' house in Pune on the afternoon of Christmas Eve 1991, never to return after discovering her disfigured bicycle shoe and hair clumps. Bystanders dialed 911. However, Dana was not present. The investigation went on for several decades, and despite a trial and a verdict, the case has not been closed. The evolution of DNA testing methods was crucial in this case. The Dana Ireland case is likely the most well-known investigation in Hawaii's history. Dana Marie Ireland was born on December 12, 1968, in Fort Belvoir, Fairfax County, Virginia, USA. She was the youngest daughter of John Ireland and Mary Louise Crank. In 1991, her sister Sandra was 7 years older than her. Dana was 23 years old when she and her parents visited her sister in Hawaii on December 24th. In the afternoon, she rode her sister's bike. Later, people discovered her bike shoe and clump of hair by the side of the road. But Dana herself was not present. The bike's appearance indicated that Dana had been hit by a car. The impact was so severe that both wheels were deformed, and the steering wheel and seat came off completely. Unfortunately, the hope that the man who hit Dana would take her to the hospital rather than abandon her to die was false. The reality proved to be far scarier than anyone could have anticipated. Dana was discovered 5 miles from her bike. She had severe injuries to her body and head and was naked below the waist. As a result, one can conclude that someone not only hit her with a car, but also exploited her weakness. Nightmares haunt nurse Jerry Gallagher. She can't shake the memory of Christmas Eve 1991 on a seaside fishing trail in Wawa when she was led to Dana, Ireland. Gallagher and her husband Randy lived on Saddleback Road, a rough, unpaved road that cuts into the coastal jungle 25 miles southeast of Hilo, at 6 p.m. On Christmas Eve 1991, a friend named Brian knocked on their door to contact Gallagher, a licensed nurse. He wore a Christmas hat with blinking lights, but his mood was anything but festive. He drove her to Dana's location, which was a mile away from Gallagher's house. Dana was naked from the waist down, and the inner side of her legs was covered in bruises. Gallagher recalls trying to help the injured young woman with a first aid kit. She bandaged her wounds. The most severe injury was to the back of her head. She asked the woman. "Her name is Land," she appeared to say. Gallagher inquired about who had attacked her. However, Dana was unable to speak coherently. "Please give me the key so I can drive home," Ireland asked. Gallagher attempted to keep her awake. An ambulance arrived more than 2 hours after the girl was struck by a car. The lack of phones in the area caused a significant delay in receiving assistance. The medical personnel of the police and fire departments were preoccupied with other cases. However, their own mistakes contributed to a 34-minute delay. The dispatcher who received the call about the injured young woman provided the incorrect address for where they found Dana, resulting in a loss of valuable time. I considered driving her to the hospital, but I was worried about paralyzing her. Gallagher says he's had nightmares about it. None of us anticipated that it would take so long. It took an unbelievably long time to get help to her. She would have survived if they had sought assistance. An ambulance carrying Dana Ireland arrived at Hilo Hospital at 7:56 p.m. At this point, John and Mary Ireland were already looking for their daughter, whose disfigured bicycle lay by the side of the road. They heard about an injured woman discovered 5 miles away. However, they were unaware that this woman was Dana. We assumed someone had hit her and transported her to the hospital. Mary later recalled that John instructed her and his eldest daughter Sandra to go to the hospital while he remained near Dana's bike. When the ambulance arrived at the hospital, Dana's mother and older sister were already present. Doctors fought for Dana's life for 4.5 hours, but they were unable to save her. She was pronounced dead at 12:25 a.m. The official cause of death was blood loss from extensive traumatic injuries to the head, pelvis, and abdomen caused by a car accident. Dana's family went home and listened to the radio the next morning. They thought a car had hit their daughter, but the radio said Dana's death was not accidental. When John spoke with a local police officer, he was told nothing about Dana being hit by a car and that someone had taken advantage of her vulnerability afterwards. He had asked a police lieutenant if the attack was intentional. "You're listening to rumors," the lieutenant informed him. Dana's death was a shock to her family. Her death irreversibly altered their lives. However, they would later discover that another challenge awaited them: years of searching for suspects and trials. The police launched an extensive investigation, which local newspapers described as intense. The police discovered a T-shirt belonging to the criminal at the crime scene. Investigators then seized as evidence a sheet containing traces of sperm on which Dana was lying when she was brought to the hospital. Dana was also carrying seminal fluid in her body. Furthermore, a bite mark on her body resembled the teeth of the person who had attacked her. As a result, the authorities had the criminal's DNA sample, but it was from 1991. It didn't really help the investigation process. Another possible clue was the tire tracks where they discovered Dana's bike. Investigators interviewed residents in the hopes of finding witnesses who saw Dana being hit by a car, but no one witnessed this incident. Perhaps for some reason, they remained silent. The location of the bike and Dana's discovery was not a densely populated area, but rather a secluded location with a bad road where cars rarely traveled due to a lack of witnesses and evidence to help find the criminal. The investigation has come to a dead end. Anyone who provided information about the case would have received a reward, the amount of which increased over time. However, there was no breakthrough in this case. Later, in May 1994, John Gonsalves contacted Hawaii County Police. Gonsalves was involved in a high-profile case involving illegal drugs. Despite facing decades in prison, he received a suspended sentence. The reason for such leniency was that he informed the police that his half-brother, Frank Pauline, knew important information about the Dana Ireland case. According to Pauline, the attack on Dana was carried out by brothers Albert Ian Schweitzer and Sean Schweitzer. The Schweitzers lived next door to the Paulines, and they didn't get along. Frank Pauline claimed he was present when Schweitzer attacked Dana. They ran over Dana Ireland, loaded her into the trunk, and drove her to another location. He informed the police, so Albert Schweitzer, Sean Schweitzer, and Frank Pauline became the primary suspects. Following the latter statements, there was a 30-year period of events, so let's get to know Frank Pauline better. Frank Raymond Pauline Jr. was born April 27, 1973, in Fremont, California, to Frank Cesar and Patricia Pauline. Pauline was living in Pune, a few miles from where they discovered her, when the attack on Dana Ireland occurred, at the age of 20. Frank already had 3 sons. He first ran into trouble with the law when he was 9 years old. On February 8, 1983, he was caught in a burglary. You can see his entire track record up to the point of maturity on your screen. In February 1994, as he grew older, the gravity of his crimes increased. He received a 10-year sentence for harassment and robbery just over 2 years after Dana's death. These charges were unrelated to Dana Ireland, but they made it clear that Frank Pauline will not stop his criminal activities. During the sentencing hearing, prosecutors referred to him as a walking crime wave due to the number of crimes committed. Following the hearing, Pauline lived up to his new nickname. He walked out of court before being taken into custody to begin his prison sentence. He is classified as a fugitive. He was recaptured in Honolulu. A few days later, 3 months after Pauline was sentenced to 10 years, his brother, John Gonsalves, contacted the authorities and informed them that Frank had information about the Dana Ireland case. Pauline and Gonsalves decided that providing information about the Ireland case would help the first person avoid prison and the second get out earlier. Of course, the stepbrothers were untrustworthy sources of information. However, following a conversation with investigators, the case against John Gonsalves for illegal substances was closed. In the end, he received a suspended sentence. After Pauline stated that he had information about the Dana Ireland case, Big Island investigators went to Honolulu to speak with him, where the latter was in custody. They were interrogated for 90 minutes and asked to provide details about the day of the Dana attack. Because he claimed to have been present during the attack, they returned him to the Big Island, where he reconstructed the crime and showed detectives the locations he mentioned previously. Pauline told detectives that on December 24, 1991, brothers Albert E. and Sean Schweitzer picked him up at his home in a purple Volkswagen Beetle. Ian Schweitzer was driving, as he had previously stated. The trio came to a halt to take illegal drugs when they noticed a woman standing by the side of the road. We exited at an intersection heading towards Kappa Ho, and that is where we noticed a girl standing up. As we passed, my friend Ian looked to the side and said, "Whoa, look at that girl," then we continued down the road. Pauline explained that they turned around because Ian wanted to talk to the woman. They were driving back at about 4,045 miles per hour when Ian Schweitzer, the driver, failed to brake in time and collided with Dana Ireland. Schweitzer's left the car, loaded her into the trunk in front, and drove away. After a few miles, they came to a halt and pulled Dana out of the car. She was still alive. Pauline stated that, unlike the Schweitzer brothers, he did not get intimate with the victim. And yet, he said something that had serious consequences. He claimed that Schweitzer insisted he find a tire iron and hit the victim on the head to end her suffering. After that, they allegedly returned to the car and drove away. All of his testimony was on paper, and Pauline signed a statement stating that he testified voluntarily. Nobody forced or promised him anything, and he was not under the influence of illegal drugs or alcohol. After Pauline began cooperating with the police, he was transferred to the Maui Community Correctional Center for his own safety, as prison officials claimed he was a problem for management and had received threats from fellow inmates. Frank Pauline retracted his story in July 1996, just over 2 years after Gonsalves' statement to the police, claiming that he made it up because his stepbrother asked him to help him avoid jail. He claimed that, although he was not present at the time of the attack, he knew who was responsible. He confessed that he was only there to make them believe him. "And my brother is telling me that the worst thing that can happen to you is that they charge you with perjury," Pauline stated. However, perjury was not one of the crimes charged against him on July 30, 1997. He was charged with the murder of Dana Ireland after signing a confession in which he admitted to hitting her on the head with a tire iron. Later that year, the Schweitzer brothers also faced charges. They denied any involvement in the case, saying they were with their family on December 24, 1991. It is worth noting that the police had reason to believe Pauline lied when he claimed he participated in the crime alongside the Schweitzer brothers. After all, when investigators took him to the Big Island, he couldn't show the exact location where they hid Dana or where people later found it. But Pauline signed the confession, resulting in charges against him. Realizing his stepbrother was wrong, he stated that the only thing he could be accused of was perjury. He retracts his confession. Meanwhile, Gonçalves followed the script. As a result, the police dropped the primary charge of illegal substance conspiracy against him. He testified against his half-brother, Frank Pauline, during the trial. DNA testing technology was less advanced at the time than it is now. Shortly after the arrest, authorities obtained DNA samples from Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers. The Hawaii County Prosecutor's Office also examined biological fluids from the gurney sheath used to transport Dana Ireland to the hospital, as well as swabs taken from her body. The police were taken aback when they received a report stating that the DNA of Frank Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers did not match that of the criminal. Based on these findings, the charges against these three men were dropped. However, the investigation continued. They simply stated that someone else must be involved. Additionally, other evidence did not point to these three men. The Schweitzer brothers and Pauline's teeth prints did not match what investigators believed to be a bite mark on the victim's chest. The police discovered no traces of Dana Ireland's blood or hair in Albert Ian Schweitzer's Volkswagen, which he acquired only a month after her death. Perhaps pressure from the Ireland family, the public, and the press influenced how events unfolded. Albert Ian Schweitzer was 20 years old at the time of Dana Ireland's death, and his only criminal record included traffic violations such as resisting a traffic stop and racing on the road. Sean Schweitzer was 16 years old when Dana died, and Sean was 23 when the brothers were charged in the Ireland case. At the time, the police charged him with fourth-degree assault in an unrelated case, specifically inappropriate touching of a girl. In the latter case, he was sentenced to 180 days in prison and a year of probation. The girl was 15 years old when the incident occurred, and Sean was 16. Thus, despite the negative DNA test, all three suspects in Dana Ireland's death broke the law at some point. It, of course, did not help them clear their names. 5 days after Frank Pauline made his first statement to police, investigators raided the Schweitzer family home. They seized Ian's 1957 Volkswagen Beetle as evidence. Despite knowing Frank Pauline, both brothers told the police that they were not with him. Sean said he was at home on Christmas Eve, while Ian said he was either at home or at his uncle's house. Ian also told the cops how he got his car. First, I denied doing any bodywork on the vehicle. His car was purple when he first got it. But because it was not his color, he decided to paint it yellow. Schweitzer's lawyers believed Frank Pauline's accusation was motivated by family animosity. Despite this, the prosecutors moved forward on May 5, 1999, a few days before the statute of limitations expired for some of the crimes committed against Dana Ireland. The police received what they believed to be another breakthrough in the case. They received the statement from a prisoner named Michael Ortiz, who was Gonçalves' accomplice. He was in the same cell as Schweitzer before the police dropped the charges against him, in conversations with authorities. Ortiz claimed that Albert Ian Schweitzer confessed to him what he had done based on his testimony. Only 2 weeks later, Frank Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers were charged again in the Dana Ireland case. Following this, some people harbored suspicions and distrust toward the authorities. After all, they obtained information from a questionable source just a few days before the statute of limitations expired. It seemed overly convenient. Frank Pauline was the first to appear in court. The trial was highly emotional. Pauline maintained his innocence, telling the court that he lied when he confessed to Diana's death. On the witness stand, Mary Ireland recalled receiving the first call about what had happened to her daughter. She said something terrible had happened. Ireland said she saw a bicycle, a shoe, and hair on the road. However, the witnesses who linked Pauline to the crime had questionable backgrounds, and some stood to benefit greatly from pointing the finger. Among those who benefited from Pauline's conviction was his half-brother Gonçalves, who testified for the prosecution. Witness William Chung, who also testified against Pauline, stated that Frank admitted his involvement in the crime. However, when asked if he saw Pauline in court, he pointed to another person. Although Frank Pauline was present, the jury also discovered Dana Ireland's bike shorts, top underwear, and Jimmy's t-shirt at the scene. Not one of those items contained DNA from Pauline or Schweitzer. To address the lack of scientific evidence, Deputy Prosecutor Lincoln Ashita maintained that Jimmy's t-shirt and Dana Ireland's blood belonged to Pauline. "We are not afraid of the evidence, rather, we embrace it." Ashita stated that the same DNA technology works for both the defense and the prosecution. Pauline's lawyer objected, claiming the t-shirt was not even Frank's size. Nonetheless, the jury concluded that the evidence and assumptions presented during the trial were sufficient to convict Pauline. Despite forensic evidence indicating that Pauline made a false confession, he was found guilty and sentenced to 180 years. The next was Albert Ian Schweitzer's trial. He was aware that, despite the lack of physical evidence, Frank Pauline had been sentenced to 180 years in prison. Schweitzer was surprised when prosecutors offered him a plea bargain. However, he refused. Continuing to insist on Schweitzer's innocence, the prosecutor claimed that Schweitzer's Volkswagen Beetle struck Dana and then drove her to a fishing trail where she was discovered. All of this occurred despite several facts. First, witnesses saw another car, a pickup truck, near where they found Dana. Second, analysis of Schweitzer's car revealed no evidence of his involvement in this case, and E only became the official owner of Volkswagen in January 1992. Ian Schweitzer was sentenced to 130 years in prison in 2000, based on the testimony of Michael Ortiz, who claimed to have heard Schweitzer's confession and the allegedly unusual circumstance of scratches on his car's bumper. Sean Schweitzer accepted a plea deal after his older brother was convicted. He and his family changed their minds and decided not to pursue his innocence, fearing that the justice system would fail them again. Sean Schweitzer eventually pleaded guilty to lesser charges of kidnapping and involuntary deprivation of life. Sean Schweitzer agreed to accuse his brother and Frank Pauline of Dana's death and submit to a polygraph test to demonstrate his honesty in confessing to the crime and reporting the details. As stated in court documents, the test was administered on March 24, 2000, by a polygraph examiner from the State Attorney General's office. Sean Schweitzer's account of what happened was not truthful. In other words, he lied about his role in Dana Ireland's death. However, despite failing the test, he was offered a plea deal, and here's why. Deputy Prosecutor Lincoln Ashita gave the judge a different statement. According to court transcripts, Ashita stated that Schweitzer passed the polygraph, indicating that he was not deceptive in any of the questions. Sean Schweitzer was sentenced to 5 years probation, with 18 months of credit for time served. Sean told Hawaii News in an interview after his release that the agreement with the prosecutor's office was made by his family. In a single sentence 130 years later, his brother I recalled how he thought imprisoning both brothers was pointless. Ian stated that losing both sons would be even more stressful for his parents, and they would not survive it. He supported the family's decision and told Sean to follow the prosecutor's instructions to avoid spending the rest of his life in prison. Sean is still remorseful for making the deal and testifying against his brother. And as the months and years passed, he and his family struggled to deal with the stains left by this case. "I endured years of disappointment and struggled to find work." Sean Schweitzer said that community members made comments about the case for years afterward. Dana's father, John, died in 2000, at 76. Following his daughter's death, he became an advocate for crime victims' rights. He also worked on passing a law governing the statute of limitations for violent crimes. Ian Schweitzer and his family refused to accept his wrongful conviction and continued to fight. In 2005, Ian Schweitzer sought a case review from the Innocence Project. 5 years later, in 2010, work on this project began to gain momentum. Law students, lawyers, and professors at the University of Hawaii studied old documents from the Dana Ireland case investigation. The prosecutors in Hawaii County allowed them to do their job. They allowed the Innocence Project to look into the case to see if the wrong people were convicted. Year after year passed, but the work to achieve justice continued. Dana's mother, Mary Louise Crank Ireland, died on October 10, 2016, aged 92. Throughout Ian Schweitzer's many years in prison, his parents attempted to visit him as often as possible. However, the visit ended when he was transferred from Hawaii prison to Saguaro in Loe, Arizona. The long flight and drive from Phoenix were difficult for them, particularly Linda Schweitzer, who was battling breast cancer at the time. That one time in Arizona prison, her son said something to her that still hurts. He said, "Mom, don't come back. I don't want to see you walk away from me." On January 23, 2023, 23 years after the jury found Albert Ian Schweitzer guilty, his legal team filed a motion requesting that the judge overturn the conviction based on new evidence and information. The court hearing took place the next day. A few hours after Ian's team filed the motion, a state deputy sheriff transported Schweitzer from Arizona's Saguaro Correctional Center and escorted him on several flights to Hilo. They made it in time for the hearing. After a long night at the hotel, his family met at the Hilo courthouse. The next morning, they were eager to see Ian Schweitzer, who had only arrived on the island hours before. He was wearing an Aloha shirt provided by his legal team. Schweitzer smiled when he entered the courtroom. His legal team presented new evidence in court. Nancy Den, a DNA expert, testified at the trial. They retested all of the items using advanced methods that had not been used in the previous tests. The technology was better explained and improved in the sense that we can now see things that we couldn't see before. In 2000, the authorities stated that there was too much Dana Ireland's blood on the t-shirt, which is why no DNA of Frank Pauline or the Schweitzer brothers was found on it. However, scientists who studied the Innocence Project evidence used modern technology to distinguish Dana Ireland's DNA from other DNA found on t-shirts. They discovered seminal fluid and sweat from the armpit on it. Nancy Dean, a DNA expert, testified that the DNA on the t-shirt and Dana's body belonged to the same person. However, this person was not Frank Pauline or one of the Schweitzer brothers. Following his statement, a tire tread expert testified remotely, telling the court that Schweitzer's Volkswagen could not have left tracks at both crime scenes. In his opinion, a larger vehicle, such as a truck, SUV, or van, left those tracks. Dentist Adam Freeman was the last to testify. Ireland had an injury on her left breast that prosecutors initially believed was a human bite mark. But Freeman claimed it was not a bite mark. This case exemplifies poor forensic science, as the bite marks are flawed. He testified late in the evening, and after the witnesses finished testifying, District Court Judge Peter Kubota announced his decision. The new DNA evidence, the tire tread evidence, the bite mark evidence, and Sean Schweitzer's recantation all demonstrate that in a new trial, a jury would most likely return acquittal. Kubota informed the court that Albert Ian Schweitzer's conviction has been vacated, and he will be released immediately. Ian Schweitzer was suddenly set free with those words, 23 years after a jury found him guilty and 25 years after he was arrested. The judge then addressed Ian Schweitzer with moving words. "You have 1/3 of your life ahead of you. You can either live it angry and resentful of the process or the people who put you there, or you can live it with newfound freedom." Kubota suggested that since you have your entire family here, you hug and love them, live a fulfilling life, and make the most of the next third of your life. Schweitzer, now free of the handcuffs, hugged his lawyers first, then his family members, some of whom he hadn't seen in decades. His mother cried in his arms. Ian, who was very young when his father went to prison, was present in court when they hugged. Sean, his younger brother, was also present, with a smile and open arms. Following Ian's acquittal, his brother, Sean's lawyer, is also seeking to clear his criminal record. Frank Pauline died in prison in New Mexico in 2015. On April 27, 2015, inmate Daniel Hood, who is serving time for killing 2 people, attacked Frank Pauline, hitting him 3 times in the back of the head with a rock while they were all in the recreation yard at the Southern New Mexico Correctional Facility in Las Cruces. They were cellmates. Hood attacked Pauline because he believed he was a snitch. The medical staff at the prison was unable to save Pauline, and his family's lawyer intends to file a petition for his posthumous rehabilitation. Ian Schweitzer claims that the transition from prisoner to free person is arduous, and that adjusting to life outside the prison walls is more difficult than he anticipated. He claims to struggle with anxiety on a daily basis. Schweitzer may be eligible for compensation for wrongful imprisonment, which allows rehabilitated individuals to receive $50,000 for each year spent in prison. However, the process is not easy. and his lawyers are working to ensure that he receives compensation. 3 decades later, the Dana Ireland case remains open, and investigators are hopeful that new methods of DNA testing and genealogy will allow them to find the person who destroyed the Ireland family's life. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in 2021. In Georgia, United States, Mariam Abdulrab was heading home after a shift at a bar. She arrived at her house but did not have time to enter it. What happened to her had a significant social impact. Unfortunately, Mariam was one of those whose deaths prompted the authorities to recognize that the laws against certain groups of people were insufficiently harsh. Georgia enacted Mariam's law before the criminal appeared in court, and the case was only recently resolved. Mariam Abdulrab was a 27-year-old bartender at the Reverie VR bar in Midtown Atlanta. Her co-workers and loyal customers adored her. Mariam was an outgoing individual who could always strike up a conversation. That is how her best friend, Alicia Kim, described her. She is the most compassionate person in the world. She would literally hand you the shirt off her back. She was a daughter, younger and older sister, girlfriend, and best friend. She worked in the service industry. She was aware that waiters and bartenders also rely on tips, so she's always been very generous with her own money. Mariam and her boyfriend, Jerry Antoine, lived in the park in Atlanta on August 13, 2021. She finished her night shift around 5 a.m. and drove home. She had to drive about 5 miles on a route she was familiar with. Unfortunately, nothing went right this time. When Mariam arrived at her house, another car pulled up behind her. She did not have time to go inside. Someone kidnapped her in front of her boyfriend. Jerry Antoine called the Atlanta Police Department's 911 operator to report a kidnapping. He stated that his girlfriend was kidnapped in front of his home at 501 Borough Street. He described the kidnapper's vehicle as looking like a Ford Escort or a Jeep. Antoine was shocked and distressed by the incident, repeatedly asking for assistance and expressing concern for his girlfriend's safety. Jerry Antoine gave his contact information and stated that he witnessed the kidnapping. He described seeing his girlfriend being forced into a black SUV by a man wearing a security shirt and wielding a gun. The operator instructed Antoine to remain calm and asked him a series of questions to learn more about the incident. Antoine confirmed that his girlfriend had called him 5 minutes prior to her arrival. He heard commotion outside, looked out his window, and saw the kidnapping taking place. The operator confirmed Jerry Antoine's address as 501 Borough Street South. Antoine mentioned that he was attempting to track his girlfriend's location using his phone but was unsure if she had dropped it. The operator assured him that a unit would be dispatched to his location soon to provide additional assistance. Shortly after that 911 call, police officers crowded the area where Mariam had been abducted. The authorities attempted to take all necessary steps to resolve this case because the chances of finding the girl dwindled with each passing minute. Nobody knew the criminals' motivations or what they were up to. In terms of motivations and so on, I do not know. Deputy Chief Charles Hampton Jr. told reporters immediately following the incident. Alicia Kim, Miriam's best friend, posted these words on one of her social networking pages. "My best friend was kidnapped last night at her home in Grant Park. She currently works as a bartender at Reverie and previously worked at Mother's Church. If you've met her, you know she's an amazing person. After her shift, she went to a gas station and someone followed her home. And as she approached her door, she was taken. Please send me any videos you may have of her from last night. If you see her in any vehicle, please contact the authorities." Detectives attempted to identify the abductor. According to one version, Mariam was a random victim who the perpetrator encountered at a gas station. Investigators discovered CCTV footage that captured the moment of the abduction. Mariam arrives at her home and exits the car, as seen in the video. A moment later, another car approached the house. The driver exits, grabs Miriam, and leads her to the vehicle. The car then disappears, backing away. Everything happened in a matter of seconds, and it was terrifying. Miriam was practically at the door of her home when she was kidnapped in cold blood. While the police were speaking with Miriam's boyfriend, 911 received 2 additional phone calls from the same area. The woman informed the operator that she had heard at least 4 loud bangs, which she believed were gunshots. About 5 hours after Miriam's kidnapping, another man called 911 and gave critical information. About 5 hours after Miriam's abduction, the woman who called 911 reported hearing what she thought were 4 gunshots. Later, another man called 911 from the corner of Lakewood Avenue South and Terrace Way South, near an abandoned house. He requested police and ambulance assistance, mentioning that the location was across the street from the Boys and Girls Club and near an Exxon gas station. He explained that the abandoned home was boarded up. The caller, Robert Dixon, described seeing a Caucasian woman lying face down near a mailbox while walking his dog. He described her clothing and appearance, noting that she appeared unconscious and could be a teenager or in her early 20s. He stated that he had not touched her and was unsure whether she was breathing. He was concerned about the lack of movement from her chest or back, as well as the presence of blood around her upper body. The dispatcher told him to wait for paramedics and offered reassurance. Dixon expressed concern about the woman's position, with her face and nostrils against the ground, which could limit her ability to breathe. The tragic news was confirmed at a press conference on the same day by Deputy Chief Charles Hampton, Jr., the Division Commander for Criminal Investigations. He stated that when they arrived at the scene, they found a deceased female in her mid-20s, whom they now believe to be the same person kidnapped from 501 Borough Street. He expressed his condolences to the victim's family, recognizing the immense difficulty they must be experiencing. Unfortunately, Miriam had no chance of surviving. The perpetrator fired several fatal shots at her. Miriam's body was discovered near an abandoned house, about 1.5 miles from her home. At the same time, police officers were pursuing at high speeds. The driver broke traffic laws and refused to stop when officers ordered him to do so. The chase ended when the driver rammed another car, and an ambulance transported him and 2 passengers from the second car to the hospital. The driver, who attempted to flee the police, was apprehended after receiving medical attention. Investigators believed he was responsible for Miriam Abdulrab's abduction and death. Miriam had her entire life ahead of her, but now her family and friends must mourn her. Miriam's friends, co-workers, and family members have spoken out in the aftermath of her death, describing her as a kind and compassionate individual. "My daughter was the most loving and peaceful person I knew." Her father, colleague Abdul Rab Reverie, said she didn't deserve this. VR Bar also used Instagram to mourn the death of an employee. The post shared a photo of Miriam and wrote, "Our hearts are truly broken at the loss of a dear friend and family member, Mary, who brought light to every single person she came into contact with and will be missed forever. We will be closed this weekend to grieve and cherish our final moments with her. Please stay safe, everyone." Dylan Knight, the bar manager, claimed that every eye looked forward to seeing Miriam at work on both sides of the bar because she had a big heart and would go out of her way to assist or provide for others. DeMarcus Brinkley, 27, was believed by police to be responsible for Miriam Abdulrab's abduction and death. After 4 days at Wellstar Atlanta Medical Center, Brinkley was booked into Fulton County Jail on 6 counts, including deprivation of life. According to the state Supreme Court ruling, as he fled from police, Brinkley allegedly told his mother that he did not want to stop for officers because he did not want to return to prison. Brinkley had previously served 7 years in prison. They released him just over a year before Miriam died in 2014. He pleaded guilty to 1 count of child molestation and received a 7-year sentence. According to court records, Brinkley was arrested on suspicion of molesting a 7-year-old girl in 2012. In 2013, they discovered him on top of a naked 6-year-old girl. In 2015, he pleaded guilty to child molestation. During one of the court sessions, Brinkley's defense attorney informed the judge that his client was one of 12 children. According to court records, the Georgia Division of Family and Children's Services removed him from his mother's care. When he was a teenager, he was admitted to a residential treatment program for children with severe emotional and behavioral problems. He stopped attending school in the 9th grade. The defense attorney also stated that Brinkley had a history of abuse by her stepfather. The state recommended that Brinkley serve 15 years in prison, followed by 15 years of probation. Despite this, the court sentenced Brinkley to only 15 years in prison and 8 years on probation. He also needed to register as a sex offender. Offenders are assigned to levels 1, 2, or 3 based on their risk of a repeat offense. Level 1 indicates a low risk of reoffense. Level 2 indicates a moderate risk of reoffense. Level 3, or sexually dangerous predator, has a high risk of reoffending, whereas some states level sex offenders on the day of sentencing and Georgia levels sex offenders after they are released from prison. Thus, after being released from prison in 2020, Brinkley was required to register as a sex offender, but he never received a risk level assessment. That's why Miriam's brother, Ali Abdulrab, thought there were ways to prevent what happened to his sister. "What happened to my sister was avoidable." Ali stated that it had broken my family. She was simply overjoyed. She always had a way of making people feel special. She was finally becoming the woman she aspired to be, and everyone around her could tell she was getting ready to live her dream life. Ali Abdulrab stated that it still does not appear real. It's still difficult to talk about. Brinkley has dealt with a wide range of state officials throughout his life, from judges in the courtroom to mental health counselors. Ali Abdul-Rab believes that his sister would still be alive today. If any of them handled his previous convictions differently, Miriam's family has advocated for changes to state laws to prevent similar crimes in the future. While DeMarcus Brinkley was still awaiting trial in May 2023, Georgia's Governor, Brian Kemp, signed legislation imposing new restrictions on convicted sex offenders. House Bill 188, also known as Miriam's Law, improved ways to track these individuals. The law requires sex offenders who have not undergone a risk assessment to wear an ankle monitor. After receiving their assessment, the most dangerous offenders are required to wear the monitor throughout their probationary period. Lower-level offenders may have them removed if approved by the State Department of Community Supervision. Her brother, Ali Abdul-Rab, stated that love always wins. The love Mary left behind played a significant role in the passage of this law. It will play an important role in preventing similar crimes to Miriam's. I believe it will save lives. There may be more DeMarcus Brinkleys out there. Ali stated that we don't want this to happen to anyone else. We immediately wondered why this guy was out walking freely in the first place, and we hear he works in security. This is insane. Ali said it hurt even more knowing that this guy slipped through the cracks in our system. DeMarcus Brinkley reached an agreement, pleading guilty to several charges during the trial in November 2023. On December 5, 2023, the court sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years and an additional 15 years. Miriam's family was dissatisfied with the verdict, which is understandable. A criminal with a long track record may be able to leave prison one day. Michael Sidon, Mary's brother Ali, and Abdul-Rab responded to the plea agreement reached by prosecutors and his sister's killer in a text message to Channel 2. We weren't pleased with the outcome of the sentencing. After all of this time waiting for a trial, DeMarcus Brinkley decided to plead guilty in the hopes of being granted parole one day after serving his life sentence for 30 years plus 15. Despite hearing the details of everything he has done in court, they still allow him to have the one thing that will make his time in prison a little more bearable. In these situations, it is easy to place the blame on the criminal. But the reason my sister was murdered in the first place was that a judge in court did not accept the prosecution's recommendation for his previous charges of sexually assaulting 2 children. The ruling in this recent case is all too familiar, and it appears that the judge's only goal is to make everyone happy. More so for the criminal defense attorneys, who I'm sure will take this as a victory. I understand that their role is to promote fairness and justice for their clients, but at what cost? The criminal justice system, as I understand it, is a never-ending cycle of injustice and reconsideration. particularly for potential victims and those who suffer. Our family believes it is not fair to the children whom this monster has harmed. It wasn't fair to my sister who had her entire life taken from her. Mariam Abdulrab is more than a crime statistic. She is a real person with real family and friends who care deeply about her. The defendant will spend the rest of his life in prison and away from our community, where he has proven himself to be a serious threat to the public. According to District Attorney Fonnie Willis, nothing can be done to restore Mary Ann's life, which was tragically taken away from her, her family, and her friends. We hope that knowing that her killer will spend the rest of her life paying for her murder will provide some comfort. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A student who came to visit her family for a holiday went for a run and disappeared. Without a trace, the residents of the small village were shaken by this event, as nothing like this had ever happened in their area before detectives began an investigation that lasted for many years. And it was only after 28 years that everyone learned the gruesome truth that shocked the residents of the small village. Mandy Stavik was born on April 16, 1971, in the American city of Bellingham, Washington. She grew up in a large family with loving parents, 2 brothers and a sister. Soon after Mandy's birth, her parents decided to move to a town called Palmer, Alaska. This place was known for its picturesque nature, safety, and the unity of its few thousand residents. The family lived in this town for several years, but when Mandy was 3 years old, her parents decided to divorce, and she stayed with her mother. Nevertheless, she continued to see her father almost every day. A year later, a terrible tragedy struck their family. Mandy's 17-year-old brother went on a hunting trip and disappeared. The police later found his body, which had almost 20 bullet wounds. Despite all the investigators' efforts to solve the case, they could not find any suspects for Mandy's family. This event was a real shock, but she continued to grow up joyful and active. She excelled academically, participated in many sports, and played various musical instruments. When Mandy was 12 years old, her mother decided to move back to Washington, but this time to a small village called Acme, whose population at that time was less than 300 people, and all the residents knew each other well. There were practically no serious crimes in this place, and the woman decided that she and her 3 children would be better off there. Mandy enrolled in the local school, quickly made friends, continued to play sports, joined the school music group, and became a cheerleader. In addition, she loved the local nature and enjoyed going for runs towards the picturesque river. When Mandy was 17 years old, another tragedy struck her family after the divorce. Her father stayed in Palmer and started a new family with several children. In 1988, Mandy's stepbrother drowned in a river. It was another blow for her and reminded her of her older brother's death after graduating from high school. Mandy enrolled at Central Washington University in 1989, which was 3 hours away from her home. She wanted to become a pilot and strove to get straight A's. She lived in a dormitory, but whenever she had the chance, she visited her family. At the end of November, she came home to spend Thanksgiving with her relatives and planned to stay there for a few more days. On November 24th, the day after the holiday, Mandy decided to go for a run. Usually her mother accompanied her and rode her bike next to her, but this time she stayed home because her sister had come to visit her briefly, so Mandy set off alone, taking the family's German Shepherd with her usual route, started from home and ran along the road to the river, after which he turned around and ran back, totaling about 5 kilometers. Usually the run takes less than an hour, but this time Mandy was clearly delayed. When her brother returned home, he was surprised that Mandy was still not back. He was visiting a friend whose house was located along the road. The brother saw Mandy run back towards home, but after a few minutes she ran in the opposite direction. He thought she decided to do another lap, but even considering that she should have returned home much earlier than him, as time passed, Mandy's relatives began to seriously worry about her, in addition to the fact that she had never run for so long before. She had plans for the evening before heading home for the holiday. She invited her dorm mate, who came with her. They were planning to go to a neighboring town that day to meet with friends. 2 hours later, something happened that made the whole family worry even more. Their German Shepherd returned home without Mandy, which was extremely strange, the mother of a young woman who had already lost a child once. decided to immediately contact the police, and despite Mandy being 18 years old, the sheriff agreed to start the search right after the woman's call. Meanwhile, the mother began calling literally every resident of the village and asking if they had seen her daughter. Upon hearing that Mandy had disappeared, many of them went out into the street and quickly organized their own search together with the young woman's relatives. They walked along the route she had run several times, but she was not found. Meanwhile, the police began questioning people close to Mandy. They learned that the young woman had a boyfriend named Rick, whom she'd been dating since high school. The young woman's mother also said that the couple had broken up and got him back together again. The investigators spoke with him but found no reason to suspect the young man. They questioned several other people while combing the area with the villagers. By that time, people on SUVs, horses, and helicopters had joined the search. The local dog handler even tried to work with a shepherd dog, hoping that it would lead them to Mandy. However, the dog was clearly frightened and did not want to leave the porch of its house. The search continued until late at night, but it yielded no results. The next day it continued, and the police managed to find the first worrying clue. Volunteers found women's sports bands on one of the back roads. They were covered in mud, looked old, and had several holes. The pants were immediately shown to Mandy's mother, but she hesitated to say that they belonged to her daughter. Despite this, the police still sent them to the laboratory, where experts found traces of male semen on them. Detectives immediately asked for DNA samples from all the men who were familiar with Mandy and were in the area, but no matches were found. The FBI's general database, which contains DNA of convicted criminals, did not exist yet that year, so investigators could not do anything with this clue. Meanwhile, specialists with search dogs began to participate in the search, and soon they discovered a new lead. They managed to find traces of the young woman on the dirt road as well as the tracks of her sheepdog. But there was one strange moment when their tracks stopped at the same place. From this, only one conclusion could be drawn. Mandy must have gotten into someone's car. Detectives suggested that she may have been abducted and forced into a car, but experts disproved this assumption, as there would have been a different scene at the point where the tracks ended, as the young woman should have resisted. In reality, it looked as though she got into the car of her own accord, meaning that the driver could have met someone she knew on the third day of the surge. Police, along with firefighters, began searching the nearby river that flowed alongside the road where the young woman was last seen. They made a distressing discovery about 5 kilometers downstream from the village. They noticed a female body in the water. After retrieving it, they immediately realized that it was Mandy, as she was naked except for her socks and sneakers. The police did not see any serious injuries except for several large scratches on her legs. In connection with this, they began to speculate that the young woman could have drowned, but this version made no sense. First, it was the end of November, and the water in the river was very cold, so Mandy could not have gone into it voluntarily, especially without clothes. In addition, the depth of the river in that place was significantly lower than human height, and the young woman could have stood there safely. Medical experts examined the victim's body and found a head injury, which was most likely caused by a strong blow. However, they determined that this injury could not have been the cause of death. In the end, the experts concluded that the young woman died of suffocation in the water. In other words, she drowned. In addition, the medical experts found evidence of violence against the victim and were able to extract biological material from the perpetrator, as well as detect male DNA under the victim's fingernails. Based on all this, the police developed the most likely version of what happened. Someone kidnapped Mandy on the road, dragged her into a car, and drove her to the river, where an unknown perpetrator subjected her to violence. After that, the young woman managed to escape, evidenced by the scratches on her legs, most likely caused by prickly vegetation along the riverbank. At some point, the criminal caught up to Mandy, hit her on the head, and threw her into the water. Forensic experts identified a DNA profile and compared it to samples from everyone who was in any way connected to the case in total. They checked over 30 men, but no matches were found. Police continued to search for any leads by questioning all residents of the village and surrounding areas. Apart from Mandy's brother, another Acme resident saw her on the day of her disappearance. The man parked near his house and saw the young woman running along the road when she disappeared from view. A dark pickup truck drove past. At that moment, the man did not attach any importance to it, but after Mandy's murder, he shared his observation with the police. He could now remember the model of the pickup truck and refused to provide detectives with his DNA sample. This behavior seemed suspicious, and they obtained a court order to compel the man to give his DNA. However, it did not match the sample found on the victim's body. The murder received active media coverage, and Unfortunately, they all led to dead ends. and as a result, the investigation dragged on for years. Detectives were unable to identify any serious suspects, although they continued to actively consider various candidates. At some point, investigators speculated that an unknown serial killer known as the Green River Killer might be behind the crime. He was suspected of killing dozens of young women, and he often dumped their bodies in rivers. However, no evidence in favor of this version often dumped their bodies in rivers. Even when the killer was caught and his identity became known, investigators could not link him to Mandy's murder due to the lack of evidence and new suspects. The investigation into this case stopped for many years. Periodically, detectives retrieved it from the archives, trying to find some fresh ideas, but it did not produce any results. In 2009, 20 years after Mandy's death, a new detective from the local police department reopened the investigation. Given that no new evidence had emerged over the past 2 decades, he decided to take a different approach together with his colleagues. They went around the entire village and surrounding areas, asking every male resident to provide their DNA sample. The detective's plan was quite simple. He understood that the killer of Mandy was most likely a local resident, and if they collected DNA samples from literally every man, there was a decent chance of finding the culprit among them. Considering that there were only a few hundred men living in the village and its surroundings, this task seemed quite straightforward, but in practice it turned out to be much more difficult. It took the police a whole 4 years to check all the men, and in the end, they didn't get a single match. The detectives realized that in 20 years since the murder, the killer could have moved somewhere else or even died, so they began to dig through archives and try to track down literally every man who lived in the area at the time of 1989. In 2013, the police received an unexpected lead. 2 women who grew up in the same village as Mandy went to a water park with their children. As they chatted, they remembered the infamous murder and began to discuss it. At some point, one of the women said that she suspected who might have killed Mandy. The other replied that she also suspected a specific person, and they both named the same person, Timothy Bass. At the time of the murder, he was 21 years old and lived just a few houses away from the victim. The women were shocked that they had been suspecting the same person all this time, but even more interesting were the reasons why they considered Timothy to be the culprit. One of the women said that Timothy had been hitting on her when they were teenagers once when she was in a car with Timothy. And some other friends, he began to aggressively pursue her and make advances. The other friends intervened, and since then, the woman had been seriously afraid of being near this person. The second woman's story was even more shocking. Several years after Mandy's murder, when the woman was already living with her husband and their newborn baby, Timothy knocked on her door one evening. While her husband was at work, the woman was not surprised by his visit since he and her husband were friends. Timothy said that he had been passing by after hunting and needed to use the phone. The woman let him in, but Timothy started to behave strangely. Instead of making a call, he stood there with the phone in his hand and then put it down. He then began to tell the woman that he had been in love with her for a long time and offered to engage in a sexual relationship. She refused and demanded that he leave, but Timothy continued to insist aggressively. The woman then threatened to call the police, and only after that did he leave their home. Sharing these stories, they decided to go to the police together and talk about their suspicions about Timothy. When asked why they waited so long, the women replied that they were not sure of his involvement in the murder. In such a small community, they would never be forgiven if they accused an innocent person of murder. So none of them dared to share this information. Detectives immediately became interested in this person and noticed something interesting. During the initial investigation, none of their colleagues interviewed Timothy or asked him to provide a DNA sample. This was very strange. The young man did not appear in old police reports, despite being acquainted with the victim, living nearby and his house being next to the same road that the young woman ran on. Digging deeper, investigators also found that Mandy was friends with his younger brother Tom. Another suspicious moment was that Timothy moved to another city less than 2 months after the murder. Perhaps this was the reason why the guy remained out of the police's sight. At that time, they were busy with a huge amount of leads and checking people who voluntarily cooperated with them. Timothy settled in the town of Emerson, located 40 kilometers from his old home. Shortly before moving, he married and eventually had 3 children. Opening his criminal history, detectives found another alarming fact. In 2010, his wife filed a statement with the police that Timothy had beaten her, their children, but the investigators were most surprised by one small detail contained in this statement. In it, his wife described why Timothy was a danger to their family. Among the stories of domestic violence She briefly mentioned her husband's strange behavior while watching documentary crime films. When they watched similar programs together, Timothy constantly criticized criminals for how poorly they commit murders, leaving behind a lot of evidence. The man also loved to say that he would never make the same mistakes and would not have been caught. After studying all this information, the detectives began to seriously consider his involvement in Mandy's murder. They went to his house to ask a series of questions and request a voluntary DNA sample, and that's when the most interesting part began. Timothy claimed that he did not remember the crime and could not even remember who Mandy Stavik was. This statement immediately made detectives doubt his words. First of all the residents of the village, with a population of less than 300, knew each other. Secondly, Timothy lived just a few houses away from the Stavik family, and it was simply impossible to imagine that he did not know her. Moreover, after the murder, this case was talked about not only in the village itself but also in all neighboring towns. It was the first such crime in the area in many years, and for local residents this topic remained number one for many months. Therefore, detectives did not hurry to believe the man's words, and they asked him to provide a DNA sample, but Timothy refused, which aroused even more suspicion. Unfortunately, they had absolutely no evidence that could link him to the murder, so investigators could not obtain a court order that would require the man to provide his DNA. Then they decided to go another way. Detectives found out that Timothy had worked as a courier at a bakery located in a neighboring town for many years. They went there and talked to the manager, asking him to provide them with information about Timothy's routes for the next few days. The police planned to track him and get some items on which the man could leave his DNA. They did not tell the manager which particular crime their employee was suspected of. Detectives only said that an investigation was underway, but the woman refused to provide this information without the permission of higher management. The police contacted them and demanded a court order. Thus, investigators were again at a dead end. They continued to study Timothy's biography and try to find new clues that would allow them to obtain the much-needed court decision, but other attempts led to nothing, and the case was stalled for several more years. In 2015, the police came to his house again, asked a few questions, and requested a DNA sample, but he refused again. It continued until 2017 when something unexpected happened. A woman named Kim Wagner, who was a manager at the bakery, went to a bar with her husband and friends, all of whom used to live in Acme and were around the same age as Mandy when she was murdered. At some point, they started talking about the case, which had haunted the locals for decades. Suddenly, one of the friends mentioned Timothy Bass, who lived near the victim's home, and it dawned on Kim when the police came to her workplace and asked for information about his whereabouts. She didn't even think it could be related to Mandy Stavik's murder, and then Kim started thinking that her colleague was the killer. This thought stayed with her for a long time. At some point, detectives came to her workplace again, hoping that she had changed her position since their previous conversation, and their hope was justified. Kim invited the investigators to her office and asked directly, "Do they suspect Timothy of killing Mandy?" The police were surprised but did not deny it, and then the woman provided them with all the necessary information and interesting observations about her colleague. She had known the man for many years and always found him strange when one of her friends mentioned that Bass lived near Mandy's home. During those years, she began to seriously consider his involvement in the case, so she decided to help the investigators. The detective started following Timothy and new difficulties emerged. He always wore gloves at work, which prevented experts from taking a DNA sample from objects he touched. The also did not smoke, so the police could not even obtain a cigarette butt with his saliva. Bass did not even have a workplace in the bakery since he worked exclusively on delivering products. In addition, another strange fact complicated the investigators' task. Timothy never threw away his garbage at work. He stored it in his van and took it home. The detectives immediately realized that such behavior could not be a coincidence. Evidently, Timothy understood that the police suspected him of Mandy's murder and started making sure that they did not get any items with his DNA. But in the end, the detectives were lucky to find out that they couldn't obtain the suspect's biological material. Kim offered to help. Laws work in such a way that police officers are not allowed to ask third parties to obtain evidence for them. In such a case, the evidence will not be admissible in art, even if the suspect's guilt is obvious. However, if any person voluntarily hands over evidence to the investigators, they have the right to accept and use it. Thus, Kim offered to obtain some DNA samples from Bass, and the detectives waited. The suspect was very careful, and it took the woman a long time to achieve her goal. Only after 3 months did she see the man drink coke from a plastic cup and then throw it away in the trash with the can, waited until Timothy left, took both pieces of evidence, and handed them over to the police. They immediately sent the can with the count to the laboratory, and the experts extracted a DNA profile from them. It fully matched the biological material found on Mandy's body. Having finally obtained the long-awaited evidence, the police immediately went after the man and arrested him 28 years after the murder. The suspect was finally charged during the interrogation. Timothy denied his guilt until the investigators told him about the DNA sample match. Hearing this, the man immediately changed his story and said that he and Mandy had a secret affair. They supposedly started dating many months before her murder and had to hide the relationship from everyone because she had a boyfriend. According to Timothy, on the day of her death, Mandy came to his house during her jog. They had an intimate encounter, and she left. He added that his father was at home at the time, but it was impossible to use him as a witness since he had passed away long ago. The detectives did not believe this story for a second. In their opinion, Timothy made up the whole story about the secret affair just to explain the presence of his DNA on the victim's stone. Proof of his words, he referred to his deceased father, who could not refute this information. Investigators talked to Mandy's relatives and friends, and they all expressed complete confidence that the young woman would never date. Timothy, who was very strange, avoided communication with other people and spent most of his time alone. The detectives decided to speak with Timothy's wife, despite the fact that the woman had filed statements against her husband and lived separately. They were still married, and here the police were waiting for another interesting turn. The woman suddenly said that on the day of Mandy's murder she was with Timothy at his house, and he was there all day. The detectives did not believe her story, but her words created possible difficulties for the court. On the other hand, they contradicted Timothy's version. According to Mandy, who came to his house on the day of the murder and had an intimate relationship with him, the trial began in May 2019. Timothy's lawyer continued to insist that his client was innocent and that his DNA got on the victim's body as a result of consensual intimate contact. The prosecution, however, insisted that there was no evidence to support this version. Timothy never called Mandy, she never wrote her notes or letters, and no one among the witnesses saw them together. It was much more likely that Bass had a one-sided crush on the young woman and was even obsessed with her. Investigators found out that the guy started attending all the sports matches when Mandy joined the school team. Before that, he had absolutely no interest in sports. In addition, his windows overlooked the road where the young woman was running, and he could watch her during her runs. Apparently that day he decided to talk to her and caught up with her. Perhaps the guy started to harass Mandy, but the young woman resisted, or he persuaded her to get into his car on some pretext. Later, Bass took her to a deserted place, subjected her to violence, and then the young woman managed to escape. The guy caught up with her near the riverbank, hit her on the head with some object, and threw her body into the water. Timothy's wife testified as a witness in court, who by that time had already divorced him. And this time she surprised everyone again instead of sticking to her original story. The woman told a new one. According to her, she did not remember that she was at Timothy's house on the day of the murder. The woman added that Bass had forced her to lie to the police during the first interrogation, otherwise he could go to jail. At that time, she seriously feared that her husband might harm her or her children, so she agreed to lie to the police. This deprived the suspect of his only alibi, but the court heard even more interesting details. Tom's younger brother told him that after Timothy was asked for a DNA sample, he started to get very anxious about it. When Tom asked him what was going on, his brother told him the same story about a secret affair with the victim. Even Timothy's own mother testified against him when she visited him in jail, and he passed her a note asking her to lie to the police that they had gone to the store together on the day of the murder to buy Christmas gifts, but she refused. In the note, Timothy also asked her to testify against his own father and try to convince investigators that he was the real killer. After all this, the defendant's lawyer tried to convince the jurors that Timothy's DNA sample had been obtained illegally. He insisted that the police had asked the civilian to obtain the man's biological material outside the rules. However, Kim Wagner refuted these claims and said that she had offered her help to the police in 1989. This murder deeply shook her, and she continued to think about it regularly for decades. Learning that her colleague was a suspect, she wanted to help solve the case. Moreover, by that time she already had a daughter, and Kim could barely imagine what Mandy's mother felt during those years. Trial lasted several weeks, and after all the evidence presented, the jury found Timothy Bass guilty of murder. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison with the possibility of applying for early release after 24 years. Mandy's mother, who was 83 years old at the time, thanked the detectives for their work Although she had lost 2 children in her life, she was still glad that the guilty party had been punished. In 1990, Mandy's relatives established a scholarship in her name at the high school where she attended. They continued to support this program to this day, annually awarding the most talented students who study music. The foundation of this scholarship was $25,000 collected by the residents of Acme and other towns. Initially, this money was offered as a reward for information, but after the case was solved, it was decided to put it into this program. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at the events that occurred in Austin, Texas. Diane Hollick, 43, was a successful woman with a senior position at IBM. On the morning of November 16, 2001. She missed a scheduled work call, which caused immediate concern among her coworkers because they knew she was a responsible person. As a result, when colleagues couldn't reach her, they called the police and asked them to check Diane's house. When the officers arrived, they discovered something terrible. Diane Tammy Hollick was born in 1958 in New York City. Friends and family described her as a hard worker and a happy person. Her determination and work performance helped her become financially secure. She has spent more than 20 years at IBM, one of the world's largest manufacturers and suppliers of hardware and software. In 1996, she relocated to Austin, Texas. She had advanced to a senior position in the company by this point, allowing her to work from home. Diane purchased a luxury home in Austin's suburbs and lived a lifestyle that many people can only dream of. She hosted wine tasting parties for friends, went to the most expensive restaurants and dance clubs, and was involved in charity work. At the same time, she attempted to improve her personal life. In mid-November 2001. A storm warning was in effect in Texas. Torrential rains and tornadoes hit Austin on November 16th, so Diane worked from home that morning. Her company had scheduled a work call, but she stopped answering the phone. Diane owned several phones, including her home phone. However, she didn't respond to any of them. Her colleagues left messages asking her to call back. They quickly realized there was something wrong. As a result, they contacted the police and requested that someone be dispatched to Diane's home to investigate what had occurred. When the officers arrived at Diane's house, her neighbor noticed them and offered them a spare key. The police went inside, where there was complete silence, interrupted only by dogs emerging from the kitchen. After receiving no response from Diane, they began inspecting the house. In the bedroom on the second floor, after discovering Diane Hollick's lifeless body, detectives went to her home. Diane's house became one of the cleanest crime scenes they had to work with. There was no evidence of theft, struggle, or illegal entry into the home. Diane's fully dressed body lay in the bedroom, next to her bed. However, the detectives quickly realized they were dealing with a crime. The woman's neck bore distinct strangulation marks caused by what appeared to be a rope. There were also traces of someone binding her wrists with what appeared to be cable ties. The cleanliness of the house, untouched valuables, and lack of signs of forced entry led detectives to believe Diane died at the hands of someone she knew and trusted enough to let into her home. There was no evidence that anyone forced her into intimacy prior to her death. However, the detectives discovered several dark spots and red stains on the carpet near the bedroom entrance. The only thing that drew the detectives' attention was a towel lying on the back of the sofa in the living room, which did not fit into the overall picture of cleanliness and order. They therefore sent it to the laboratory for examination. The police interviewed those who knew Diane and discovered she had no enemies, or at least no one was aware of them. They also found out she was in a relationship with Dennis Conley. Diane wished to spend the rest of her life with this man. She was previously married, but the marriage ended quickly. Diane and Dennis connected through a dating service. He had 2 children from his previous marriage and was a businessman. Dennis lived in Houston, about 150 miles from Austin, where Diane resided. Despite the distance and infrequent meetings, they quickly grew close. After 2 months of communication, Dennis proposed to Diane with a $17,500 platinum ring. The woman said yes. Diane's closest friends told investigators that her relationship with dentists had recently deteriorated. She was an independent woman who dedicated her life to advancing her career, despite occasional attempts by dentists to control her. Diane was also dissatisfied with her decision to relocate to Houston. She and Dennis decided to build a life together on his land. Diane decided to sell her house in Austin's suburbs. However, realtors were unable to find any. He refused to pay $435,000 for the property, prompting the detective to investigate whether Dennis was responsible for Diane's death. They invited him to the police station, and he agreed to a candid conversation without a lawyer. The medical examiner determined that Diane died around 3 p.m. on November 15th, 3 a.m. on November 16. However, there was another intriguing detail. The wedding ring Dennis gave her was not on her finger, but her other jewelry remained in the bedroom. Perhaps the perpetrator had personal motives, or perhaps the criminal took the ring from the victim's hand to confuse investigators. Throughout the interview, Dennis exuded a sense of loss. They questioned him about his relationship with Diane and his whereabouts on the day his fiancée died. He claimed to have been in Houston on the day they discovered her body. On Thursday morning, November 15th, he and Diane spoke on the phone. He worked all day and didn't contact her again. Dennis couldn't get through to Diane the next morning, so he left a message on her voicemail. As we now know, the woman had already died by this point. He admitted that their relationship was far from ideal, mentioning recent arguments. Before ending the conversation, the police collected his fingerprints and a DNA sample. In theory, he could travel to Austin to deal with Diane before returning to Houston in the morning. However, the detectives investigated his alibi. The man did not leave the city. As a result, the police had to search for a new suspect. Dennis was the one who altered the course of the investigation. Before leaving the police station, he stated that one of Diane's colleagues was overly attentive to her. As detectives discovered, Ray, the man Dennis mentioned, paid regular visits to Diane's home and occasionally walked her dogs. However, Ray had a solid alibi and was not considered a suspect. However, after speaking with Diane's colleagues, the authorities discovered that a man had inspected her house a few days before her death. He sold the ranch and intended to purchase her home if he liked it after inspection. He said he'd make a cash offer. This man inspected the house and promised to return with his wife in a few days to make a joint decision on the purchase. Because this information was one of the few clues the police had, they focused all of their efforts on finding this mysterious buyer. Perhaps someone noticed him when he came to Diane's house. Detectives began interviewing the owners of all the properties for sale in Diane's neighborhood, implying that the victim's home was not the only one this mysterious buyer visited. 7 of the women interviewed told the same story. According to them, on the day Diane died, a 35-year-old man with a large nose and dark hair combed back came to see their homes without the presence of a real estate agent. While 6 women refused to let the man in, one allowed him to go inside and see the house. As this woman mentioned, the potential buyer behaved strangely after entering. He did not open any doors or examine the layout of the rooms. He was only interested in the bedroom on the 2nd floor, so he asked the woman to show him. The woman felt something was wrong and asked him to leave her house. The important thing to note here is that, when requesting permission to inspect the house, this man identified himself as Walter Miller. The police looked up this name in their databases, and the forensic artist drew this man. There were 2 Walter Millers in Austin, neither of whom matched the age or appearance description. Detectives were attempting to determine the motive behind the crime. Did the criminal only take the wedding ring? Could he have taken more jewelry or money? After all, the victim was wealthy and had lived alone for quite some time. As a result, no one could tell how much jewelry she actually owned. Why did he remove the cable ties that bound Diane's hands and carry them away? Did he know her? Diane was fully clothed when the police discovered her body, and the autopsy revealed no evidence of her being forced into intimacy prior to her death. Nonetheless, the detectives decided to return to her home and look for signs of sperm. They assumed that the criminal had left fluids somewhere in the house, but they found nothing. A sketch of a possible criminal began to appear on evening newscasts, with a request for anyone who knew someone similar to report it. A few short hairs discovered on a towel from Diane's house provided one of the few clues available to the police. Unfortunately, the hair lacked roots, preventing the experts from obtaining a complete DNA sample of its owner. Nonetheless, the investigators were optimistic about the results of the partial profile. Meanwhile, a woman called police after seeing a sketch of a man who could be considered a suspect in the Diane Hollick case. During the interview with detectives, the caller stated that she and her husband listed their house for sale about 6 months ago. One afternoon, a man approached and stated that he wanted to buy a house for cash. However, he needed to see it first, as in previous stories, a real estate agent was not present. This woman refused to let the stranger into her home, so he was forced to leave. After about 2 months, she noticed the same man on her doorstep. The latter identified himself as Jim Taylor. Her husband had just left for work and she was home with her young daughter. The man again requested to look around inside, but was denied. It enraged him, so he began shouting and demanding to go inside. The pseudo-buyer only left after the woman threatened to call the police. The woman was terrified. She took a piece of paper and wrote down his name and the license plate number of his minivan, which was parked in the driveway. When she saw the suspect's portrait on the news, she assumed he was the person who came to look at her house back then. The police now had the license plate number at their disposal. Using a database, they discovered that the vehicle's owner was not Jim Taylor, but Patrick Anthony Russo. At first glance, it appeared unlikely that Russo was involved in Diane's death. He lived 40 minutes from Austin, was married, had 2 children, and played in a church band. However, a more in-depth look into his background revealed that he was an ex-convict who had served time for a series of attacks on women. One of them resulted in abduction. He tied up his victim with cable ties and began strangling her, but stopped at the last moment. The court sentenced him to 20 years in prison for this offense. While behind bars, he met his future wife Janet, a church volunteer. Despite his criminal record, Russo was released from prison on parole after serving 8 of his 20-year sentence. The police did not think it was a coincidence. So they went to Anthony Russo's house after receiving a search warrant, giving the impression that he was not surprised by the police's visit. Anthony opened the door. However, the police discovered no evidence in his home. Diane's ring and other belongings were not present. A search of his minivan yielded no results either. But what was important was that the neighbors noticed a similar car at Diane's house on the day she died. In the utility room, they discovered several cable ties that were identical to those that had left marks on Diane's wrists. Even if we consider it evidence, it is only an indirect one. After all, anyone can purchase these ties from any hardware store. The investigator informed Anthony that his name came up during the investigation of one of the cases and invited him to the station for a more in-depth conversation. There, they inquired about Russo's whereabouts on November 15th and 16th. He stated that on Thursday, the 15th, he went to Austin to visit a religious radio station, but was unable to enter because no one opened the door. This radio station happened to be close to Diane Hollick's house. He said he went home around 4 p.m., but I got a little lost due to a hurricane. He arrived home around 6 p.m. I'd like to remind you that, according to the forensic medical expert's report, Diane died around 3 p.m. and 3 a.m. When the police asked Russo if he was looking for a house to buy, he said he had never looked at any for sale. It's a critical moment because his words will have consequences. When they showed him a picture of Diane, he had no reaction and claimed he had never met her. There was no evidence linking him to the crime, so the cops had to let him go. But the next day, when the detectives went to the radio station Russo was talking about, it became clear that his claims about the closed doors were false. The employees stated that they did not close the doors because a large crowd had gathered in the lobby as a tornado approached. Meanwhile, another woman called the police. She was also selling a house and came across a man who resembled the suspect sketch. The young mother was at home with her child when she received a knock on the door. She opened it. She saw a man with a pamphlet. The pamphlet outlined how she sold advertisements, including her own. The stranger stated that he wanted to buy a house and requested permission to enter and look around. When he mentioned that he would make a cash offer, she let him in. He attempted to attack her after she showed him one of the bedrooms. But when he heard a child crying in the next room, he quickly left. The woman kept the pamphlet that the man was holding in her hands. When the police received it, they discovered a well-preserved fingerprint on it. Those are Anthony Russo's fingerprints. However, he claimed he had never looked at the houses for sale. The new evidence indicated that he made a false statement. He was still on probation. And by lying to the police, he committed a misdemeanor. Russo was arrested because he failed to comply with the parole conditions. The authorities were concerned that he would flee while they searched for evidence linking him to Diane's death. They believed it would be safer to keep him in prison. The police were able to locate 15 women with whom Russo had come to see the houses. All of these women came to identify the suspect. On the other side of the glass stood 5 equally dressed and similar men, one of whom was Anthony Russo. Each of those men repeated specific phrases in turn. The following phrase, "You have a beautiful house, you have a gorgeous home." 10 of the 15 women identified Anthony Russo as the person who came to see the house before making a purchase. The other 5 couldn't identify anyone. Russo was interrogated again by the police, but this time he realized they had exposed his lies. However, this did not stop him from declaring his innocence. He eventually said he wanted to see his wife and stopped answering questions. Soon after, the detectives received a report from the lab. The mitochondrial sequence of the hair found on the towel from Diane's house was confirmed to match Anthony Russo's DNA, but it was only partial evidence, leaving the possibility that the hair belonged to someone else. According to court documents, the odds of someone else having the same DNA profile as Russo were 1 in 12,900,000. Thus, the investigation had a lot of indirect evidence, but not a single direct clue linking Russo to Diane Hollick's death. Another indirect proof was a report on the location of his cell phone, which revealed that Russo was in the same area as Diane on the day she died. After examining the computer seized from his home, the experts discovered a very detailed search history. Russo, a 37-year-old father of 2 who attended church on a regular basis, was a frequent user of the adult website. There, he watched videos and read articles about strangulation during intimacy. The website's materials were not free. What is even more revealing is that a few days before Diane's death, he read a story in which a male character enters a lonely woman's home under the guise of a buyer, strangles her, and takes valuables with him when he leaves, leading everyone to believe that the motive was robbery rather than a desire to quench his thirst for strangulation. The detectives conducted an extensive investigation into Russo and his wife's finances. With only $2,000 in savings, he couldn't afford to buy a new house. In addition, he and his wife have yet to pay the bank for the house where they live. On February 5, 2004, police charged Anthony Russo with the murder of Diane Hollick, despite the lack of direct evidence. He made his court appearance more than 2 years after Diane's death. 14 women testified under oath, saying Russo approached them about purchasing a home. He went to see some of them on the day Diane died, but they refused to let him into their homes. One woman made an exception, allowing him in before quickly telling him to leave due to his strange behavior. Everyone Russo met was around the same age. It indicated that he was observing the owners before knocking on their doors. He was only interested in certain types of women. The prosecution presented all of the evidence mentioned in the video and detailed the alleged events on that fateful November day. As previously stated, Diane informed one of her colleagues that a potential buyer had visited her to see the house. The prosecutor suggested that Russo realized Diane lived alone when he first saw the house on November 15th. Russo toured the homes for sale, but only one woman let him in. However, when he arrived at Diane's house, Russo most likely requested that Diane show him around again. Nonetheless, he went there with a specific goal in mind, planning out all of his actions and attempting to leave no trace. It was raining outside, so Diane unexpectedly handed him a towel to wipe his hands and face. He casually tossed this towel onto the back of the sofa. She again showed him around the house. When they arrived on the second floor, Russo attacked her. Prosecutors believed Russo enjoyed the strangulation process, which resulted in Diane's death during their second meeting. Before leaving, Russo took cable ties and Diane's wedding ring, which the police were unable to locate. He locked the door using a spare key kept at the front door. It was a representation of the prosecutor's office. Russo, as former and current wives testified at the trial, both stated that Anthony enjoyed the strangulation process. It's worth noting that the man's first conviction was for a similar offense. After an 11-hour deliberation, the jury convicted Patrick Anthony Russo. The court sentenced him to life in prison, but he never admitted guilt. Regardless of his criminal record, Russo will be eligible for parole again. He can submit his first petition in 2044. He'll be just over 80 years old by then. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman spending time with her family on a normal Saturday morning heard the doorbell ring and went to answer it. What happened next resembled more the plot of a horror movie than a real-life incident. It took the detective more than 30 years to unravel this terrible mystery, the ending of which shocked and angered everyone. Marlene Warren was born on April 15, 1950, in Michigan, USA. She grew up without a father, and since her teenage years, she has dreamed of having a large and close-knit family. Very soon, that dream came true. The girl married a man named John, and they had 2 sons, but just a few years later, an unexpected tragedy struck the family. Marlene's husband died suddenly of an illness, and the woman was left alone with 2 small children. Since then, she has spent most of her time at work trying to provide for her sons alone. Although she struggled with this, she sacrificed everything for her children. 6 years after her husband's death, she met a man named Michael Warren, and they soon married. The man was a used car salesman, and after their marriage, he opened his own business in that area. By that time, Marlene was already making good money, but instead of spending all her money, she tried to save it. The woman invested in Michael's company and also helped him in the management. The man himself was also good at this business, and in the following years it began to bring them decent money. Over time, Marlene and her husband expanded the business. They bought several properties to rent, and their finances took off. The family moved to an upscale Miami suburb called Wellington. Buying a large house there, they seemed to have built a near-perfect life. But in 1988, Marlene suffered another tragedy. Her oldest son was killed, and a woman and her youngest son, Joseph. It was a huge blow. After all the difficulties they had gone through, their life had just got better when suddenly fate presented them with yet another test. They found the strength to move on after this tragedy. Marlene became even closer to Joseph because he was her only closest relative. Her husband also helped her to recover from this loss. After the death of her son, the woman began to think about selling the properties that she and Michael were renting out. Despite the fact that this business brought in good money for Marlene, it was associated with constant worries. There were often situations when tenants delayed rent or lost in him altogether. In each such case, the woman did her best to find the best solution. It was very hard for her to put people on the street because she was a good-natured person and well remembered the financial difficulties she experienced with 2 small children. On the other hand, she and her husband could not let people live in their homes for free. And eventually Marlene wanted to get rid of the business so that she would no longer face such moral dilemmas. 2 years had passed since her son's death. The family was just beginning to recover and return to normalcy, but something terrible and unforeseen awaited them once again. On the morning of May 26, 1990, Marlene was at home with her son and 3 of his friends who came over for breakfast. Their kitchen was located so that they could see the driveway through the windows. At some point, the doorbell rang and Marlene went to open it. Her son saw a white Chrysler parked in front of their house. The next second, the woman opened the front door and saw a man in a clown costume holding 2 balloons and a bouquet of flowers on the doorstep. Marlene said, "How cute is that?" But the next second, something unexpected happened. The clown pulled the gun out of his pocket and shot the woman in the head. Her son and his friends rushed into the hallway, where a heartbreaking sight awaited them. Marlene was lying on the floor with blood everywhere. The man in the clown suit looked at them for a few seconds, then got back into his car and drove away. My son called an ambulance, after which he decided to chase after his attacker. At the time, his leg was in a cast after an injury, and the guy couldn't drive. He told his 2 friends to stay with his mother. He asked his friend to drive and drove with her in the direction the attacker had gone, but by that time, the clown was out of sight, and they never managed to find him. Marlene was taken to the hospital in an unconscious state, and the detectives began their investigation. The first thing they did was talk to everyone in the house. The woman's son said that he could not see any signs of his attacker. He was wearing a suit and makeup. He was wearing gloves on his hands and a wig on his head. The only thing the son remembered was that the perpetrator had very dark eyes. His friends added that the clown was quite tall, and his shoes stood out strongly against the costume. They looked like work shoes. A neighbor who was walking his dog near Marlene's house also saw the clown, but he was unable to share any significant sightings with police. Investigators put out a search for a white Chrysler and began searching for other evidence, of course. Marlene's husband Michael was the first to be suspected that morning. He had just left for the racing stadium in Miami, and at the time of the attack on his wife, he was not at home. From the first hours of the investigation, the police had several good reasons to think about his involvement. First, they found out that Marlene and her relatives really liked clowns. There were a lot of pictures and figures depicting these characters in their house. This suggested that the attacker knew this fact and chose such an outfit for a reason. Second, just 2 hours after the incident, the police received an anonymous tip from a woman who called the investigators and said they should look into Michael Warren. A woman named Sheila Keen Sheila, who was 26, worked with Michael at his car rental company. Digging deeper, the detectives learned of rumors that there was a secret affair between them. Their relationship had been speculated about by some colleagues, so they immediately shared this information with the investigators. Here, the police discovered another possible motive if Michael was in a relationship with another woman and wanted to break up with Marlene. He had one problem. Most of the real estate and business that the family owned were written down to his wife. In that case, Michael would lose an impressive part of his fortune in a divorce. The police immediately checked the man's whereabouts at the time of the attack, and it turned out that Michael was in a car but 110 kilometers away from the house and had 2 friends with him. Investigators concluded he would not have been physically capable of committing the crime upon learning of the attempt on his wife's life. Michael rushed to the hospital and has not left her room since officers spoke with Sheila, and she stated that there was no romantic relationship between them and she had nothing to do with the crime. The woman added that she was at work at the time. Detectives also interviewed Sheila's husband, who said he was aware of rumors of an affair between his wife and Michael, but could not confirm whether or not it was true. The man added that his wife had moved out about a month ago, and in fact they were no longer together, although the police had no evidence to link Michael and Sheila to the crime. They continued to consider their involvement highly probable given that the husband could not have physically been outside his house that morning. The police wondered whether Sheila could have been the clown because of the costume. None of the witnesses could determine the gender of the assailant for certain, and Sheila was known among her colleagues for her character. The woman was responsible for dealing with clients who were delinquent in rent payments, and most of these cases, she had to take the car away from them. Most of these cases, she had to take the car away from them. Most of these cases, she had to take the car away from them. Sheila was adamant that some of these cases led to serious conflicts, so she always carried a gun with her. After doctors removed the bullet from Marlene's head, experts determined that it had been fired from a .38 caliber handgun, remarkably the same caliber as Sheila's. The cops went to her again to examine the weapon, but the woman said the gun had been stolen or lost months before the incident, and the detectives were again left with nothing. The cops continued to dig deeper and learned that after Sheila moved out of her husband's house, she had moved into a rental apartment, and investigators also heard rumors that Michael was paying for the place. Here, a new interesting discovery awaited the police officers. All the while, their colleagues were trying to establish where the perpetrator took the clown costume, balloons, and flowers. At first glance, it seemed a very difficult task, but the detectives were lucky. They found that on May 24th, 2 days before the attempt on Marlene's life, a woman came to the costume store near Sheila's apartment. The employee said that at the time the store was closed and they were about to leave, but the woman persistently knocked on the door until someone opened it for her. She stated that she urgently needed a clown costume, a wig, face makeup, and a red nose. The clerks tried to explain to her that this store was already closed and asked her to come back tomorrow, but the woman was adamant, so the staff still sold her the items. There were no surveillance cameras in the store, so the police officers had to rely on verbal descriptions of the woman's appearance. The salespeople told them that she was tall and thin with dark hair. Detectives showed them pictures of several women, and the officer said the customer looked like one of them, Sheila. As for the balloons and flowers, they were traced to a supermarket about a mile from Sheila's apartment. The salesman stated that the same items had been bought by a woman just a few hours before the attempt on Marlene's life. He described her exactly like the costume store employees, a tall, thin young woman with long dark hair. The salesman added another interesting fact. According to him, the female customer exhibited rude and to some extent even masculine manners. By that time, the investigation had lasted 2 days, and on May 28th, the doctors told the police that Marlene had died. Despite their best efforts, the effects of the point-blank shot were too severe. As a result, the case was reclassified as a homicide, and detectives continued to look for more possible evidence against Sheila. They asked the judge for a warrant to search her apartment. While the police were waiting, something else happened. They were informed of a similar car in a parking lot located 13 kilometers from the victim's home. Investigators got there and quickly verified that it was the same Chrysler the killer was driving inside. They found some long dark hair and orange fibers that looked like pieces of a clown wig. During a search of Sheila's apartment, the police found the exact same orange-colored particles, and they also found work boots that matched the witness's description, a similar model worn by the clown on the day of the murder. Despite all this, the police had one major problem. DNA analysis was barely used at the time, and without it, all this evidence was circumstantial, with a high probability that the court would have acquitted Sheila, in which case it would be impossible to charge her again with murder. The detectives wondered where the car the clown drove to Marlene's house came from, and then they found out something very interesting. An employee of Michael's company told them that 1.5 months before Marlene's murder, they had received a call from a man to rent a rental car, but there was one problem. This man had mixed up the phone numbers, and he had taken the car from another company, the main competitors of Michael. When the employee told the boss about it, Michael behaved very strangely. Instead of telling the customer about his mistake, he told the man to just bring the car to the parking lot and leave the keys in the cabin. Then Michael asked the employee to bring him and Sheila to the parking lot and never to tell anyone about what had happened. The employee watched. They got into that car and drove away. It was the same white Chrysler. Notably, not long before that, there had been a serious disagreement between Michael and his competitors. The problem was that Michael was portraying his competitors in a bad light in his advertising, and they didn't like their brand being portrayed in a negative light. Detectives decided to look into Michael's business in more detail. During the audit, they found numerous violations of the law, including tax and insurance manipulation. Moreover, they found evidence that Michael sometimes resorted to illegal methods of returning cars, even when customers paid on time, and did not violate any terms. During this audit, the police also spoke to an employee who recalled something interesting. According to him, Michael and Marlene once had an argument in the workplace. When the woman left, Michael asked the employee, "How much would you charge to make my wife disappear?" Although it all sounded highly suspicious, detectives still had no evidence linking Michael to the murder. He was nevertheless arrested for various business manipulations. The court initially sentenced the man to 8 years in prison, but he was released after 4 years later. In 2002, Michael married Sheila, and they moved to another state, even though the detectives were never able to prove their involvement in the murder. They continued to watch them. The cops discovered that after the move, Sheila began introducing herself to everyone she knew under a different name, Debbie, and that she had dyed her hair from dark to blonde. She and Michael opened their restaurants, and it seemed that they had managed to build a wonderful life in the new place. However, soon rumors began to circulate among the employees of their establishment that Sheila had murdered Michael's ex-wife. Apparently, one of them stumbled across information about this crime and learned that the police still suspected them. However, detectives still could not prove their guilt, and the case finally froze. It wasn't reopened until 2013, and a new team of investigators requested a re-examination of all available evidence. By then, technology in the examination of DNA and other physical evidence had advanced to a new level compared to 1990. It took several years to examine the evidence. First, experts compared the orange flecks found in Sheila's apartment, the car, and the murder scene, and analysis showed they were identical, but the biggest clue was waiting ahead. Experts took a DNA sample from several hairs found in the white Chrysler and compared them to Sheila's DNA. They were a perfect match. Detectives thus obtained incontrovertible evidence that Sheila was in the very car in which the clown drove up to Marlene's house, enough to take the case to court, and the woman was arrested in 2017. At the time, Sheila was 54 and still denied guilt. She was denied the right to bail and awaited trial in a cell. As for Michael, he insisted that he had nothing to do with Marlene's murder and believed that Sheila had nothing to do with it. He hired expensive attorneys for her, and the way for the trial stretched on for years. In preparation for it, the police uncovered some facts not previously known. It turned out that a year after the murder, they were approached by a lawyer who had worked with Michael on his business. He said that about a year before the murder, Michael had asked him an extremely odd question: if the husband kills his wife, what happens to the property recorded in her name? Will the husband get it? The lawyer was surprised by such a question, but that didn't stop him from actually giving Michael advice. He said that if the husband asked his acquaintance to commit this murder and the court could not tie the husband to the man, he would get all his wife's property. But the lawyer went on to say something that later shocked investigators. He told Michael that if the killer wore some sort of costume, such as a clown, he would never be identified and would escape punishment. Another shocking confession came from a man whose father worked for Michael at the time of the murder. He confessed that his now deceased father had helped to run illegal schemes at extra cost, such as swiping mileage meters to sell cars at a higher price, but on the day of the murder, Michael asked him to do something far more terrible. He told the man to get rid of the gun and of the car. Apparently, the current question was the one in which the killer moved after he abandoned the Chrysler in the parking lot, and the employee complied with these requests before he died. He told all this to his son and added another important detail. The man said that the second car was hidden in the river canal. As soon as the police received this information from his son, they combed the canal and indeed found the car there. Unfortunately, no evidence of it survived, but the very fact that it was there confirmed that the witness was telling the truth. The beginning of Sheila's trial was repeatedly postponed until finally a final date was set for May 12, 2023. But on April 25th, something unexpected happened. The woman pleaded guilty in exchange for not receiving the death penalty, which she would face if she were to lose her murder trial. Her attorneys explained the situation as follows: Sheila is innocent of the murder, but she fears for her life, which is why she took responsibility for someone else's crime. However, there is a much more logical explanation under the terms of the deal. She pleaded guilty to murder in the second degree, which implies a sentence of 12 years in prison, which is exactly the sentence she received. But furthermore interesting, the court deducted from that term the time the woman spent behind bars since her arrest, about 5.5 years. But that is not all. The judge reduced the remaining term due to the good behavior of Sheila. As a result, the woman was to spend between 16 and 24 months in prison. Her attorneys assured her that they could secure her release after the minimum bar of that time expired. So Sheila was found guilty of murdering a woman in cold blood in front of her son, and received a frankly ludicrous sentence for it. As for Michael, his involvement is still unproven and he remains free. Most likely he will never be charged again for the murder of his wife because there is not a single piece of evidence against him. Despite all this, the son of Marlene thanked the detectives who were able to get to the truth and did not give up on the case for many years. The death of his mother was the strongest tragedy for him because she was his only relative. Nevertheless, he was able to cope with the pain, opened his own small construction firm, and got his life together. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The student rode her bicycle and disappeared. Without a trace, the police launched a search, but none of them could have imagined the disturbing revelations that awaited them in just a few days. So many shocking details emerged in the case that even seasoned FBI agents were horrified, and none of them expected such an ending. Sierra Jacob was born on February 11, 1996, in the small American town of Delta, Ohio. The girl grew up in a very large and friendly family. She had 2 sisters and 2 brothers. Sierra loved to play sports and was on the school volleyball team. She also loved to travel. The girl dreamed of visiting Italy and put a lot of effort into making that wish come true until she finally managed to go there. During her studies, she started dating a guy named Josh. After graduating high school, they went to different universities. Sierra planned to get a job with her uncle, who owned a metal fabrication company, and the young woman decided to major in human resources. She enrolled at Toledo University, located 50 kilometers from her home. Despite the distance, she and Josh planned to keep dating and made plans for their future. The couple even began to take their time choosing engagement rings for their future wedding. After 2 years at university, the young woman went to her hometown for a summer vacation. At that point, she still had some school work to close, but she decided to do it from home so she could spend more time with her family and her boyfriend. In addition to that, Sierra was also doing an internship with her uncle's company she was in her 20s at the time, and the young woman was thoroughly preparing to work there. After graduation on July 19, 2016, Sierra decided to drive to her boyfriend's house. She had bought a new bike a few days before, and she couldn't wait to try it out. The young woman left the house at about 5 p.m. and headed toward Josh's house. Around 9 p.m. her mother came home and found her daughter not there. This struck her as a little strange. She thought Sierra would have come home by now, but it was summer, and it was just starting to get dark outside. Besides, the young woman was already in her 20s, and her mother didn't worry about it. She had assumed that her daughter would stay at the boyfriend's house, but that all changed when Josh called her at 1:30 p.m. He asked if Sarah was home since the boyfriend couldn't reach her. According to the young man, they broke up at about 7 p.m., and she hasn't been in touch since. Considering that more than 3 hours had passed since then, the young woman's mother began to get seriously worried. Together with Josh, they started calling friends and relatives of the young woman, hoping she had stopped by one of them. But no one had seen her that night. Then the mother called all the nearby hospitals, but there was no one there either. Eventually, the woman decided to go to the police, and around midnight she filed a missing persons report. Despite the fact that Sierra was 20 years old, the police immediately began their search. Given that Josh was the last person to see her, they went to him. The guy said that the young woman arrived at his house shortly after 5 p.m. After about an hour and a half, they decided to go for a ride together. Sierra rode her bike, and Josh rode his motorcycle. The couple rode along country roads along numerous cornfields. Josh even took a picture of Sierra on her bike, and the young woman posted it on social media. After riding around for a while, they decided to go their separate ways. Sierra and Josh separated about a mile away from her house. The guy rode back on his motorcycle, and she headed home on her bike. While the police talked to the young man, other officers drove around looking for Sierra. They headed for the road near where the young woman had begun her journey home alone, and soon they were able to spot the first disturbing tip-off. As they drove along the road along the fields, one of the officers saw that the corn stalks in one place were heavily pinched, as if someone had waded through them. He walked over there with a flashlight, and after a few yards saw Sierra's bicycle. On examining it, the policeman saw traces of blood on the handles and seat. Next to the bicycle was a woman's sock, which also had blood stains on it. He reported the find to his colleagues, and soon other police officers arrived on the scene. On closer inspection, they found several other items not far from the bike. They were men's sunglasses, a screwdriver, and some car fuses. Just as interesting was the fact that motorcycle tire tracks led to the bicycle across the cornfield. All this was enough for the investigators to come to a disappointing conclusion. It was likely that Sarah had been stolen. As the case took a serious turn, they began to look closely at Josh as a possible suspect. First of all, statistically speaking, it is the people closest to them who are most likely to turn out to be the perpetrators. Second, that night Josh was riding a motorcycle, and next to the bike, Sierra found similar tire tracks. Besides that, the detectives wondered why the guy didn't walk the young woman home. She had less than a mile to go, and he was on a motorcycle and could have gotten home quickly anyway. Josh allowed the police officers to look around his house, his car, and his motorcycle, and that's where the officers came across his work overalls, which showed signs of blood. The young man said he wore the clothes when he was hunting, and the blood belonged to animals. Investigators turned the overalls over to experts, and they quickly confirmed that he was telling the truth. Otherwise, there was nothing to suggest Josh was involved. The experts also examined the items found in the field and extracted one DNA sample from them that belonged to an unknown person. Josh immediately volunteered a sample, and they did not match. As a result, he was no longer considered a suspect, and the police started looking for other leads. The next day, they received a call from a farmer. The man told them that on the evening of Sierra's disappearance, he was driving down the same road with his son. At one point, they noticed a motorcycle helmet on the side of the road, and the father told his son to bring it to the car. The farmer later examined it more closely and saw traces of blood on it, and then contacted the police. Detectives admitted that the helmet may have belonged to the kidnapper, but his identity remained a mystery. At this point, the FBI was already involved in the case, and the agents decided to take a close look at the photo that Josh had taken of Sierra shortly before her disappearance. Thanks to the photo, they knew what kind of clothes she was wearing, but the detectives noticed something else. The young woman was wearing a fitness bracelet on her wrist. They immediately requested geolocation data for the device, but here the investigators were unsuccessful. The device had been turned off shortly after Sierra disappeared. The police received another tip shortly thereafter. Josh told them that as he and the young woman were driving down the road, a suspicious white van followed them. The guy got the feeling that the driver was following them. The vehicle was traveling at a slow speed and slowed down. When the couple slowed down at one point, Josh even tried to drive up to him, but the driver pulled away. The guy thought it was strange, and he even remembered part of his license plate number. The police quickly found the vehicle and its owner. She turned out to be a woman, and detectives determined that she had nothing to do with the crime. During the conversation, she herself accused Josh of trying to drive up to her and push her off the road. As a result, investigators decided that there had simply been a miscommunication between them and continued to look for more leads. Several days had passed since Sierra's disappearance, but the police were still unable to find any additional clues. Then they decided to go through all the residents who had been previously convicted of violent crimes and lived in nearby communities. Going through the list of these people, they immediately noticed one man, 57-year-old James Worley. He lived only a few kilometers from the field where Sierra's bicycle was found. The reason the police were so interested in him was very simple. James had been convicted of kidnapping a young woman in the 1990s. She was riding her bicycle when suddenly a man ran over her in his van, threatening her with his screwdriver. He tried to force the young woman into the car, but she managed to escape. Given that Sierra disappeared during the bike ride and the screwdriver was found next to him, police quickly suspected James of kidnapping her. Investigators went to him to verify this theory. The man was clearly unhappy about the visit and stated that he had not killed anyone. Nevertheless, he voluntarily allowed the officers to inspect his home. James and his mother lived on a 120-acre farm, and there were many different structures on this huge property. It took the detectives a long time to look at them all. During this process, James kept repeating to the police that he had not kidnapped Sierra and had only heard about the case from the news. This behavior began to seem strange to them. The man was literally repeating the same thing over and over again, but something more interestingly awaited them next. Suddenly, James said that on the night of Sierra's disappearance, he had just driven along that road and his motorcycle had stalled near the very spot where the police later found the young woman's bicycle. According to James, he saw her bike and decided to get closer, so he headed into the field, pushing his motorcycle nearby. The man added that, as he walked there, his car fuses, sunglasses, screwdriver, and helmet fell out. Suddenly, his motorcycle started up again, and James drove on, forgetting to pick up all those items. As you might have guessed, the detectives were very suspicious of this story. In addition, just a few hours earlier, a witness had approached them and said that the evening of Sierra's disappearance, he had seen a strange van on that road. The witness noticed it because the vehicle was driving at a very high speed, breaking all possible rules. He memorized the license plate number and gave that information to the police. After running the blades, detectives learned that the van belonged to James, and during a search he spotted it near the house. The man also allowed them to examine the van, and the officers found something of interest inside, where a ski mask, duct tape, plastic clamps, handcuffs, and amazed, the items themselves did not in any way indicate his guilt, but given James's criminal record for kidnapping, such a set made investigators suspicious. But the creepiest finds awaited them in one of the barns. Detectives found a separate room where, behind a hidden door inside which was an air mattress, beside it were chains that looked as if they had been designed to keep a person in the room. Next to the mattress was a refrigerator, inside of which the police found traces of blood. There is also a strong smell of bleach, from which they deduced that the blood had been thoroughly cleaned, but the main clue was the contents of a small box. There were bras and several pairs of women's underwear, one of which had blood on it. All this was enough to arrest James, at least temporarily, while experts examined the collected evidence. The man was taken in for questioning and asked to explain the secret room with the blood and chains. In response, James gave them another dubious story. He said he had made the room because he wanted to set up his own studio to shoot adult material, so it was just his improvised film set. Of course, the detectives didn't believe what he said. The room looked as if it had originally been made to hold people against their will. Nevertheless, they still could not connect it to Sierra's disappearance, nor could they determine her whereabouts. But that all changed on the third day after her disappearance. During a lengthy search, the police found a freshly dug grave in a field that contained Sierra's body. Her hands were handcuffed, and the young woman had a large plastic toy in her mouth. She was also wearing an adult diaper. Medical examiners determined that the victim died from strangulation, but they were unable to determine even the approximate time of death. In addition, they did not find any signs of violence. Around the same time, forensic scientists were actively examining all The evidence collected from James' barn, they found female DNA on one of the pieces of duct tape lying next to the mattress, and it matched Sierra's DNA. The cops also obtained geolocation data on James' smartphone. It turned out that on the night of the young woman's disappearance, he had spent almost 2 hours near that location. They received another disturbing piece of evidence from the psychologist James had court appointed for a previous abduction. According to him, during one of his sessions, James stated that he was learning from his mistakes with each new abduction, and then next time he was going to bury the bodies. Apparently, the psychologist decided not to inform the police of such disturbing statements made by his client, and did so only after he had been accused of murder. With this set of clues, the detectives formed the most likely chronology of events. Apparently, James spotted Sierra on the road that night, hit her with his helmet, and dragged her into a field with his bicycle. Based on his geolocation data, the man sat there until the sun went down. During that time, he called his brother and told him that his motorcycle had broken down. Apparently, this was his way of creating an alibi. As soon as it got dark outside, James drove home, got off his motorcycle onto his van, and returned to the field, picked up Sierra, and took her to his barn. At that point, the young woman was either unconscious or restrained. What happened next, only James knew. He apparently abused the victim for some time before killing her and burying her in a field. Experts only speculated that the victim may have been there for 3 days. The man himself continued to deny all of these allegations, and the case went to trial. The trial began in March 2018, with the prosecution presenting additional evidence that further pointed to his guilt. It turned out that the key to the handcuffs placed on the victim's hands was found on James' keychain. His lawyers decided to stick with the theory that James simply wanted to set up an adult film studio in his barn, and the cops pulled that into the murder. However, they did not provide any adequate arguments for their client's innocence. The trial ended in less than a month, and on March 28th, the jury found him guilty. As a result, James received the death penalty, with his execution scheduled for May 20th, 2025. Of course, this story was far from over for the detectives. Given everything they had learned about the man, the police were certain that James had committed similar crimes before, but he had managed to avoid responsibility. Investigators were still working on his case, trying to tie the unsolved disappearances to James, but it had yet to yield concrete results. The victim's parents established the Sierra Scholarship and also participated in the creation of a bill that would have required the state to make an open registry of people previously convicted of murder and kidnapping. The bill was quickly supported and went into effect on March 20th, 2019. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story revolves around a monstrous tragedy that led to the death of an elderly couple right in the backyard of their own home, becoming one of the most sensational incidents ever to occur in Palm Beach County, Florida. The public and media were deeply stirred by what had happened when the police arrived at the crime scene. They were shocked by what they saw, and although the perpetrator was caught red-handed, they still haven't faced appropriate punishment. Austin Haroff was born on December 21, 1996, into a family of medical professionals. His father was a dentist, and his mother was a pharmacist. They lived in their own house in a prestigious area in Palm Beach County, Florida. In 2010, when Austin was 13 years old, his parents divorced, and soon after each of them found a new partner. Austin and his sister Haley, who was a year younger, stayed with their mother and her new husband while their father moved nearby with his new partner. Despite the divorce, the families maintained an amicable relationship, and the children quickly adapted to the new circumstances. At school, Austin performed well academically, excelling in all subjects, and he was involved in wrestling given his robust build and tall stature. He also played American football for the school team, despite participating in such intense sports that required roughness and aggression. Austin was a very kind and empathetic guy, earning him the nickname Happy Boy. His coaches even tried to rile him up a bit to channel his energy on the football field in his senior years. Austin received an invitation to a 4-year premed program at a university because he wanted to pursue a career in Medici, following in the footsteps his parents. In his first year, everything seemed to be going more than well for Austin. He excelled in his studies, worked as a dental assistant, started bodybuilding, and began dating a girl. However, despite his successes, he encountered serious psychological difficulties that became increasingly challenging for him to handle. Austin felt that due to his shyness and lack of self-assurance, his peers didn't take him seriously. He began experiencing more frequent bouts of depression, noticing confusion in his thoughts, and experiencing sleep disturbances. Sleeping only 2 hours a night and seeing images of monsters and demon-like figures upon waking up, he also developed a fear of darkness. Austin started believing that he was chosen by higher powers to fight evil. Superpowers at times, he even felt he was half human and half animal. Due to constant stress, Austin began abusing alcohol and illicit substances, becoming nervous, irritable, and plagued by intrusive thoughts. At this time, his internet searches included queries such as how to tell if you're going crazy and think you're going crazy. A beginner's guide to psychosis. When Austin came home to Florida for vacation, his close relatives immediately noticed something was off with him. He moved from his room to the garage, explaining that he was scared to sleep in the house, claiming it was inhabited by evil forces and ghosts. Instead of sleeping, he patrolled the house at night, checking rooms, and every 2 hours he loudly knocked on family members' bedroom doors, proclaiming he was protecting them from demons in the house. His parents were genuinely concerned about his condition, but instead of seeking medical help, they simply locked themselves inside at night to prevent Austin from entering their rooms. His behavior became increasingly bizarre. His mood swung sharply. Sometimes he was kind and sweet, then suddenly turned angry and aggressive. He would wear warm clothes in the heat, refusing to take them off all day, engaged in strange conversations with friends about his immortality, and once to prove this, he dashed onto a busy highway during a walk. His sister miraculously pulled him back onto the sidewalk. Just in time, his mother started suspecting him of taking illegal substances, and when she directly confronted him about it, he denied everything, insisting he led a healthy lifestyle. On the evening of August 15, 2016, Austin, his sister, and her friend were having dinner at a restaurant with their father and his spouse around 7:45 p.m. Austin began behaving very strangely. He would abruptly get up from the table and walk outside, only to return almost immediately. This happened several times until after some time he got up again and left without saying a word to anyone. Eventually, Austin returned to the restaurant and sat back at the table with the same group. At some point, an argument broke out between the father and son, and forcefully pushing his father away, Austin abruptly stood up and headed for the exit. His sister and her friend tried to catch up with Austin, but when they followed him outside, they couldn't find him. Austin's father called the police, explained the situation, and asked for their help in finding him. That same evening, a call for help was made to the 911 service by Jeff Pfizer, reporting an attack by an unknown young man on him and his neighbors Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens. The police arrived at the scene within minutes, their sirens blaring as they pulled up close to the cars parked at the Stevens home. Officer Kristen was the first to step out of the car and circle around them, freezing in shock. Sheriff's Deputy Dan attempted to approach the cars from another angle but found it impossible due to the ground being covered in blood. Following Kristen around the cars and coming up close to her, he saw a person lying on the ground with arms split out, eyes open and softly pleading for help. That person was John Stevens, and on top of him, gripping him in a deadly hold, lay the young man who was attempting to bite his victim's face. It was clear that the attacker's actions were threatening and immediate action was necessary to free the victim. However, Kristen couldn't use her weapon for fear of hitting John Stevens, who was beneath the assailant. Therefore, the officer used a stun gun on the young man, but it proved ineffective as the attacker seemed oblivious and continued tearing flesh from the victim's body. Police officers attempted to pry Austin off John, striking him on the torso, yet he was unresponsive and continued to grip the victim's body tightly. Soon, a group of officers with service dogs arrived. One of the dogs lunged at the attacker, seizing his right arm, but the young man, seemingly impervious to pain, wrenched it free, sustaining a deep laceration in the process. It was only on the third attempt that the dog managed to pull the assailant away from the victim, and the officer flipped him onto his back. Subsequently, it took the assistance of 2 more officers to handcuff him. After this, the police began examining the crime scene and discovered Michelle, who had already passed away. Apart from John Stevens, who was still alive at the time they found her deceased, having succumbed to injuries inflicted by a blunt object. Later, John was transported to the hospital where he passed away. He had numerous stab wounds, but the primary cause of blood loss was from facial injuries. The police began investigating the circumstances leading to the tragedy. They examined the crime scene, and before taking the injured Jeff Fisher, who had called the police and was also the victim of the attack, to the hospital, they interviewed him. Jeff recounted that it was late in the evening, and he was preparing to go to bed when he heard strange noises coming from the lawn of his neighbors across the street. Through an open window, he heard a woman's heart-wrenching scream, got dressed, and rushed outside shortly before this 53-year-old Michelle Mishkin was sitting on her open terrace facing the street watching TV while her 59-year-old husband John Stevens was out walking the dog. As Jeff dashed out of his house, he headed straight for the neighbor's house. Approaching closer, he saw a fairly large-built young man banging on the door of a car parked on the driveway on the open terrace. The neighbor witnessed Michelle standing opposite the assailant, frozen in horror. At that moment, the young man grabbed the woman, threw her to the ground, and began kicking her. Jeff ran up close to the attacker, attempting to push him away from the woman, but at the last moment the assailant evaded the attempt and struck Jeff in the face. Despite this, Jeff managed to stay on his feet and struck the attacker, causing him to fall to the ground, injuring his face and drawing blood. As he got up, enraged by the pain, the attacker pulled out a knife and stabbed Jeff. Altogether, the assailant stabbed Jeff. Wounded, Jeff decided to distract the attacker by running as fast as he could back to his own house, thinking the attacker would follow him. Once inside, Jeff locked all the doors and called the police, hoping he had momentarily diverted the attacker's attention from Michelle. Jeff waited for the police to arrive, listening to the sounds coming from the street. However, the only thing he could hear were sounds resembling growls and grunts of some animals. Soon, the police identified him as none other than 19-year-old Austin Harov. After leaving the restaurant, he walked about 4 miles and attacked Michelle Mishkin, who was at that moment on the open terrace of her house. Detectives speculated that at the moment when the neighbor ran to call the police, Michelle's husband John Stevens returned from walking the dog, and upon seeing the attacker, tried to save his wife but became a victim himself. After the police subdued Austin, he suddenly lost consciousness and was rushed to the hospital, where he slipped into a coma for 11 days. Doctors suspected he might have ingested certain chemicals affecting his body, but toxicology tests on his blood found nothing. 2 months later, he was discharged from the hospital and placed in custody pending investigation. During questioning, Austin's statements were incoherent. He sometimes claimed he couldn't remember anything from that night, while at other times he rambled about seeing zombies on the road and using a knife in self-defense. He mentioned constant hallucinations of ghosts, demons, and voices in his head. A psychiatric evaluation determined that Austin was in a severe psychotic state during and after the attack. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Philip Resnick at the University Hospitals of Cleveland and Ohio confirmed that Austin Harov suffers from bipolar disorder, acute manic episodes with psychotic symptoms, and clinical manifestations of lycanthropy, also known as werewolf syndrome, while in prison. Austin gave an interview to TV host Phil McGraw, better known as Dr. Phil, expressing deep remorse for the incident. He cried and expressed regret for taking the lives of 2 innocent people, hoping the victims' families could forgive him. Austin faced charges of first-degree murder in the deaths of Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens, as well as attempted first-degree murder for the attack on Jeff Fisher. A trial was anticipated, but a judge decided to place him in a psychiatric facility until medical professionals determined he was no longer a threat to society. The decision shocked the public and the victims' families, as they hoped Austin Harov would soon face legal accountability. Yet the judge's ruling delayed the judicial process until it was determined that Austin was not a danger to society. Only 3 years after the incident, on November 6, 2019, a hearing in the case of the murders of Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens took place. Austin Harov, who had been under forced treatment for schizophrenia, appeared. Surprisingly, the court couldn't reach a final decision on his guilt, and he remains in prison awaiting the next hearing. Austin's father, Wade Harov, shared that a few days before the incident, his son had been behaving strangely and talking about being pursued by demons. Wade concluded that his son likely suffered from an inherited mental illness, as they had relatives who struggled with schizophrenia. Perhaps, if the family had sought qualified medical help in time, such a heinous crime might not have occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On July 3, 1989, another child was born in the municipality of Estreitão in Maranhão, Brazil. The boy was named Danilo, which is a common Portuguese name. This child was not spoon-fed or stroked on the head with bedtime stories. When he reached school age, he was not escorted there. He grew up on the streets, like all the other children in this impoverished neighborhood. Adults and children in Brazil's favelas live in conditions of oppressive poverty, low living standards, and unemployment. All of these factors provide the foundation for street crime to flourish. From childhood, there was only dirt, poverty, a lack of human contact, and ordinary food. All existing instincts for self-preservation are activated. Everyone survives in their own way. Unfortunately, more often than not, a person who has seen only violence and the speed with which results are obtained through force will choose the same path in life because he does not know how else. Our story today is about the horrific brutality and unwavering obsession that destroy people. Sarah Brandau was looking forward to seeing her younger sister Deborah and two nephews, a boy named Ian and a girl named Yasmin, at the airport in 2019. Deborah, 30, had a failed relationship with her children's father. Driven by a genuine desire to provide a better life for her children, she relocated from Brazil to Pennsylvania to live with her sister. The family quickly settled into their new home. I grew accustomed to my cozy home and the new standard of living. Deborah Brandau and her sister Sarah were inseparable. They not only worked together in the cleaning service, but they also spoke on the phone throughout the day. They lived a peaceful and happy life. They had moved to another country. However, an unexpected encounter altered the fates of all the heroes forever. Deborah met her compatriot, 31-year-old Danilo Cavalcante, in the park during a day off with children in 2020. The young people quickly developed a trusting relationship with one another. The man was extremely attentive to her and kind to her children. Deborah fell in love with her Brazilian neighbor, Danilo Cavalcante, and concluded that she had found a suitable and trustworthy man. After a few months together, they rented a small house and began living as a full-fledged family. After a while, the hot and emotional Danilo became bored with his ideal family life. As their relationship with Deborah grew closer, he became more jealous and obsessive. Mistrust arose from nothing and gradually evolved into complete control. Scandals between the couple erupted on a regular basis, eventually leading to violence. Danilo drank every night and returned home in a completely different person. He acted like an angry animal. He demanded complete obedience and submission from Deborah. In the event of resistance, he punished her severely in front of the children. The woman was not weak. She defended herself to the best of her ability and refused to let her beloved children suffer harm. Unwilling to tolerate such treatment, she returned to her sister's house, and after receiving repeated threats, she went to the police and then to court to obtain an order of protection prohibiting Cavalcante from approaching her. Despite Deborah's numerous attempts to distance herself from Cavalcante, he pursued her relentlessly, threatening violence if she dared to end the relationship. Deborah, fearing for her life, conducts a small investigation to learn more about Danilo Cavalcante's identity. After contacting acquaintances in Brazil via social media, she learns about Danilo's previous life and the reasons for his entry into the United States. The woman realizes her lover is not who he claims to be, and the revelation shocks her. On November 5, 2017, while in his native Brazil, Danilo Cavalcante fatally wounded 20-year-old student Walter J.R. Moreira dos Reis shot him 5 times near a restaurant in the city of Figueirópolis. An investigation revealed that the two were friends, and the killing was motivated by Walter's car repair debt. A week following the crime, the Brazilian judicial system granted the prosecutor's office's request for preventive detention, issuing an arrest warrant. However, Brazilian authorities did not have time to detain Danilo. Cavalcante was able to flee the country via Brasilia International Airport due to a disagreement with the Tocantins judicial system, which did not request that the decision be entered into the National Warrant Registry until 7 months after the crime. Cavalcante entered Puerto Rico illegally. A warrant for his arrest was issued in Brazil in June 2018. Cavalcante obtained a fake ID after entering Puerto Rico and eventually moved to Chester County, Pennsylvania, to live with his sister. Danilo's real identity was revealed. Deborah gave him an ultimatum: either leave her alone or she would reveal his identity. This was the woman's fatal error. Deborah was walking with her children in front of her house on the evening of April 18, 2021. The children were playing catch-up, and the woman was quietly conversing with an elderly neighbor. Danilo Cavalcante took her aside to talk. The neighbor remained waiting for Deborah and only observed the ex-lovers chatting. The conversation was calm until Cavalcante pulled out 2 knives and suddenly attacked her. Deborah fell, and he stabbed her multiple times. Deborah's children screamed down the street for him not to touch their mother. However, the man was in agony. He stabbed Deborah 38 times. A neighbor who witnessed the brutal scene desperately attempted to provide emergency aid and stop the bleeding. Deborah's daughter dashed to a neighbor's house to seek assistance and call emergency services. Deborah Brandow was taken to Paoli Hospital but died of her injuries. Meanwhile, Daniel Cavalcanti fled Pennsylvania to avoid arrest and remained on the run for several hours before being apprehended and arrested by Virginia State Police. He was extradited to Pennsylvania and arrested pending trial on August 16, 2023, in Chester County. Danilo Cavalcanti's trial for first-degree murder began. The investigation found that Cavalcante refused to accept the end of their relationship and had been intimidating Deborah since 2020. During the Cavalcante's trial, Deborah's crying child testified repeatedly about the horrifying events of that bloody day. It only took the jury 15 minutes to reach a guilty verdict. Cavalcante was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. After the verdict was announced, Cavalcanti was transferred to the Chester County Jail in Poquoson, where he was awaiting transfer to a federal prison. However, on August 31, 2023, at approximately 9 a.m., he escaped from the Chester County Jail via a chimney, much like Spider-Man. He climbed across the wall between two cramped hallways, ascended through the chimney to the roof, deftly avoiding the barbed wire fences, and escaped. Surveillance footage captured the prisoner in the narrow space between two walls in the exercise yard. He walked up with his arms and legs to either side. He then ran across the roof, climbed over the fence, and pushed through the barbed wire to escape. Prison officials were well aware of all the vulnerabilities discovered in the prison after Igor Bolt escaped and believed they had been addressed. Officials believed that the barbed wire installed following a similar escape by an inmate named Igor Boller a few months prior would prevent a jailbreak planned by the acting warden. According to court documents from May, an inmate named Igor Boller climbed onto the jail roof and jumped to a less secure location. He was apprehended less than a mile from the prison, approximately 5 minutes after escaping. Again, we neglected to account for the failure on the human factors side. We concentrated solely on the physical infrastructure, not the human factor. According to Holland, 160 cells did not witness the escape, and a guard and a tower that watched over the prisoners did not notice the Cavalcante's disappear. The tower guard was initially placed on administrative leave and then fired. As a matter of urgency, the prison was closed, and the hunt for a particularly dangerous criminal began. Alerts were everywhere. Danilo Cavalcante, 33, has black hair and is possibly armed and dangerous. The escape of a dangerous killer from a state prison has garnered a lot of attention. Every day, the search for the fugitive was broadcast on all media channels. The Pennsylvania State Police Chief, who led the search for Cavalcante, held regular press conferences and briefings to provide state residents with accurate information about the special operation. He urged residents to take an active role in the situation by holding vigils. It's an observation to help figure out the perpetrator's path, and it worked. So, a few hours after his escape, Danilo Cavalcante was seen walking along a road about 2 miles west of the prison. Cavalcante was discovered using a surveillance camera in the early morning hours of September 2nd after receiving reports from local residents. Police established a search perimeter around the area, securing the roads and railroads that run through it to prevent Cavalcante's possible escape, and offered a $10,000 reward for any information leading to his capture. Authorities began searching within 2 miles of the jail in a heavily wooded pickup area and township in Chester County. A local resident discovered the fugitive in a creek bed just days after his escape, but he fled into the woods before police could locate him. The search continued. After a week on the run, the search area expanded. Cavalcante was captured on a security camera at Longwood Gardens, a popular botanical garden nearly 3 miles from the jail and just south of where police initially searched for him. There are a lot of ravines, high fields, grass, and cover for a guy who is 5 feet tall and weighs 120 pounds. Robert Clark, Deputy U.S. Marshal for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, stated on September 5th. In addition to the difficult, rugged terrain, searchers struggled to deal with the extreme heat and humidity that persisted for days following a week of desperate searches for the fugitive felon. The number of officers searching for Cavalcante on the ground has increased from 250 to nearly 400. We have a large perimeter secured, and we are very optimistic. According to the police chief, the search team has been strengthened not only in numbers but also in terms of equipment. Helicopters flying over the search area began playing a recorded message from Cavalcante's Portuguese-speaking mother, begging him to surrender peacefully to authorities. The next morning, a security camera caught Cavalcante on a property about 2 miles south of the prison. Police have moved in to set up a new perimeter around the facility, and Longwood Gardens and nearby schools will be closed while the search is conducted. Police continued their intensive search for the object for the rest of the week, and Longwood Gardens briefly reopened with limited access before being forced to evacuate and close again on September 7th after another sighting of the object. On the same day, police increased the reward for information leading to his capture from $10,000 to $20,000. After nearly a week of searching, nerves were frayed. Locals knew a man convicted of murder was on the loose, but authorities had yet to explain how Cavalcante escaped from prison. Police in Philadelphia's Chester County have asked residents to lock all doors and windows, secure vehicles, and stay indoors. CBS News reported that Danilo Cavalcante, 34, escaped from a Pennsylvania prison. The intense search continued until September 9th, when Cavalcante was seen on a video intercom call standing on the front porch of a former colleague's home near Phoenixville, nearly 20 miles northeast of the search perimeter. Cavalcante had a deft way of altering his appearance. He shaved and dressed in new clothes. Danilo moved around the state with sophistication and remained undetected, so he stole a van from a nearby dairy store and drove it to Phoenixville, hoping to find assistance and shelter from acquaintances. On the morning of September 10th, a stolen van with an empty gas tank was discovered abandoned in a field in East Nantmeal. The search was expanded to include the northern part of Chester County. On September 11th, the fugitives' movements caused the search perimeter to change again. As the search continued, Cavalcante was added to Interpol's wanted list, and authorities increased the reward for information on his whereabouts. The same night, a local resident called emergency services. He reported that a man with a similar description had broken into his garage. The homeowner was forced to open fire in self-defense, shooting him 7 times. However, Cavalcante was able to escape and steal a .caliber rifle with a scope and flashlight from the house. Police responded quickly and discovered Cavalcante's sweatshirts and shoes near the home after confirming the perpetrator's identity and determining that the dangerous felon was now armed. Police urged residents of the South Coventry neighborhood to lock all doors, windows, and vehicles and stay indoors if possible. The convicted felon carries a handgun and is especially dangerous. Many residents in the area have been alarmed by the chemical contest escape. School districts canceled classes for the day after Cavalcante was captured on surveillance video. The police expanded their search and advised residents to keep their doors locked. Police established a new search perimeter in South Coventry Township that was tighter than previous ones because they believed Cavalcante was now surrounded. The search continued throughout the day on September 12th until around 1 a.m. On September 13th, an aircraft equipped with thermal imaging technology spotted Cavalcante in the woods. Despite the sighting, police had to wait until sunrise to approach because bad weather prevented the surveillance plane from flying safely. The big breakthrough came in the early hours of September 13th, when authorities discovered that a security alarm had gone off shortly after midnight within the final search perimeter. According to Bill Evans, an illegal drug enforcement aircraft using thermal imaging technology detected a heat signal in the area around 1 a.m. An alarm was triggered. Ron Johnson, a retired Missouri State Highway Patrol captain, stated that technology was extremely important in this case. Things went against law enforcement for a long time, but they were able to detect the heat signature of a DA spy plane around 8 a.m. On September 13th, police discovered Cavalcante sleeping with the rifle he had stolen from his home 2 nights before. Danilo Cavalcante, a dangerous criminal, attempted to flee by crawling into dense undergrowth, but a police dog named Yoda apprehended him by biting his head and holding him until officers arrived. Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens stated at a press conference that Yoda caused Cavalcante minor head injuries during his capture. They were able to land quietly. Bivens stated that we had the element of surprise, which allowed us to capture the fugitive with no casualties. Cavalcante was questioned by police shortly after his capture, where he stated that he survived on watermelons and creek water, only traveled at night, and once nearly got caught by a police officer while hiding. Travel content intends to steal a car and travel to Canada since returning from prison. Cavalcante has been charged with several crimes stemming from his escape, including burglary, trespassing, and theft. Following the capture of high-risk felon Danilo Cavalcante, local and state officials, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, thanked the numerous law enforcement officers who helped with the search. Chester County District Attorney Deb Ryan stated, "Today is a great day in Chester County. Our nightmare has finally ended, and one for the good guys. We are grateful to all of the first responders for their tireless and dedicated efforts to bring this fugitive to justice. They worked around the clock, and we are very grateful to them all." Chief George Bivens, who led the search, discussed the various challenges law enforcement officers faced in finding Cavalcante, mentioning the intense heat and thunderstorms that occurred during the search, as well as the fact that each of the search perimeters established during the search were in heavily wooded areas. The search team consisted of about 500 law enforcement officers, including Pennsylvania State Police, FBI, ATF, and US Marshals, who searched the area surrounding the shooting scene. The police set up a perimeter of several miles in each direction. After Cavalcante's escape, the Chester County Jail Board, which oversees the Chester County Jail, was heavily chastised by locals for failing to prevent Cavalcante's escape. Residents pointed out that the jail had the opportunity to make appropriate security improvements following Igor Bolt's May 19th escape attempt, which could have potentially prevented Cavalcante's escape because he used the same method Bolt did. The prison guard who was on duty during Cavalcante's escape on September 7th has already been fired, according to prison officials, who claimed the guard had the opportunity to spot Cavalcante during the escape, days after the offenders were apprehended. The Chester County Jail announced the installation of a tin roof over the area where Cavalcante climbed up walls to access the roof and escape, as well as a number of other security measures and improvements. "I believe Chester County officials will have to answer questions about how the suspect was able to escape, particularly given the prison's history," said Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. The communication and cooperation of all law enforcement agencies and local residents who banded together during the state's lengthy search assisted in apprehending and honorably punishing the evil. Daniela will never be free. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at the events that took place in California. Corey Desmond, 28, went missing in Redondo Beach while leaving her bartending job on Valentine's Day, 2009. A few days later, her body was discovered in a plastic trash bag on the side of the road and in Running Springs in San Bernardino County. The police had differing accounts of what happened. However, after a few months, the investigation came to a halt. The breakthrough came after a woman saw a billboard with a picture of Corey and called the police. Corey Desmond was born March 18, 1980, at the Torrance Memorial Hospital, and she was the center of attention from the start because she needed to fight for her life. She had to undergo multiple surgeries due to a hole in her diaphragm, and her chances of survival were only 20. Miraculously, she not only survived, but thrived. Desmond's friends and family described her as a smart, self-confident young woman who was not afraid to express her opinions, was energetic, and had a lot of affection for the people she cared about. Desmond graduated from North Torrance High School and later earned a master's degree in criminal justice from Long Beach State. Unsure of her life's purpose, she changed her mind and decided to become a teacher. Her goal was to educate autistic children. A week after her death, she received a notice in the mail that she had earned her teaching certificate. She was adored by many people, including her friends. She was sweet at times, but tough as nails. She could command a bar full of customers whenever she wanted, and all the while she was singing one of her favorite karaoke songs, like Black Velvet or These Boots Were Made for Walking, and was once again the center of attention. Corey's secondary family, which she formed while working in various establishments, kept her coming back regardless of what her family wanted her to do. In 2009, Corey worked in a bar. On Saturday, February 14, she worked a shift that ended at 9:30 p.m. She then went 2 blocks to the popular bar and street lounge. Corey was well known among the bar's employees because she had friends who worked here. She was captured on surveillance cameras assisting her friends at the bar. She left only after it closed around 2 a.m. Following that, none of her friends saw her again on Monday, February 16, at around 2:20 p.m. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office received a terrifying call approximately 100 miles from the bar where Corey was last seen. The driver paused to remove the snow chains from the wheels. The man noticed a strong, unpleasant odor as soon as he got out of the car. He suspected the source of the stench was an animal hit by a car, but he decided to investigate. Not far from the car, he discovered something strange. He noticed a black plastic garbage bag with a woman's body inside. In a panic, the man ran out into the road, stopping cars and asking them to call the police because his phone's battery had died. They identified the victim using fingerprints and a driver's license. Corey Desmond, 28, was the victim of a brutal attack. The woman died of strangulation. She had multiple bruises on her face and neck, as well as injuries to the back of her head. Corey attempted to fight back because she had several defense wounds. Although the exact time of death was unknown, medical experts estimated Corey was on the street for approximately 12-36 hours before the man's pants were unbuttoned and pulled to her knees. However, no evidence of intimate contact was found. The first conclusion that investigators reached was that the location where the driver discovered Corey's body was not the site of her death. The criminal disposed of her body by the side of the road, hoping it would take some time to be discovered. Before the man discovered her body, the rain had destroyed all possible evidence. The most difficult aspect of a police officer's job is breaking bad news to the families of the deceased or missing. Corey was then living with her grandmother. The woman was shocked to learn that her granddaughter's body had been discovered in a garbage bag, and Mark was equally devastated. Corey's father, Mark, was fully aware of how the system worked. The police may delay an investigation for months because they require a warrant to conduct searches, interrogations, and fingerprinting. In some cases, time-consuming bureaucracy slows the criminal investigation process. As a result, Mark decided not to sit and wait for the police to find the person who had taken away his daughter. He chose to act. He claimed that his love for his daughter gave him the courage to look for the criminal. Mark discovered Corey's Jeep Wrangler in an alley near the bar where she worked. He also discovered that Corey had vanished on the night of February 15. Unfortunately, nobody knew about it. Grandma didn't panic because Corey was an adult who could spend the night with a friend or friends. In addition, she frequently worked late into the night and returned home when her grandmother was already asleep. Investigators searched the bar where Desmond worked for potential witnesses or leads. They spoke with other employees and learned that Corey had finished her shift at 9:30 p.m. and then visited another bar. Corey frequently did this because her friends worked at that bar and Corey would often pay them a visit at the end of the shift. She assisted at the bar or chatted with friends while sitting at the counter. In addition, it provided her with extra tips. Many bar patrons recognized Corey's face and mistook her for another employee. Surveillance cameras confirmed the visitor's words, capturing the girl assisting her friends at the bar. Unfortunately, a bartender's job entails more than just serving drinks and entertaining guests. After drinking alcohol, some people lose control of their emotions and behave inappropriately. Corey had the misfortune of meeting such a person that evening. According to eyewitnesses, she argued with a provocative man who bothered women and unceremoniously touched them, offering unflattering compliments. While everyone else remained silent and refused to confront this man, Corey stood up for the bar's customers. In other words, the girl told the man that he wasn't welcome there. The violent guest was furious but agreed to leave. Corey continued to assist her friends and serve drinks at the bar as if nothing had occurred. She consumed alcohol that evening, but it had no effect on her behavior. She left the bar alone after 2 a.m. with the intention of returning home. However, as we now know, a man discovered his lifeless body 100 miles from the bar the following day. Mark gave the police all of the information he could find. He appealed to everyone on television to report any relevant information for the investigation. Meanwhile, during a conversation with investigators, the police identified the man Corey had a disagreement with prior to her death. The man stated that he had no idea who Corey Desmond was. However, he did not deny having a heated argument with the girl in a bar on February 14. The man stated that alcohol made him uncontrollable, confirming that he was kicked out of the bar. He then went home to sleep. The suspect denied involvement in the crime. He agreed to a polygraph test and allowed the police to search his home and car. They carefully examined the suspect's vehicle. After all, there could have been traces like bloodstains, hair, or something from a quarry. The car was filthy both inside and out. Nonetheless, forensic experts found no evidence there. While searching the man's home, they discovered no evidence of his involvement in the crime. The investigators' last hope of catching the man in a lie was a polygraph test, which he passed without difficulty, answering all of the police's questions. In addition, his wife confirmed that he arrived home before 2 a.m. I immediately went to bed. Corey exited the bar around 2 a.m. This means that he was not involved in her death. As a result, the police removed him from the list of suspects, but there were no other persons of interest in this investigation. They investigated Korea's personal life to see if she had any enemies who could cause her harm. Investigators discovered another strange detail. The owner of the bar where Corey worked stated that she arrived that night and requested permission to use the restroom. But because the bar was closed, he declined the girl's request and advised her to return home. It was around 2:20 in the morning. What happened next remained a mystery because Corey never got in the car and did not return home. Investigators assumed she had been abducted or assaulted near her workplace. However, the bar's surveillance cameras did not capture this, and there were no witnesses on the street at that late hour. Corey died with a blood alcohol content more than 4 times the legal limit for driving. It was unclear whether she intended to drive or find another way home. Unfortunately, she didn't meet anyone who could help her that night. A month later, the investigation came to a dead end. The police investigated all versions and clues, but discovered no new suspects. Korea's father, Mark, was not about to give up. He rented 3 billboards along Artesia Boulevard in Redondo Beach. The billboards featured a photo of his daughter and the question, "Who killed Corey Desmond?" The man offered a $15,000 reward for any information that helped the police. "I'm going to leave them up there to let people know the guy is still out there." Mark Desmond said it might save someone to some extent. This story is comparable to that of Alexandria Camp. Roger, the latter's father, did everything he could to find the criminal, and billboards were crucial in solving the crime. If you haven't seen this story yet, please click the link at the end of the video. Corey's information was periodically displayed on 50 electronic billboards. Eventually, it produced results. When the phone rang at the police station in May 2009, Tiffany Ware noticed one of the billboards featuring Corey's photo. This woman helped the police solve this case. Tiffany spoke quietly. The woman was distressed and terrified. She rambled as if she didn't know where to begin. Finally, she focused and said, "Hello, my name is Tiffany. I believe my boyfriend, Tony Lopez Perez, murdered that bartender girl, Corey Desmond. Please check on him. He is behaving strangely, but I will tell you more when we meet." Tiffany called multiple times to set up a meeting with the detective. During their conversation in the park, the woman revealed her suspicions. According to her, on February 14, she and Tony planned a romantic Valentine's Day dinner. She spent the entire evening preparing for her date. Tiffany took the children to see their grandparents, went to a beauty salon, and purchased a new red dress. Tony enjoyed it when she wore red clothes. It drove him crazy. He was working that day but had to get home around 11:30 p.m. Tiffany waited for Tony almost all night. The woman attempted to contact him, but he did not return calls or messages. Tony returned home at 4:30 a.m., as if nothing had happened, and claimed he was too drunk to go home. He claimed he fell asleep in his car. Tiffany mentioned that Tony rarely cleans the interior of his car. However, after a few days, he purchased the entire set of cleaning supplies. He washed the car thoroughly without her assistance. The guy's behavior appears strange, but at the time, she didn't give it much thought. A few days later, Tony sold his white Dodge for nearly nothing and purchased another vehicle. He also changed his phone number for no discernible reason. A little later, they went on a joint trip to Big Bear Lake. They chatted the whole way, and everything seemed normal until Tony abruptly stopped the car on the side of the road. He turned to Tiffany and asked, "Do you think this dead girl, what was her name? The bartender was dumped here?" "I'm almost certain that the police found her body here." Tony Lopez Perez and Tiffany lived together for about 4 years. They had a 6-year-old son together but never got married. He was a hardworking individual who got along well with everyone. He has never had an issue with the law. Perez came from a large family of 8 siblings. Perez's parents grew up in the Los Angeles area, and he attended Manhattan Beach High School. Tony's absence on the day of Corey's death, cleaning and urgently selling the car, a strange trip, an equally strange comment about where the police discovered her body, a change of phone number, and strange behavior. Putting these facts together, Tiffany realized that Tony could have killed Corey Desmond. She did not want to believe it. The investigators decided to speak with Tony and went to his house to keep him from suspecting anything. Tiffany agreed to cooperate with the police and not tell him anything about the conversation. It appeared that they were conducting routine interviews of people to find witnesses in the Corey Desmond case. Tony appeared calm, like he had nothing to hide. He wasn't nervous as he answered all the questions. He said he didn't know her and had only seen Corey in the newspapers. However, hard evidence was required to charge Tony Lopez Perez with Corey's murder. Thus, the police discovered the new owner of Tony's Dodge, which he sold shortly after learning of his death. The new owner confirmed that Tony sold him the car at a low price. He allowed the police to search the vehicle for evidence. Tiffany claimed Tony thoroughly cleaned the interior before selling his car. However, when the experts applied luminol and used an ultraviolet lamp, it became clear why Tony Lopez Perez sold his car. The interior of the car was lit up in bright blue. Tony was asked to come to the police station. They kept the discovery a secret from him in order to keep him from fleeing. He initially claimed he had never seen Corey, but later changed his story, saying he saw her near the bar and whistled at her. When the police noticed the man changing his testimony, they showed him photos of the car he had sold and informed him that they had discovered crucial evidence there. This time, Tony claimed to have seen Corey outside the bar standing under a streetlight. She lost consciousness and fell to the sidewalk. He tried to help her, but she did not recover consciousness. Then he started slapping Corey's cheeks. Corey opened her eyes and began screaming. She told him to leave and asked him to let her go. According to Tony, he became scared, put his hands over her mouth, and accidentally strangled her. Fearing that he would be blamed for Corey's death, he placed her body in the back seat of his car and drove home. Perez claimed he awoke during the night and went outside to see if it was a nightmare. I opened the door, and it wasn't a nightmare. Perez told detectives that it was true. Perez said he went back inside and tried to sleep. In the morning, he drove to work with Desmond's body still in the back seat. At the end of the day, he placed her body in 2 garbage bags, drove to a remote location, and left it by the side of the road. Tony claims what he did to Corey was an accident. He claimed he was drunk and scared. In his panic, he strangled her unintentionally, but Corey's injury indicated otherwise. She had serious injuries to the back of her head, bruises on her face and neck, and defense wounds on her hands. Furthermore, Correa's pants were down to her knees. Tony Perez was arrested and charged with first-degree deprivation of life. The next day, he showed the police where he had dumped the core of his body. In addition to Tony's confession, they now had DNA test results. Corey's blood matched that found in the car Tony sold shortly after committing the crime. Coroner Jack testified at the 2011 trial about the victim's multiple head contusions, strangulation evidence, and blunt force trauma to her face. Sheridan also claimed she had scratches on her body, implying the criminal dragged her after her death. Based on Correa's injuries, prosecutors claim Perez assaulted her and attempted to force her into intimacy on February 15, 2009. Corey resisted. Unable to get his way, Perez strangled her. Tiffany testified in the trial. She told the San Bernardino County jury that her ex-boyfriend Tony Lopez Perez had an insatiable desire for sex in January and February 2009. Even though they were making love almost every day, where claimed Perez was still unsatisfied. Tiffany also testified in court that Tony had twice engaged in sexual activity with her against her will. It occurred approximately 1 month after the birth of their son. Both incidents occurred while she was fast asleep on the couch after taking painkillers for severe back pain. Perez, who declined to testify at the trial, delivered his first statements to the court during his sentencing. He stated that he was taught to love and respect those around him, but that he occasionally strayed from this path. I forgot the most important lessons I learned in life, which make me a man, a father, a loving uncle to many, and a responsible person who supports his family, Perez said. Ultimately, I fell short. He mostly stuck to the story his attorney, Andrew Hale, told during the trial, that he was scared and did not mean to hurt Desmond at all. He told a jury of 6 men and 6 women that Perez discovered her passed out on the sidewalk. He claimed he tried to calm her down and didn't intend to kill her. I should have thought before acting. Perez said I should have taken a step back and cleared my mind. Fear took over. I was extremely scared and careless. Correa's father, Mark Desmond, stated that his daughter had a bright future ahead of her, before her life was cut short at the age of 28. Tony Perez should live the rest of his miserable life, knowing that he killed his own children's hopes and dreams while killing Corey. Her father claimed that he represents all of the characteristics that women in society fear. Perez begged God in the court for mercy just before his sentence was handed down. My heartfelt apologies to the Desmond family and to my own family. I have caused the Desmonds so much pain and sorrow that their lives will be forever changed. Beverly Desmond's grandmother commented, "I hope he never gets out on the street again. I hope he suffers as much as she did." In July 2011, a jury of 6 men and 6 women convicted Tony Lopez Perez, 36, of first-degree deprivation of life. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Corey Desmond's family thanked Tiffany Ware for helping the police solve this case. "If it hadn't been for her, I don't think they would have ever discovered it was him," said Leslie Schwab, a family friend who attended every day of the trial, along with about a dozen others in San Bernardino County. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story from 1992. Milleke van Doorn, a resident of Zaandam, Netherlands, was attacked after missing her bus. It took over 20 years for authorities to find the perpetrator of this crime. The development of DNA testing methods also played an important role. Milleke came from a typical, ordinary family. She lived in Zaandam with her parents and 2 sisters. Zaandam is a city in the province of North Holland. It is the main city of the municipality of Zaanstad and was granted city rights in 1811. It is located on the river, just north of Amsterdam. Milleke was not a troublesome child. She did nothing wrong and was friendly to everyone. She had recently graduated from high school, where she had a solid reputation. She believed that her life was only beginning and that she had a bright future ahead of her. Unfortunately, one summer night changed everything. Milleke became well known throughout the country, and her fate received a lot of attention. Milleke attended a friend's birthday party on Sunday evening, June 7, 1992. The party took place in one of the apartments in this building. The place looked the same in 1992. And little has changed since then except that the trees have grown taller. Milleke decided to leave before the birthday celebration ended. She was having a great time with her closest friends. But because she lived in a different part of town, she had to leave while public transportation was still operational, just before midnight. She said her goodbyes to her friends and headed outside. Milleke walked to the nearest bus stop, which was approximately 160 yards away. This bus stop had not changed much in 3 decades. According to investigators, when Milleke arrived at the stop, she discovered that the last bus had left a half-hour earlier. She was aware of the bus schedule but did not consider it due to the Christian holiday of Pentecost that day. The last bus left half an hour earlier than usual. Milleke had a different way to get home. It involved taking the train. The train station was located on the same street as the bus stop. Milleke would have had to walk approximately half a mile to get there. Nonetheless, she never returned home. She frequently slept over at her friends' houses, so her parents did not immediately sound the alarm. There is a church near the train station, and there is a pond nearby. The following day is Monday morning. The pastor of St. Joseph's Church was taking a morning walk when he noticed a body floating in the pond and was shocked. He called the police at 8:54 a.m. Detectives arrived on the scene in 5 minutes, and the Van Doorn family was overcome with despair and sadness that morning. Milleke's body had been recovered from the water. On first inspection, investigators realized they were dealing with a crime. She had numerous injuries on her neck, face, and body, including several stab wounds. She was also partly undressed. The perpetrator wanted to hide the body so that passersby couldn't see it, so he covered it with reed stalks. However, this plan failed, and Milleke discovered the body because her family was devastated by her death. She had been young and dreamed of a beautiful future. But now her parents had to mourn her. They had no idea who could have dared do such a thing to their daughter or why. Following the autopsy, investigators gained some insight into the motive for the crime. The medical examiner discovered semen and pubic hair inside me, just like in his body. Even after the body was removed from the pond, there was no water in his lungs. This meant she had died somewhere else. It wasn't until after she died that the body attempted to be hidden in the pond. It was also unclear when Milica died. It could have occurred shortly after she left the party. However, it could have been several hours later. Because her body was submerged in water, body temperature could not be used to determine when she died. The pond is where the perpetrator disposed of the body. Milica, however, died somewhere else. The police were attempting to locate the crime scene, and investigators believed that because of the severity of the wounds, traces should have been left behind as one piece of evidence that could point to the crime scene and possibly the perpetrator. Was one of Milica's shoes missing? Police distributed informational flyers, among other things, stating that one of Milica's shoes was missing and asking anyone who found it to report it to detectives. The second shoe would eventually be discovered, but we'll talk about that later. It was 1992. DNA research was still in its early stages of development. As a result, DNA samples from Milica's body were ineffective in aiding the police investigation at the time. The detectives initially addressed me as if I were a member of their family. They wanted to know if Milica was in a conflict with anyone, or if she had rejected an obsessive man who couldn't accept rejection. Milica, however, was not at odds with anyone, according to her family members. Her personal life was also fine. She dated a guy her own age, and they rarely fought. After discovering that Milica was at a birthday party before she died, investigators decided to interview all of the guests who had invited their milk, including his boyfriend. Numerous interviews yielded nothing. Everyone at the party told the same story. Milica left shortly before midnight and was supposed to take a bus to her neighborhood. Milica's friends knew that the last bus had already left before she arrived at the bus stop that day. Today, almost everyone owns a cell phone. However, things were different in 1992. As a result, it was impossible to contact Milica to determine whether she boarded the bus or not, and whether she arrived home safely. After ruling me out, they look at my friends as possible suspects. Police officers began searching for potential witnesses to the crime. They went door to door, interviewing residents in the area where the body was discovered. This yielded a wealth of information but few specifics. Several people reported hearing a woman scream at night, but it quickly stopped, so they did not give it much thought. Witnesses reported seeing a man with a Turkish appearance riding a bicycle to the location where Milica's body was found. Investigators decided to focus on members of the Turkish community who live in the Kogreveld neighborhood, where Milica's body was discovered. Some young Turkish men had legal problems and were the focus of police attention. However, months later, investigators were still unable to identify the suspect. All of the men they spoke with denied being near the pond on the night of the crime. As a result, the investigation was deadlocked. 6 months after the crime, a roofer working on the roof of St. Joseph's Church discovered Milica's second shoe, which had been there all along. It was impossible to get to the church's roof without a ladder, so it was determined that the perpetrator had, for some reason, thrown one of Milica's shoes onto the roof while he was at the pond, regardless of whether there were any other marks on the church roof. They had long been erased by wind and bad weather. Months and years passed, but Milica Van Doren's case remained unsolved. This was another factor that deeply affected her parents. After all, whoever had so coldly and brutally taken their daughter from them remained free and happy, whereas the Van Doren family's lives were irreversibly altered. Over time, the police have returned to this case. Investigators had repeatedly interviewed residents in the area where the body was discovered, hoping that someone would recall something and provide previously unknown information, but this did not happen. The Milica story was also discussed on various television shows, and the police received calls with leads. However, this did not help in getting closer to the suspect. Nonetheless, the authorities had samples of the perpetrator's DNA at their disposal, which could be described as lying in wait as DNA testing technology advanced. Medical analysts speculated that the perpetrator was a man of Turkish descent who lived in the Kogerveld area in 1992 and was aged between 16 and 30. Approximately 200 men voluntarily submitted buccal swabs for DNA testing, but no results were obtained. A significant event occurred in April 2012, nearly 20 years after Milika's death, which shaped the investigation even further. Thanks to a change in the law in the Netherlands, DNA kinship testing became possible. Based on the autopsy results, evidence, and the perpetrator's behavior, a psychological portrait of him was created. The police profiler believed Milika was an unintentional victim of a frustrated man who was resentful of women in general. She was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The perpetrator may have only spoken to her briefly, but he then grabbed her violently and began threatening her. After satisfying his basic needs, he realized Milika would recognize him, so he decided to kill her. He remained silent for several weeks after committing the crime. Perhaps he pretended to be ill so he wouldn't see anyone or go out because he had scratches on his body from his fight with Milika. He is a hot-tempered man who takes criticism poorly, is selfish, has few friends, and mistreats his girlfriends. In 1992, the police profiler believed the offender to be between the ages of 18 and 25. In April 2016, the investigation into Milika van Doren's case was reopened. While there had been no serious reports in over 20 years, a specific report surfaced in June 2016, mentioning the names of 2 Turkish men. Both of these men had lived in Zaandam in 1992, and they had both left shortly after Milika died. This needed to be determined. Whether the 2 men had any involvement in the crime, it wasn't easy. They turned out to be in Turkey, and it took over a year to find them and take the necessary steps. However, DNA analysis of the 2 men revealed no matches to the DNA discovered on Milika's body in 2017. 25 years after Milika's death, authorities decided to try to identify the suspect using DNA typing technology. In November 2017, scientific tests on DNA samples found on Milika's body revealed that the DNA almost certainly belonged to a man of Turkish ancestry. The police requested a voluntary DNA sample from 133 men of Turkish origin who lived in the area where the body was discovered and neighboring areas in 1992. The Netherlands Institute of Forensic Medicine was tasked with analyzing the Y chromosome pattern, which is the DNA pattern passed down from father to son, in order to send out a request for voluntary DNA. Authorities promised that the samples would be used only in the investigation of Milika van Doren and then destroyed. Police also stressed that none of the men to whom the request was sent were suspects in the case. Nearly all of the 133 men of Turkish descent who received the request agreed to voluntarily provide a DNA sample for testing, but a few refused. According to a police statement, 126 of the 133 men provided DNA samples. A police spokesman called it fantastic, saying that the fact that so many men agreed to cooperate was respectful and demonstrated that they all wanted Doren to be held accountable and the case resolved. It took about a month to analyze the DNA samples, but it was worth it. The DNA of the man who attacked Milika 25 years ago was not one of the samples tested by these experts. However, among them was a DNA sample from a man who had no idea he was related to the perpetrator. On Monday, December 10, 2017, police announced the suspect's arrest. He turned out to be Hussein, a 47-year-old man whose last name and image were not published in accordance with local laws. He was one of 7 people who did not provide DNA for verification. Hussein, on the other hand, had a brother who had nothing to hide and gave the authorities his DNA without knowing where it would lead. By identifying family ties and compiling a list of individuals who refused to provide DNA to the police, investigators quickly figured out who had been hiding from justice for 25 years. These are the only photos of the suspect that I could find. The police obtained a warrant to collect a DNA sample from Hussein, and this time his consent was not required. A comparative analysis revealed a perfect match to the DNA samples taken from Milika's body. Based on this information, Hussein, who had established a family and fathered 4 daughters since the crime, was formally charged in the Milika van Doren case, and he denied guilt during his 2018 trial. He initially claimed that he was possessed by an evil spirit which is why he did not recall attacking Milica. However, he later changed his strategy and claimed that he had a secret and very close relationship with Milica, which is why his DNA ended up in her body. He claimed to be hiding his relationship with Milica because he had recently married. However, the judge did not believe him because Hussein made the statement only a year after being arrested, and because no one could confirm Milica and Hussein knew each other, let alone had an intimate relationship. Only immediate family members testified at the trial. According to one sister, the man who did this remained silent for years, refusing to reveal his identity or cooperate. When police asked for his DNA, he continued to live freely in the neighborhood, starting a family with 4 daughters. She addressed the suspect, stating, "You are an unidentified man who ruined my life. It disgusts me that there are men like you who exploit women, discard them like garbage, and then go on with their lives." The other sister stated, "I had hoped that you would talk about your motives in Milica's last hours, but instead, you made a completely implausible claim that you had a secret relationship with her and complained about how difficult it was for you and your own family. However, your family is welcome to visit you in prison. If I want to see Milica, my only option is to go to her gravesite." She concluded that Milica died in a terrible way, and so I hope for justice she deserved it. When her father was offered the opportunity to speak in court, Milica Van Doorn and her family were overcome with emotion. He was furious and said, "If you keep your mouth shut for 25 years, you're a coward." Hussein's treatment of Milica was appalling. According to the attorney, "It's shocking when the police come to your house and tell you that someone has taken your child's life because the family lived in constant fear for years, because they didn't know if this was a targeted act against the family." Hussein was found guilty on December 11, 2018, based on DNA evidence, despite his continued denials of involvement in Milica Van Doorn's case. He was convicted of taking Milica's life, which the court determined was Doorn's, to conceal the evidence of another crime, a crime against sexual integrity. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison. In addition, the judge ordered Hussein to pay Milica's family €10,000 in compensation. Hussein refused to appear in court during the pronouncement of his sentence. He was taken to court, but opted to remain in a cell outside the courtroom. Hussein filed an appeal in February 2019, and his sentence was reduced from 20 years to 19 years and 7 months. His time in prison, however, was brief. Hussein died on Sunday, June 13, 2022. According to his lawyer's report, Hussein died after working out, and the resuscitation treatments he received were ineffective. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman moved to another city for her studies and stayed with an acquaintance. Well, what happened next seemed more like a twisted plot of a detective movie than a real-life situation. For several years. This story troubled the police until the unexpected truth finally came to light. Jonah Berry was born on October 26, 1983, in the small American town of Bristol, Tennessee. She was lively and sociable, had many friends, and was always the life of the party. During her school years, she was also part of the local cheerleading team. After high school, Jonah enrolled at East Tennessee State University, where she studied psychology and criminalistics. While studying, she also worked part-time at a children's educational center. During her time at the university, she met a guy named Jason White. They dated for several years, and shortly before graduation, they got engaged in late 2004. When Jana was 21 years old, she decided to pursue a master's degree in psychology, which required her to temporarily move to Knoxville to study at a different university. After working at the Children's Center, she realized her passion for this field and aspired to become a child psychologist. Meanwhile, her boyfriend continued his studies in another state, aiming to obtain a law degree. Despite the distance, the couple communicated every day and started preparing for their wedding, which was only a few months away in Knoxville. Jonathan planned to find her own accommodation, but for the first few weeks she stayed at her friend Jason Amami's apartment. He had studied with her and her boyfriend at the university, and after graduating he moved to Knoxville, where he lived in a 2-bedroom apartment and agreed to host his friend. Until she found a place of her own, Jonah found 2 part-time jobs at a jewelry store and a children's hospital. On the evening of December 5th, after finishing her shift at the store, she went to the shopping center to buy Christmas presents. When she returned home, she packed some gifts intended for the children at the educational center, chatted with her apartment neighbor, and went to her room. There, she talked to her boyfriend on the phone and went to sleep. Around 4 a.m., Jason Amami woke up to a woman's scream. He thought Jana had a nightmare and headed to her room. At that moment, a man emerged from the room and Jason noticed a knife in his hand. The assailant immediately attacked him and delivered several blows. The young man tried to defend himself and at some point managed to fend off the attacker, pushing him away, and ran out of the apartment. Jason quickly ran to the neighboring residential complex and began knocking on every door, hoping that someone would call the police, but no one opened for him. He then sprinted to the nearest 24-hour store, which was almost a kilometer away. Upon seeing the bloodied man, the store clerk immediately called 911 and Jason recounted what happened. The police arrived at his home and immediately discovered Jonah lying on the floor next to the corridor door that connected 5 apartments. The young woman was alive, but barely responsive to what was happening around her. As the paramedics prepared to load her into the ambulance, a police officer asked, "Is the attacker still in the apartment?" and he thought he saw Jonah nod ever so slightly. The officers thoroughly searched the entire building and the surrounding area but failed to find him. The young woman was swiftly transported to the nearest hospital, but despite the efforts of the doctors, they were unable to save her. Medical experts determined that she had sustained over 20 knife wounds, leaving the doctors with virtually no chance of saving her life. As for her neighbor, the assailant had managed to inflict 8 wounds on him, with only 1 being serious. The medics provided him with the necessary care and his life was not in danger. Meanwhile, detectives began investigating the crime scene. From the bloodstains in the corridor, they deduced that the young woman had attempted to reach out to her neighbors and seek help, but none of the 4 residents had opened their doors. Next to the door to Johnny's room, investigators found the murder weapon, a kitchen knife belonging to Jason. The assailant had struck with such force that the blade had bent. In addition, the police discovered blood traces near the back door of the apartment and on the staircase leading from the 2nd floor to the street. Considering that Jason and Jonah had exited through the front door, the detectives made the most obvious conclusion: the murderer had left the crime scene through the back door, and another lead awaited them in Jason's room. They found a partial footprint that the perpetrator may have left when following the apartment owner and launching the attack, considering the brutality with which the killer had dealt with the young woman. The police suspected that the crime was personal in nature. Their first step was to closely scrutinize Jana's fiancé, despite him being approximately 1,000 kilometers away from Knoxville. All friends and relatives attested to the couple having a wonderful relationship, and there seemed to be no motive for the fiancé to commit such a heinous crime. The young man only learned about his fiancé's death at 10 a.m. when her mother called him. He said that after hearing the news, he fainted and took a long time to recover. He had to ask his neighbor to book a plane ticket for him and pack his suitcase since he was incapable of doing anything himself. Detectives thoroughly examined his alibi and concluded that he physically couldn't have traveled to Knoxville and returned by morning. As a result, he was eliminated as a suspect, and the investigators turned their attention to Jonah's neighbor, unlike the victim's fiancé, whose neighbor had no alibi. Jason was in the same apartment as her and could have committed the crime. Friends and relatives of Jonah were also suspicious of him, with some considering him the most likely killer. Others accused him of fleeing the apartment and leaving the young woman alone, leading the victim's parents to not even want him to attend her funeral immediately. After Jason was discharged from the hospital, the detectives began interrogating him. The young man stuck to his initial version of events. He woke up to a scream, saw an unknown man, and was attacked. When he managed to push the assailant away, Jason rushed the front door and ran outside, attempting to reach his neighbors. He believed that Jana had also managed to leave the apartment since he no longer heard her screams. However, the police were hesitant to believe this account. The first thing that made them suspect Jason was his injuries. 7 out of the 8 wounds proved to be non-life-threatening, and the last one on his right hand could have been sustained during both defense and attack. Furthermore, forensic experts found no signs of forced entry into the apartment, indicating that the perpetrator was already inside. Jason himself mentioned that he had taken out the trash through the back door that evening, but couldn't remember if he had locked it or not. Detectives continued to press him, paying particular attention to the door he used to run out onto the street. Jason insisted that it was the front door, but the police suspected he was lying. If he had exited through the back door, it would explain the bloody traces near the door on the stairs. In that case, it would further implicate him. Additionally, the police accused him of using and selling illicit substances and behaving aggressively when unable to obtain a dose. Jason denied all of these allegations, but the investigators kept bombarding him with various accusations. After spending several hours with Jason at the police station, the detectives offered him a polygraph test, and he agreed. They brought in an expert who asked leading questions, and at the end of the interview informed him that the polygraph indicated that he had given false answers. Upon hearing this, Jason entered a state of close to hysteria. He screamed that he had nothing to do with the crime and feared for his life as the real perpetrator was still at large. However, the detectives didn't believe him. Nevertheless, they couldn't arrest him for murder since there was no evidence against Jason. They had to wait for the laboratory experts to finish examining the few pieces of evidence found in the apartment. Then an unexpected turn of events occurred with the knife used as the murder weapon. 3 DNA samples were found, those of the deceased young woman, Jason, and an unknown male. The unknown male's DNA was also discovered in Jonah's room on the back door handle and on the staircase used by the perpetrator to flee. Furthermore, a fingerprint left by the victim's blood was found on the knife handle, and it didn't match Jason's fingerprint. These discoveries made the police doubt that he was the killer. The evidence confirmed that someone else was indeed present in the apartment that night, but comparing the DNA samples to existing databases yielded no results. Despite the detectives no longer considering Jason as the murderer, public opinion remained against him. He was accused of fleeing and abandoning his girlfriend instead of trying to protect her. In addition to that, Jason began to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. Soon another interesting fact emerged. It turned out that the polygraph operator had simply misinterpreted the instrument's readings. In reality, there were no signs indicating that Jason was lying. Furthermore, the police had no actual evidence linking the young man to illicit substances. They accused him of it solely to exert additional pressure. Most importantly, the police initially downplayed the severity of the injuries Jason sustained, but in reality he had suffered serious harm, with his lung and neck being severely damaged. Full recovery was unlikely due to these police reports. The insurance company only covered 25% of the medical expenses, and Jason experienced significant financial difficulties after he ceased being a suspect. The police began questioning Jason as a witness, and based on his statements, they created an approximate profile of the attacker. The situation was complicated by the fact that Jason couldn't clearly see Asiana's face as the room was dark, and the perpetrator immediately attacked him. When he exited the room, detectives also discovered something interesting in Jonah's room, a camp, and near the back staircase there were scattered discs and a stereo player. Initially, they assumed these items belonged to the victim or Jason, but Jason denied it. According to him, none of those belongings were in his apartment, implying that the killer left them behind. The investigators handed the approximate portrait of the suspect to journalists, and after its publication in the news, the police received hundreds of potential leads. People provided information about acquaintances who even remotely resembled the portrait, and the detectives followed up on each lead. One of them seemed particularly intriguing to a detective. They were informed that in the vicinity of Jonah's murder, there was a group of teenagers known for breaking into houses to commit theft. One of them, a 19-year-old, named Michael Perkofow, resembled the suspect's portrait, and the police began searching for him. It wasn't easy since the young man was already wanted for theft. However, now that he was suspected of potential involvement in the murder, dozens of police officers joined the search. They eventually located him and brought him to the station. The investigators immediately noticed his footwear. The pattern on the soles resembled the footprint left by the killer. They collected a DNA sample and fingerprints from him and sent everything to the experts. Meanwhile, they interrogated him, and during the questioning, the detectives were in for an unexpected surprise. Michael confessed almost immediately that he and his friend had indeed broken into Jonah's apartment that night. According to Michael's account, their intention was to steal valuable items from Jonah's apartment, but his friend grabbed a knife and attacked her. However, the detectives quickly became skeptical of his story. Firstly, the details Michael provided didn't match the actual facts, and secondly, there were no traces of the presence of two outsiders at the crime scene. The laboratory result only confirmed their skepticism. Michael's DNA and fingerprints did not match those found at the murder scene. The same applied to his shoes. The pattern on the soles was different from the footprint in Jason's room. Eventually, the police realized that the young man was simply lying. As strange as it may sound, such situations occur quite often. Many high-profile cases involve individuals who take on someone else's guilt. Some do it to seek attention, while others lie in hopes of receiving rewards for information. It's unknown what motives drove Michael, but his story turned out to be fabricated. Since then, investigators have interviewed over 1,000 potential suspects and collected around 400 DNA samples. But they haven't found a single match. From the early weeks of the investigation, a reward was announced for information leading to the resolution of the case. The amount increased each month and reached $60,000 in December of 2005, 1 year after the murder. The state governor added $20,000 from his own pocket, which further drew public attention. Despite the numerous leads, all of them proved to be dead ends, and the case remained unresolved for several years. In 2007, the victim's parents decided to advocate for changes in the state's legislation. They found it astonishing that the perpetrator's fingerprints and DNA were not found in any of the databases. Considering the brutality of the crime, the parents refused to believe that it was his first offense. Later, they learned that under the laws of Tennessee, fingerprints and DNA samples were only taken from convicted criminals. Jonah's parents resolved to rectify the situation and participated in the creation of a new law that mandated the collection of these samples from all individuals arrested for violent crimes. The authorities supported this initiative, and in May of 2007, such a law was enacted. 2 months later, a breakthrough finally occurred in the case when the police arrested 22-year-old Taylor Lee Olson for violating the terms of his parole. The man had been convicted of theft, and during a search of his home, marijuana bushes were discovered, leading to his rearrest. Olson had an extensive criminal history, primarily consisting of thefts, check forgery, and car thefts. He had been arrested multiple times, but his fingerprints and DNA were never taken until now. It turned out that Olson had already come to the attention of investigators 5 months prior. They received a tip about his possible involvement in the murder, but for some reason the police never attempted to take his DNA for analysis. However, now that he was arrested for violating the terms of his parole, they finally decided to question him about the Jonah case. Olson denied his involvement in the murder and willingly agreed to provide his DNA sample. It was handed over to experts, and soon the detectives received a report from the laboratory. Taylor's DNA fully matched the sample found in the victim's apartment. Following this, his fingerprints were taken, and they also matched the print found on the murder weapon. Olson was subsequently arrested, and the detectives brought him in for questioning. At first, he denied his guilt, but soon he decided to confess. Taylor explained that on that night he wanted to steal John's car and entered the apartment through the back door to take the keys when he entered the young woman's room. She woke up and started screaming. That's when Olson grabbed a kitchen knife and struck her multiple times, although he claimed he did not intend to kill anyone, and it all happened accidentally. The detectives doubted the truthfulness of some aspects of his account and leaned toward the belief that Taylor had initially planned the murder. It was possible that he had been stalking the victim for some time, indirectly supported by a fact mentioned earlier in the investigation. Genre's friends told investigators that she had been followed by someone in a car. At the time, they couldn't find any evidence to confirm it, but after Olson's arrest, they considered the possibility that he had indeed been stalking her. Despite the doubt surrounding some details, nobody questioned Olson's guilt. His DNA and fingerprint were found on the murder weapon, indicating that he had inflicted the knife wounds on the victim. Olson's trial was scheduled to begin in mid-2008, and by that time he had already hired a lawyer. Apparently, the lawyer advised him to retract his confession, and Taylor provided a new version of events to the detectives. Now he claims that he had energy in his apartment with his friend Noah Cox, according to Olson, when he entered Jonah's room to take the car keys. She allegedly woke up, grabbed a knife, and struck him multiple times. Olson ran out of the apartment through the back door while his friend went into Jonah's room, where he grabbed the knife from her and killed the young woman. This account also did not convince the police. No fingerprints or DNA of other individuals were found at the crime scene, making the involvement of someone else unlikely. The detectives were awaiting the start of the trial, but it was never meant to happen. 10. On March 28, 2008, Taylor Olson ended his life in his prison cell, according to notes addressed to his family. Jonah's relatives and the police were found next to him in the letter to the detectives. He once again claimed that his friend Noah Cox was the actual killer and apologized to Jonah's family and his own. The detectives continued to believe that Olson was the one who committed the murder, yet they repeatedly questioned Noah, but no evidence of his involvement could be found. Jonah's parents also believed that he lied in their opinion. If Taylor was truly innocent, he would not have taken his own life. It was much more likely that he simply didn't want to spend his entire life in prison, and for several months after his confession, Olson continued to maintain that he entered the apartment alone and that no one was with him. If he was trying to protect his friend, Why did he suddenly retract his confession and start accusing him of the murder? Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story from 2004 in New Jersey, USA. Brittany Gregory was born on April 1, 1988, in Brick Township, the youngest of 5 children in her family. Her parents divorced, and she was left to live with her father, but she remained close to all of her siblings, particularly her sister Brianna, who was 4 years older than her. Brittany excelled in school, and her teachers expected her to become a scholar. Her unusual dream, however, was to become a forensic scientist and investigate crime scene evidence. Brittany enjoyed being the baby of the family. Her mother described her as spoiled but not vain or arrogant. She celebrated her 16th birthday in April by keeping her mother's promise to let her get her belly button pierced. She adored pop star Britney Spears and had posters of her up in her bedroom. She enjoyed cartoons, particularly SpongeBob SquarePants. She also couldn't get enough of TV shows about forensic science, which she wanted to pursue. She and her mother used to watch the same shows and then call each other to discuss what they were watching. In 2004, Brittany, 16, and her older sister Brianna, 20, lived in a small house near their school with their father, Joe Don, and his new girlfriend, Lori Peterson. Brittany's father's house was the last one on the street, and it was near a wooded lot. Brittany had been dating 18-year-old John Fitzgerald for nearly 2 years. He was a nice guy who Brittany's family liked. They had a great relationship and were considered the ideal couple. At around 8:30 p.m. on Sunday, July 11, 2004, Brittany's mother Deborah and sister Brianna drove to the town of South Toms River, about 15 miles from Brittany's home, to visit her older brother and his wife, who had recently had a daughter. That evening, Brittany called her mother from her cell phone and requested a ride to her boyfriend John's house. The girl's voice was extremely upset, indicating potential trouble. Her mother explained that she was out of town and unable to drive Brittany, but that her sister Brianna could be there in about an hour. Brittany agreed, saying she'd wait for her. Brianna was free about 45 minutes after Brittany called, so she called her, but her sister did not answer. Brianna assumed Brittany was asleep or that someone else had brought her to John's. When Brianna returned home in the morning, she discovered Brittany was not there, but her belongings, including her phone, were still there. Brianna speculated that Brittany had spent the night at her boyfriend's house, but it seemed strange that she hadn't told anyone and had left her cell phone at home. It was not like her. Looking for answers, Brianna began calling all of Brittany's friends to see if they had seen her, but no one knew anything. Brianna decided to call John after unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister. He said he last spoke with Brittany on the phone Sunday morning, and they hadn't seen or spoken to each other since Brittany's father's friend Lori Peterson, who lived with them, said she returned home around 10 p.m. Brittany was not present on Sunday night. Brianna sensed something was wrong and went straight to the police station to report Brittany missing. The police initially dismissed Brianna's concerns about her sister's disappearance. They assumed the girl had simply run away from home or was out with friends. But Brianna persuaded the officers that she had already contacted all of her sister's friends and spoken with her boyfriend. But no one knew where Brittany might be. Brianna was certain her sister couldn't have run away from home because she was an honor student who spent the majority of her time in the library. Brittany never left the house without warning, and she left all of her belongings, including money and a phone, at home. Brianna persuaded the cops that her sister could not have run away from home on her own. The officers started their search. They first went to Brittany's house to inspect her room and look for clues. They ensured that Brittany's purse, containing her phone, ID, and makeup, was left in her room. The police found nothing suspicious in her room. They interviewed everyone who lived in the house and concluded that no one close to Brittany was involved in her disappearance. The police then began searching the area around the house. They inspected all of the houses in the area, walked around the property, and spoke with neighbors. They looked for witnesses who could have seen or heard something. The officers noticed that the house was at the end of the street, with a wooded area across the street, except for one woman who reported seeing Brittany walking down the street toward her house late Friday night when it was already dark. None of the neighbors saw anything suspicious. This occurred 2 days before Brittany's disappearance, and while the information appeared insignificant, Investigators paid attention to it. This information contradicted the image of a modest girl who spent the majority of her time in the library and did not leave without her parents' permission. What made Brittany stay out so late? And was she allowed to go out at that time? The police were eager to determine whether Brittany was a true home girl, as her sister had described her. Numerous police interviews with her family, neighbors, and teachers revealed that no one had negative things to say about the girl. Everyone spoke highly of her. Brianna told the police that Brittany and her boyfriend John had a strained relationship recently. The couple had been arguing frequently, and on the day of her disappearance, Brittany and John had another fight. Brittany was upset, and she planned to visit John that evening to make amends. The investigators decided to look into John's identity more closely. They invited him to the police station to see if he saw Brittany on the day she went missing. John said his last phone call with Brittany was on Sunday morning. At the time, he was at the beach with friends, and Brittany was disappointed that he went without her. They argued about it and haven't spoken since. He also revealed that he had broken up with Brittany a few days ago, but she was unable to accept it. Even though she knew he was already dating another girl, John insisted that he had no plans to go out with Brittany that night and had no idea she was coming to his house. The rumor that Brittany kissed another guy at the party sparked their breakup. Despite the fact that he did not see it, John decided to end his relationship with her and start dating another girl. He last saw Brittany on July 10, the day before she vanished. She gave him a letter expressing her desire to reconcile. The detectives asked John for permission to read the letter Brittany had written, and he handed it to them. Brittany apologizes in the letter for her behavior as well as for breaking John's heart. She also asked him to stay friends. John appeared genuinely concerned and worried that Brittany had not yet been found. The police found no evidence linking John to Brittany's disappearance, and after passing a lie detector test, he was removed from the suspect list. However, John did provide the detectives with one important detail. He claimed that Brittany frequently came to his house via the woods behind her father's house, and the story of Brittany's disappearance became increasingly complicated. Detectives began to wonder if Brittany attempted to reach John's house that night, which was about a mile from her father's house through the woods. It was already dark, and she might get lost or fall somewhere along the way. The police began a search in the woods where Brittany most likely passed. She may have walked along a path that began near her house. Being in the woods at night was frightening and dangerous. The question of why a young girl was not afraid to walk through the woods in the dark was perplexing. The search in the forest lasted 3 days, but nothing was discovered. When it appeared that the investigation had come to an end, the police were contacted by a woman who had been with her brother in a nearby park. The night Brittany disappeared, it was quiet and deserted, with only one car. The woman drove a Chevrolet pickup truck with distinctive wheels, and she noticed and remembered the car's license plate. Investigators discovered that the car was registered to Anthony Geiger, a 23-year-old. To determine Anthony's connection to Brittany's disappearance, police began investigating his past and discovered that he was Bobby Joe's ex-boyfriend. Brittany's sister, Bobby Joe, told detectives that they split up about a month ago because Anthony was overly jealous and focused too much on Brittany. She also stated that she began to suspect Anthony, who was 23 years old, had feelings for her younger sister, Brittany, and ultimately decided to end her relationship with him. Brittany's friends said Anthony always looked at her strangely and tried to flirt with her. They last met at lunch, when Anthony attempted to flirt with Brittany again. Detectives began to suspect Anthony of kidnapping Brittany and brought him in for questioning. During the interrogation, Anthony denied being in the neighborhood where Brittany lived on the evening of July 11. According to him, he did not arrive until the following day, July 12, when the police had already begun searching for the girl. He did not deny that he was on good terms with her and saw her frequently at parties and other gatherings, but he insisted that they were just friends and that he did not flirt with her. Anthony also stated that he knew Brittany was too young for him and that he only cared about her as a friend. Anthony testified that he spent the evening of July 11 at home with his new girlfriend. Although Anthony's girlfriend confirmed his alibi, investigators still suspected him because his house was close to Brittany's. Investigators returned to examine the letter Brittany had written to John and discovered disturbing signs that she was saying goodbye to her loved one. They became concerned that Brittany might be harming herself after ending her relationship with her boyfriend. Brittany's parents, however, rejected this version, believing that their daughter was intelligent and determined and that her breakup with her boyfriend would not prevent her from pursuing her dreams. They thought Brittany was overly passionate about life. After the investigation stalled again, the police decided to use the media to contact the public in search of potential witnesses. In addition, police officers from other areas joined the investigation to help. Brittany's parents also decided to take an active role in the search because they were tired of doing nothing but waiting. They decided it was time to take action and began going door to door, asking people in the neighborhood. But it did not work. The police decided to return to where it all began, Brittany's home. Even if she had decided to walk through the woods to meet her boyfriend, it remained unclear why she had left her phone in her room. Could she have been kidnapped right outside the house? If so, did she know the person? Did she trust him? During a thorough search of the house, the police discovered something important in Brittany's room. Her personal diary, which contained a handwritten letter. The contents of this letter were extremely important to the police because they pierced the veil of secrecy surrounding family relationships. Brittany described her life, her relationships with her friends and boyfriend, her education, and how she prioritized her family. In particular, she wrote that she comes from a dysfunctional family, that she visits her older brother in jail every Sunday, that her mother is a drug addict who abandoned her when she was 9, and that she now lives with her father, with whom she is not particularly close, and his girlfriends. She also stated that she is not perfect and has done things she is not proud of. However, she does not want to be like her parents and wishes to succeed in life. She aspires to be a forensic scientist who helps solve crimes. After reading this letter, the police expanded their suspect pool and focused on Brittany's family, who had not previously been considered suspects. Detectives began checking on each member of Brittany's family and discovered that a male massage parlor was operating from her home. Lori Peterson, a friend of Brittany's father, serves various men every day, but everyone in the neighborhood knew she didn't give massages, but rather offered intimate services for a fee. It turned out that many people were aware of it, and Lori did not keep it a secret, handing out business cards throughout the area. Neighbors also reported that suspicious individuals frequently gathered at Brittany's father's home to use illegal substances for the police. This suggested that the atmosphere in Brittany's home was dysfunctional. Lori's services were sought by a number of men, the majority of whom she had never met. It was possible that one of her clients had taken Brittany from the house. More than 100 police officers began working to identify everyone who had visited Joe Dunn's house in the previous month. It was an extremely difficult task. However, a week after Brittany disappeared on July 18, police announced the arrest of a murder suspect. Brittany's family was shocked to hear the news because she had been reported missing and her body had yet to be found. When a picture of the suspect appeared on television, Brittany's mother, Deborah, recognized him. It turned out to be her longtime friend, 28-year-old Jack Fuller Jr., who had attended all of the family gatherings and had known them for 20 years. His daughter was engaged to Brittany's brother, who was incarcerated. Deborah was in shock. Why was Jack arrested and charged with murder when Brittany's body had never been found? The family couldn't believe Jack could have been involved in this case, given that his children were friends with Brittany. They hoped Brittany was still alive. Fuller, a hardened criminal, spent the majority of his adult life threatening his Howell neighbors. According to court documents and interviews, he broke into cars, houses, and garden sheds, used and sold drugs, threatened a man with a baseball bat, fought with police, and lied about his identity after being arrested for drunk driving. He has been arrested over a dozen times in the last decade alone. He has spent time in state prison for theft and parole violations. Neighbors claim that many of his crimes went unreported because people were afraid of him. The last time he was tried. He was sentenced to 5.5 years in prison and released a year before Brittany went missing. Brittany's parents assumed Jack would steal money or jewelry to buy drugs, but they didn't think he'd hurt their daughter. Shortly after Fuller's arrest, it became clear how the police had linked him to Brittany's disappearance. It all began with a call to the police station. The caller stated that he had met Jack a few days prior, who had complained to him about back pain that had developed after burying the girl's body in sandy soil. Jack assured him that the location where he had hidden the body would never be discovered, and he asked how deep the body should be buried so that the animals would not smell it. The police invited the informant to the station, suggested that he wear a listening device while meeting with Jack Fuller, and questioned him about the crimes, including the murder. The informant agreed, and during the meeting, Fuller revealed that he had buried the girl's body in a remote location and would never be discovered. he confessed to the murder, but never mentioned Brittany's name. In addition, Fuller stated that he needed to kill someone else who knew too much, referring to his friend Tommy, who was in the car and did not hear these remarks. The detectives were confident that Tommy knew something important that could aid in the investigation, or Jack Fuller would not have wanted to get rid of him. They went to Tommy's house and took him to the station for questioning, but he refused to cooperate, claiming that he knew nothing. The detectives knew he was lying, to prove their point. They played a recorded conversation in which Jack expresses his desire to kill Tommy because he knows too much. Tommy realizes he is in danger and agrees to cooperate with the police. He tells them that the night Brittany vanished, he and Jack were driving around the neighborhood while smoking crack. They came to a halt in front of Brittany's home, and Jack decided to go inside to speak with her father about some issues. When he entered the house, there was only Brittany. 5 minutes later, Jack returned to the car with Brittany, who sat in the back. Tommy expressed confusion and inquired as to what was going on. Brittany didn't say anything. She lowered her gaze, and Jack explained that he was about to take Tommy home. Tommy claimed Jack drove him home. When he got out of the car, Brittany, who was sitting in the back, also got out and took the front passenger seat. And then he and Jack drove away. When they met the next day, Jack said nothing about the previous day's events. They stopped at a car wash where Jack washed his car both inside and out. This was unusual because he had never attempted it before. The car wash attendant even made a joke about it. But Jack became enraged and told him to mind his own business, or he'd risk his life. Tommy explained that when he learned about Brittany's disappearance, he suspected Jack was involved and asked him directly what he was doing with her. Jack became enraged by the question and stated that he had taken her home and left rudely, instructing him not to ask again if he did not want trouble. Tommy assumed Jack had taken Brittany to the woods to rape her because he intended to use Lori's intimate services that evening. But she wasn't at home. The detectives realized Jack is just the man for them. When they arrived to arrest him, Jack was holding a can of gasoline and appeared to be preparing to burn his car. Was he planning to burn the car to destroy the evidence? Yes, it appeared that he was conducting the search. Blood was discovered in the car, and forensics determined that it was Brittany's. When the police discovered that Jack had visited a car wash after his trip with Brittany, they went there and confiscated the vacuum cleaner he was using. A criminologist discovered sand particles stuck together by blood inside a vacuum cleaner. Testing confirmed that it was Brittany's blood. Despite the evidence in front of the police, Jack refused to confess to Brittany's kidnapping and murder. Detectives interviewed all of Jack's acquaintances, and the majority of them were convinced that he was capable of murder. Many described him as a man who could handle anything. Despite the fact that Jack never worked, he was always financially secure. During the investigation, it was discovered that on the night of Brittany's disappearance, one of the patrol officers observed a car parked on the side of the road near the woods. That was Jack Fuller's car. Brittany had gone missing, but this was unknown at the time. When the officer approached Jack, he explained that he was looking for his dog, which had run off into the woods. Given this information, the search for the body concentrated on the area where the officer spotted Jack's car. The search, which involved police officers, canine units, helicopters, and volunteers, was ultimately unsuccessful. Investigators suspected Brittany was desperate for someone to drive her to her boyfriend's house that night. When Jack arrived at her house, she asked him to do it. Jack agreed to transport her wherever she needed to go. Instead, he took his friend Tommy home and decided to exploit the situation by raping and killing Brittany. To prove it, her body had to be discovered. While the police were attempting to question Jack and extract a confession, another witness came forward. A woman called the cops, claiming that if Jack Fuller really killed Brittany, she might know where he hid her remains. This woman was a former drug addict who Jack once held hostage for months before escaping. During that time, she had grown to know Jack Welch and knew all of his secrets, including where he went and what he did. He frequently visited the same places and accompanied her. One day, he showed her a location near a power line and told her it was an excellent place to bury her because no one would ever find a body there. The detectives didn't believe the woman at first and began questioning her. She stated that the site was in Lakewood and the soil was sandy. The police immediately remembered the words of an informant who told them how Jack had complained to him about how difficult it was to bury a body in sandy soil. The authorities decided to conduct a search in the area the woman had mentioned. It was only 3 miles from Brittany's home. After several days of searching, no results were found. However, the police continued their search after experts discovered a perfect match between the sand from Fuller's vacuum cleaner at the car wash and the soil in the area. Every day, more than 100 people combed the dense forest that borders Monmouth and Ocean counties. Brittany's grave was discovered on Tuesday morning, July 27, 2004, 15 days after she had been reported missing. She was discovered by 3 New Jersey canine officers who had brought their dogs on a weekend search to assist. The young girl's naked body was discovered in a hole, accompanied by a necklace bearing Brittany's name. The detectives knew right away that they had finally found her. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy confirmed that it was Brittany Gregory's body, but he was unable to determine the exact cause of death due to the girl's strangulation and head trauma. "I'm not going to deny that there was trauma to her head, but that was not the cause of death," said Ocean County Executive Assistant Prosecutor Robert Gasser. The body had decomposed for 2 weeks, and the medical examiner says he cannot rule out strangulation or suffocation. Gasser stated that Brittany's body showed no obvious signs of sexual assault. However, the medical examiner did not rule out the possibility of rape. After consulting with his attorney, Jack Fuller agreed to a plea bargain. Brittany's family also agreed to the settlement to avoid a lengthy and difficult trial. Brittany's mother stated that she opposed the death penalty for Jack because it would be too easy for him. She wanted him to spend the rest of his life in prison, suffering and regretting his actions. Jack stated that Brittany asked him to take her to her boyfriend's house, and he agreed. He took Tommy home first, then planned to take Brittany to see her boyfriend. But first, he stopped on the side of the road and began smoking. This infuriated Brittany, who began yelling at him and slapping him on the arm. This irritated him, and he started punching Brittany. He admitted to punching her in the face and head at least twice after she tried to stop him from smoking again. Following the beating, Brittany began to make gasping and gurgling sounds. Fuller continued to get high as blood flowed from her nose and mouth. Brittany stopped breathing when he finally turned his attention to her. He realized she had died and decided to dispose of her body. However, his story was not believed because the medical examiner discovered evidence of strangulation on Brittany's body that Fuller had not mentioned. Furthermore, he did not explain why he had removed all of Brittany's clothing. The prosecution suspected that the crime was sexually motivated. On February 9, 2005, the Ocean County grand jury indicted Fuller on murder charges. On October 18, 2005, Fuller pleaded guilty to purposely and knowingly causing serious bodily injury that resulted in death. On January 13, 2006, he received a 30-year sentence without the possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Riley Goodrick was born and raised in the American city of Corona, California. In school, she played volleyball and was a cheerleader, as well as having many friends. They described her as a positive, open, and fun-loving young woman with a big heart. After graduating from high school, Riley received a scholarship to Grand Canyon University in Arizona. She moved to a dormitory but tried to visit her family whenever possible. In the summer of 2021, she finished her first year and returned to Corona for the holidays. On July 4th, on Independence Day, her friends threw a big party. There, Riley met a young man named Anthony Barra, who was a year older than her. They quickly developed a liking for each other and continued to communicate in the following days. Anthony unexpectedly became a popular figure on TikTok in 2019. He created an account where he posted various humorous videos. At some point, his videos began to attract the attention of a wide audience, and by the summer of 2021, he had almost 1 million subscribers. The guy also actively developed his account on Instagram, but was still trying to figure out what to do in the future. Continued to run his blog as his main activity, or do something else. After chatting for some time on social media, they decided to go on a first date, but it was important for Riley that her father Dave approved of her choice. Despite the fact that she was already 18 years old at that time, the young woman was very close to her parents and wanted them to meet Anthony first. At first, the young woman's father was skeptical, mostly because Anthony made a living through TikTok. It all seemed not very serious to him. However, when they met in person, Anthony made a good impression on Dave, and the father approved of his daughter's choice. The guy seemed to him to be kind, well-mannered, and overall a positive person. In the end, Riley and Anthony decided to meet on July 26th and go to an evening movie session, choosing the movie The Forever Purge. The plot of the film is based on the fact that in the United States every year they legalize any crime for 12 hours, including murder. They had dinner at their favorite restaurant, Riley, located nearby. Their screening started at 9 p.m. and ended closer to midnight considering it was a weekday. During the movie, Riley messaged her mother that the film seemed boring to her, but she still enjoyed the day with Anthony. The young woman did not contact her mother anymore after that. When the movie ended, a theater employee went into the hall to clean up the room. To his surprise, he found Riley and Anthony there. From a distance, it seemed to him that the couple was just sitting or sleeping in their seats, but as soon as he took a few steps towards them, he was horrified to discover that both visitors were seriously wounded and unconscious. After calling 911, the police and ambulance arrived at the scene. The medics almost immediately determined that Riley had already passed away. Anthony was still alive, but in a serious unconscious condition. He was taken to the local hospital and connected to life support equipment. While detectives began investigating the crime scene, at first, it was difficult for them to understand what had happened in the theater. The only thing they managed to establish almost immediately was the fact that Riley and Anthony were shot in the head. However, there were no clues at the crime scene that could shed light on what had happened. Of course, it was absolutely useless for detectives to take fingerprints or search for DNA samples in the cinema, so they went a different way. Almost immediately, the story spread through California media and later throughout the country. In the first hours of the investigation, there was even a theory that Anthony could have been the killer, allegedly shooting Riley and then taking his own life. But the police did not even consider this version, if only because in that case the weapon would have been lying nearby and it was nowhere to be found. As soon as the detectives identified the victims' identities, they contacted their families and informed them of what had happened. Riley's parents simply could not believe that their daughter was dead. Just a few minutes before her death, she was texting with her mother, and no one could have thought that something so tragic could happen during a movie screening. In addition, the police could not provide any details to her relatives about what had happened, as they themselves still had no idea what had happened in that theater. As for Anthony, the doctor's prognosis was bleak. The young man had suffered a serious injury, and the medical staff had to do everything possible to help him. First, the detectives questioned the theater employees who worked that evening. It turned out that only 6 tickets were sold for the showing, which meant that the killer was most likely one of the 4 visitors. There was another aspect that puzzled not only the police but also everyone who learned about this incident from the news. If the killer was one of the 6 viewers, how did the other 2 visitors not hear the sounds of gunfire? The theory that the killer struck during one of these scenes was not excluded. However, this mystery was quickly solved. Detectives found that out of all the tickets sold, 4 were purchased by one person for himself and 3 of his friends. This led the police to think that the crime could have been committed by a group of people. The investigation continued all night, and the next day, the police announced the arrest of the suspect. He turned out to be 20-year-old Joseph Jimenez. The interesting fact here is that pure chance helped to catch the suspect. It turned out that Joseph himself called the police the next day after the murder, but he did not do this to confess to the crime. At around 9:30 p.m., Joseph called 911, reported that someone was chasing him. When the police arrived, they found him in the middle of the street with a gun in his hand and arrested him. They immediately realized that the attack in the theater was carried out using a weapon of the same caliber, so they handed Joseph's gun over to the experts. Having 3 empty shelves from the theater in their hands, they established that this was the same weapon. Jimenez denied his involvement in the murder, but the detectives quickly found another weighty piece of evidence. While searching the suspect's house, they found Riley Goodrich's wallet. Later, the police located the other 3 individuals who were at the movie theater with Joseph. It turned out that they were all friends with him, but their story truly shocked the detectives. According to them, none of them had any idea that a simple trip to the movies would turn into such a tragedy. They were just sitting and watching the film, but during the screening they began to notice something strange. Joseph suddenly began to behave very suspiciously. He was talking to himself and muttering something unintelligible. At some point he said that he needed to go to the bathroom and left. However, instead of going to the bathroom, he went to his car, took out a gun, and returned. After sitting for some time, he suddenly told his friends that he had brought a gun from his car, and they began to panic. In the end, the friends allegedly lied to him, saying that they also needed to use the bathroom and would return, but instead they left and went outside. There were many strange moments in their story that could be doubted. The most concerning part was their escape from the theater. did they really not? Try to find out why Joseph brought a gun, and did they not consider that he might use it against the two other moviegoers? Moreover, the friends did not report any of this to theater staff or the police. Joseph's practically indisputable indicated that he was planning to do something bad. But his friends decided to simply ignore the entire situation, and they admitted that as soon as they heard about the murder, they immediately thought of Joseph. All of this was enough to arrest him, as on 3 charges: murder, attempted murder, and robbery. At that time, Anthony was still on life support, but in the end, the doctors could not help him. On the evening of July 31st, he passed away without regaining consciousness. In connection with this, Joseph was charged with an additional account of murder, which carried the possibility of a death sentence. While detectives tried to get any information from him, hundreds of concerned people held a farewell ceremony in memory of Riley and Anthony outside the movie theater. They lit candles and expressed words of support to the families of the victims. It was then that it became known that long before the incident, Anthony had signed papers allowing his organs to be donated to those in need in the event of his death. The young man could hardly have imagined that it would happen so soon. The situation was not looking good for Joseph Jimenez. With the evidence against him, he was almost guaranteed to end up on death row. Apparently, he understood this perfectly and decided to confess to the crime. However, his story raised even more questions. Joseph claimed that he was diagnosed with schizophrenia 9 months ago, which he had been managing with medication. Shortly before the incident, he stopped taking his medication and voices started to appear in his head. At first, they told him that someone was going to steal his car and TV, but later, they threatened to kill his entire family. On the night at the cinema, he heard the voices again, and this time they ordered him to kill Riley and Anthony. They also promised to kill his entire family if he refused. According to Jimenez, he tried to resist these voices, but in the end, he gave in. Committed the crime. In his speech, he devoted a lot of attention to how scared he was during the murder and in the following hours, as well as how he worried about his future. Of course, this turn in the case was perceived ambiguously. Let's look at the facts and try to understand if we can tell. Could Joseph have made up this whole story about the voices? Of course, and only serious mental problems could have saved him from the death penalty in this case, so it was his only chance to avoid such a sentence. In addition, the petty theft of Riley's wallet does not fit into his story, according to which Joseph was so frightened that he immediately ran out of the cinema and got into his car after the shots. In a panic, he was going to steal a wallet. On the other hand, there are still many strange moments in his actions. If we believe his friends, he talked to himself and behaved suspiciously. In addition, Joseph himself called the police, saying that someone was chasing him, but in reality, he was just standing in the middle of the street with a gun. If we assume that all of this was a planned game, the plan to avoid responsibility seems too complicated, but if we still consider such an option, the situation could have developed in a completely different way. During the movie, Joseph realized that there were only 2 random people in the theater who he could rob. He went to his car to get a weapon, but something went wrong, or perhaps he truly intended to commit murder. It's possible his friends were even present at the time and didn't leave the theater. However, it's unclear why he didn't take the victims' smartphones. If that was his motive, and why did he call the police the next day instead of hoping not to be caught? Additionally, Joseph had no criminal history and had never been in trouble, even for minor offenses. It's hard to imagine someone without a criminal past suddenly committing double murder over a wallet, especially with such a high likelihood of being caught. In late September, the first court hearing took place, during which Joseph pleaded not guilty, citing his mental state. This doesn't mean he denies involvement in the murders, but now the court needs to consider the issue of his sanity. Semina stated that he would only plead guilty if deemed insane. The next court hearing was scheduled for the first half of 2022. A decision about the defendant's mental state has not yet been made, as he still needs to undergo evaluation. In any case, whatever the outcome of this case, it is shocking in its injustice. The 2 innocent young men simply wanted to spend an evening at the movies and ended up as victims of a completely random act of aggression. The public and media blamed the theater management for not checking Joseph upon entering the theater, but should they be blamed? In the United States, theater staff only check backpacks and bags to prevent visitors from bringing in outside food, but if someone brings a gun and hides it under their clothes, no one will ever know. The only thing that can be done in such a situation is to install metal detectors in every theater. Perhaps this will become a mandatory requirement over time. What do you think? Was Joseph truly mentally ill, and that led to his horrific act, or was the story about the voices fabricated to avoid a death sentence? Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at an incident that happened in Florida, USA, on July 14, 2012, when Adrienne Robert, 29, was discovered dead by her roommate. Her eyes were open, but she didn't breathe. CCTV cameras were instrumental in the investigation of this case, assisting detectives in locating and apprehending the criminal. Adrienne was born January 4, 1983, in Brunswick, Maine, and 1983, in Brunswick, Maine. She graduated from Leavitt High School in Maine in 2001 and from the University of Maine at Augusta in 2005. In 2007, she relocated from Maine to Clearwater, Florida. Adrienne's family and friends described her as a beautiful, unkind person who was always cheerful and energetic. She looked forward to the future with excitement. She and her boyfriend, Justin, were preparing to start a life together. Adrienne was renting a home with her friend Jay at the time. The relationship with Justin was progressing, and in July 2012, they found a home where they planned to live together. Adrienne packed her belongings and decided to throw a goodbye party on the evening of July 13, 2012. She told her boyfriend Justin that she and her roommate Jay planned to go to a movie, a bar or something. Justin was unable to join them due to an urgent business matter. At the same time, Justin had no objection to Adrienne spending the evening in Jay's company. After all, they were both roommates and friends. Jay and Adrienne began their celebrations at home. They had a few drinks, recalling happy memories from the past, but then decided to continue the night elsewhere, going to the Diamond Dolls strip club. This establishment is still in operation today and appears to be the same from the outside. At 3:34 a.m., Jay called 911 and told the operator that he had just returned home and discovered his roommate dead. Jay stated that he and Adrienne were at a nightclub, but she had left earlier, so he spent more time there. And when he returned home, he discovered her on the bathroom floor. Her eyes were open, but she didn't breathe. There were also signs of a struggle, implying a crime. The operator told Jay to concentrate and perform CPR on Adrienne while giving him instructions. Jay followed them all, attempting to restart Adrienne's heart until the paramedics arrived. Unfortunately, when the ambulance arrived, she had died, and they were unable to assist her in any way. She was pronounced dead on the scene. The police had to answer the following questions. Who killed Adrienne Roberts, and was her roommate involved? They began by thoroughly searching the house, inspecting every closet and checking under each bed. The police needed to ensure that the criminal was not hiding somewhere inside the house. When detectives and forensic experts arrived at the crime scene, they noticed that there were no forced entry signs on the front door. Adrienne was lying on the bathroom floor. She was wearing only a bra. Her death was caused by a stab wound to the chest. Adrienne was trying to protect herself, as evidenced by the signs of a struggle in the bathroom. The fact that she was nearly naked led the detectives to believe the criminal was a man. They had to wait for more details from the forensic experts who performed the autopsy. Detectives discovered something strange while further inspecting the house. While looking around Adrienne's bedroom, they noticed that a portion of the sheet on her bed had been cut. Without a doubt, that detective had a reason for suggesting that was how the criminal was attempting to destroy the evidence. Maybe the criminal's DNA was on the sheet. However, it was strange that the person who did it did not take the entire sheet. After all, the remaining portion of the sheet did contain some DNA. They discovered something similar to seminal fluid and sent the samples to the lab for testing. Adrienne's car was also discovered to be missing from the parking lot next to the house, implying that it had been stolen by a criminal. The police searched for potential witnesses to the crime and placed an ad on the victim's car. To resolve this case, detectives needed to learn every detail of Adrienne's final hours. But first, they had to inform her family of the tragic news about her. Adrienne's parents were shocked by what had happened to her. They couldn't believe someone had taken away their beloved daughter. Adrienne's boyfriend, Justin, learned about the incident the next morning. When he noticed that the police had cordoned off Adrienne's house, he knew something was wrong. The detectives informed him that Adrienne had died last night. Criminals frequently returned to the scene of a crime. Given this, and the fact that Justin was in a relationship with Adrienne, the detectives began to investigate him for possible involvement in the crime. The closest individuals become the first suspects. It is a common practice, and there is nothing surprising about it. On the same day, a few hours later, they discovered Adrianne's car a few blocks from her home. The headlights were turned on, and the keys were inside the ignition. The abandoned car only confirmed the investigators' assumption that the criminal used the victim's car to flee the crime scene. Forensic experts carefully examined the vehicle's interior, hoping to find something that could help solve the case. Investigators turned to CCTV footage to determine who was driving Adrianne's car. Unfortunately, the location where the police discovered Adrianne's car lacked cameras. Nonetheless, there were cameras on nearby buildings. Looking through the recordings, the investigators noticed a man wearing shorts, a baseball cap, and long hair. It was around the same time that the 911 call came in. He was slowly walking in the opposite direction of Adrianne's car, and it was critical to know where he was going next. There was another surveillance camera around the corner. However, the investigators were greatly disappointed. This man went the opposite way. As a result, they lost track of his location. They replayed the recording dozens of times, hoping to catch something they hadn't noticed before. However, it was difficult to see anything but the general features of this man. Because the recording was done at night, interviewing witnesses provided the police with new information to consider while sitting on the porch of his house at night. One of the neighbors noticed Adrianne and a man running down the sidewalk. It was unusual for several reasons. First, it was late at night. Second, it did not appear that they'd gone for a run. Adrianne wore a dress rather than sportswear. Furthermore, she had shoes in her hand. The man running after her was not dressed in sportswear, but it did not appear to be stalking because Adrianne was not screaming or calling for help. As a result, the neighbor placed little importance on what he saw. As I previously stated, the investigators needed to reconstruct the sequence of events preceding the 911 call about Adrianne, the victim's roommate. Jay was invited to the police station for questioning. After all, Adrianne accompanied him to the club, and he later discovered her on the bathroom floor, or so he claimed. During a conversation with the detective, Jay stated that he and Adrianne had a few drinks at home before going to Diamond Dolls. They used to go there to relax and get away from their daily problems. According to Jay, they went there on foot because they had already consumed alcohol and didn't want to drive in such a state. As a result, the police decided to focus on Diamond Dolls, as visitors with questionable reputations frequent such locations. Jay said he and Adrianne arrived at the club around 10:30 p.m. I stayed there for several hours. When they were sitting at a table, another man they had never met before joined them. Jay referred to him as an African American with a beard and a baseball cap. Adrianne returned home a few hours later, and Jay is said to have stayed behind. He noticed that the guy sitting at the table with them had also left. Hoping to confirm Jay's testimony and uncover new clues, the investigators headed to the Diamond Dolls. They were confident that the club had surveillance cameras that would allow them to determine whether Jay was telling the truth or had something to hide. The wide-angle camera aimed at the road recorded everyone who entered and exited the club that evening. Looking through the footage, the investigators discovered the moment Jay and Adrianne arrived at the club. They were relaxed, and nothing unusual was happening. The other camera was positioned at the club's entrance. Furthermore, the recording quality was quite good. It enabled the police to make. The CCTV footage verified Jay's testimony. He exited the club alone at 2:53 a.m. He stepped outside, crossed the parking lot, and walked to his house. Adrianne also left the club earlier than Jay, at 1:38 a.m., according to security cameras. When Adrianne entered the club, the most observant viewers likely noticed something was wrong. She was dressed in a dress and what appeared to be a jacket. However, when she returns home, she only wears a dress. Adrianne had left the club and was about to head home. But 4 seconds later, a man wearing a baseball cap emerged from the club. He dashed out after her to return the jacket she had left inside. After he handed Adrianne the jacket, they appeared to be discussing something. We'll never know what they were discussing at that point. Instead of returning to the club, this man followed Adrianne out of the parking lot, where they turned right. As you can see, the street isn't crowded. There are almost no houses here. Did Adrianne feel in danger at that time? Perhaps. We will never know for sure. Investigators concluded that the man caught on camera at the club and the man seen near Adrianne's abandoned car were not the same person. Given all of the circumstances surrounding her death, they concluded that the perpetrator was most likely the man they saw on the club's CCTV footage, and that the man in this recording could be a random passerby. In any case, the police were investigating all possible scenarios and hoped to provide answers to Adrianne's parents as soon as possible. Her family traveled to Florida to pick up her belongings. The investigators met with Mark and Dolores and promised to do everything possible to locate and prosecute the criminal. Adrianne's parents described her as a friendly person who had no enemies. She got along well with her boyfriend, Justin, and her roommate, Jay. Investigators believe Adrianne had no real connection to the person who murdered her. Soon, the laboratory report arrived. Although the criminal cut out a portion of the sheet, in an attempt to avoid responsibility, forensic experts discovered male DNA there. Furthermore, it appeared not only on the sheet but also on Adrianne's body within the walls. When the investigators compared the obtained DNA to the database, they were disappointed that there were no matches. Thus, the police had an unknown man's DNA and CCTV footage from the club where Adrianne spent her final evening. At this point in the investigation, detectives considered the footage to be the most important clue in solving the case. They examined the recordings again, but this time they watched not only the night recordings but also the day recordings, which yielded results approximately 8 hours before Adrianne died. Investigators saw the same man Adrianne was talking to in the parking lot and who left with her. The police now had a better view of his face. But that is not all. I was trying to figure out how this unknown man got into the club. The investigators noticed that he had arrived by taxi. The phone number printed on the taxi's body was visible on the recording, and the car's brand was easily identified. This man could now be identified much more easily. Detectives discovered the phone number used to order a taxi, which was captured on video near Diamond Dolls, and discovered it belonged to Thomas Frederick. When they compared his driver's license photo to the image of the man on the CCTV footage, they realized they were looking at the same person. Thomas Frederick had become the primary suspect in this case, and the police needed irrefutable evidence to arrest him. The recordings from the cameras alone were insufficient. As a result, they secretly watched Frederick. The police were afraid of scaring him away, so they decided to obtain his DNA without his knowledge. The officers monitored him for a week and a half, waiting for the right moment. They followed him to work. They spent the entire night watching him at his house. They were always there, patiently waiting for him to give them something, and it paid off. One day, Frederick threw a cigarette butt on the road. They collected the cigarette buttocks and sent them to the lab for DNA testing. It was necessary to determine whether Thomas Frederick was responsible for the traces found in Adrianne Roberts' home. While awaiting the results of the tests, police officers continued to keep an eye on him in secret, fearing he would flee the state. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the laboratory's report shortly after it was issued. That concludes. Isn't it strange that the DNA on the sheet on the walls of the house and Adrianne's body belonged to Thomas Frederick? After receiving this information, police officers arrested him and transported him to the police station. During the interrogation, the man stated that he frequently visits different clubs and bars and almost always meets new people there. When the police showed him a photo of Adrianne Robert, he stated that he met her at Diamond Dolls. Adrianne allegedly treated him to a drink, after which they danced and talked. Frederick said he went to work after the club, but the CCTV footage contradicted his claims. When the detectives pointed out the inconsistency, it revealed that he had left with Adrianne. He stated that he and Adrianne walked together to the end of the street before departing in different directions. Sounds convenient, right? Especially when it is said by someone who could face life in prison. When asked if he had ever been to Adrianne's house, Frederick said he couldn't remember because he had drunk too much. As a result, he began to contradict his own statements. Or perhaps Frederick had only a few memories from that night. He remembered they had arrived at the end of the street and then parted ways. The man remembered going to work after the club, but he couldn't recall being at Adrianne's house. The investigators knew he was lying because they had a witness who saw Adrianne running barefoot with her shoes in her hands, and this man running after her. When they told Frederick about it, he said Adrianne asked to walk her home and then said she needed to hurry up. She took off her shoes and ran. The man claimed he had no choice but to run with her. He claimed he didn't pursue her and instead kept her company. The detectives grew tired of hearing his constantly changing stories and accused him of attacking Adrianne. They told him that his DNA was on the sheet, Adrianne's body, and a variety of other items in her home. Frederick realized he could not get away with it. He claimed he was acting in self-defense. Now his memory has returned. He claimed he and Adrianne went to her house and had consensual intercourse. Adrienne became ill shortly after, and they went to the bathroom, where she vomited. Then they started fighting. Adrienne took out a knife, threatened him, and attempted to injure him. He exercised his right to self-defense, resulting in Adrienne's death. Frederick allegedly panicked and had no idea what to do, so he chose not to call 911. Instead, he fled because he knew they'd blame him for the woman's death. Thomas Frederick was charged with first-degree deprivation of life. When he appeared in court for the trial in January 2014, the prosecutor gave his version of what happened that night. Adrienne and Jay drank some alcohol at home before heading to Diamond Dolls in good spirits. Thomas Frederick sat down at a table alongside them. They thought the man was a fairly ordinary person. They were chatting casually and simply relaxing. Adrienne needed to move her belongings to her and Justin's new home the next day, so she decided to leave early. Jay chose to stay at the club. Frederick decided to take advantage of the situation by following her. She did not want him to accompany her, so she attempted to flee from him, but she couldn't. He chased her all the way home, and when she went inside, he broke in, stole a knife from the kitchen, and did what he came after Adrienne for. According to the prosecutor, the injuries on her body indicated that her encounter with Frederick was not consensual. He then decided to end Adrienne's life so that she could report him to the police. He attempted to cover his tracks by cutting out the area of the sheet where his seminal fluid remained. However, it did not prevent the police from obtaining the criminal's DNA. After all, it was found in numerous other locations, including Adrienne's body. Then he took her car keys, drove a few blocks, and left the vehicle. Adrienne's parents left the courtroom while the medical examiner was giving his statement. "I did not want to hear that. Mark Roberts stated that does not bring her back, and I did not want to know what she went through. According to what I've heard, she fought extremely hard. Mark and Dolores, Robert, have found it difficult to live without their daughter. It will undoubtedly take some time for us because we have recently lost the most important thing in our lives." He said, "We'll get back on our feet because Adrienne would want that, and it'll take some time, but we'll get there." Thomas Frederick's defense attempted to make Adrienne look bad. At the trial, his lawyer stated that Adrienne also invited Frederick to her home to engage in consensual intercourse with him. This version has no basis and could simply be an attempt by the perpetrator to justify his presence in the victim's home. The presence of DNA, which can only be traced back to one individual, is undeniable. Frederick's defense team also attempted to persuade the jury that he acted in self-defense. She did sustain a stab wound while he was fighting her off, according to his lawyer, and his attempt to convince the jury that it was self-defense was unsuccessful. Due to a lack of evidence, the jury convicted Thomas Frederick of first-degree life deprivation and stealing Adrienne's car. They did not accuse him of coercing her into intimacy by threatening her with a knife. The court sentenced Thomas Hampton Frederick, 25, to life in prison without parole. Adrienne's father stated that he and his wife were thrilled to learn that Frederick would spend the rest of his life in prison. It does not bring Adrienne back, but justice was done today. It was difficult to be in the same room as the man who had hurt his daughter and keep his emotions under control. He claimed Frederick showed no sympathy or remorse, even when the jury returned its verdict. Instead, the man acted arrogantly. Robert and his wife Dolores sobbed as the verdict was read aloud in court. "We were extremely happy." He said, "She simply loved to live life. Her smile was contagious. It's unfortunate that we will never see that again." Adrienne's family thanked everyone who helped them through this difficult time, including the police and the prosecutor, who ensured the criminal received a well-deserved punishment. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events discussed in this video occurred in Kansas in 2007, and it has been 16 years since then. This high-profile case has yet to conclude. On January 5, 2007, 19-year-old Jody Sanderholm, who lived with her parents in Arkansas City, attended a dance rehearsal at her college. On that day, Jody did not return home and stopped answering the phone. Such behavior was unusual for her, so her parents became concerned and filed a missing persons report with the authorities. Jody Leanne Sanderholm was born on September 26, 1987, in Arkansas City, to Brian and Cindy Sandra Sanderholm. She was her parents' third child. She had a brother, Jason, and a sister, Jennifer. Jody enjoyed dancing since a young age. And while it played an important role in Jody's life, she did not abandon her studies. She was among 4 valedictorians in her graduating class. Jody was a member of the National Honor Society in high school, a Kansas State Scholar, a Kansas Board of Regents Scholar, and received the Outstanding Physics Student of the Year award from David Stein Mitzi. She was on the Ark City High School dance team for 4 years. She served as captain for 2 of those 4 years. Jody taught for Ark City Dance and the Universal Dance Association. After high school, she attended Cali College to study pre-pharmacy. She was a member of Cal Poly's Cali Tiger dance team. In 2007, Arkansas City had a population of approximately 12,000. Jody's parents, like most locals, believed it was a good and relatively safe place to live and raise children. However, as the details of Jody's disappearance became public, many people realized that safety was an illusion and that the man was the most dangerous beast. On the morning of January 5, 2007, Jody drove her Dodge Stratus to college for a dance rehearsal that was supposed to end at 10:45. After the rehearsal, she planned to return home. Cindy called her daughter's cell phone several times, but she did not answer, which was extremely unusual. Jody was always in touch with her family. Even if she missed a call, she would call back shortly. Cindy had bad feelings about this. She decided to leave work and go home to see if Jody was okay. When she arrived, she noticed her daughter's car was not parked in front of the house. Cindy's anxiety was heightened by the fact that she expected Jody to have returned from rehearsal by this point. When Cindy entered the house and looked around, she realized Jody had not returned home. Her dance uniform, which she had placed in the washing machine when she returned from rehearsal, was not present, nor was it in the hamper with her dirty clothes. The shower stall was dry. Although Jody always showered after dance class, it was soon clear that she had lost contact with her father and older sister, Jennifer. She had an appointment at noon, but she didn't show up. Cindy and Brian began calling their daughter's friends, hoping to find out where she was. But when the morning rehearsal was over and Jody left college, none of her friends saw her. That evening, the college dance team was scheduled to perform at a basketball game with a routine choreographed by Jody. She would not have missed it voluntarily, but she did not show up either. At approximately 6 p.m., they still can't learn anything and aren't waiting for their daughter to come home. Cindy and Brian contacted the police to report her missing. Officers from the sheriff's office immediately created flyers depicting and describing Jody, began to inquire about her last known location, and issued an ab on the vehicle she was traveling in. Cindy and Brian told the police that Jody had a boyfriend she had been dating since high school. His name was Colby Wilson. When contacted by phone, he said he had been at his brother's house in Texas for several days. His stay in another state was confirmed, so the police quickly ruled him out as a potential suspect. The following day, January 6, was extremely eventful. Jody's best friend, Lori Leglighter, with whom she had been friends and danced since high school, gave the police crucial information. They both enrolled at Cali College and went on to study dance. Lori reported that she left her job at Sirloin Stockade in Arkansas City around 10 p.m. on Tuesday, January 2. I noticed a light blue card. She drove past the restaurant several times on her way home. She noticed a car in her rearview mirror. I suspected something strange was going on. Lori explained to the detectives that she decided to see if the car behind her was actually following her. So she began turning onto 2 different streets. The driver of the car behind her was doing the exact same thing, and it terrified Lori. She drove to the local police station and parked next to it, hoping the stalker would leave her alone. She didn't see him after she stopped, so she drove home again. However, she had to return to the parking lot near the police station after seeing the car chasing her again. Lori sat in her car for a while before heading home. She informed the detectives that she did not go to the station because she believed it was someone else's stupid prank. But that was not all. On Friday, January 5, Tiger at the dance line was rehearsing at college. Lori and Jody arrived around the same time, and Park, as usual, was close by. Lori saw the light blue car again. In addition, she recognized the driver. Justin Thurber, 23, is a local resident. Lori didn't know him personally, but she'd seen him several times with his older brother and friends. Lori and Jody both left practice at the same time, and we agreed to meet later, but Jody never showed up. Soon, several members of the dance team confirmed that they had seen Justin near the college in the last week. He was always sitting in his car in the parking lot, just watching. Within the first 24 hours of Jody's disappearance, police searched the city but were unable to locate her car. Arkansas City is surrounded by fields and woodlands. They brought in a fixed-wing aircraft to search the area from above. The car was more difficult to conceal than a person due to its size. The police hoped to see Jody's car from the air. It was determined that the last time her cell phone signal was received, it came from a cell tower near the Cali Wildlife Area. This is a vast wooded area on the Arkansas River. At this point in the investigation, only one person, Eugene Thurber, had been identified by Lori Legg, LIDAR, and other members of the dance group as a possible suspect in Jody Sanderholm's disappearance. It is worth noting that, despite his young age, Thurber was well known to the police. 3 years earlier, in 2004, he was charged with illegal possession of prohibited substances. He eventually received a suspended sentence and was released, but 3 months later he was arrested for theft and probation violation. In October 2005, he was charged with disorderly conduct. 3 months later, he was arrested for petty theft and discovered to be in possession of a controlled substance on December 31, 2006, just 6 days before Jody went missing. Thurber was arrested again for theft. He was released the same day after posting $3,000 bail. After celebrating New Year's Eve the following day, January 1, he began impersonating a police officer and disrupting public order. When the real cops arrived, Thurber complained of chest pain and was transported to the hospital rather than the station. Why he was not arrested after being released from the hospital is unclear. It is also unclear why he was always able to get away with it. His relative, who works for Cali County Police, may have contributed to this, but that's just a guess. That same day, January 6, a police officer noticed Thurber's car, a light blue Cadillac, parked outside his parents' house and decided to speak with him. His father invited the officer inside the house. When the police officer asked Justin where he had been yesterday, he said he had driven his car to Winfield, a town about 13 miles outside of Arkansas City that morning. There, according to Justin, he met up with his friend and 2 other friends whom he did not know very well. The 4 of them then began driving around the countryside in a car owned by one of his friends until the car became stuck on a dirt road near Cedarvale. Then, as Thurber claimed, he walked to Arkansas City, about 30 miles from Cedar Valley. After 6 hours, he was tired of walking in and asked his father to pick him up. Thurber's father confirmed his statement, saying he picked Justin up wet and dirty a few miles from Cali State Fishing Lake. Justin also informed the police officer that his car, which he left in Winfield, had been returned by friends. The story was not convincing, but there was nothing to charge Thurber with, so the officer left. That same evening, officers spoke with Alexis Schwartzel, who had recently ended her 3-year relationship with Thurber. She told officers Thurber frequently took her to the Cole Wildlife Area southeast of Arkansas City, and she pointed out places they would go together. When the police informed Alexis that they were investigating Jody Sanderholm's disappearance, she was taken aback because Justin had previously stated that he had started watching Jody when he was 13 years old. He would watch her swim in her backyard pool, and in the evenings he would peek through the window in her room and wait for her to change clothes. When police asked Alexis why she had ended her relationship with Thurber, she said it was because he was abusive and had strange tendencies that were becoming more frequent. She claimed several times that during intimacy, he would choke her unconscious. On top of that, he asked her to fight him because he couldn't get aroused otherwise. It was becoming increasingly obvious to the police. By the minute, Justin Thurber could be involved in Jody's disappearance. The police found no evidence linking him to the girl's disappearance. Thurber was arrested, however, late in the evening on January 6. Detective Eric Matta arrested Thurber on bail revocation and criminal trespass charges after the investigation into Jody Sanderholm's disappearance revealed that Thurber was on the college campus, which the detective believed Thurber should not be. Thurber informed Matta that he wanted to speak with his lawyer. At the same time, police officers arrived at Justin's parents' home with a search warrant. The officers took Justin's shoes, which he had worn the day before when his father picked him up. The shoes were wet and drying on a towel. Thurber. His father told the police that he helped his son clean the mud from his shoes. Justin's clothes from when his father picked him up were also recovered, but he had already washed them. The next day, January 7, searchers trained to detect human activity in rugged terrain were deployed in the Cowley Wildlife Area. They discovered shoe prints that matched Justin Thurber, as well as several smaller shoe prints. As darkness fell, they decided to continue their search the next day. On their way home, some searchers drove past Cowley County State Fishing Lake and decided to stop because they had heard Thurber was wet when his father picked him up. They discovered muddy tire tracks and shoe prints near a public restroom that was addressed to Jody Sanderholm's parents, as well as dance shoes, another toilet, and a flip-flop sandal. Investigators eventually discovered cut-off sweatshorts and a wallet containing Jody Sanderholm's driver's license and social security card. Her black leotard features a tiger on the jacket, with Jody Sanderholm's first name on the front, as well as a vehicle floor mat and car seat cushion. The sandals matched the impressions discovered at Cowley Wildlife Area. The searchers spent the next 2 days near Cowley County State Fishing Lake and Cowley Wildlife Area. On January 9, sonar specialists deployed to the lake's bottom discovered Jody's sunken car. On the same day, the Sanderholm family's hopes had also died. Jody's naked body was discovered under a pile of leaves, logs, and twigs in the Carr Wildlife Area. Authorities discovered DNA evidence linking Justin Thurber to Jody's car and body. The car had been in the lake for more than 3 days, and police were concerned that the water that filled the interior had destroyed all evidence. That was partially true. Forensic investigators spent many hours searching for short hair in the interior. Terry Melton, director of the Forensic DNA Testing Lab, conducted mitochondrial DNA tests on the hair found on the driver's seat of the Jody Sanderholm car and determined that it was almost certainly Justin Thurber's hair. Barbara Leal, a private DNA testing company employee, tested samples from Jody Sanderholm's right biceps and chest. She concluded that Thurber could not have been excluded from the study, whereas 99% of the population could have been. Cell tower data revealed that on the day Jody disappeared, her phone and Justin Thurber's phone were in the same location at the same time. Lori, Jody's best friend, claims she saw Thurber in the college parking lot the day she vanished. When the police reviewed the camera footage provided by the college administration, they concluded that Lori was telling the truth. Thurber was in the college parking lot while the rehearsal was going on. He left the parking lot at the same time as Jody. The tape revealed that Thurber followed Jody in his light blue Cadillac based on the discovery of letters addressed to Jody's pair of rents near the lake. Investigators suspected Thurber had followed Jody from the college to her home, and when she came out to get the letters from the mailbox, he attacked her, pushed her into her own car, and drove her away. That theory was confirmed when a shoe print that matched the sole of Justin Thurber's sneakers was discovered next to the Sanderholm family mailbox. As previously stated, footprints from Thurber's shoes and smaller shoe impressions were discovered at the Cowley Wildlife Area. It was determined that these were Jody's shoe footprints discovered at the fishing lake, along with her other belongings. Thurber's and Jody's footprints were found side by side while walking through the preserve. At one point, the searcher noticed that Jody's footprints were interrupted, while Justin's footprints continued deep into the forest. This indicated that he was carrying the girl further on his own. His shoe prints were discovered alongside the body. All 3 people Justin claimed to have been with on the day Jody disappeared denied his claims. They hadn't seen Thurber that day, so his story about the car getting stuck near Cedar Vale was fabricated. The 3 officers drove Thurber to Cedar Vale so he could show them where he claimed to be. Thurber was unable to pinpoint where he claimed the car was stuck. Thurber returned to the police station and volunteered to take a polygraph test. He also requested that his relative Chad Monroe, who worked for the Cowley County Sheriff's Office, attend the questioning. The evidence gathered was sufficient to indict Justin Thurber. He denied guilt, and the judge set his bail at $1 million. Thurber. His attorneys attempted to persuade the court that he was mentally retarded and incompetent, but were unsuccessful. Thurber had graduated from high school and even attended college for a time, so the judge ruled that his defense claim of mental retardation was unproven. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy testified during the trial. He stated that the first time he saw the body, he knew that Jody's final hours were excruciatingly painful. Her whole body and face were covered in bruises and abrasions. There were obvious signs of strangulation on her neck. Strangulation was identified as the cause of Jody Sanderholm's death. I am unable to provide all of the details about what the medical examiner found during the autopsy. Not all horror movie maniacs are as brutal as Thurber was to Jody without going into detail, while also providing an idea of what happened at the Cali wildlife area. I'll say the following. The crime was motivated by carnal desire, and Thurber committed it with a stick during the trial. In addition to Thurber's ex-girlfriend, 6 other women testified, alleging that the defendant stalked them. One of them was his co-worker. In one instance, she had to contact the police to have an officer walk her to her car after work. It was already dark, and she was afraid to enter the parking lot because she saw Justin waiting for her. Earlier, he had left a rose and a note under her car's windshield wiper, stating that he liked her and wanted to know her better. Several witnesses stated that they saw Jody Sanderholm's car on January 5, 2007. Corey Morris, a friend of Jody's, noticed her sitting in the passenger seat as their cars passed each other in Arkansas shortly after noon. Morris reported that the man driving Jody's car appeared to be a large man. She called Jody's cell phone but got no answer. Other women reported seeing a vehicle resembling Jody Sanderholm's while driving on a dirt road south of Arkansas City at 3 p.m. One of them claimed the driver was Thurber and identified him in court. On February 17, 2009, the jury returned a unanimous verdict, finding Thurber guilty on all counts and recommending that he be sentenced to death. Thurber attempted to negotiate a plea bargain after determining the sentence the judge would impose. Justin's lawyer informed the prosecutor that if he was not sentenced to death, he would plead guilty. Jody's family was against such a deal. The presiding judge considered the jury's decision and sentenced Thurber to death by lethal injection in March 2009. In 2008, the state of Kansas passed the Jody Act, which expanded police authority over suspects and expanded the list of actions that can be considered stalking. Justin Thurber has continued to pursue an appeal of the court's decision since his sentencing. His attorneys are attempting to establish Thurber's mental retardation. The Kansas Supreme Court postponed Thurber's death sentence in 2018, citing a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that executing defendants, even those with mild developmental disabilities, is unconstitutional. The Sanderholm family stated that a competency hearing was held during the original trial, and Thurber was found to be fully competent at the time. Cindy Sanderholm, Jody's mother, sat in court 11 years after her daughter died. She stated that Thurber had written letters to other girls while in prison, which should demonstrate his competence. That is sick. It's simply sick. It's simply sick. It's simply sick. It demonstrates that he is capable of communicating with others and writing letters. He knows what he's doing. I'm sure Jody pleaded for her life, but he denied it to her. She did not get a second option. She didn't get a second chance, she explained. In August 2021, the Kansas Supreme Court issued an opinion announcing that a state law passed in 2020 allows Thurber, who is appealing a death sentence, to request that an attorney be appointed by the Cali County District Court to assist with post-conviction DNA testing. Thus, 16 years after Jody Sanderholm's death, the final word in this case has yet to be spoken. It is also worth noting that no one has been executed since Kansas reinstated the death penalty in 1994. The last execution in Kansas was in 1965. Since then, 9 other people, in addition to Thurber, have been sentenced to death, but no execution has occurred. We have not executed anyone within that time frame. There is no timetable for future executions, according to Adam Pfannenstiel, the Kansas Department of Corrections communications spokesperson. I find it shocking that Kansas reinstated the death penalty more than 20 years ago. Jennifer Aldridge said there is no plan yet. Jody's older sister. I assume this would have been discussed 20 years ago when it was reinstated. As a result, even if a 30-year death sentence is upheld, it is highly unlikely to be carried out. Justin Thurber, 39, is still incarcerated at the Maximum Security El Dorado Correctional Facility in Butler County, Kansas. According to a Kansas Legislative Post-Audit Committee report published in 2014, each inmate serving time and administrative segregation at El Dorado costs nearly $49,000 per year. Furthermore, taxpayers pay nearly 4 times the cost to prosecute a case where the death penalty is sought, which is $395,000 per case, compared to $100,000 per case when the death penalty is not sought. For Sanderholm's Taxes are an added insult to an already painful injury and a long wait for justice in the case of their daughter Jody. Every week, when I see my paycheck, it hurts so badly. Brian Sanderholm said, and I know I'm paying taxes to feed him. Death is what he deserves. That's what the law said, Cindy Sanderholm. So we need to fix the law so that we can use it. If it was your daughter or son, it was our daughter. What do you want to happen? How about Brian Sanderholm? Most regrettably, Cynthia and Sanderholm, Jody's mother, died on December 2, 2022, at the age of 63. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman was found dead in her own home, and the police quickly solved the case, but what happened next is more reminiscent of a twisted detective movie than a real-life story. There are so many unexpected twists and shaky moments in this case that it is rightfully considered one of the most intriguing in history. Donna Brown was born on November 10, 1963, in Miami. She grew up in a large and friendly family with two younger sisters whom she got along with very well. When Donna was young, her parents divorced, and she remained living with her mother. Despite this, her father remained actively involved in his daughters' lives, and they remained quite close after finishing school. Donna received medical training and became a surgical assistant at a local hospital. Her colleagues quickly grew to love her because she took her work seriously and was also a kind and open person. Her life was going quite well, but Donna wanted to start her own family for complete happiness. In the late 1980s, Donna went on a date with a man named Mark Winger, and she almost immediately knew she had met her match, who was charming and intelligent, worked as a nuclear engineer, and dreamed of having a large family. They began dating and decided to get married in 1989. Shortly after that, Mark received a job offer at a nuclear facility in Springfield, Illinois. It was a big step up the career ladder for him, and he and Donna decided to move there. The couple settled in a nice neighborhood, and soon after the move, Donna got a job at a local hospital. They only liked children for complete happiness, but all their attempts were unsuccessful. At some point, Donna learned that she was medically unable to conceive, and it was a devastating blow for her. Both she and Mark dreamed of a large family, and all the conditions of their lives were favorable for it, but fate decided otherwise. The couple began to consider adoption but kept postponing this serious step. This continued until 1995, when everything changed, and one day a pregnant underage girl was admitted to the hospital where Donna worked, and she wanted to give her child to a loving family. Mark and Donna immediately decided to adopt the baby. In June, right after the birth, they adopted a girl and named her Bailey Elizabeth Winger. The day they took her home coincided with the anniversary of their engagement. The couple and all the relatives were happy that they finally had a child. In August of the same year, Donna went to Florida with her 3-month-old daughter, the visitor parents, and introduced them to their granddaughter. The family had a great time, and sometime later the woman returned home. She flew to the nearest airport, which was 2 hours away from Springfield, and then hired a taxi to her city through a special company. This trip greatly spoiled Donna's mood because the driver behaved quite inadequately the whole way. He talked about how several personalities lived in him and they forced him to do various terrible things, such as killing people. In addition, the driver talked about how he regularly participated in orgies and even invited Donna to participate in them. The man also violated traffic rules and drove the car quite dangerously. When Donna got home, she told her husband about it, and he was furious. Mark called the company the driver worked for and demanded that he be fired. It turned out that the driver was 27-year-old Roger Harrington, and after the complaint, the management decided to suspend him from work, but that wasn't the end of it. During the next week, an unknown man called Winger's home phone, refused to identify himself, and asked for Donna. She and her husband suspected that the caller was Roger, and she was seriously concerned about her safety given that the man knew their home address. She was afraid that Roger might harm her. On August 29th, a distress call was made to the Springfield Police Department. Mark Winger was in a panic and reported that an unknown man had broken into their home and attacked Donna with a hammer. Mark, shocked and terrified, took his gun and shot the intruder. When the officers arrived at the scene, they found 2 bodies on the floor with Mark in a state of panic. The police officers detected the faint pulse from both individuals on the floor and called an ambulance while trying to obtain information from Mark. but what had happened. Although Mark could barely speak, the detectives managed to piece together a rough idea of what had occurred. Mark explained that he was using the treadmill in the basement when he heard a noise upstairs. He went upstairs to the main floor and found his 3-month-old daughter unattended on the bed. When he went to another room, he saw an unknown man attacking his wife with a hammer. Mark panicked and grabbed his gun, shooting the attacker before calling the police. While waiting for the ambulance, one of the officers found a wallet in the attacker's jacket with documents belonging to Roger Harrington. The detective knew this person well. Roger lived in a trailer park in Springfield and had a criminal history mostly related to minor offenses. He also had mental health issues and was generally known to be quite aggressive. Both Roger and Donna were taken to the hospital, where they died without regaining consciousness. Meanwhile, the police examined the crime scene, collecting evidence. Next to the bodies was a bloodied hammer, while Mark's gun was found on a table nearby, along with a pack of cigarettes and a paper cup of coffee. Mark told the detectives that the cigarettes and coffee were likely brought by the killer, and the hammer was from his tool set as he was planning to hang some pictures that day, so he prepared it and left it in the living room near the Wingers' home. Roger's car was found, and detectives discovered a note inside that contained Donna's home address, Mark's name, and the time of 4:30 p.m. When asked if he knew the attacker, Mark initially denied it, but when the police mentioned Roger's name, Mark realized with horror that the driver was the same person. He told the detectives the story of how they knew Roger, his strange behavior towards Donna, and the creepy calls to their home number. The investigators spoke with acquaintances and relatives of Donna who were aware of her fears. She had repeatedly complained to them that she was seriously concerned about Roger and was afraid that he might come to her house one day and seek revenge because he lost his job after she complained to their superiors. Donna even wrote down all the details of her trip with Roger on a piece of paper in case she had to go to the police. The police found this paper at their house, and the investigation lasted for 2 days before the case was closed. No charges were brought against Mark for shooting Roger because his actions were classified as self-defense. He continued to be in a state of shock, and his relatives flew to Springfield to support him and help take care of his daughter. Donna's relatives also provided him with all kinds of assistance. Months went by and Mark continued to struggle with the loss of his wife, and his family began to notice negative changes in his behavior. He began drinking heavily, although he had never consumed alcohol before these events. He also often visited local bars. His relatives tried to support him in every way possible and help take care of Bailey, but ultimately they had to return to their own cities. Donna's parents understood that it would be difficult for Mark to take care of his daughter, so they suggested finding a nanny. In the end, Mark hired a woman named Rebecca, who specialized in round-the-clock childcare, so she spent most of her time at their house. Rebecca took care of the girl and got along great with her. Mark gradually began to recover, stabbed, drank, and returned to work. This went on for several months, and during this time a romance developed between him and Rebecca. She hardly ever left his house, and they spent time together with Bailey, constantly communicating. Eventually, this led to mutual sympathy. Rebecca also sincerely loved the girl, and a strong bond was formed between them. In 1996, a woman became pregnant, and Mark was given another chance to start a big and strong family. Rebecca also monitored this, and the couple got married in October. Mark and Donna's relatives were surprised that he started a new relationship just a few months after his wife's death, but ultimately supported him as the new family was beneficial, not only to him but also to Bailey. All the relatives sympathized with Rebecca, seeing her sincere love and care for the girl. Mark decided to sell his house because it constantly reminded him of Donna's death, and after what had happened, he did not want to raise children there. He and Rebecca decided to buy a house with a large plot of land outside the city, renovate it, and start to build their new life. Soon they had a daughter, and over the next few years they had another daughter and a son. Thus Mark and Rebecca raised 4 children, and the man's dream of a large family came true. Over time, Mark became more distant from Donna's relatives who tried to be present in their granddaughter's life. The problem was that Bailey didn't remember Donna at all and considered Rebecca her mother. Mark didn't want the girl to know about the tragic past of their family from an early age, and ultimately he forbade his parents from calling her their granddaughter. They tried to persuade him, but in the end, they gave up all attempts. The relatives understood that it might be better for the girl to grow up away from what had happened. In the following years, Mark and Rebecca happily lived in their new home, raised their children, and made plans for the future. The tragedy of the past gradually faded, but its echoes continued to haunt the family. In 1999, Mark decided to sue the company that hired Roger Harrington as a driver. In Mark's opinion, this company did not make any effort to check this person's sanity, and as a result it led to the murder of his wife. The company did not want to admit its guilt, and Mark hired a lawyer to determine their guilt. The court decided to study all the materials of the case and the evidence which were handed over to the lawyers while they were preparing for the trial. Something completely unexpected happened in February of the same year. A woman named Deanne Schultz came to the police and told detectives a shocking story. Deanne was Donna's best friend and worked with her at the hospital. When Donna had a child, Deanne actively helped her take care of the girl, but Diane's story turned everything upside down. She confessed to the police that she had been having an affair with Mark for several months, which they had kept hidden from their spouses. It all started 3 months before Donna's death. Around the same time, the couple adopted a daughter. Mark and Deanne were secretly seeing each other, but this was just the tip of the iceberg. The woman told detectives that Mark wanted to get rid of his wife to be with her one day. He said it would be so much easier if Donna just died. He then began to persuade Diane to help him with a plan, but he did not reveal the details. Mark said that all Diane needed to do was go to their house, find his wife's body, and call the police. The woman thought Mark couldn't be serious and was just joking, but he continued to share troubling things with her. After Donna complained to him about Roger Harrington's behavior, he told Deanne about it and said he had planned to frame the driver. He added that he just needed to figure out how to lure him into the house. A week before the murder, he called Deanne and asked if she would still love him no matter what, to which she answered yes. A few days after Donna's murder, friends and family gathered at their house to support Mark. When he was alone with Diane, he said, "It seems like the police believe me. I did it for us." The woman was shocked, but Mark demanded that she not tell anyone, and she obeyed. They continued to secretly see each other and even exchanged rings, planning to get married in the foreseeable future. But in the following months, Mark started a romantic relationship with the nanny and eventually broke up with Deanne. She was devastated. She had kept this terrible secret from Mark, and he had traded her for someone else. Diane never dared to tell the police about everything, realizing that part of the blame was on her. Over the next few years, the woman repeatedly tried to take her own life, and only after 3.5 years did she finally overcome herself and go to the police station. The detectives were completely shocked. All this time, Mark had been considered a victim and even a hero who tried to save his beloved wife from a terrible killer. But Diane's story changed everything, and the police looked at the case from a completely different angle. The investigators decided to re-examine the evidence, but they were met with an unpleasant surprise. All of it had been handed over to lawyers who were preparing Mark's case against the transportation company. It would take time to retrieve them, but some materials from the case remained at the station. The photographs from the crime scene. The lead detective looked at them and realized with horror that they had missed some obvious things all these years. The investigation had been quickly closed after the murder, as no one doubted Roger's guilt. But now, as the detectives out these photos for the first time, he realized that the positioning of the bodies did not match Mark's story at all. He had told them that when he entered the room, Donna was lying on the floor and the perpetrator was striking her with a hammer from above, and then he shot him and Roger fell next to the woman. In reality, however, his body was lying in the opposite direction, and he physically could not have fallen in that direction. The detective realized the Mark's story was a lie, and it made him rethink a whole series of moments that now made much more sense. First of all, no one ever figured out how Roger got into the house. There were no signs of a break-in, and Donna certainly would not have opened the door for him. But if you remember the note inside Roger's car, everything falls into place. It had Mark's name and the time, which looked like a reminder of a meeting. Remembering Diane's story, detective concluded that Mark had somehow invited Roger to their home on some pretext and let him in, after which he shot him. Secondly, in Roger's car, they found a knife and several other items that he could have used for the murder, but he did not take them with him and used Mark's hammer, which the man took out of the closet on that very day, and left in plain sight. All of this sounded completely illogical if you assume that Roger came to the house to kill someone. Moreover, he left a pack of cigarettes and a paper cup of coffee on their table, a very strange thing for a person who came there to kill. The detective listened to the recording of the 911 call made by Mark and was once again shot. Mark told the operator that he had shot the attacker once, after which there was a male mumble in the background as if someone was trying to speak. Mark told the operator that his daughter was crying and he needed to go to her. after which she hung up. However, there was no hint of a child's crying on the recording. A more realistic scenario was that Mark did not shoot Roger once, and on hearing the gunshot Donna rant, her husband hit her with a hammer. After that, he called the police and pretended to be panicked, reporting what had happened. Suddenly, Roger woke up and tried to say something, and those sounds were recorded on the call. Mark lied about his daughter crying, hung up, and shot Roger again. In support of this version, there was another fact that the investigators completely ignored. Mark and Donna's neighbors said during the questioning that they heard 2 shots. However, about 5 minutes had passed between them, which did not fit with Mark's story but completely matched the more realistic version in which he was the killer. But that wasn't all. During the initial investigation, which lasted only 2 days, the experts did not even examine the evidence. However, now that Mark decided to sue the transportation company, they hired lawyers and were going to win this case. The lawyers requested an independent examination of the clothing of all 3 participants in those events. The results spoke for themselves. Blood spatters and traces indicated that Mark's story had nothing to do with reality. According to him, Roger was hitting Donna with a hammer, but there was not a drop of her blood on his clothes, not even the smallest well. There was plenty of blood from his wife on Mark's clothes, which directly indicated that he had killed his wife. The police took the evidence from the lawyers and conducted their own analysis, which showed exactly the same result. In the end, the police reopened the investigation, but this time it was about a double murder in which Mark became a suspect. His family was in shock, and no one believed that the man was capable of such a brutal crime. Donna's relatives were skeptical of the suspicions against Mark until they heard all the information that the detective said uncovered. The only ones who insisted on Roger's innocence from the first day were his friends and family members. They were all aware of his minor criminal history, but did not believe he was capable of murder. Moreover, their neighbor Roger, with whom they shared a rental, initially gave the police important information that they overlooked. It all looked as if Mark had scheduled a meeting with him, but the police did not attach much importance to it. Rebecca experienced the greatest shock from the whole situation. She knew Mark as a loving and caring father who had never shown any aggression during their time together. She refused to believe that this person could be his wife with a hammer and frame someone else. After several weeks of investigation, the police decided to arrest Mark, and he was arrested right at work. The case was sent to court. Mark was granted a $1 million bail. He cannot raise that amount, so he remained in custody awaiting trial. The trial did not begin until 3 years later in May 2002. All his close ones, and even Donna's relatives, hoped that this would be a big misunderstanding and that the court would prove Mark's innocence. None of them were prepared for the opposite, and his lawyers insisted on the truthfulness of Mark's version. They noted that the crime scene photos could have been taken after the medics moved Roger's body. Considering that the doctor's actions were not documented, it was possible to prove or disprove this possibility. In addition, the lawyers emphasized Roger's criminal history, his mental problems, and his inappropriate behavior with Donna during the trip. Deanne Schultz became the main witness in this case. By law, she could have been punished for keeping Mark's secret all these years, but the judge decided to grant her full immunity. In exchange for her testimony, the male lawyers tried to discredit Diane in every possible way, pointing out that she had attempted suicide multiple times, which could indicate psychological problems. The defense also suggested that she had made it all love out of jealousy, seeking revenge on Mark. The prosecution insisted that the evidence in Diane's testimony unequivocally pointed to his guilt, as her motive lay in the mistress's story. Mark lost interest in Donna long before they adopted Bailey. He had been having secret affairs with her best friend, but he could not divorce him because he would have to split their expensive home and other assets, which was unacceptable to him. After Roger gave Donna a ride from the airport, Mark saw the perfect opportunity and decided to act. As terrible as it sounds, Mark was lucky to have encountered a man with a criminal record and mental illness who claimed to hear voices telling him to kill people. After Roger complained to management, to have encountered a man with a criminal record and mental illness who claimed to hear voices telling him to kill people. After Roger complained to management, he lost his job, which became the perfect motive when both the prosecution and defense laid their cards on the table, leaving only the jury's decision to wait. Despite the compelling evidence against Marv, there were still doubts about his guilt among both his family members and Donna's relatives. None of them could imagine a loving father and respected member of society as a killer. Nevertheless, the jury unanimously found him guilty of the double murder. In the end, Mark received a life sentence without the possibility of parole, and Roger was posthumously exonerated. Rebecca could now believe that her husband had actually killed Donna. It took her a long time to impartially consider all the evidence of his guilt until she finally came to terms with the fact that he was truly a murderer. The chief detectives apologized repeatedly to Donna's and Roger's families for the sloppy initial investigation. He admitted his guilt in accepting the most logical version of events as the only correct one, overlooking all the contradictions. If you think that's the end of the story, then I have another unexpected turn for you. Even after the conviction, many doubted whether Mark had actually done it, but in 2006, those doubts were dispelled in Mark's prison cell, where they found 19 pages of handwritten text in which she was plotting to kill Deanne and another person. Mark wanted to hire a hitman stray from prison through other inmates or people on the outside. His desire to kill Deanne was understandable. He wanted to avenge the woman for revealing all his secrets to the police. The second person on the list was a man named Jeffrey Gellman. His childhood friend detectives quickly discovered the reason for such a decision. Mark asked him for $1 million in bail, but the friend refused to provide such a sum from these handwritten pages. It followed that Mark wanted to kidnap the man to get a solid ransom for him and then kill him. Why he needed money for life imprisonment was unclear. Perhaps he planned to eventually get out or escape, but in the end, the man faced another trial and received an additional 35 years in prison. She was planning a double murder, and after that, no one doubted that Mark was the one who killed Donna. Rebecca raised 4 children alone, and they all know what kind of monster their father is. They changed their last names and do not plan to communicate with Mark in 2019. Rebecca decided that Bailey should renew contact with Donna's relatives, who had not seen her since she was 3 years old. Bailey was already 24 at the time, and she went to Florida and had a great time with them. They still communicate, and the young woman learns more about Donna from them. As for Mark, he is still in prison and denies his guilt. Perhaps he would never have been held accountable for what he did if it weren't for 2 factors that happened almost simultaneously. The first is the testimony of his former mistress. She could no longer keep this secret, especially watching how the killer creates a new family and raises children. The second factor is Mark's greed. Almost 4 years after the murder, he decided to sue his employer, Roger Harrington, for a substantial sum, even though he was earning very good money himself. Apparently, he did not expect third-party experts to study the evidence much more carefully than the local detectives. Interestingly, the end decided to turn to the police, including. After learning about this lawsuit, it became one of the last straws and the woman who revealed Mark's terrible secret. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A 17-year-old young woman and her friend went on a trip to Australia and, at one point, disappeared. Without a trace, despite an extensive search and many witnesses, her fate remained unknown for 18 years. When this terrible mystery was finally solved, one shocking fact surfaced: the police had everything they needed to close the case in a matter of days, but their negligence and unprofessionalism stretched it into nearly 2 decades. In this video, we will tell you what happened to Haley. Haley Dodd was born on November 30th, 1981, in England. When the girl was young, her parents and other children moved to Australia, settling in the small town of Mandorah. The young woman was an excellent student of sports and planned to go to study to be a veterinarian or a school teacher, but before finally deciding on her choice of future profession, she wanted to travel around Australia. Graduating high school in 1999 at the age of 17, she set off on a trip to Western Australia with her best friend Lisa. Their plan wasn't just to drive through local towns and attractions, but to spend a few months away from home. The young women were going to look for temporary jobs along the way to cover their living, food, and travel expenses. They planned a hitchhike between cities, which in the 1990s in Australia didn't sound like such a dangerous idea. At the time, there had been a number of murders of young women hitchhiking in the country, but compared to the overall number of people hitchhiking safely, these crimes did not cause any mass fear. However, Haley feared that her parents would not allow her to travel that way, even in the company of a friend. For this reason, she assured them that she planned to travel by bus. At the end of July, she and Lisa traveled to a town called Dengara. There, they were going to work as day laborers on a local farm. They were staying at a camping site where they could get a place to sleep for a small fee. Such places are in high demand in Australia, Mainly because of their cheapness, a few days before going to work, Haley decided to use the remaining free time and go to a farm to family, friends, which was 200 kilometers away. She decided to hitchhike to it, and Lisa didn't want to let her go alone, but Haley insisted she had nothing to worry about and would be back in a few days to say goodbye. Lisa gave her a folding knife for self-defense and some change so Haley could call her. The phone booth. After saying goodbye, hit the road at about 8 a.m. Family and friends at the farm awaited her arrival, but Haley never showed up, worried. They called her mother and informed her that the woman feared something might have happened to her daughter, so she immediately called the police. The first thing she did was dial an emergency number and describe the situation. After listening to her story, the operator thought that nothing urgent had happened, so she advised her to go to the local police department and file a missing person report. So she did. The detectives began their search for Haley, beginning to reconstruct the chronology of events. The first thing they did was arrive at the campsite where Lisa was staying. She was mortified at the news that her friend had never made it to the farm, but the young woman was able to give the police a comprehensive introduction. She accurately described all the clothes Haley was wearing that day and even drew a sketch of the earrings she was wearing for the police. Haley had bought these earrings a few days before the incident. She and Lisa had gone to the store to treat themselves to some inexpensive items, and the young woman was attracted to this jewelry at that time. She couldn't have imagined that those earrings would be the key to solving this terrible mystery of her disappearance. Detectives disseminated information about the missing young woman along with their description. Although she was almost 18 years old, Haley looked much younger. She was 152 centimeters tall and weighed just over 40 pounds. The police were able to locate the first witness fairly quickly. It turned out to be the truck driver who had given her a ride that day. According to the man's story, she had knocked on his cab window at a gas station and asked for a ride to Mora, a town near where there was a farm. The trucker was on his way to another town, but he agreed to give her a ride most of the way. The man dropped her off at a turnoff above 50 kilometers from Mora near the town of Ashangara, where she was to turn off the main road and onto a country road. According to the trucker, Haley was in high spirits, chatting with him the whole way and talking about her journey. After she said she was almost out of money, he gave her $15 so the young woman could buy something to eat. The man also left her his number in case she hitchhiked back. He made trips down that road almost every day and could have let her down again later. Detectives received several more calls from people who had seen Haley in that area. Based on their statements, police concluded that the young woman had been on foot along the northwest road towards Mora. Apparently, she could not find any driver at the gas station to give her a ride. For this reason, she decided to walk along the road and try to hitch a ride. Based on the testimony of the next witness, he gave Haley a ride to the turnoff on Goonder Doe Road, after which she headed further in her direction on foot. A woman driving along the road, she spotted Haley just as the young woman was getting out of her car and moving on foot towards Mora. In all, the police were contacted by more than 10 witnesses. After putting their statements together, detectives concluded that the young woman was last seen at about 12 noon on the northwest road about 50 kilometers from Mora. There was another witness, though he had not seen Haley but still shared a disturbing observation with police. The man pulled over on the side of the northwest road because his engine was overheating. At one point, he heard a dog barking, followed by a piercing female scream. He couldn't see the source of the sound as it might have been far enough away. The road passed through an empty, flat area where there was virtually no extraneous noise. With all this information in hand, the police's prognosis was disappointing from the start. Lead detective Eddie Rowe decided that they should look for the body and not consider the possibility that Haley might be alive, but management forbade him to investigate in such a manner, leaving it to the status of the search for the missing person. It's worth clarifying here that a murder investigation would have given the police more options than a missing person investigation, but the police had no leads that could help them get on the young woman's trail, so they quickly set about looking for potential kidnappers. In a short time, they were able to identify several dozen suspects who lived in the area, but eventually the police focused on 3 men. One worked as a teacher at a local school, another was a part-time gardener there, and the third lived not far from where Haley disappeared. When questioned, each of them pleaded not guilty and provided alibis. The police could not conclude with certainty of their innocence, but they could not find any evidence to the contrary. But soon the situation changed dramatically. The investigators were approached by a neighbor of one of the suspects. A 43-year-old school gardener named Francis told them that the day Haley disappeared, Francis borrowed his car to go shopping in Mora. When the man returned home around 1 p.m., A neighbor noticed damage inside the car. The turn signal knob was broken, and the dashboard also showed signs of impact. The neighbor didn't even have time to ask what happened to the car. Francis came home done with the shopping bags in the kitchen, got on his motorcycle, and drove off. This story seemed strange to the police, and they decided to re-interview Francis. The man said that at the time of Haley's disappearance, he was many kilometers away from the alleged place of her abduction. According to his story, after returning home, he immediately went to a party in the city of Perth on his motorcycle. But he was not supposed to get there that day. On the way there, he exceeded the speed limit and had a serious accident that took him to the hospital. The information available was enough for the detectives to ask the perfectly logical question: where was he going in such a hurry? His own testimony seemed very strange, and investigators decided to apply for a search warrant of his home. The officers searched his residence, but they were unable to find any potential evidence. They also searched the car and removed the seat covers so that experts could examine them in the lab. Unfortunately, none of this yielded any results, and Francis was left alone. Almost immediately after that, he moved to the other side of the country, to Queensland, and the detectives were left empty-handed, and the case went into a long drawer. They tried to find new witnesses and evidence to move the investigation forward, but to no avail. This went on for 8 whole years until Francis came back on the police radar in 2007. At the time, he was living in a remote outback in a small settlement. One morning, an elderly couple who lived next door to him were sitting on the porch of their house. At some point, they noticed with horror that a young woman with absolutely no clothes was running in their direction, and her head was covered with blood. She asked for help, and the residents of the house called the police. The victim said that she had tried to catch a ride the night before. A man stopped in front of her and offered her a ride. At one point, he told her he needed to go to a place to get gas and fill up his car. They drove up to a house in the middle of nowhere, and he called the woman inside and offered her some tea. Unfortunately for her, she said yes. Almost immediately thereafter, he attacked her, and after a brief struggle, tied her up. For the next few hours, the victim was subject to indescribable torture and violence. Her assailant also tore off one of her earrings and took it for himself. As you may have guessed, this man was Francis. By morning, the woman realized that she could get the rope off her hands and then free her legs and run. She loosened the rope, waited for the right moment for Francis to move as far away as possible, and rushed to the back door of the house. Before she left, she removed her pendant and tossed it under the bed. The woman feared that the police might not find any corroboration of her story, so she decided to leave some personal item in his house, and it really worked. The police searched Francis's house, found the very same pendant, and arrested the man. At the trial, he quickly realized that he could not get away with it and decided to confess to what he had done. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison. The police in Western Australia, who handled the Haley Dodd case, were notified of Francis's arrest, but they did not appear to be at all interested. No action was taken by the detectives to revive the 8-year-old case, which was so closely resembling the circumstances of Francis's crime. Only through the insistence of Haley's mother did the detectives agree to reopen the case, but they quickly concluded that there was still no evidence against Francis, which meant there was nothing they could do about it. All these years, Haley's family tried to get the police to investigate thoroughly, but they assured them that they had done everything in their power. Desperate to wait for help from law enforcement, the relatives spent tens of thousands of dollars on private investigators, but all to no avail. The case did not take a new turn until 6 long years later, in 2013, when an extremely outrageous fact came to light. It turned out that the police had simply forgotten about the evidence that ended up being the key to the case. The medical examiner Tracy Horn filed a request to reopen the investigation. The reason was that the very same car seat covers from Francis's neighbor's car in 1999 were found in evidence storage. Suddenly, it turned out that for 14 years they had never been tested for blood, DNA, and other evidence. When experts did retrieve them, they were immediately able to find a woman's earring that had snagged on the fabric of the covers, taking a drawing of Lisa's, which she drew for the police just after her friend's disappearance. Detectives were horrified to see it was the same earring that Haley was wearing the morning of her disappearance. But that wasn't all. A human hair was found in one of the car mats that had also been removed from the car. The hair was very likely Haley's own, but that probability was not 100%, which made it very difficult to prosecute Francis in the shortest possible time. As soon as the news leaked to the media, a wave of criticism poured in against the police. For 14 years, as evidence lay literally under the noses of the investigators, but in all that time they never remembered it. Of course, such a find instantly changed the course of the case, and the detectives went to the other side of the country to interrogate Francis again. At the time, he was still in prison for assaulting a woman in 2007. The man gave them the same story he had told them 14 years earlier. He denied his involvement and assured them that he was shopping in Mora at the time of Haley's abduction. The interrogation, which lasted nearly 4 hours, was inconclusive, so the police had to prepare the case to go to trial. It wasn't until 2015 that he was formally charged with Haley's murder and deported to Western Australia. 2 more years later, in late 2017, the trial began. Francis's defense insisted that all the evidence presented was circumstantial. The earring Haley bought at a local store was very cheap and popular, so it could have been left in the car by another woman. The hair found in the car showed an almost 100% match to Haley's DNA, but not an absolute exact match. Although a mistake here would have been highly unlikely, that was enough for the lawyers, but all these arguments seemed unconvincing to the judge. Perhaps Francis would still have had a chance to get away with it if not for his crime in 2007. But then he didn't just kidnap a woman who was hitchhiking, he also took her earring. The prosecution believed that the man was collecting the victim's earrings as trophies, which only increased the suspicion against him. In the end, as a result, the judge found him guilty of kidnapping and murdering Haley Dodd, sentencing him to 21 years in prison. All of this took place while his previous sentence was still pending. Francis was 62 years old at the time of his sentencing, but the story did not end there. The court believed Francis kidnapped and killed Haley, then hid her body, but it was never found, and the man himself refused to plead guilty. Haley's mother repeatedly asked the killer to tell her where he hid the body, but to no avail, and in 2018, she helped pass a new law that says murderers are not eligible for parole if they refuse to reveal the location of their victims' bodies. In 2020, another high-profile event occurred when the court granted Francis an appeal to overturn his sentence and scheduled a new hearing. His lawyers again tried to insist that the man would not have had time to kidnap Haley between his trip to Mora and his return home, but the court felt that the time frame allowed him well enough to do so, especially given the rush with which he arrived home and immediately set off for Perth on his motorcycle. Moreover, the earring along with the hair were still on the list of key evidence against him, but Francis still managed to get his sentence changed. The court found him guilty of involuntary manslaughter, reducing his sentence from 21 years to 18 years, but thanks to a law passed in 2018, he would not be able to go free even after that time if he refused to identify the location of the body. There is another point in the whole story that keeps the detectives busy to this day. They are sure that many more women have become victims of Francis, and that none of them managed to escape. This maniac could have been picking up young women on the roads for decades, and what happened to them next only he knows. One of the most likely similar cases is the disappearance of a woman in late 2005. She hitched a ride to another city and was never seen again. The detective handling the case is certain that Francis kidnapped her because he knew the victim personally, but there is no evidence at this time. Perhaps the police will find it again in their warehouse a few years later, but it won't make a difference to the perpetrator. If the police had examined the car more thoroughly, Francis would have been arrested back in 1999. Now we can only guess how many lives he ruined in the ensuing years, but sooner or later the mystery may be solved. There's another creepy thing about this whole story. Remember that in the initial stages of the investigation, the police identified 3 main suspects, including Francis. Now, one of them killed his wife 5 months after Haley disappeared, and the other, who worked as a school teacher, turned out to be one of the worst child molesters in Australian history. Too bad the police had no way to solve them at the time. If you liked this video, don't forget to support the channel with a like and share your opinion in the comments. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The student disappeared on her way to the dormitory, and at first the police thought that the solution was right in front of them. However, with each passing day of the investigation, they became more convinced that there were many tangled moments in this case, and it was only by chance in the end that the truth was uncovered. Amy Blau was born on October 1st, 1969, in Homestead, Florida. She grew up in a loving family and had many friends, largely due to her cheerful and kind nature. When she was 14 years old, her father passed away. Despite this painful loss, Amy found the strength to maintain a positive outlook on life. After high school, she enrolled at Flagler College, located in St. Augustine, near Jacksonville. Although it was home to only 13,000 people, it was the oldest city in the USA. It was founded by Spanish explorers, so many architectural elements still differ dramatically from familiar American things. Amy loved studying at college, and in 3 years she made many friends there. By that time she was 21 years old and had only a little laugh before graduation. On November 6, 1990, her friend Kim came to St. Augustine, and they decided to go to a local bar popular among students. Amy's roommate and best friend Kelly also went with them. The young women had a great time enjoying the long-awaited meeting. At some point their mutual acquaintance Sean Nolan joined them. He and Amy had mutual sympathy, but they were not in a relationship. In the evening, Kelly said that she felt sick and went back to the dorm, and a little later Kim also left, leaving Sean and Amy alone. The next morning the young women had to go to classes. However, when Kelly woke up, she found that Amy's bedroom door was wide open. She was not there. It seemed strange to her, but she decided that she would see Amy in class. However, the young woman never showed up. Kelly and Kim were worried about her absence and decided to talk to Sean, who stayed with her at the bar the night before. The guy worked at a place near the college, and the young women went to see him. His story seemed strange to them. At first, he said that he had a strong hangover, and it was difficult for him to remember the chronology of that night. After gathering his thoughts, he finally told them that after the bar, he and Amy went towards the beach to take a walk, but soon they decided to go home. The guy called a taxi from the nearest payphone, and while they were waiting for the car, he and Amy had an argument. In the end, she went on foot to the dorm, which was only a few minutes away. Kelly was upset that the guy left Amy alone and didn't walk her to her dorm. At the same time, she became even more worried. Amy had nowhere else to go but the dorm, but she never showed up in her room. Her friend was afraid that something bad had happened to her and began to seriously suspect Sean's strange behavior only heightened her anxiety. It seemed like the guy was not at all worried that Amy had disappeared. Kelly decided to continue her search and went to the university campus, asking all her acquaintances if they had seen Amy. The answer was the same. No one had met her that day, and no one knew where she could be. At around 6 p.m., her friend decided to call the police. She informed investigators about the young woman's disappearance, and they began to check the information. They called all local hospitals, but no one resembling Amy had been admitted. The taxi operators were also contacted, but none of the drivers had picked up the young woman that night. The police could not find any evidence that Amy had been in trouble or become a victim of a crime. Moreover, at the time, the young woman was already 21 years old, so they did not officially declare her missing despite her friend's requests. By that time, Kelly was 100% sure that something bad had happened to Amy. Realizing that she could not convince the police to start searching, she decided to call Amy's mother. Later, the young woman admitted that it was the hardest call of her life. The next morning, Amy's sister arrived in St. Augustine to participate in the search. The first thing they did was go to the police station, where they received the same response. They couldn't start an investigation because there was no indication of a threat to life. The investigators believed that the young woman had simply left for a couple of days without warning, so the sisters, along with Kelly and other friends of the missing young woman, decided to organize their own search operation. They printed flyers with information about Amy and began posting them all over the city. Soon, a local television channel came to their aid, spreading information about the young woman's disappearance. All of this led to a large number of volunteers offering to participate in the search. They split into groups and began combing both the city and the surrounding area. Volunteers searched forests, beaches, abandoned houses, but they were unable to find any clues. This continued for 3 days until the police finally decided to start an investigation. By that time, the whole town was talking about Amy's disappearance, apparently putting pressure on the local police department and forcing them to take action. The first thing they decided to do was talk to Sean, as he was the last person to see Amy, and here they encountered the first suspicious moment. The guy told them a story that was different from the one Kelly and Kim heard. Sean said that he and Amy left the bar and headed towards the beach, but on the way they decided to split up and go home. He approached the payphone and called the taxi, but when he turned around, Amy was nowhere to be seen. After waiting for some time, he got in the taxi and went home. Investigators found the story strange. How could a young woman disappear from the street in a matter of seconds and Sean, who was standing a meter away from her, not notice? Moreover, why did he give his friends a different version of events? All of this was enough to start considering Sean as a suspect. Decided to verify his story and find the taxi driver who was supposed to take him home that night, and soon they succeeded. The only problem was that his story also differed from the two versions told by Sean. The driver claimed that he did indeed pick up the young man near the phone booth. However, when he arrived at the location, Sean was sleeping on a bench, and the taxi driver had to wake him up. There was no young woman present at the time. On the one hand, this provided the boy with an alibi, but on the other hand, he had for some reason shared his version of what had happened, which only raised suspicion with the detectives. Despite this, there was no evidence against him, so the police continued to search for new leads. 10 days had passed since Amy's disappearance. During that time, there had been no activity on her bank accounts, which only confirmed that she had not left on her own initiative. By that time, the residents of St. Augustine and the police began to suspect that Amy's disappearance might be related to another series of gruesome crimes, about which we have a separate video. In August of the same year, an unknown maniac killed 5 students in the city of Gainesville, which was 120 kilometers away. People began to fear that this criminal had moved to their town and that they were all in mortal danger. Investigators contacted colleagues from Gainesville and began to compare the cases, but soon they realized that there were many inconsistencies. The Gainesville killer attacked students in their homes and left their bodies there. In Amy's case, the police didn't even know if she was still alive or what had happened to her. Furthermore, at the time of her disappearance, the police had already arrested a man who was highly likely to be the killer. Several serious pieces of evidence pointed to him, therefore, soon the detectives stopped looking for a connection between that series of crimes and Amy's disappearance. Meanwhile, the police department offered a reward of $10,000 for any information that would help find Amy. They immediately received hundreds of tips, but most of them were lead. This happens in any case where authorities offer money for information. People come up with various stories hoping to get an easy check. It was also about 6 potentially important leads. Witnesses reported seeing her in different parts of the city, and many of them added that she got into some cars. Out of all this one call was much more interesting. A man reported seeing Amy in the city center on the night of her disappearance. A fairly old car similar to a Chevrolet Camaro pulled up to her. There were 2 men inside, and after a brief conversation with them, Amy got into the passenger seat, and they drove off at that time. This was the most detailed lead in the hands of detectives. However, something in the witness's behavior made them suspicious. After the call, he agreed to come to the station, answered all the questions, and tried to help, but for some reason the investigators treated him with suspicion. Detectives called it a police instinct and couldn't explain their doubts. They offered him to take a lie detector test to verify his testimony, and the man agreed. They asked him only 2 questions: whether he had anything to do with Amy's disappearance and whether he could take detectives to her. The witness answered negatively, and the polygraph operator did not detect any signs of lying. Thus, investigators understood that they finally had honest testimony that could help find Amy. The police began searching for all cars that fit the witness's descriptions, establishing the identities of the drivers, and checking their aliases for the night of the young woman's disappearance. All of this continued for several weeks, but the detective never managed to find a single potential suspect. Since then, there have been no leads in this case, but on January 1st, 2 months after Amy's disappearance, a disturbing call was made to the police. A man was walking his dog on the outskirts of St. Augustine. At some point, his dog noticed a pile of logs with bricks and started acting strangely, barking and pulling on the leash, trying to run there. The owner decided to see what is so upset his dog, and was almost speechless when he saw a skeleton hand sticking out from under the pile. He immediately called the police, and investigators began to extract the body. Due to the high degree of decomposition, they were unable to quickly establish her identity, but one detail immediately caught their attention: the body was wearing a green shirt, just like Amy Blount on the night she disappeared. The body was wrapped in a sheet. Medical experts conducted a more detailed analysis and concluded that the deceased was a young woman. She had received 5 sharp object wounds, indicated by cuts on her shirt. In addition, 2 serious abrasions were found on the body. Investigators suspected that the victim was Amy, so they immediately sent her dental records to experts, who soon confirmed that it was indeed her. Friends and relatives of the young woman were devastated by the news. They had hoped until the very end that Amy would return to them unharmed. Now the police had to investigate her murder. Along with the discovery of the body, they received their first lead. Amy had been partially buried and covered with logs on the outskirts of a large private property. Upon learning the name of the owner of this plot, they called him in for questioning. For understandable reasons, the man immediately became a suspect. However, after talking to him, the investigators began to doubt his involvement. First, it was a huge plot of land without a fence, and anyone could enter it. Secondly, there were 2 residential trailers on the property whose owners paid the Landowner for rent, he added that he constantly had problems with one of the tenants. When they heard his name, the police were shocked. It was the same witness who had been polygraphed. The man was 22-year-old Timothy Gatchell. The police immediately asked the trailer owner to let them search the residence while the man was not at home, and he agreed. The first thing the police saw was a sheet very similar to the one in which Amy's body was wrapped. Upon further investigation, they found long female hair stuck in the mechanism of a floor exercise machine. It was the same color as Amy's hair. In addition, using special chemicals, forensic experts discovered blood traces in the living room. A sheet of paper with the name Toby and a phone number were also found in the house. The landowner said that a guy with that name did often visit Timothy. The police allowed that this person might also be related to the murder and contacted him. Toby agreed to meet with the detectives and told them his story, according to Toby's words. On the night of Amy's disappearance, he and Timothy were driving around town, stopping at different bars. At some point, they saw Amy walking alone on the street. Timothy asked Toby to stop the car, got out, and approached the young woman. He invited her to join them, and she got into the car. Together they went to Timothy's trailer and had a party. However, Toby's story started to sound strange, like a detective story. At first, he claimed that he just dropped off Amy and Timothy near the trailer and immediately left. Then he changed his version and said that he went inside with them, had a beer, then went to the bathroom and left immediately without going into the living room, and got into the car and left. Investigators doubted that he was completely honest with them. They didn't believe that Amy would go to the outskirts of the city with two unknown men at night. In the morning, she had to go to classes and was supposed to go to the dormitory right after the bar. It looked like Toby constructed his story in such a way that he couldn't be made, and an accomplice. Detectives did not rule out that Timothy and Toby might have actually abducted the young woman on the empty night street, but could not prove it yet. Moreover, Toby told something else. According to him, in the first week of the investigation, he saw flyers about Amy's disappearance and recognized her. When he asked Timothy what happened that night, he claimed that he took the young woman to the city center and dropped her off there. After that, she approached another car and soon got into it. Toby told him that he should share this information with the police. Despite the fact that his story raised serious doubts, the police had enough evidence to arrest Timothy. They arrived at his house, and the man came out with his hands raised. During the interrogation, he told the investigators the same story. When Toby left, he began to flirt with Amy, but she rejected him. Then he got angry and decided to take her back to the city. Considering that he did not have his own car, he took the owner of the land's pickup truck and drove her to the center, where Amy allegedly got into another car. But the detectives immediately realized that this was a lie. At that point, they already knew that the rental pickup truck had 3 flats and worn-out tires. For many months, the investigators immediately told him about it, and Timothy became nervous. The detectives asked him, "Did you kill Amy?" And the man replied, "I don't know, it seems so." From that moment on, he began to talk about the events of that night. According to him, he didn't remember much of what happened. At some point, he tried to kiss Amy, and the next thing he remembers is her holding a knife. He allegedly got scared that she might attack him, so he tried to take the weapon away from her. After that, Timothy didn't remember anything, as if he had lost consciousness. According to him, this had happened to him before. He had completely lost some memories. When he found the knife in his hand and Amy lying on the floor, showing no signs of life. Scared, he decided to get rid of the body. Timothy went to the shed for the shovel and started digging a hole. He then wrapped Amy in a sheet and buried her there, covering the grave with logs and bricks. After that, he prayed to God. Went to clean up the blood in the room. With his confession in hand, Timothy was charged with murder, but no evidence was found against Toby, so he was only used as a witness. On July 15, 1991, a trial was held where the man planned to defend himself and receive a lesser punishment. He wanted to make it look like self-defense and used the story of memory loss. However, everything changed when the prosecutor addressed the judge and requested the death penalty. Almost immediately after that, Timothy stood up and said he was ready to confess the first-degree murder if the prosecution would drop the death penalty in favor of life imprisonment. After some brief consideration, the court agreed to these conditions, and Timothy was sentenced to life in prison. Amy's relatives and friends supported this decision. They all harbored hatred toward the person who took her away from them and wanted him to spend the rest of his life in a prison cell. As for Toby, no charges were ever brought against him. Nevertheless, his story still seemed suspicious, and I wouldn't rule out the possibility that he was directly involved in the murder. Timothy remains behind bars to this day. He is currently 53 years old. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The dramatic story began in 1995. The bodies of two lovers were discovered on the shores of Juliet Lake in Georgia. It took authorities nearly 2 years to identify and apprehend the criminal. The final word in this case was spoken 18 years after the crime was committed. Juliet is an unincorporated community and census-designated place in Monroe County, Georgia. Just a few days ago, the new year of 1995 arrived, and many people were still in the holiday spirit. However, it was a difficult time for a local sheriff who had grown accustomed to believing that his job was easy. On January 3, a man called the police to report that he discovered 2 lifeless bodies while walking near Juliet Lake. The sheriff and his deputy went to the crime scene. You can get a sense of Juliet's size by looking at the sheriff's office. Nothing more serious than a fight or theft has occurred here. That's why the sheriff and his deputy were astounded by what they witnessed. There was a white Honda on the lake's shore, with the man's body inside, and it wasn't far away. The body of a young woman lay on the ground. You didn't have to be an expert to recognize that both of them died from gunshot wounds. There were personal belongings of the victims inside the car, including their documents, which revealed that the male body in the driver's seat was 22-year-old Grant Patrick Hendrickson. Michelle Lee Cartagena, 19, was the second victim in this violent crime. The state police were notified of the incident. Soon, officers from the Major Crimes Unit arrived at the lake, along with forensic experts. The first thing detectives noticed, which could have been a motive for the crime, was Michelle's partially exposed body with her skirt pulled up. Based on the location of bullet holes on the car's body, detectives assumed that the criminal opened fire on the couple while they were inside. Grant was hit with 3 bullets. Unfortunately, he had no hope of survival. Michelle was shot twice and was presumably conscious when the criminal pulled her out of the car. The position of her body, with her legs spread wide open, indicated that the criminal may have wanted to take advantage of her helplessness, but did not, as life had left her. Forensic experts discovered dark mucus on the insides of her thighs, which turned out to be saliva containing chewing tobacco particles. The saliva samples were sent to the laboratory for analysis. During the investigation of the crime scene, the police discovered significant evidence, specifically bullet cases of 2 different calibers, 13 .220 caliber casings and 4 9mm casings. If 2 types of weapons were used in the crime, it is possible that there were 2 criminals. When Grant and Michelle's families learned what had happened, they were both shocked. They had no idea who or why would want to do this to their children. Grant, like Michelle, was his parents' only child. Michelle Lee Cartagena was born May 2, 1975, in Monterey, California. She was a member of the school marching orchestra band, the top singles tennis player, the softball team captain, and a member of the National Honor Society. Michelle spent her free time volunteering with the Red Cross Society and the Animal Welfare Association, as well as visiting the elderly. Her father described her as a gifted and talented woman full of love and life, who aspired to be a doctor so that she could help others and contribute to society. Grant Patrick Hendrickson was born September 20, 1972, in Macon, Georgia. He enjoyed fishing, golfing, canoeing, and camping. He, like his girlfriend, was involved in community life and began volunteering at Macon's Museum of Arts and Sciences at the age of 15. Those who knew the couple assumed that their active lifestyles attracted them to one another. Who could have committed such a cold-blooded crime? Residents of Monroe County were concerned for their safety because the man who had dealt with a young couple by the lake was still free and could strike again. Michelle did attend Mercer University. Grant was in his 5th year while Michelle was in her 2nd year. They'd been dating for a little more than a year and had already planned their future together. We are about to have a wedding. Detectives had to figure out who ruined their plans when their relatives couldn't name anyone who would wish them harm. The investigators traveled to Mercer University in Macon. I was talking to Grant and Michelle's classmates. The officers hoped to learn something useful for their investigation. Michelle and Grant were both in good standing at the university, had no conflicts with anyone, and were generally described as pleasant, caring individuals. The detectives suspected that the crime had been committed by a man who had feelings for Michelle but was rejected, but this theory was not confirmed and was pushed to the sidelines. As a result, Visiting Mercer University provided the police with no information that could have assisted them in locating the criminal. Detectives discovered that Grant and Michelle visited a restaurant on January 2 while reconstructing the chronology of events leading up to their deaths. Following a meal, they went to the cinema. After the film, they went to a vacation camp at Juliet Lake. This camp was open 24 hours a day and featured a boat launch, parking lot, small dock, and picnic tables. The public could use these places for free, so there was no personnel or security. On the night of the crime, there were other people in various parts of the lake. Some of them claimed they heard loud popping noises, but because it was January 2, they mistook the sound for firecrackers. Someone also stated that he saw a 1980s Hendrickson leaving the parking lot at high speeds. Meanwhile, experts extracted DNA from saliva found on Michelle's thigh. However, at the time, the DNA database was in its infancy. The U.S. Congress passed the DNA Identification Act in 1994, allowing the FBI to create a national DNA database of convicted criminals, as well as separate databases containing information about missing people and forensic samples collected from crime scenes. That is why there was nothing to compare the DNA sample extracted from Michelle's saliva to. It could only have yielded a match if directly compared to the criminal's DNA. The survey of employees at the restaurant and cinema that Grant and Michelle visited before their deaths yielded no results either. There were no conflicts or unusual circumstances at either location. The authorities speculated that Grant and Michelle could have been unintentional victims or had crossed paths not long before they died. The detectives saw no other explanations. The young couple studied diligently. We are not associated with any shady individuals and do not use illegal substances. And the fact that the criminal did not take any money or other valuables from the car indicates that the crime was motivated by something other than greed. The state forensic lab determined that the weapons used in the crime were most likely an AR-15 rifle and a 9mm Ruger pistol. The police interviewed over 100 people, and a few dozen potential suspects were ruled out after voluntarily providing DNA samples for comparison. As a result, the investigation has come to a halt more than a year and a half after the crime in the fall of 1996. Agent Randy Upton of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation took over the case. After thoroughly studying the case, he decided to take a different approach and began looking for the criminal himself, as his predecessors had. But for his weapon, which he used in the attack on Grant and Michelle, Agent Upton went to Macon's largest gun store and requested a list of people who had purchased an AR-15 rifle between 1985 and 1985. Now the agent had a list of 108 names. He began calling people on the list, telling them that they would be extremely helpful to the investigation if they allowed their weapon to be examined and provided a DNA sample for analysis. Most people readily agreed to cooperate. Following the appropriate tests, the list of potential suspects began to shrink. On November 27, 1996, Upton called Andrew Allen Cook, 22, who was also on the list. In conversation with Andrew, Agent Upton explained the purpose of his call and requested permission to examine Cook's rifle. Andrew replied that it was impossible because he sold it in April 1994, 8 months before Grant and Michelle died. However, according to gun store records, Andrew Cook was unable to sell his rifle in April 1994 because he had purchased it in August of that year. Agent Upton realized his interlocutor was lying. When Upton asked Cook to provide his DNA sample, he said he needed to speak with his father, an FBI agent, first. And then he hung up. Upton immediately realized that Andrew Cook could be the person he was looking for. It was discovered that 5 months after Grant and Michelle's deaths in May 1995, a cook pawned his rifle at one of the gun stores. The police also discovered that in December 1993, a Cook's acquaintance purchased a Ruger pistol on his behalf because he was too young to do so himself. He sold the pistol to one of his friends in July 1995, just after pawning the rifle. To summarize what has been said, he got rid of both his rifle and pistol 6 months after the deaths of Grant and Michelle Andrew Cook, which was far from a coincidence. The more the police learned about Cook, the more they were confident that they were on the right track. As it turned out, shortly after Grant and Michelle's deaths, he not only disposed of his weapons, but also his car, a 1987 Hendrickson. This vehicle fits the description of a car found near the crime scene. Cook worked in a diaper factory, which Agent Upton decided to visit. Andrew was not at work, but the agent spoke with a friend and colleague According to court documents, a colleague reported that they recently discussed the worst thing they had ever done, and Andrew stated that he shot someone with a rifle. The colleague didn't believe the story but wanted to know why he did it. The cook responded that he wanted to see if he could get away with it. The colleague also stated that Andrew chewed tobacco frequently. Another friend testified that in late November 1996, the cook told him he needed to leave town because it was getting too hot. Agent Upton began looking for Andrew Cook, who had not lived in his parents' home in several years. Randy Upton contacted his father on December 4, 1996, and set up a meeting. John Cook was indeed an FBI agent with 29 years of experience. During the meeting, Agent Upton explained to John that he is investigating the crime committed at Juliet Lake, which is why he wishes to speak with his son Andrew, but cannot locate him. John became aware of Grant and Michelle's case through the media. He himself did not take part in the investigation. He told Upton that he does not consider his son a suspect, but he promised to find him and speak with him. Later that day, John was able to reach Andrew on the phone. He informed his son that the detective in charge of the Juliet Lake case was looking for him and inquired whether he knew anything about it. His son's response turned his entire life upside down. Andrew told Daddy, "I can't tell you. You're one of them. You are a cop." When John Cook asked the next question, he prayed that his son would say no. "Were you the shooter?" he asked. After a brief pause, Andrew replied yes. He told his father that one night, while fishing at Juliet Lake, the couple drove there, and he got into an argument with the driver. According to him, Grant threatened him with a pistol. He became enraged, took his rifle, and did something that could not be undone. John Cook asked his son to contact the authorities, but Andrew replied that he would just disappear. John was stunned by his son's story. It was extremely difficult for him, but he remained professional. The next day, John went to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office and informed them about his son's confession. At the time, no one knew Andrew had been arrested in the neighboring county that morning for shooting deer and turkey outside of the hunting season. He introduced himself under an assumed name, but it became clear when Agent Upton learned that Andrew Cook had been arrested. He traveled to Jones County to speak with him. Upton was unaware of this the day before. Andrew confessed everything to his father. After arriving at the Jones County Sheriff's Office, Upton introduced himself and asked Andrew Cook to answer a few questions. He replied, "2 years have passed, and you still have nothing. I once owned a Honda. I once owned a rifle, and I used to have a Ruger, but now you're trying to set me up." He then stated that if they called his father and found him a lawyer, he would confess everything. Andrew was delivered to Monroe County. The sheriff allowed John Cook to speak with Andrew one-on-one. When John hugged his son, both of them cried. John expressed his disbelief that Andrew had told him the truth, to which Andrew responded that he was not fishing that night and that when he arrived at the lake, the victim's car was already there. Grant and Michelle didn't notice how he approached the car with his rifle and opened fire. Then, he claims he fired a few more shots from his pistol before pulling the woman out of the car to confuse the cops. He spat on Michelle on purpose to ensure that the police couldn't find him using his name. Andrew Cook was charged in the case involving Grant Hendrickson and Michael Lee Cartagena. In addition to Andrew's confession, police have identified the current owners of the rifle and pistol he used during the crime. A forensic ballistic examination revealed that Michelle and Grant were killed with the same firearms. Andrew's DNA was also tested, and it matched the sample extracted from Michelle's saliva. The trial started in 1998. John Cook spoke at the trial. He repeatedly apologized to Grant's and Michelle's families, but he also stated that his apologies would not bring them peace. He claimed that he dedicated his entire life to his service and had no idea how evil had consumed his son. On March 19, 1998, Andrew Cook was found guilty. He was sentenced to death, and after Cook exhausted all of his appeals, the execution date was set for February 22, 2013. The State Board of Pardons and Paroles met 3 days before this date, on February 19, 2013, to consider a clemency appeal filed by Andrew's attorneys on his behalf. The attorneys attempted to persuade the board that Andrew is mentally ill and requires treatment. After considering the appeal, the State Board decided against clemency. On the day of Andrew's execution, February 22, 2013, his family paid him a visit in prison to say goodbye. He was also able to order his final meal. He ordered steak, baked potatoes, fried shrimp, lemon pie, and soda. As he was strapped to a gurney in the death chamber, He said his final words, "I'm sorry, but I'm not going to ask you to forgive me. I couldn't even do it myself." He thanked his family for their support and presence, and he apologized for taking so much away from them all. The injection was given at 11:08 p.m. 14 minutes later, Andrew Cook, 38, was pronounced dead. Following the execution, Grant's mother, Mary Hendrickson, stated that she had been waiting for justice for 18 years. She added, "I believe that was the devil's work. When all this was going on, I was just thinking to myself, well, the devil will not win. He's not going to win my heart. He's not going to win my heart. He is not going to win." On June 21, 2023, the media reported that John Cook had died at the age of 81. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about a story that happened in 2019. Jassy Correa planned to celebrate her 23rd birthday at one of Boston's entertainment venues. However, she did not return home after meeting up with friends. What happened to her was widely reported on American television channels. Jassy Gelsa Pires Correa was born in Praia, the capital and largest city in Cabo Verde. Jassy and her father immigrated to the United States when she was 3 years old. They resided in Dorchester, Massachusetts. Boston became her home, where she grew up, attended school, and eventually became a devoted mother to her daughter Gabriella. Jassy's personal life was not a fairy tale. Approximately a year before the events we'll discuss today, Gabriella's father, Miguel Castro, attacked her. She wanted to leave, but Miguel refused. Instead, he beat her severely. Jassy later reported Miguel to the police, and the court eventually sentenced him to 4 years in prison. Jassy worked as a waitress at Boston's Del Frisco. She enjoyed dancing and was enthusiastic about photography. The young woman valued her time spent with her family, friends, and daughter. She enjoyed visiting the park with her young daughter. On the evening of Saturday, February 23, 2019, Jassy left her 2-year-old daughter with her family to celebrate her birthday with friends. They chose the venue, a nightclub on Warrenton Street in Boston's Theater District. She wore her new orange jumpsuit and had a good evening. A few days later, her friend informed the police that she and Jassy had spent the night dancing and drinking champagne. After the nightclub closed, Jassy and her 2 friends went outside. As is often the case, the friends parted ways, leaving Jassy on her own. She didn't return home after that night. Her phone was turned off, and all calls went to voicemail. There was no news from Jassy on Sunday morning. Nobody has seen her since she left the venue on Sunday morning. On Tuesday, February 26, her father, Joaquin Correa, went to the police station with a friend of Jassy to report that his 23-year-old daughter had gone missing. The police opened an investigation. The first thing the detectives needed to figure out was where Jassy went after leaving the club. Her family and friends distributed information flyers to passers-by and throughout the city. I was hoping someone would share important information. Detectives speak with Jassy's friends who were with her that night. However, because they had no idea where she had gone, this did little to help the investigation. After leaving the nightclub, they said their goodbyes, with Jassy intending to return home. Police interviewed witnesses and examined CCTV footage from the club and surrounding streets. One of the recordings showed Jassy on the sidewalk on Fremont Street near the nightclub, where she spoke with several people at 2:14 a.m. It was after she had left the nightclub. The footage also showed Jassy, who appeared to be under the influence of alcohol, getting into an Uber that she had not ordered. The young woman accidentally got into the wrong car. To put it mildly, the driver was upset about it. They began arguing, and he pushed her out of the car. What happened next was of particular interest to the investigators. She continued to argue with the driver after being forced out of the vehicle. At that point, an unknown man approached her and offered to take his hand. He took her aside briefly, and they began talking about something. Perhaps she wanted to leave, but this man refused to let go of her hands. In this video, you can see them standing on the sidewalk, and the man holding Jassy's hands pulls her towards him. Further investigation of the CCTV footage revealed that Jassy left the area with this man, knowing how the story would end. One realizes she fell into the hands of a predator who decided to exploit the situation. The next video from the cameras shows Jassy jumping on the man's back and being carried to his car. They got in the car and left 14 minutes later. The police had to find answers to numerous questions. Who was this man? Where has he taken Jassy? Fortunately, they quickly learned his name and address. The man Jassy was with turned out to be Louis Coleman, 32. He grew up in a good family, and some sources say he had a master's degree in physics and had no legal issues. The police database contained no information indicating that Louis Coleman owned a car. Coleman's mother, who lived in California, had a red 2016 Buick, which was exactly the type of car Coleman put Jassy in. Correa Coleman resided in Providence, Rhode Island, approximately 50 miles from the venue nightclub. The police arrived at his home, but the man was no longer present. CCTV cameras inside and outside the building confirmed both the police and Jassy's family's worst fears. Coleman's drive from the venue club to his apartment in Providence took about an hour, so he must have stopped somewhere because he returned to his apartment at 4:15 a.m. on Sunday. He got Jassy into his car about 2 hours later. Coleman emailed his colleagues the next day, informing them that he would be away for a few more days. "Hello, everyone. I just wanted to let you know that I am still out sick. I will be back in a few days," Coleman wrote. According to what he wrote, he needed time to hide the evidence of the crime. That's what he tried to do over the next 2 days. We'll now look at more CAT TV footage to see what happened to Jassy after she left with Coleman. For ethical reasons, the police never released the first recording, which showed Coleman going to his apartment with Jassy. The following is how FBI Special Agent Thomas Zukaskas described what he witnessed on the recording. Coleman walked from the red sedan to the front of the building carrying a body with long hair and orange pants. I believe the footage shows Coleman carrying the victim into his apartment building. According to Zukaskas, the video from the building's lobby shows Coleman entering the building around 4:27 a.m. with a woman in his arms. Then he took the elevator up to the 6th floor. Jassy wasn't moving at the time. She was either unconscious or had already died. Coleman was caught on camera at Walmart on Tuesday, February 26, the same day that Jassy's father reported her missing to the police. The list of goods he purchased was very revealing. The receipts obtained by the police showed that he had purchased 3 Tyvek suits, duct tape for candles, electrical tape, a mask, surgical gloves, 2 pairs of safety goggles, a respirator, and the Clan Release bleach bath the next day. On the Clan Release bleach bath the next day, on February 27, Coleman returned to Walmart while relatives and friends distributed information flyers featuring Jassy's picture to passers-by. The footage was shot at 9:22 p.m. He is shown wheeling a cart that contains very characteristic items. He purchased a large suitcase and a canister on February 27, 2019. Coleman was captured on video entering the apartment building around 9:58 p.m. with what appeared to be a large suitcase. The footage then shows Coleman wheeling the suitcase away from his apartment unit, towards the elevator, out of the building, and into the parking lot to his vehicle on February 28, 2019 at 2:15 a.m. More comments are unnecessary for this footage. Simply watch it, and you will understand everything. Coleman appeared to have difficulty lifting the suitcase into his car's trunk. Around 2:44 a.m., Coleman allegedly exited the building several times between 4 and 4:02 a.m., carrying cardboard boxes, trash bags, a bottle of bleach, a computer tower, a black laptop case, and a small duffel bag. Jassy Correa has not left Coleman's apartment since the morning of February 24. The U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts, Andrew Lelling, told reporters later that day, on February 28, 2019, the police obtained a search warrant for Coleman's apartment, and they discovered 2 packages of hooded coveralls and 2 respirator masks. They also examined a sofa with 4 large cushions, one of which was missing a cover, in a dumpster outside the apartment complex. They discovered white trash bags, a bag containing plastic sheets, men's bleach, stained jeans and a belt, a white nylon hooded cover, an unopened box of baking soda, clear safety goggles, duct tape packaging rubbing alcohol, Walmart bags with plastic gloves, and an empty package from a car air freshener. I used 3 packs of purifying charcoal and a sponge. On the afternoon of February 28, 2019, police stopped Coleman's car near Wilmington, Delaware. Coleman was ordered out of the vehicle by the officers, who also inquired about the presence of any other passengers. According to some sources, Coleman responded, "She is in the trunk." Officers discovered Jassie's body wrapped in a sofa cushion cover in the trunk of Coleman's vehicle, inside a black trash bag inside a large suitcase similar to the one Coleman brought into his apartment on February 27, 2019. Experts who examined the vehicle discovered 2 cracks in the windshield on the passenger side. It gave police reason to believe that the man assaulted Jassie in his car. They arrested Coleman and took him to a Delaware State Police barracks. Coleman had a large bandage covering the right side of his face. When asked about it, he allegedly said, "It's from the girl." During the forensic examination, experts determined that Jassie died from strangulation and blunt force trauma. Furthermore, they discovered seminal fluid on her body, the DNA samples of which matched Coleman's. Prosecutors claim Coleman's DNA was also at Jassie's fingertips. At the same time, experts couldn't say where Jassie died. It could have occurred in either the car or Coleman's apartment. Jassie's death shocked her family. Her 2-year-old daughter had also lost her mother, which was equally heartbreaking. Some Boston officials paid a visit to the Correa family and promised to seek justice for Jassie. As is customary, some people accuse Correa on social media of being alone on the street at such a late hour. Rachel Rollins, Suffolk District Attorney, expressed her thoughts on this. She claimed that Jassie was not in the wrong place at the right time. She was right. Every woman has the right to celebrate her birthday on a night out with friends. Let's not get into a debate over whether we should walk home alone or how many people we should call when we leave the club. If anything, we should remind the men in our lives that violence against women is not a woman's issue. It is a problem that men accept responsibility for in their own lives. The lives of their sons and their social lives with friends and colleagues, On Saturday morning, March 9, 2019, mourning family and community members gathered at St. Peter's Parish in Dorchester to say goodbye to Jassie Correa. Some loved ones dressed in all white, while others pinned buttons, shirts, and sweatshirts featuring Jassie's face and the phrase "Justice for Jassie as a family man." We express our sadness as friends and community, but we must also accept Jassie's death. We don't know, but God does, and I have complete faith and trust in God that her death was not in vain, stated Michaela DeAndrade, Jassie's cousin and best friend. While delivering the first eulogy, Boston Mayor Marty Walsh promised to work to make the world a safer place for women. Young women deserve to go out at night to celebrate their birthdays with their friends and then return home to their children and families. Walsh stated that no family should ever go through what Jassie's family has. Correa's father, Joaquin Correa Jassie, thanked the congregation of more than 200 people inside the church. According to a cousin, Jassie's mother, who lived in Portugal and hadn't seen her daughter in 20 years, was also present. The parents appeared to be overcome with grief as they prepared to lay the 23-year-old to rest. There were no empty seats in the church, and many people lined the back wall. Joaquin Correa thanked the city for its support, as well as all of the various law enforcement agencies and departments that spared no effort or resources in carrying out their noble and risky mission in the 3 states involved. "My dear Jassie, rest in paradise," he said. "Rest in peace, my beloved child." Lewis Coleman was charged with kidnapping, which led to his death. The charge of kidnapping resulting in death carries the death penalty or a life sentence. But in November 2019, prosecutors announced that Coleman would not face capital punishment. During the trial, prosecutors presented a variety of evidence, including a video of Coleman dragging Jassie Correa's body into his Providence apartment and a history of his online searches in the days after her disappearance. FBI agents described Coleman's online searches in the days following the alleged kidnapping, which included how a person can fit in a suitcase and how to extract a tooth that is not loose. However, Coleman's legal team has argued that the evidence presented by the prosecution had little to no relevance to the charge against him. It is not a question of whether he handled himself appropriately following her death, or whether he did anything illegal or inappropriate after that. And, frankly, that is where the majority of the government's evidence has been gathered. I would argue that none of these factors are determinative of the elements of the kidnapping allegation, according to Attorney David, whose several motions filed by the prosecution and defense detail what happened the night of Jassie. Korea's disappearance and the days before police discovered her lifeless body. Both sides had different stories about what happened. However, the documents revealed disturbing details about the events leading up to Jassie's death. Prosecutors proved Coleman was at the same nightclub as Jassie and her friends, where he was chatting with a woman he had recently met. It was not Jassie. They talked, danced, and exchanged phone numbers. They texted each other while at the club, and when it closed, the defense and prosecution expressed opposing viewpoints. Prosecutors claimed Jassie was not the aggressor, and that Coleman killed her after duping her into believing he would drive her to a friend's apartment. Coleman's defense team argued that Jassie was aggressive after the Uber driver pushed her out of the car. At trial, defense lawyers attempted to argue that Jassie started the fight with Coleman on her own initiative, and that the crime was a spontaneous altercation, rather than a planned and executed stalking, kidnapping, and deprivation of life. Prosecutors said the defendant's argument appears to be that the victim, who weighed 119 pounds at the time of the autopsy, assaulted the defendant, who weighed 200 pounds when he was arrested. Coleman's lawyers attempted to downplay their client's involvement in the crime. After all, in addition to alcohol, the toxic illogical examination found traces of a variety of prohibited substances in Jassie's body. Coleman was convicted of one count of kidnapping with a fatal outcome in June 2022. The defense team filed a new motion, arguing that there is insufficient evidence to support a conviction. However, they were unable to influence the trial's outcome. In October 2022, the court sentenced Louis Coleman, 36, to life in prison without parole for kidnapping and murdering Jassie Correa. The court also ordered him to pay her family approximately $60,000 in compensation. Jassie Correa, 22, was a vibrant and beautiful woman with a toddler daughter. Louis Coleman, a complete stranger to her, abducted, raped, and strangled her to death. This sentence will never alleviate the pain and suffering that Louis Coleman caused Jassie and Correa that night, as well as her loving family, her mother, father, brother, and so many others, every day since February 24, 2019. By his depravity and callous disregard for Ms. Correa's life, Louis Coleman gave up his right to live freely, and society still believes that Louis Coleman has shown no remorse. According to First Assistant U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy, after luring 22-year-old Ms. Correa into his car, we assaulted and killed her. Louis Coleman did not even consider turning himself in. Rather, he devised a gruesome plan to conceal the assault, or he simply committed it. Today's sentence of life in prison is just. Levy said this in a statement. It is unclear where Louis Coleman was taking Jassie's body and what he planned to do with it. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman arrived in the parking lot of her school to go to a sporting event and disappeared. Without a trace, soon a very creepy discovery awaited everyone, and the police got involved in the case. It took detectives a full 28 years to solve this creepy mystery, and none of them had any idea that this case would be the first of its kind. Sarah Yarborough was born on June 12, 1975, in Portland. Her parents soon moved to another state, settling in the town of Federal Way. It is near Seattle, and is essentially a suburb of it. Sarah also had two brothers, helped her parents take care of the younger one, and was very close to him from an early age. Sarah was involved in music and ballet. The girl always strived to do well in school so she could get into a good college because of her academic performance. She flew twice to New Zealand in the school program. Later, Sarah joined her school's cheerleading team. She also had a great many friends. She was a kind and non-confrontational person trying to help anyone in need. On Saturday morning, December 14, 1991, when she was 16, Sarah gathered for an event with her cheerleading team. They were together at the school building where the bus would pick them up. She took her dad's car and drove to school, only Sarah got the time wrong. She thought the bus would pick them up at 8 a.m. when in fact it wasn't supposed to arrive until 9. All her friends gradually started arriving at the place, but none of them saw Sarah. Some students saw her car in the parking lot, but there was no young woman inside, not even when the bus arrived for the students. Her friends thought this was strange, but no one could contact Sarah because none of them had cell phones at that time around the same time. Two 12-year-old boys were walking around the school grounds, walking through the wooded area behind the school tennis courts. They noticed a strange man. He came out from behind the bushes, looked at them, and walked away in the opposite direction. He seemed strange to the children, but they did not pay much attention and walked just a few meters away. A shocking sight awaited them: a young woman lying on the ground with no signs of life, thinking she was dead. The school children ran home to tell their parents, while the parents of one of the boys went with him to the place. The father of the other decided to follow the suspicious man the children had seen. His son told him that he saw a car that looked like a Chevrolet Nova pulling away from that spot. Given that he lived near the school, his father decided to go outside and try to track down that car. At one point, he managed to locate a similar car, but it quickly disappeared from his sight, and the man was unable to find it again. Meanwhile, the other boy's parents came to the school and realized that the young woman on the ground was probably dead. They immediately ran to the school building and called the police offices. They arrived on the scene and confirmed that the young woman was indeed dead. They were also quickly able to determine that the deceased was Sarah. From the marks on her neck, the officers concluded that the victim had most likely been strangled. Next, the body was some of her belongings, including a jacket, underwear, and socks, with no other items near her. The officers found her purse and car keys inside the car in the school parking lot, leading them to believe that the perpetrator may have attacked her directly next to the car and then dragged her behind the trees. The body was turned over to medical examiners, and the police set about looking for clues. The first thing they did was try to interview all the people who were on and near the school grounds. The two guys who found Sarah gave a rough description of the man who had come out from behind the bushes near her body. They said he was a tall man in his early 20s with shoulder-length blonde hair, a dark raincoat, and black pants. Soon the police found another witness, and here a very surprising story awaited them. A man out for a jog noticed a strange picture in the same wooded area. A young woman was lying next to the bushes with a man hovering over her. The young woman was not moving at all, and the witness thought that some couple had just decided to have some privacy. A few minutes later, he ran down the same road in the opposite direction, and the man and the young woman were still there. In both cases, it did not appear to him that he was watching a felony being committed. The witness himself explained to the police that he had only recently immigrated to the United States from another culture and was not sure what behavior was the norm in that country. But nevertheless, this witness gave the police a rough description of the killer, which matched the words of the children who discovered the body. Detectives interviewed several dozen other people who had been near the school, but no other useful leads were found. Meanwhile, medical experts examined Sarah's body and concluded this triangulation was the cause of her death. Apparently, the perpetrator used her own pantyhose. In addition, a serious injury was found on the young woman's head. The experts assumed that from this below the victim lost consciousness, which was consistent with the runner's story. He saw that the young woman on the ground did not move at all. Forensic investigators studied Sarah's clothing, and on almost every item, they found traces of male semen belonging to the same person. But in 1991, there was no common DNA database yet, so all the investigators could rely on was a direct comparison of DNA samples from specific suspects. There was another nuance that was brought to the detectives' attention. Even though forensic scientists found traces of male semen on Sarah's clothes, the medical examiner stated that there were no signs of sexual abuse on her body. With all this information in hand, investigators formed their own view of what happened. Sarah arrived at the school almost an hour early, and there was no one in the parking lot, but her attacker most likely spotted her there, waited for the young woman to get out of the car, hit her on the head with an object, and Sarah lost consciousness. He then dragged her from the parking lot behind the trees, where her body would later be found. The perpetrator removed some of her clothing and performed lewd acts on her before strangling the victim with her own stockings. When one of the children who found Sarah's body told police about the car in which the perpetrator allegedly fled, the scene detectives put out a search for a Chevrolet Nova, and soon they were able to find her, but here they were disappointed. It turned out that the driver of that car had just been delivering donuts that morning. He provided his DNA sample, which did not match that found on Sarah's clothes. Apparently, the kids just saw the car that drove down the road next to them and thought the perpetrator was behind the wheel. In fact, none of the boys could recall exactly whether they saw a man approaching any car from the bushes. Over the next few days, police continued to search for witnesses and new leads, but no significant progress was made. On Monday, school classes resumed even though all the students were horrified by what had happened. In addition to the fact that the murder had taken place only a few meters from their school, the perpetrator was still at large and his identity remained unknown. The young women were afraid to walk the grounds alone, so the boys on the sports teams arranged to walk each student to her car or bus so they would not be left alone on the street. Detectives determined that there were about 70 potential witnesses in and around the school that morning, and they talked to each of them, but no new details could be learned. Based on the accounts of the two children and the jogger, a rough portrait of the killer was compiled and distributed to all local newspapers and television stations. The story received extensive media coverage, and over the following weeks, the police received hundreds of tips. Investigators checked every one of them, but in all cases they hit a dead end. At one point they received a tip about a man who matched the killer's description and had a criminal history, but here the detectives encountered a setback. His DNA did not match the perpetrator sample. Since then, the case has been stalled for many months. In total, the police received about 4,000 different leads, and the detectives encountered a setback. His DNA did not match the perpetrator sample. Since then, the case has been stalled for many months, and they tried to work with each of them, but the resources of the local police department were simply not enough to cope with so much information. Time also played against them, even as investigators continued to search for the perpetrator, and each month there were new cases to be investigated. When Sarah's family learned that the police didn't have enough resources to handle all the tips, her grandfather tried to help as much as he could. He worked for a technology company and convinced management to temporarily provide the police department with a very powerful computer for $150,000. It was a colossal sum in the 90s, but management still went along for $150,000. With this computer, police officers could store information about all the leads in one place, process them at an increased speed, and sort them in a convenient form for quick study. Despite all this, every lead led them down a dead end, and they made no progress in the years that followed. 2 years later, Sarah's classmates graduated, and before graduation, they decided to memorialize their friend. They raised an impressive sum of money and spent it to create a memorial. It was a bench on which Sarah's things were cast in metal. Next to these things, there was also a picture of the young woman's dog reaching for her purse. Over the years that followed, the case was periodically reopened, re-examining all the available evidence, but the result was the same. They were still unable to get any closer to catching the culprit. During this time, the police interviewed several thousand people and took DNA samples from nearly 300 possible suspects, but all this was inconclusive. He heard about a company that began working in the field of genetic genealogy. The policeman contacted them and asked if they could try to locate relatives of the person who left his DNA on the victim's body. The experts undertook the task, but unfortunately they failed. First of all, in 2011, genetic genealogy was just gaining momentum, and the experts were very limited in their capabilities. For example, they had not learned to search for male and female relatives in one sample. If they had the DNA of a man, they could only look for family ties with other men, and vice versa. Second, they had another obstacle in front of them in the form of various laws that prohibited the use of genetic data samples to search for relatives of suspects. Nevertheless, it bore some interesting fruit. For one thing, the team of researchers approached by the detective had already been working for several years to create a genetic pedigree of the first people who sailed to the United States from Great Britain in 1620 on the ship Mayflower. After studying the DNA of the killer Sarah, they discovered that the man was related to one of the ship's passengers, Robert Fuller. However, it was almost impossible to trace him through this chain, especially in those years when there were just over 100 people on the ship. But over the centuries, the number of their descendants has exceeded 25 million, and secondly, the detectives had no idea that he had made the Sarah Yarborough case the first of its kind. Although his idea was not successful, it was the first crime that was attempted to solve. With the help of genetic genealogy, the detective tried to use the information available and tracked down several men with the Fuller surname who were living in the area of his town. At the time of Sarah's murder, he found photos of them and met the only business, a jogger and 2 men who had found the body as children. Unfortunately, neither of them recognized the killer in the photo. Finally, the investigators asked for DNA samples from all Fuller in the area and sent them to the laboratory. None of them matched the DNA of the killer, but something interesting happened here. The experts established that one of those men was indeed a distant descendant of Robert Fuller from that very ship. However, he was definitely not the killer, and also did not know that any distant relatives, Live near him, the perpetrator may have been so distantly related to him that their family simply never knew of the connection. The detective retired in 2017, and the case was turned over to a new team of investigators who revisited the company, which had taken on the killer's DNA sample in 2011. By that time, the ability to study genetic material had advanced a great deal, and experts agreed to try to trace the perpetrator's lineage. It took 2 whole years. The experts used public databases to find even the most distant relatives of the killer, then manually tried to trace their family ties and reach people who lived in Federal Way at the time of Sarah's death. In all, they had to weed out several thousand people before they finally got lucky. Experts determined that a DNA sample from Sarah's clothes was highly likely to belong to one of the 2 brothers at the time of the murder. The older one turned out to be a criminal with an impressive criminal record. He had been imprisoned for violent crimes, and his DNA sample was in the FBI database, which meant that he had nothing to do with Sarah's murder, because then his DNA would have shown a match back in the 90s. As for the younger brother named Patrick Nicholas, he too has been on the police's radar for violent crimes, including crimes against minors, but that was before the DNA samples of such criminals were added to the database. Detectives immediately organized a surveillance of the man who was 55 at the time, lived in a neighboring town called Wellington. The cops had been following his every move for 2 days, and soon the opportunity presented itself. Patrick went to the laundry, and while he was waiting for his clothes to be washed, he went out to smoke and threw a cigarette butt on the ground. One of the cops immediately took it into an evidence bag and returned to his car. Patrick went out to smoke a second time, and this time a rake handkerchief fell out of his pocket. The men didn't pick it up and went back to the laundry room, and the police were happy to take the second piece of evidence in case the experts were not able to get a DNA sample from the cigarette. However, the experts were easily able to extract samples from all these items, and the very next day they told the detective the long-awaited news: Patrick's DNA was a perfect match for the semen found on Sarah's clothes in 1991. The judge immediately issued a warrant for the man's arrest, and the police took him into custody. It all took 5 days from when investigators first learned his name to the formal murder charges. When his biography was leaked to the media, many began to ask the perfectly logical question: why was a man with such a criminal history not even considered a suspect for all those 28 years at age 19? Patrick Nicholas approached a young woman and got into her car, where he tried to abuse her. The victim managed to escape, but to do so she had to jump into the river and swim for a long time until she was a safe distance from the perpetrator. Patrick spent 4 years in prison, after which he was released. The next crime that the police caught him for was in 1994 when he tried to abuse an underage young woman. He was arrested again, but his DNA was not entered in any database. The reason for that is strange. The article he was prosecuted for was not hard enough to collect DNA, and the police never came across his name in 3 decades. He also didn't appear in any of the 4,000 leads obtained over the years. It also turned out why genetic genealogy experts could not trace them back to Robert Fuller. It turned out that Patrick's biological grandfather was adopted and grew up under the adopt a family name. One of the men who discovered Sarah's body as children in 1991 immediately stated that Patrick was without a doubt the killer. He admitted that the incident had had a profound effect on him. He was only 12 at the time the body was discovered, and the perpetrator had seen his face for years. The witness was constantly afraid that the killer would come after him, and it was only after Patrick's arrest that he finally felt safe. Patrick's trial did not begin until 2023. The man insisted on his innocence, and his lawyer tried to challenge the main evidence. In his opinion, the presence of Patrick's semen on the clothes of the murdered young woman did not prove his guilt, but this argument did not work. The lawyer also tried to challenge the accuracy of the DNA analysis itself, but the experts declared the absolute invalidity of such claims. Patrick was eventually found guilty of first-degree murder without prior intent. On May 25th, he was sentenced to 45 years and 8 months in prison, virtually eliminating the possibility of ever getting out during the pronouncement of that sentence. Patrick showed no emotion. Unlike Sarah's relatives, they also spoke before the judge, thanking everyone involved in the trial and the investigators for bringing the killer to justice, even though he had managed to evade justice for 28 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today, we will look at a case that occurred in Minnesota. In 2013, Kira Steger, 30, worked as a store clerk at a mall-based clothing store. She was enthusiastic about her job and never missed a shift. So, on February 23, 2013, she did not show up for work. Her coworkers became worried. They attempted to contact Kira, but she did not return their calls or text messages, and the police were quickly informed that she was missing. Kira K. Steger was born on November 19, 1982 in Des Plaines, Illinois. She was Marcy and Jay's daughter. Steger described her as a lively, dedicated, and affectionate daughter. Kira worked for 2 Mall of America stores, Wet Seal, and, most recently, Delia's. Kira considered her co-workers to be more than just friends, they were like family. Kira had a unique talent for identifying people's strengths that they themselves did not notice. She envisioned and hoped for a bright and peaceful future. Unfortunately, all of her dreams came to an abrupt end when Kira mysteriously vanished. On Thursday, February 21, 2013, Kira worked a shift. Her co-workers reported that she had been feeling well and planned to go to a nice restaurant with her husband after the store closed. Kira and Jeffrey Trevino met 3 years ago and immediately struck up a romantic relationship, which eventually led to a wedding. Overall, Kira and Jeffrey appear to be a happy and stable married couple. There may have been occasional disagreements between them, but everything was kept within their immediate circle. At least 2 days later, on Saturday, February 23rd, no relatives, friends, or coworkers knew about them. When Kira failed to show up for work, her coworkers were concerned because such behavior was unusual for her. She was punctual and strict with herself, and others would never tolerate being late or not sticking to her schedule. After failing to reach Kira, her coworkers contacted Jeffrey, who had no idea where his wife had gone. Kira had left the house the previous morning and had not returned since. Kira had a habit of disappearing for a day or two at a time, so he wasn't worried. She would spend the night at a friend's house or visit a relative unannounced. One factor that could have caused concern was the bad weather that day, as it had been snowing heavily. Jeffrey suggested that perhaps something had happened to her along the way. Perhaps her car became stuck and her phone battery ran out of charge. On the same day, after not hearing from his wife, Jeffrey filed a missing persons report and contacted Kira's family. Her family members were taken aback by their loved one's mysterious disappearance, which was a devastating blow to them. After receiving a missing persons report for Kira Steger, detectives immediately went to work, as is customary in such cases. The investigation began by questioning the spouse and searching the immediate surroundings. This was no exception. Detectives went to Jeffrey's home to speak with him. Jeffrey told detectives that he and Kira planned to spend time together on Thursday. They had dinner, talked, bowled, and then left the mall. According to Jeffrey, he and Kira immediately went home because Kira wanted to watch a movie. Jeffrey also told detectives that his wife left their home the following day, a Friday, around 8:30 a.m. An event was scheduled at work, and her presence was mandatory. He noticed nothing unusual about her behavior. Jeffrey thought it was normal for Kira to disappear on occasion, despite the fact that he had no idea where she was or who she was with. They'd been having relationship problems for a few months, Jeffrey explained. However, he did not consider it serious or alarming. Consider them to be minor conflicts that occur in all families. The detective began asking Jeffrey who Kira might be staying with and if she had a lover. The man refused this suggestion because he had personally asked Kira about it and received a negative response. Jeffrey describes his wife as someone he truly loves and trusts. The investigators relayed all of the information they gathered about Kira and her car to the on-duty patrols. The detectives went to the Mall of America to confirm the credibility of Jeffrey's statements and possibly find some clues. The Mall of America ranks among the world's largest shopping malls. It is located in Bloomington. It includes 520 stores and theme parks. There is an ocean area movie theater, a golf course, and much more. As a result, it's unsurprising that the mall is outfitted with numerous security cameras. Knowing what time Kira had left work on February 21st, the detectives investigated that moment. The footage showed nothing unusual. Jeffrey's account proved accurate. He met Kara after work, and they spent some time at the mall before heading to the parking lot and driving away. There were no arguments between them, and the evening appeared to have gone well. Nothing is worse than waiting without knowing what is going on. And with each passing day, Kira's anxiety about her life grew worse. After not hearing from her and growing tired of waiting for a cure, his family traveled to Bloomington to assist with the investigation. They printed flyers with her pictures on them, posted them on poles, and handed them out to passers-by on the street. Their goal was to draw as much attention as possible to the search for Kira. They realized they couldn't just stand by and had to do everything they could to find their loved one. The wild, curious family was handing out leaflets, and the investigators continued their investigation. When officers interviewed the couple's neighbors, they discovered a surveillance camera installed on one of their homes. The camera rotated sideways, and one of its angles captured Kira and Jeffrey's house. Thus, the investigators requested that the homeowner copy the camera footage for them in the hopes of uncovering some clues. Meanwhile, investigators received records from a cell phone company, which provided them with a new lead. According to his phone records, she was dating someone other than Jeffrey. He turned out to be Ryan Go, the manager of the store chain where she worked. They had an intense and long-term relationship and communicated frequently. Police discovered Ryan was out of state, and while the search for Kira was ongoing, Ryan was driving to Colorado. This man was highly relevant to the investigation, because, in addition to having a romantic relationship with Kira, he relocated out of state around the same time she vanished. Maybe it was just a coincidence, or perhaps things were completely different, and his escape concealed something. The investigators would be responsible for determining the answer to that question. Regardless, the detectives were able to reach Ryan, who agreed to appear for questioning in Colorado, where he was asked numerous questions. He stated that he last contacted Kira while driving across South Dakota and texted her. These text messages were sent shortly before Kira disappeared. Detectives discovered that Kira had communicated with her new lover while dining with her husband. The correspondence made it abundantly clear that Kira was growing apart from Jeffrey. The investigators examined Ryan's phone to determine his location in relation to the cell towers and reviewed his credit card statements. He appeared to be completely out of it that evening and had no way of being connected to solve his disappearance. He was released and removed from the suspect list on that basis. The message's timestamps revealed that Kira was still texting Ryan when she arrived home with her husband. However, their conversation ended at 11:44 p.m., and their curious phone has since been inactive. Meanwhile, another team of investigators was preparing to examine video footage from the surveillance camera installed at Kira's neighbor's home. This camera covered most of the street, sweeping left and right. However, it was turning far too quickly. And this made observation difficult because if the investigator spotted something suspicious, the camera would immediately rotate to the other side. Jeffrey and the curious house were only seen for a few seconds. As the camera shifted to the right, Jeffrey explained that after dinner and bowling, he and Kira returned home, watched a movie, and went to bed. However, when investigators reviewed the video footage, they discovered that Kira's car reversed into the yard shortly after 2 a.m. Because of the poor quality of the footage and the camera's constant movement from side to side, it was difficult to tell exactly what was happening on screen at the time, but the car soon drove away from their house. Jeffrey attributed the night drive to Kira's request that he pump gas in her car before her commute tomorrow, so he headed to the gas station. Interestingly enough, his story was true. He was actually seen at the gas station around 3:30 a.m. However, the detectives discovered that after leaving the gas station, he did not return home but instead proceeded to the highway for unknown reasons. It's unclear where he's going next. The neighbor's camera did not record him returning home, but this could have been a coincidence because it rotated constantly. Thus, it is theoretically possible that Jeffrey returned home later in the day, when the camera was facing the opposite direction. When investigators examined the footage further, they discovered that the curious Chevrolet drove away at 9:21 a.m., but there was no way to tell who was behind the wheel. On Saturday, February 23rd, police received a missing person report, and the police department received a call on Monday, February 25th. 2 multi-story parking lots near the shopping center where Kira worked are available for reporting the discovery of a suspicious vehicle. Security guards noticed that a specific car had been parked there for several days and requested a tow truck. The tow truck driver examined the car before picking it up and discovered suspicious-looking red smudges on the trunk lid. He then called the police. It turned out to be a white Chevrolet. There wasn't much blood, just a few minor stains, but it was present. That was an extremely bad sign. Kira's purse, which was recovered from her abandoned car, contained divorce court forms that appeared to have been downloaded from the internet. In addition, the investigators noticed a small, dark item lying in the snow behind the car. When they got closer, they noticed a rolled-up trunk mat with dark stains on the reverse side. DNA testing revealed that it was Curious Digger's blood. With regret, the investigators realized Kira was most likely no longer alive. Her family and friends were devastated by this horrific discovery. Their last hope of seeing Kira again was dashed. But this sparked a slew of questions in their minds. How did she die? Did she suffer? Who could have resented her enough to take her life? The absence of care in his body exacerbated the situation, as it was much more difficult to bear the grief that had befallen them without it. The detective's top priority was now to identify the person who had abandoned the vehicle in the parking lot. The car left the house at 9:21 a.m. About 20 minutes later, the mall's cameras caught it. There were no cameras in the lot where the car was found, but there was a camera pointed at the path leading to the car. The camera was near Kira's car. After reviewing the camera footage, the detectives noticed that a few minutes later, the white Chevrolet drove into the parking lot. The footage showed a man with a hood covering his head. It was fairly cold, and the man's hoodie didn't seem unusual, but the detectives wanted to know where he was going. The hooded man was seen crossing the street and walking to a taxi stand, where he spoke briefly with one of the drivers before getting into the car and driving away. Based on the time the hooded man interacted with the driver, the police were able to determine which company owned the cabs parked in the shopping center's parking lot. The police were able to easily identify the license plate number of that particular vehicle. All of the cabs were outfitted with GPS tracking devices, revealing that the hooded man finished his trip a block away from Kira and Jeffrey's house and then exited the vehicle after paying cash as it left the neighborhood. The cab was caught in the lens of the same camera that had captured some of Kira and Jeffrey's home footage. After 2 minutes, a hooded man entered the scene. The low resolution of the video made it difficult to see his face, but what stood out was the white logo on his hoodie. As the investigators continued to watch the footage, they noticed the hooded man walk into the house where Kira and Jeffrey lived. Kira had gone missing, making it almost certain that the hooded man was Jeffrey. After obtaining a search warrant, law enforcement officers proceeded to the house. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary, unremarkable house, but this was only the first impression. Under closer examination, the criminalists discovered dark red stains in the spouse's bedrooms. There were a few stains on the wall beside the bed, and approximately 100 on the mattress. It was clear that the bedroom had recently been rearranged and cleaned. When the forensics team sprayed luminol, the floor carpet practically glowed. It had many bloodstains that could not be seen with the naked eye. Those stains originated in the bedroom and spread to the other side of the house. Forensics confirmed that the blood was unusual, which convinced investigators that she was no longer alive. Aside from searching the inside of the house, police examined Jeffrey's car. Despite the fact that there was no blood in the car and no evidence of a struggle, they were able to discover something interesting. Jeffrey's car contained a gas station receipt from an hour and 40 minutes before Kira's car was left in the mall parking lot. The receipt indicates that the purchase was made with Jeffrey's card. Detectives went to the gas station to review the security footage. The video shows Jeffrey filling up his car, then going inside and withdrawing money from an ATM. This footage provided a glimpse of Jeffrey's face and revealed that he wore a logo on his jacket in the chest area that resembled the logo on the man seen earlier. Jeffrey Trevino, 39, was arrested based on this recording and other evidence discovered in the house. He was brought to the station for questioning and became the primary suspect, directly from the interrogation room. Jeffrey contacted his attorney, who advised him to exercise his right to remain silent. The police had enough evidence to charge him, but the body provided the most compelling evidence of his guilt. Nobody had any doubts that Kira had died. In late March, as the snowdrift began to clear, the police, Kira, his family, and some volunteers searched for her for months. Volunteers discovered a strange bag by the roadside at Keller Lake, a few miles from Trevino's home, and contacted the police. The bag held a bloodied pillow, a shirt, and a bra. The forensics team linked the discovery to Kira because her DNA was found on the items. The lake was still encrusted with ice, which hampered the search, but divers continued to survey it. They still found no remains in it. The area surrounding the lake was searched several times with search dogs trained to locate bodies, but this, too, proved fruitless. 2.5 months after Kira's disappearance, on May 8, 2013, the St. Paul Police Department received a disturbing call. The male caller informed the operator that he saw what appeared to be a dead body in the Mississippi River. What police recovered from the water turned out to be a body. There was no clothing on it. Kira Steger's body was identified through dental records. She sustained severe blunt force trauma to her forehead and a fractured index finger on her left hand. Due to the level of decomposition, the medical examiners were unable to determine an exact cause of death. Using the new evidence, investigators attempted to reconstruct the timeline of events leading up to his death and what happened afterward. They speculated that when Kira and Jeffrey returned home, he became aware or noticed that she was texting someone else. Kira refused to show her husband the correspondence, so he violently snatched her phone and broke her finger. After seeing the romantic correspondence, Jeffrey became even angrier and, in a fit of rage, took his own life before attempting to conceal evidence of the crime. He drove her car to the house, put the body in the trunk, and then went to a gas station before disposing of it in the river. He then drove back home, dumping the bag with the pillow and clothes along the way. The next morning, he went to a gas station and took out cash from an ATM because he knew he'd have to pay for a cab after leaving his car in the mall's parking lot, and he'd rather do so in cash. After disposing of the curious car, Jeffrey returned home and spent the rest of the day cleaning the house. Jeffrey's trickery was intended to give the impression that Kira had driven away in her car by herself that morning and was fine. However, due to surveillance cameras, his plan failed. In October 2013, a jury convicted 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino, agreeing with the defense that his actions were not premeditated and that the crime was the result of a heated and unexpected argument after discovering his wife's infidelity. Before the judge announced the sentence, curious family members made statements. Carrie Ann Steger, a curious sister, described the monster as a calculated criminal who deserves no mercy. Marcy stated that Trevino showed no mercy to her daughter and dumped her like trash into the nation's most polluted body of water. She said. But her father Jay insisted that no punishment would ever compensate for the pain Trevino had caused their family. No amount of time spent with Mr. Trevino will suffice. Never enough, he said. In November 2013, Jeffrey Trevino received a 27.5-year prison sentence. He will be eligible for parole in 2031. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A quiet American town was shaken by a terrible event. A young girl disappeared without a trace from her own home, leaving her belongings, phone, and car. Over time, the investigation of this case began to resemble a typical detective series, with one difference: it all happened in real life. A small town is plunged into an atmosphere of fear and mistrust because of the disappearance of the girl. It could have involved any of the inhabitants, but only 12 years later, the whole world learns the eerie truth. Tara Grinstead was born in 1974 in Hawkinsville, USA. During her high school years, she actively participated in beauty contests, winning prizes. The girl from an early age set a goal to get a quality education, so the money earned in competitions she put aside to pay for her education. After college, Tara earned a master's degree in education and landed the job she had long dreamed of. She became a high school history teacher in Ocala, Georgia. This tiny town was a typical low-rise America. Its population did not exceed 4,000 people, most of whom knew each other well. Life was quiet and measured, and none of the locals could think that any serious crime could occur in Ocala. Tara Grinstead had worked at the local school for several years, and during that time she had developed a great relationship with both staff and students. She was a kind and outgoing person who was always supportive and helpful. In October 2005, this help came in handy for Tara's students who were preparing to participate in a local beauty pageant. Given the fact that their teacher had won prizes at similar events many times, the girls were thrilled to have her support. On Saturday, October 22nd, Tara helped the students with the final touches before the pageant. Afterwards, she went to a picnic with her high school friends and didn't return home until 11 p.m., having parked her car outside under a carport. Since then, Tara had stopped making contact. Her mother, who lived in another city, was the most worried. Her daughter always picked up the phone or called back, but this time there was no answer. On Monday, October 24th, her anxiety reached its peak and Tara did not show up for work. Such behavior was highly unusual for her. The girl took her job seriously and would certainly have warned her bosses that she needed time off. Concerned acquaintances of Tara called the police chief, Billy Hancock, and asked him to see if she was all right. At 10 a.m. that morning, he went to her address. The policeman thought the woman's phone was just dead and that she was either sick or had overslept. When he arrived at her house, he found Tara's car in its usual spot. Her doors were unlocked, but that didn't surprise Billy. In a town this small, the residents had no worries about their cars being stolen. Then he noticed an envelope on a dashboard containing $100 in cash. It was already strange. How could someone as responsible as Tara leave money in a prominent place? Billy knocked on the door, but no one opened it for him. After that, he decided to look around the house. At first glance, everything seemed perfectly ordinary, no signs of a struggle or break-in, but in Sarah's bedroom, the detective found a real mess, quite uncharacteristic for a woman. Her belongings were on the floor, including the clothes. She had last been seen on her cell phone charging on the nightstand. It looked as if Tara had left the house briefly, but she was nowhere to be found on the ground outside the house. The police found the first piece of evidence that suggested a possible crime. There was a latex glove lying around that someone might have used to conceal her fingerprints. The detectives did not consider the possibility that the glove might have belonged to Tara. Hardly anyone used such gloves in the home since then. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the equivalents of the FBI only at the level of one state, got involved in the case. The main version of the investigation was kidnapping, and there was very little evidence besides the glove. The detectives found only two questionable things. Tara's torn chain was lying on the bedroom floor, and her alarm clock was not in its usual place. But all this did not help detectives solve the mystery of her disappearance for the small town. This Monday was truly a terrible day. Tara's house was cordoned off, and the school had a meeting. Sarah's co-workers and students tried their best to help in the search by forming a group of volunteers. They printed out a stack of flyers with a woman's picture and informed them about her disappearance, and within hours the flyers were posted all over the city. Volunteers stayed home that day until 1 a.m. Agents from the Bureau of Investigation interviewed Tara's neighbors and investigated the neighborhood in which she lived. The search involved sniffer dogs that had been brought in the hope of picking up the missing person's trail. Investigators still hoped that Tara had simply left on foot and the dogs would find her easily. In the meantime, the latex glove was given to experts whose goal was to collect as much data as possible. They managed to get a DNA sample, but no matches could be found in the FBI database. All that was known was that the sample belonged to a man, Tara, as if she had evaporated from her own home. Then investigators began to dig into Tara's personal life and past. It often happens that when a woman disappears, someone from her inner circle is to blame. After studying the man with whom Tara was in a relationship, detectives were unable to identify any suspects. She dated Marcus Harper, a former policeman and military officer, for the longest time. The couple broke up at Sarah's initiative about a year before she disappeared. The reason was that the woman wanted to build a family, and Marcus was not ready for that. After the breakup, they maintained an amicable relationship, calling and texting each other. Detectives later uncovered one interesting detail. Marcus had come to USA 3 weeks before Tara disappeared. but he had not told her. Upon learning of Marcus's arrival from mutual acquaintances, the woman became very upset. She repeatedly called him, trying to find out why he had not informed her of his arrival. Soon, Tara's condition turned into a real hysteria. Her relatives were very worried and even wondered if Tara was going to do something reckless. However, the girl soon came to her senses, and the police did not consider Marcus a suspect. The couple had been together for a long time, but their relationship ended, and the detectives could not find a motive for the crime. An interesting twist soon awaited them. Please learn that Tara had been threatened by her former student on March 30th of 2005. 7 months before the girl disappeared, he came to her house and behaved extremely aggressively. When Tyra refused to let him, and the guy started banging on the door, and the neighbors had to call the police. It turned out that the young man had been in love with the teacher since high school. According to her acquaintances, the former student was emotionally unstable and behaved strangely, and even frighteningly. Tara tried to help him deal with his problems for a while, but his mental state only worsened after that incident. When the young man tried to break into her house, the woman filed a report against him. She seriously feared he might hurt her after Tara went missing. The police tracked the young man down. He worked in a neighboring town about 150 kilometers from Asila. The boy provided detectives with an alibi for the night's disappearance. It was impossible to establish his involvement in the case. A business card of a certain police officer was also found in the woman's house. It turned out that Tara had been dating him for some time, but at the time of her disappearance, he was already living in another city. The policeman also provided an alibi for the nights of Tara's disappearance. This effectively ended the list of possible suspects. With no leads in hand, the police decided to organize a search for the girl 2 weeks after her disappearance. Such a belated decision seemed strange after all. It was clear of the first minutes Tara had not left home of her own free will. Hundreds of volunteers were called in to search the area around the cellar. Volunteers went through forests, ditches, and rivers, but they couldn't find a single trace of Tara. During the search, it was reported that a housing car had burned down near Tara's home. Locals almost unanimously agreed that the incident had something to do with the woman's disappearance. Perhaps the perpetrator was trying to cover his tracks, or the people were so shocked and frightened that they found each event suspicious. Whatever the case, the search yielded no results, and the police were faced with a grim reality. They simply had no leads left. The next few years brought the police no closer to solving this mystery. It wasn't until 2009 that an event occurred that brought the missing Tara Grinstead back into the spotlight. A user created a YouTube channel and posted an extremely creepy video. A man was sitting in the frame, his face plastered over, and his voice altered in the video. He claimed to be involved in the disappearance of 16 girls, naming them by name. Among them was Tara Grinstead. The unidentified man added that he had hidden the bodies securely and would give clues about the burial site in new videos. Police immediately checked the video and found that all 16 names did indeed belong to the missing women. The FBI was able to track down the author of the video fairly quickly. It turned out to be 27-year-old Andrew Haley. After his arrest, he said that he was just joking. The police could not connect Andrew with any of the 16 missing girls, but he still could not avoid a trial for perjury and tampering with evidence. The man was sentenced to 2 years of forced labor and 13 years of probation. Momentary hopes of solving this cold case faded, and once again, the police were left without a single lead. In December 2010, Tara Grinstead was officially declared dead because there was simply nothing to work with. As the years passed, the townspeople remembered Tara Grinstead's disappearance perfectly, but less and less discussed. Arc of Tara remained only behind closed doors. The topic hardly ever came up in everyday life. The town had changed forever. Fear of mistrust permeated the locals for years to come. It wasn't until 2016 that something happened that got people talking openly about terror again. Atlanta-based journalist Payne Lindsay created his own podcast devoted to mystery cases, and for the first issue, he took on the Tara Grinstead case. The man and his colleague traveled to Asila, where they met private investigator Maurice Godwin. Together, they began working on the case literally from scratch. They had no access to police records, so the only available source of information were the people of the town. At first, they were only able to talk to friends and relatives of Tara outsiders. They avoided talking about the mission girl in every way, but it didn't last long. Lindsay's enthusiasm managed to revive interest in the case, and soon the people of Asila were discussing it again. Lindsay and Godwin worked through every possible lead. They considered 3 possible suspects. Tara's ex-boyfriends and the students who tried to break into her house along the way talked to anyone who might have any useful information. They were so passionate about the case that on several occasions they thought a clue was literally one step away. One day Payne received a call in which an unknown person suggested they look for remains on Tara's property. The police did so, and at some point they managed to find the bones. True experts quickly determined that the bones belonged to an animal. Despite the excitement and a new wave of interest in the case, no serious progress was made, or rather, they failed to solve the case directly during the creation of the podcast. But it was this amateur investigation that was decisive in the long-awaited pneumo, and the pneumo came completely unexpectedly in early 2017. Brooke Sheridan came to the police. Her story shocked the detectives, who no longer believed that the truth would ever come out. Brooke told investigators that her ex-boyfriend named Bo Dukes once confessed to her. He had helped his friend dispose of Tara Grinstead's body. Upon learning of this, the girl repeatedly begged the guy to confess to everything, but he remained silent. After listening to Brooke's story, the police did not rush things. Who knows, maybe this woman just wanted fame and attention, especially when a successful podcast got everyone talking about the case again. The detectives decided to play it safe. They asked Brock to wear a wire and go to Bow to beat out a confession, and it worked. The man didn't deny his involvement, and the police had probable cause to arrest him. To their surprise, O immediately cooperated with the investigation and laid all his cards on the table. Later, detectives would say that he was just tired of living with his burden on his soul. Late that night, he got a call from his friend and former classmate Ryan Duke. He asked to borrow a truck to help him with something, then added a broken door to Tara Grinstead's house to steal some money. But something didn't go according to plan, and I killed her. At this point, he decided to break into someone's house to steal money, and his choice was Tara's house. He was under the influence of illegal substances at the time. After opening the door with a credit card, he broke into the house and began looking for money. Tyra spotted him, and a struggle ensued between them, from which only Ryan came out alive. When Bo arrived at Tara's house in a truck, they loaded the woman's body into it and drove her into the woods, then got rid of the body for several days. This story shocked the residents of Asila. Jukes and Duke were never considered suspects, for they simply had no motive, nor were there any clues that could link these two to the disappearance of the woman. Despite a full confession that Dukes would not testify against himself in court at the trial, he spoke to Tyra's relatives and apologized for what he had done. Bo spent a long time in the military, was a veteran, and had many decorations, but the court ruled 25 years in prison for helping cover up a crime. Tara Grinstead's murder trial by Ryan Duke was shut down for April 1, 2019, but the Georgia Supreme Court postponed the trial. On March 28, 2019, after Duke's attorney said they were unconstitutionally denied funding for experts to testify on Duke's behalf, the trial began on May 9, 2022. Ryan Duke pleaded not guilty to murder and charged Bo Dukes with murder. On May 20, 2022, a jury found Ryan Duke not guilty of murder, aggravated assaults and burglary, and guilty of concealment of death at trial. Duke testified that his confessions to the murder were false, telling the jury that he had done it under the influence of drugs and in fear of the real killer, his friend with a similar last name. Dukes, he said. Both Dukes woke him up in the mobile home where they lived together in 2005 and told him he had killed Tara Grinstead, then showed Dukes their teacher's purse and wallet, although her body was never found. Investigators matched Grinstead's DNA to bone fragments and found that the location where Ryan Duke testified to investigators that he and Bo Dukes had burned her on May 23, 2022, was Shedden Spidey of the ruined County Superior Court. Ryan Duke was sentenced to 10 years in prison for concealing the body. The sentence imposed by the judge was the maximum penalty allowed. By the time Ryan Duke was sentenced, he had already served about half of that sentence. While the waiting trial, prosecutors insisted that Duke's confession included details that only the killer knew, such as Duke telling investigators that he called Grinstead's home from a pay phone after running away from home to see if she would answer. When she didn't, he returned and found her dad. Investigators also found Duke's DNA on a latex glove found in Grinstead's yard. However, his testimony raised enough doubt in a jury's mind that he was acquitted of all charges except concealing her death. Dukes was subpoenaed to testify but refused to answer the court's questions, citing his Fifth Amendment right against testifying against himself. When the truth about his high-profile case came out, Tara Grinstead's friends and relatives relieved themselves of the burden of obscurity. Her mother confessed that all these years She had secretly hoped for a miracle that her daughter would return to her alive. Alas, reality turned out to be cruel, senseless, and devoid of any miracles. At least now the whole world knows exactly what happened in that little town back in 2005. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about what happened in 2007. Kelsey Smith, 18, mysteriously disappeared after going to the store in Kansas, United States. What happened to Kelsey drew media attention, and CCTV footage helped solve the case. Kelsey Ann Smith was born May 3, 1989 in Overland Park, Johnson County, Kansas. Kelsey was the fifth child of Greg and Missy Smith. She graduated from Shawnee Mission West High School on May 24, 2007, and was excited to start college in the fall. People recognized her as an outgoing and friendly individual. Her sense of humor left no one indifferent. She was a member of a marching band and played clarinet. Kelsey worked at an AMC movie theater on June 2, 2007. She had another shift. Missy, her mother, was leaving for a friend's wedding that morning, unaware that her family's life would be forever changed and that she would never see her daughter alive again. Missy said her goodbyes to Kelsey before leaving. Kelsey drove to work in the car her parents gave her. Her morning shift concluded without incident. After work, she went to see her father and sister, Lindsay. They visited an amusement park together. It had been a wonderful day, but it did not end well. Kelsey had decided to go shopping around 6 p.m. She asked her sister if she wanted to keep her company, but she declined. Kelsey left the house alone and drove to the nearest Target. Before leaving, she told her father, Greg, about her plans and expressed her love for him. Greg, a police officer, adored his children. The man taught them basic self-defense techniques and advised them to always take precautions. Kelsey called her mother, who was returning from a friend's wedding, about an hour later to say she was going shopping. They spoke briefly before agreeing to meet at home. After a while, John, Kelsey's boyfriend, arrived at Smith's home. John was one of the guys who boosted Greg's confidence. He frequently spent time at their house, and everyone expected their relationship to develop into something more. Kelsey went shopping that evening for a gift for John. The latter attempted to call her but was unable to get through. He went to her house, but she was not present. Greg tried calling his daughter, but she did not answer. Greg, a police officer, became concerned after several unsuccessful attempts to contact Kelsey. He tried to remain calm, but as a father, he became increasingly concerned with each passing minute. Greg began calling his daughter's friends, but no one knew where Kelsey was or why she wasn't returning calls and texts. Kelsey was unlike her peers. She always called her family, even if she was a little late. After a while, John and Kelsey's sister Lindsay got into their car and began driving around the area, hoping to locate Kelsey's car. What if she gets into an accident? Perhaps the police pulled her over for speeding. They first inspect the parking lots of various stores. In one of those, they noticed a Buick belonging to Kelsey. She informed her father that she was going to the Target store. However, they discovered her car near another store. John checked the car, but Kelsey wasn't present. Lindsay called her father to say they had found Kelsey's car. Greg warned them not to touch anything because the car could be a potential crime scene. After all, if this was the case, it was critical not to destroy any evidence that may have been left there. Greg contacted the police to report his daughter missing. The police conducted an official investigation. The detectives immediately arrived at the location where John and Lindsay discovered Kelsey's car. Greg and everyone else noticed something odd right away. Her car was not in the Target parking lot. It was next to another store in a dimly lit area of the parking lot. The detectives carefully examined the car, hoping to discover anything useful about Kelsey. But all they found inside was a package of gift wrapping paper and the gift the girl had bought for her boyfriend, John. There was nothing inside the car that suggested a crime. There were no signs of struggle. There was no trace of blood or anything like that. The keys were under the driver's seat. But then, the detective noticed something strange and suspicious. They noticed some fabric that resembled a t-shirt sticking out of the trunk, causing anxiety in his heart. Greg opened the trunk. It was empty. Kelsey was not present. She bought a gift for John at Target. That meant she was present at some point. The forensic experts thoroughly examined the car and discovered a thumbprint on the seatbelt. It didn't belong to Kelsey or anyone who had access to the car. Kelsey had recently graduated from high school and was preparing to attend the University of Kansas to become a veterinarian. She was always an excellent student. Kelsey was an ambitious and cheerful young lady. She had her entire life ahead of her. But now she had mysteriously vanished, and her family was desperate for answers. The police continued their work. However, other than an unidentified fingerprint, there was no evidence that her car was a crime scene. It appeared that someone had just left the car in this parking lot. The detectives went to Target to gather new information about Kelsey's disappearance. CCTV footage could answer some questions. By the time the officers arrived, the store had already closed. Despite the fact that it was nearly 11 p.m., they were able to locate the person who let them in and showed them the recordings. The police spent several hours at the monitors, watching Kelsey's every move, but her trip to the store was routine. She found the necessary items, paid for them, and proceeded to the parking lot. There was no indication that anything was wrong. While at the store, Kelsey did not argue or speak with anyone. She remained calm and left there alone. But here's what appears strange. Kelsey got into her car and drove in the opposite direction of her house for some reason. The recording quality was poor, making it impossible to see any details. As a result, a number of new and important questions emerged. Why didn't Kelsey go home as scheduled? Did she drive the car herself? Could she have concealed her own free will? Before dawn, Greg and Missy went to the police station, where detectives questioned them. As a cop, Greg was aware that this was a common practice. When investigating such cases, detectives must rule out the possibility that someone in the family is involved in the crime. He knew that if he and Missy answered the questions quickly, they would no longer be suspects and the police would be able to focus on other leads. The couple answered all of the questions. Kelsey's parents were not the suspects. The police wanted to investigate the next person for his involvement in Kelsey. His disappearance was caused by her boyfriend John. After all, Kelsey had spent the majority of her free time with him over the last few days. He was the last person she had contact with. They needed to know where John had been before he went into Kelly's house and informed her father that he couldn't contact her partners, which is frequently linked to what happened to their soulmate. As a result, the detectives decided to put pressure on the suspect. They began asking him the same but differently phrased questions to see how he would respond and whether he would change his story. It lasted approximately 2 hours. But John insisted that he was not involved in Kelly's disappearance and that their relationship was fine. He answered all of their questions and let the detectives examine his phone. The officers were inclined to believe that John was not lying and had no involvement in Kelsey's disappearance. Still, the detectives did not remove him from the suspect list. Kelsey's family could not simply sit and wait, so they began an unofficial investigation. Greg was well aware that if his daughter had been abducted, the chances of finding her alive decreased with each passing hour. Greg, Missy, and John gathered willing volunteers and divided them into groups to search the area. Each volunteer carried a bundle of printed missing person flyers and walked around the designated streets, asking if anyone had seen Kelsey. Greg also called radio stations and requested some airtime. He inquired about his daughter's disappearance and advised anyone with any relevant information to contact the police or the Smith family. An hour after the radio stations reported Kelsey's disappearance, TV channels broadcast the news. It improved the odds of finding Kelsey as soon as possible. Her classmates joined the search. They moved from one door to another. Perhaps someone from the house heard or saw something suspicious, or something that did not appear suspicious at first glance but could aid in the investigation. Any information was critical. One of the questions the police had to answer was where Kelsey was for the 3 hours between when she left Target and when John and Lindsay found her car. To answer this question, The investigators returned to the surveillance cameras. The parking lot where they discovered Kelsey's vehicle belonged to another store. Fortunately, there were cameras there as well. However, due to the poor quality of the recordings and insufficient lighting in that area of the parking lot, the detectives were unable to see anything that would help them determine where Kelsey had gone. They observed how her car drove into an unlit area of the parking lot, after which the headlights turned off. The driver exited the vehicle and drove away shortly after, but it was just a silhouette of a person. It was unclear if it was Kelsey or someone else. The police were disappointed. Kelsey's family thought it was a good sign. The family members understood that she had no reason to hide. The most important thing to them was finding Kelsey alive. The police had no new leads yet, so they decided to look at the target surveillance camera footage again. However, the detectives now use higher quality monitors. They retracted Kelsey's every move while she was in the store, but she discovered nothing suspicious. Everything appeared normal. Kelsey purchased the necessary items and exited the store like any other customer parking lot. What could have happened there to cause Kelsey's disappearance? Despite the poor recording quality, the detectives discovered a suspicious detail. After leaving the store, Kelsey went to the parking lot to park her car and opened the back door to store the purchased items. Then she approached the driver's door. At that moment, the investigator noticed a blurry spot following her. The police believed Kelsey had been attacked when she got into the car, indicating an abduction. The investigators repeatedly watched the recording. However, due to the viewing angle and recording quality, they were unable to see the full picture. The door closed in about 15 seconds, and the car left the parking lot. Perhaps her car turned in the opposite direction from her house because she wasn't driving, or someone threatened her. Detectives didn't want to tell Kelsey's parents that their daughter had most likely been abducted. The police had only a video recording of the abduction as evidence. However, it was impossible to see who did it. This person wore a white t-shirt and dark shorts. Thus, the investigators returned to the target's CCTV footage. But this time, they're hoping to see someone in a white t-shirt and dark shorts. And then they noticed something new. A man in a white t-shirt and dark shorts followed Kelsey everywhere she went. He maintained his distance so Kelsey would not suspect anything, but he was always present. It was clear that this man was following Kelsey. When Kelsey approached the checkout to pay for the goods, he made his way to the exit without hurry. He obviously left the store first and waited for her in the parking lot. Soon after, the police were able to obtain a clearer image of his face. It wasn't a perfect quality, but they hoped someone could recognize this person. The police asked the community for help in identifying the man. The number of calls with potential leads surpassed 1,000. It took a long time to review this amount of data. Detectives attempted to filter out information that was unlikely to be relevant to the investigation. The police interrogated several people who resembled this man, but none of them were the one they needed to locate. The breakthrough in this case came after the police located Kelsey's phone. After she vanished, her phone was found in a wooded area near Longview Lake, Missouri, about 15 miles from Target. By this point, the FBI had joined the investigation. They focused the search in the area where Kelsey's phone was last active. Around 200 people took part in it. Kelsey was discovered 4 days after her kidnapping, and only 45 minutes after her cell phone company provided information about her cell phone activity that is worth paying close attention to. We will address this issue later. Unfortunately, she had died. The criminal attempted to conceal the evidence of the crime by hiding her body beneath the leaves and tree branches. Kelsey was naked, revealing the motive for this crime. Her belongings were a few feet from her. During the forensic examination, the experts determined that Kelsey died from strangulation. The criminal committed suicide with her own belt. The police had to deliver the worst news of her parents' lives. Kelsey's death devastated her family and friends. The criminal was still out there, and the police needed to find him as soon as possible because they feared he would kidnap another person. At this stage of the investigation, the police only had CCTV footage. As a result, the researchers decided to conduct another study on them. Knowing that someone had abandoned Kelsey's car in the parking lot at 9:17 p.m., The officers decided to look into what was going on in the Target parking lot at the same time. They saw a man rush up to a dark pickup truck parked in the parking lot, get inside, and drive away. It was around 9:22 p.m. However, it is possible that this was just a coincidence unrelated to the case. The pickup truck left the Target parking lot after it had already gotten dark. But what if the person driving the car arrived during daylight hours? The investigators reviewed the recording, which confirmed their assumptions. The blue pickup truck arrived in the Target parking lot at 6:55 p.m. Kelsey pulled into the parking lot a minute later, parking next to this pickup truck by some evil coincidence. Perhaps that was the first time the criminals saw her. The police released images of the pickup truck and the man who was following Kelsey in the hopes that someone could identify him, and it resulted in people calling the police station to say they knew the man in the picture. One of the callers introduced himself as a colleague and the other as a friend. Both callers gave the same name, Edwin Hall. He was 26 years old, owned a pickup truck, was married with a son. The police investigated Hall's past and discovered that, while he had no adult convictions, he did have a juvenile record for threatening his adoptive sister with a bread knife when he was 15 years old. If Hall was the one who kidnapped and murdered Kelsey Smith, he may have attempted to flee after his image appeared in the media. As a result, the police went to his home right away. When the cops arrived, they noticed Hall packing things into his car. He intended to flee with his family, but the police apprehended him first. They arrested Edwin Hall and transported him to a police station for questioning. He told detectives that he had no involvement in Kelsey Smith's disappearance and death. He said he had no idea who she was. However, everyone knew he was lying because Target's CCTV footage clearly showed Hall following Kelsey. When they told him about the recording, they were able to refute his claims. He admitted that he watched Kelsey because he admired her legs. However, Edwin continued to deny any contact with Kelsey after she left the store. He agreed to give the police his DNA sample and fingerprints so that he would be removed from the suspect list. Hall was certain he'd left no trace. However, he was mistaken in believing that his thumbprint matched those found on the seatbelt and Kelsey's car. This information directly linked Hall to the kidnapping and death of Kelsey Smith. After all, there was no other explanation for his fingerprint on the seatbelt. Hence, regardless of what Edwin Hall said, the police knew he was the one who approached Kelsey in the parking lot. After the detectives informed him of the fingerprint match, he decided not to wait for the DNA results and confessed all, to avoid the death sentence. Hall agreed to reveal all of the details of the crime he committed. He stated that he liked Kelsey when he saw her in the Target parking lot. Hall began following her while she was shopping and then waited until she reached the car. After this, he pulled out his gun and attacked her. Hall pushed her into her car and took her to a wooded area outside the city. There, he told Kelsey to undress and eventually killed her because he was afraid she'd tell him everything. Then Hall hid Kelsey's body beneath branches and leaves and drove away. After leaving Kelsey's car in a nearby parking lot, he returned to Target, where he had previously parked his pickup truck, and drove home. Missy and Greg Smith stated that following Kelsey's death, they noticed that the majority of violent crimes targeted children and young adults. We wanted to stop this from happening to others. Missy Smith stated that with that goal in mind, they developed safety awareness seminars. Greg Smith was a police officer when his daughter died, so he applied the training methods he learned in the military to a civilian environment. The Kelsey Smith Act was passed in Kansas in 2009, and similar laws exist in 23 other states. However, in 2016, it failed to pass the United States House of Representatives. Members of Congress who voted against the bill cited privacy concerns and the ability for law enforcement to access information without subpoenas. The Smiths state that only one location will be released, so texts, pictures, and phone calls would be prohibited. For 13 years, the couple has been advocating for change in Congress. One thing keeps them going. It's Kelsey, without a doubt. Greg Smith identified Kelsey as an 18-year-old recent high school graduate who walked out of a Target in Overland Park and vanished. It took a cell phone company 4 days to release her phone's location information. Once it did, police discovered her body within 45 minutes. The Smiths dedicated their lives to enacting legislation to speed up the process for other families. It would have saved you days of searching for her and not knowing if your child was still alive or what her fate was. Missy Smith stated that if law enforcement determines that an emergency exists, the Kelsey Smith Act requires wireless communication providers to disclose a device's location information. It also grants the phone company immunity for doing so. Overall, it serves as a tool for law enforcement. We live in a technological age, so why not give them every tool they need to find someone? According to Greg Smith, the legislation states that the information should be released if officers believe the phone was used to call 911 within the previous 48 hours, or if there is reason to believe someone is in danger of death or serious physical harm. In September 2008, the jury found Edwin Hall guilty of all charges. During the trial, he apologized to Kelsey's family and expressed deep regret. The court sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Kelsey, who would have turned 34 on May 3rd, has become the face of a movement to force telecommunications providers to be more responsive in emergency situations, particularly as GPS and cell phone technology have improved and evolved over the last 16 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at a story from 2016. Michelle Lang, 25, had always wanted to study in Australia, and one day she realized her dream. Unfortunately, her story did not have a happy conclusion. Meng Mei Lang, also known by her middle name Michelle, was born on January 29, 1991, in Chengdu, Sichuan Province, China. Michelle grew up to be a kind, responsible, and respectful young lady. Michelle had a very close relationship with her parents, so it was devastating for her when her father died in an earthquake in 2008. She excelled in school and aspired to live in Australia. Her mother, Mei Zhong Leung, remained supportive throughout and believed that if her daughter received an education in Australia, she would have a bright future. Michelle began attending the University of Technology, Sydney in 2011. This enabled her to travel to Australia and realize her long-held dream. Michelle's aunt, her mother's sister, lives in Australia and has offered her a room in her apartment. She also had a daughter who was 2 years younger than Michelle. Michelle's aunt, who was 44 at the time, married Derek Barrett, a man 20 years her junior. Derek was a temporary unemployed professional who was only 3 years older than Michelle. Michelle, her aunt, cousin, and Derek have since lived together in suburban Campsie, New South Wales. The first few years went well. Michelle excelled in her studies, made new friends, and found a part-time job. Begin in 2016. Michelle's aunt frequently visited Wollongong for work, and Michelle, her cousin, and Derek continued to live in an apartment in Campsie. Michelle's aunt left for another business trip in April 2016, with a return date of April 24th. Michelle, 25, had been out with friends 3 days before that date. Around noon, she took a bus from the University of Technology Sydney to a downtown shopping mall. Around 3 p.m., security cameras captured Michelle shopping on Pitt Street in Sydney's central business district. She was alone, and the footage showed she was fine, unconcerned about anything. The vision also showed her taking a train from St. James to Campsie, arriving around 4:30 p.m. Michelle Lang was last seen alive at the Campsie train station. However, she used her cell phone to communicate with friends and family until late that evening. Those who spoke with Michelle that evening reported no anxiety or unusual tones in her voice. Derek drove to the train station on Sunday, April 24th, to meet his wife after she returned from a business trip. And when Michelle asked Derek about her niece, he said he hadn't seen her in 2 days. Derek was unemployed at the time, so he spent his time on the computer and slept late. So he claimed he and Michelle had not seen each other. He also mentioned that Michelle had been spending a lot of time with her girlfriends and going to nightclubs recently. Michelle's cousin often stayed overnight at friends' houses, so she didn't see her for a few days. Michelle hadn't been seen since April 22nd, and her phone was turned off. This was unusual because she communicated with friends and family members living in China on a daily basis. It was also odd that Michelle didn't log into her social media accounts. The truth is that if someone who was previously an active user of social media and spent several hours per day on it suddenly stops logging into their accounts, there is a good chance that something has gone wrong. Michelle's aunt searched her room, trying to figure out where she had gone. The room was in perfect condition. Michelle's belongings were all in their proper places, and it appeared that she had simply vanished. The next day, Michelle's aunt and husband, Derek, went to the police station to file a missing persons report. They also informed the Chinese embassy about Michelle's disappearance at the police station. Derek told them about the last time he saw Michelle, and her aunt explained that she had just returned from a business trip yesterday, and they had been unable to locate Michelle on their own, much to the disappointment of everyone who cared about Michelle. Her body had already been discovered when the police report was filed the day before, around 10:30 a.m. On Sunday, April 24th, several people called the police after seeing a body floating in the water near Snapper Point. That's approximately 80 miles from Campsie. The same day, some Australian media outlets reported the discovery of a woman's body. According to the report, a woman's body was found face down inside a blowhole on the New South Wales Central Coast. Police said the death was suspicious, and a crime scene was set up yesterday at Snapper Point in the Munmora State Recreation Area. The unidentified woman was found near Mooney Beach between Gosford and Newcastle. She is described as Asian in appearance, between the ages of 20 and 35, and stands about 170 centimeters tall. A post-mortem examination will be performed to determine the cause of death. A rescue helicopter spokesman said it was unclear how long the woman had been there or how she ended up in the water. Detective Chief Inspector Gary Jubilant of the New South Wales Homicide Unit stated, "We are creative in the way that we recapture the area and what has happened in the area, so we're looking through CCTV footage to see if we can find anything like that. I won't say what we discovered, but we're getting a pretty good idea of what happened in that area." During that time, he stated, now that the police had received a report of Michelle's disappearance, they quickly cross-referenced this information with a woman whose body had been discovered at Snapper Point and whose identity had yet to be determined. Michelle's relatives were devastated to learn that she had been discovered dead. Inspector Jubilant stated that police had informed Ms. Ling's family, who live both in Australia and overseas, of the news. "We spoke with Michelle's auntie, who she lives with. Then I called Michelle's brother, who lives with her in China. He said it was terrible news to deliver, and you can imagine how upset they were. Police have asked anyone with information about Michelle's weekend activities to come forward and report it so that detectives can determine who is responsible for this heinous crime as quickly as possible." When the body was retrieved from the water, there were several injuries indicating that Michelle had been severely assaulted. During the autopsy, the medical examiner found over 30 stab wounds on her body. She fought for her life and attempted to fight back against the perpetrator, resulting in defensive wounds to her arms. Michelle's mother flew to Australia a few days after learning of her daughter's death, still unable to accept her loss. "Even today, we cannot accept that she has left us and that we are still in great pain." Miss Lang stated that the time when Meng Mei and I lived happily together would never come back. She said, "You cannot imagine how painful it is for me. The saddest thing in life is losing someone you care deeply about." While investigating the case, the detective spoke with Michelle's aunt and husband because she lived in their apartment and they were the most familiar with her. Derek stated that he last saw Michelle on the evening of Thursday, April 21st. Following dinner, they watched a movie before Michelle went to bed in her room on Friday, April 22nd. When he awoke, Michelle had left the house. He woke up late, so it was not surprising that she had already left. According to him, Michelle had not yet returned when he went to bed, so he assumed she was out having fun with friends. The following day, he awoke late, and Michelle was still missing. He wasn't sure if she was coming home, so he texted her, asking where she was and if she was all right, but the message went unread. Michelle's aunt didn't say anything because she was on a business trip. Steal. According to some Australian media, Michelle's aunt told the detective that she checked Michelle's Facebook correspondence on her laptop and discovered that her niece had recently dated an Australian guy whom she described as having golden hair, pale skin, and fierce eyes. As a result, the police assumed Michelle had gone on a date with a man she met online. However, that version was quickly pushed aside. In fact, investigators had already identified a suspect in Michelle Lung's death. Derek Barrett was the last person who saw her alive. The police were skeptical of his claims about waking up late and not seeing Michelle. They called him in for questioning and began asking him about his relationship with Michelle, when he last saw her, and so on. Derek then refused to answer the questions and requested a lawyer, after which he was informed that he had been arrested as a suspect. The truth is that investigators checked his cell phone signal and discovered that he had been in the same area where Michelle's body was found on April 24th. This information contradicted the man's claim that he had not visited Snapper Point that day. A police officer also obtained camera footage of a car matching Barrett's description in the early hours of April 24th. Near Snapper Point, however, the image was blurry, and Barrett began to claim it wasn't his car, which the police denied. Detectives discovered video footage of Derek Barrett paying for gas and purchasing beverages at a gas station on his way to Snapper Point. The image is of good quality and clearly shows Barrett. When told that he was lying about what he was doing on April 24th, he began to claim that he had memory problems and couldn't recall specific periods of time because he frequently used illegal substances. Barrett's phone was seized and handed over to experts for analysis and recovery of previously deleted data. What was discovered on the phone proved beyond doubt that Derek Barrett was not only involved in Michelle's death, but also had an unhealthy interest in her. His own stepdaughter was also the focus of his desire. A 15-minute video from September 2014 shows his wife's daughter, his stepdaughter, taking a shower. Derek installed a hidden camera in the shared bathroom, concealing it behind toiletries. In another video, investigators saw Derek enter his stepdaughter's room while she slept, stand next to her bed, and express his satisfaction. After some time, Derek Barrett's attention shifted from his stepdaughter to his niece. Experts recovered a half-hour video of Michelle taking a shower from his phone. In another video, Derek satisfied himself by standing next to Michelle's bed while she slept. The phone also contained images taken shortly before Michelle died. We now know that Michelle returned home around 5 p.m. On April 21st, she sent her last text message around midnight, and no one has heard from or seen her since. Derek Barrett began carrying out his insidious plan shortly after midnight. He attacked, so Michelle tied her up and taped her mouth shut. In pictures on his phone, investigators saw Michelle, bound and naked, lying on a bed, terrified. Michelle had not yet sustained the injuries that caused her death, according to the 17 photos. Derek's last picture was taken around 8 a.m. Michelle was still alive around 4 p.m. On April 22nd, that same day, when Derek's stepdaughter returned home, she had no idea her cousin was tied up in the next room. When questioned by investigators about that day, she stated that she had been home for approximately 3 hours before leaving again. She didn't hear Michelle's call for help. Experts were unable to determine the precise time of death, so it's unclear whether Michelle was alive at the time, but she was definitely present in the apartment. She spent the entire 3 hours at home. Derek was in the bathroom with the shower the following day, April 23rd. Derek left the apartment 4 times to remove trash bags. This was captured on surveillance cameras. Michelle was reportedly dead by this point, and Derek was cleaning the house. Michelle's aunt, Derek's wife, told investigators that when she returned home from a business trip, it was spotless, but she didn't think much about it at the time. At 3:19 a.m. On April 24th, Derek drove to Snapper Point. On the way, he stopped at a gas station to buy drinks and fill up his car with gas. When he arrived at Snapper Point, he disposed of Michelle's body and took some photos around 9 a.m. An hour and a half later, police received information from eyewitnesses who saw the body in the water. Derek visited his parents in the meantime, who did not notice anything unusual about his behavior, and then returned home to Campsie. Derek Barrett was indicted on 27 counts, including unlawful imprisonment, secret videotaping, and murdering Michelle Lang. It is worth noting, in particular, that he was not accused of soliciting for lustful purposes. Derek, like many criminals, began to complain about his difficult childhood, including being bullied at school. Some people believe that a difficult childhood is an excuse for their abusive behavior. The trial started in October 2017. The psychiatrist who examined Derek concluded that he could be held fully accountable for his actions. A psychiatrist testified that Barrett told him, "I lost everything because of a stupid weekend." Derek wrote a letter of apology to his wife and Michelle's family, stating, "No words can begin to describe the emotional pain I have caused you and your family. I can only imagine what you're going through after your loss. Every single moment of my life. I wish I could go back in time and undo that terrible day. My own problems spilled over into the family home, and they paid the price. In some small way, all I can do is dedicate my life to making amends for what I have done." Tam Mei Jiang, in her mother's translated victim impact statement, requested that the judge sentence this vicious rapist, malicious torturer, and cold-hearted murderer to life in prison. In April 2016, "The death of Humong may have caused great pain to my entire family, and as a single mother attempting to support her daughter, who was an international student in Sydney, she stated that my healthy mother was in such grief that she also died. Not long after learning of Meng Mei's death, my family was dealt such devastating blows that we are still suffering irreversibly." Derek Barrett pleaded guilty after being charged with multiple counts. In December 2017, he was sentenced to 46 years in prison, with the possibility of parole at 34 years and 6 months. Barrett sat with his head down during his sentencing, barely reacting. He was supposed to become eligible for parole in 2050. But circumstances changed. Detective Gary Jubelin spoke to the media outside court, welcoming the lengthy sentence. The courts recognized the gravity of the offense with the sentence imposed on Mr. Barrett. He stated, "From an investigative standpoint, it is satisfying that we have justice, but there is no joy in a situation like this. It's just a very sad case." Michelle's family asked the judge to sentence Barrett to life in prison, so they were dissatisfied with the outcome. The story does not end there. However, another event occurred, forcing Barrett back into the courtroom and causing additional distress for Michelle's family. For years after the crime, a woman discovered a USB drive in the hands of her elderly mother, who suffered from dementia. The elderly woman was not related to Derek Barrett and lived about 6 miles from where he lived before being arrested in 2016. Because of her memory issues, she couldn't recall where she obtained the USB drive. It's still a mystery. Her daughter decided to view the contents of the flash drive on her computer. The video she saw shocked her, so she immediately called the cops. Derek Barrett was identified by investigators as the man who repeatedly satisfied his desire and treated Michelle as an object rather than a person in the videos. The footage was captured on April 22nd and 23rd, 2016. An offender who enjoyed hurting, humiliating, and degrading Ms. Ling defiled her personal integrity cruelly. According to the police statement, the new videos were discovered and reported to Michelle's mother. This caused her even more distress, and she claimed that when the police informed her of the contents of the videos, she began to faint. Barrett set up 2 video cameras in Michelle's room to record his actions from various perspectives. Supreme Court Justice Helen Wilson, who handed down Barrett's original maximum sentence of 46 years, told the court that if she had known the full extent of his crimes in 2017, she would have sentenced him to life in prison. Judge Wilson described the disgusting contents of the 9 videos discovered on the USB drive. She said a compilation of the videos provided by police lasted about 60 minutes and began with Barrett entering his bedroom. She was clearly shocked and alarmed by his entry into her bedroom and didn't want him there. The recordings clearly show that Justice Wilson intended to relive that enjoyment later. She claimed that the offender went to great lengths to make the USB stick and that his disposal of it indicated a desire not to be caught. After new evidence was discovered, Derek Barrett was charged with Michelle Lang's carnal abuse. Barrett pleaded guilty and made no statements. In March 2021, he was sentenced to another 20 years in prison. Unfortunately, both of his sentences will run concurrently. Nevertheless, he will be eligible for parole 2 years later than originally planned. He will be released from prison no earlier than October 27, 2052. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman was found dead at her workplace. Detectives found several unusual clues, but they were unable to catch the culprit several years later. When the police re-examined all the clues, they made a very unexpected breakthrough. Harry Nelson was born on December 13, 1980, in the small American town of Laverne, Minnesota. She had loving parents, a younger sister, and many friends. Carrie was kind and empathetic and always tried to help her loved ones. After graduating from the local high school, she enrolled in college in the neighboring state of North Dakota. She wanted to become a doctor so that she could help others. While in college, she met a young man named Mike Callan, and they became engaged. After a while, Carrie tried to balance her college studies with part-time work at the National Blue Mound State Park located near her hometown. Her duties included selling park tickets and escorting guests who came to relax at the camping site to go hiking or see the bison. Carrie worked there for the second season in a row, and she loved the place. In addition to being a relatively easy job, she can also spend a lot of time in nature, enjoying the picturesque landscapes. On May 20, 2001, she went to work as usual. Besides, only one young woman named Rebecca, who was doing an internship at the park, was working there. In addition to her main duties, Carrie had to train and introduce her to the work process. Carrie's shift started at 8 a.m. and was supposed to end at 3 p.m. for most of the day. She was with Rebecca, explaining the work nuances, around 12:45. Rebecca went to the office building located at the other end of the park, and Carrie stayed in a small room at the entrance. Rebecca returned around 2:30 p.m. She entered the building through the back door and immediately saw a horrific scene. Carrie lay motionless on the floor with a pool of blood near her head at around the same time as a shocked Rebecca heard the front door, thinking it might be the same person who attacked her colleague. She immediately ran out through the back door and rushed home. The young woman lived in a house located within the park grounds because her father was a manager, so she quickly ran there. Rebecca told her parents what had happened, and her father immediately ran there while the young woman's mother called the police. The man arrived at the building and found no one there except Carrie. He tried to feel her pulse and realized that she was dead. After that, he closed the curtains, locked the front door, and called 911. At around the same time, another call came in to the police. It turned out that Rebecca discovered her colleague's body inside a park. The visitor walked in, not the attacker. The woman went to the registration desk and saw Carrie's body next to a puddle of blood. She then returned to her car and also called 911. The police arrived on the scene and began their investigation. The young woman's body was lying behind the registration desk where phones and cash registers were located, and things and papers were scattered around. One of the phone receivers was off the hook, the plastic pen of Carrie's chair was broken, and its pieces were on the floor. Based on this, the police assumed that a struggle had taken place between the victim and the attacker. After talking to the managers, the investigators found out that 2 bank bags intended for money storage had disappeared from the building. In addition, cash was taken from the cash register, with the total amount stolen being approximately $2,000. Men's wristwatches with a torn strap and a pack of cigarettes. Considering that Carrie did not smoke, the police assumed that the cigarettes were left by her killer. They assumed that the young woman tore them off the perpetrator's wrist during the struggle. Large particles of orange-colored stone were also found on the floor. The manager told investigators that these particles likely came from the decker of stone with the park's name, which was located on the registration desk. The police searched all the rooms and could not find the perpetrator. Considering the blood spatters were visible on the walls and ceiling of the room, they immediately assumed that this stone was the murder weapon. At the same time, their colleagues blocked the road leading to the park entrance and began questioning all visitors. The couple who stopped at the campground reported that around 2:30 p.m. a white car with a brown vinyl top drove past them at high speed. Unfortunately, they did not remember the model or license plate number of the vehicle. The investigation was complicated by the fact that there were no surveillance cameras in the park since crimes were very rare. The available evidence included a wristwatch, a pack of cigarettes, and the vague testimony of witnesses. Medical experts examined the victim's body and concluded that the cause of death was blowing the head with a heavy object. They suggested that the perpetrator may have used a large decorative stone, but this version could only be confirmed after its discovery. According to the investigators, the attack on Carr occurred between 2 p.m. and 2 p.m. They found a love letter that Carrie had written to her fiancé at her workplace. In the letter, Carrie expressed her eagerness for their wedding and described her desire to have 2 children. She put the date and time of 2 p.m. that day on the letter. Another interesting fact was that the men's watch found next to the victim's body stopped at 2 p.m. Perhaps they stopped working just after Carrie had taken them off for the attacker's wrist. Police cordoned off the park and began searching for additional clues. 5 days later, they found the decorative stone in a nearby stream. Apparently, the killer took it with him and threw it into the stream from a bridge while driving over it. Medical experts compared the relief of the stone with Carrie's head injuries and confirmed that it was the murder weapon. However, the water had washed away all fingerprints and DNA traces that the perpetrator may have left. No other clues were found, and the police began searching for a possible suspect. They first looked closely at Carrie's fiancé, but he had a reliable alibi. At the time of the murder, he was attending a funeral about 110 kilometers away from the park around 3 p.m. that day. He tried to call Carrie at her work phone, but at that time he had no idea that his fiancée was dead. Detectives interviewed park employees and received an interesting lead. Several people told them that Carrie had complained to them multiple times about her 26-year-old colleague named Stephen Carey, who reported that he continuously asked her out on a date, despite her being engaged. Stephen ignored her refusals and behaved quite persistently, causing Carrie to fear him. Additionally, the man used heavy narcotics and sold them to park visitors. Carrie mentioned to her colleagues that she was considering reporting him to the police or management. The detectives immediately questioned him, and he did not have a reliable alibi for the time of the murder. He did not work that day, and claimed he was at his daughter's birthday party a few kilometers away from the park. However, he arrived at the party around 3 p.m., which means he could have had enough time to commit the crime. In addition, he drove a white Cadillac, while witnesses saw a light-colored vehicle leaving the park at high speed. Digging deeper, the detectives found out that Stephen had financial difficulties. This gave him a motive to commit robbery, especially since he knew where the money was kept. The detectives also suspected that he may have learned about Carrie's plans to report him and decided to murder her. They seized his car and took a DNA sample from him. Meanwhile, the forensic team finished collecting fingerprints and DNA samples from the crime scene, including DNA from a man's wristwatch. In total, 135 different fingerprints were found at the scene, excluding all park employees, leaving 38 unknown prints. As for the wristwatch, 3 different DNA samples were found on it. The problem was that these samples were not enough to create a full profile, since DNA analysis technology was not yet advanced enough in 2001. As a result, experts had to work with partial profiles. They tried to add them to databases, but the results were inconclusive. The system showed them 19 possible matches, and during the investigation, the police confirmed that none of these people were related to the murder. However, the experts were able to directly compare the obtained samples with other DNA. They determined that one of the samples belonged to Carrie and the other 2 did not match any of the park employees, including Stephen. Detectives did not rush to rule him out, as he had a motive and opportunity to commit the crime, but there was no evidence against him. No other leads were found, and the caves remained unsolved for months. A year after the murder, a prisoner serving time in the local jail came forward to the police. He told them that his cellmate Anthony Powers had boasted to him about being responsible for Carrie's murder. Detectives investigated and found that Powers had an extensive criminal history, mostly for bank robberies, which had landed him in jail multiple times. Interestingly, Powers had escaped from prison shortly before Carrie's murder and was caught after the fact. His fingerprints and DNA did not match those found at the crime scene. Moreover, the witness's description of the murder did not match reality. The detectives concluded that both prisoners were attempting to deceive them for a reward of $50,000 for information leading to the solving of the case. Since Powers was already serving a life sentence, additional charges did not scare him. Additionally, in the event of a guilty verdict, He could have avoided being transferred to a federal prison and remained in the state correctional facility, which he preferred. The case remained unsolved for several years. Detectives regularly reviewed the case, hoping to find new evidence, but their efforts were fruitless. They even put up a photo of Carrie in their office to remind themselves of the case every day. In 2007, the case was reopened. By that time, DNA analysis technology had significantly advanced, and experts re-examined the wristwatch. This time, they were able to identify 3 precise DNA profiles, one belonging to Carrie, the second to an unknown man, and the third to an unknown woman. Both of these samples were run through the state database, but no matches were found. The detectives, it was remembered an interesting detail that a special sticker was found on the pack of cigarettes discovered next to the victim's body. In those days, each state had a label for tobacco products, so the police knew for sure that the pack was purchased in South Dakota. The detectives then sent the DNA samples to their colleagues in that state, and here. They had a long-awaited breakthrough when they ran these profiles with the South Dakota database. One of them showed a complete match. The man turned out to be 35-year-old Randy Leroyal Swaney. This name had never appeared in police reports in Carrie's case, so it was a surprise for the investigators. Randy turned out to be a serial robber, and at that time he was serving a 30-month sentence in a South Dakota prison. At the time of the murder, he was out on parole. The police also discovered that he had a light-colored Oldsmobile Delta at that time, which matched the witness's description. The investigators checked his fingerprints, and they matched several prints found at the murder scene. Despite all this, the detectives wanted to gather as much evidence as possible before charging him. Randy had only 1 month left to serve in prison, so the police decided to act as quickly as possible. They spoke to his wife, not mentioning what her husband was suspected of. The woman was already used to Randy regularly coming to the attention of the police for robberies and thefts, so she was not surprised by their visit. The detective showed her photos of a watch, and the woman immediately confirmed that they belonged to her husband. She also said that she sometimes wore them, and the investigators immediately realized that the last DNA sample from the watch belonged to her. Then they decided to reveal everything and told her that they suspected her husband of killing a young woman. The woman burst into tears, but the police quickly realized that she was primarily scared for herself, learning that her DNA might be on the watch. She thought that she too would be accused of the murder on April 19th. Detectives came to visit Randy in prison and attempted to speak with him without specifying what he was being suspected of. However, Randy refused to talk without a lawyer present. After the unsuccessful interrogation, Randy called his wife. As all prison calls are recorded, the police were able to listen, and the woman was angry and asked what did he do. She revealed the detectives were investigating him for a murder that occurred in Blue Mound State Park, and was more worried about her DNA being found on a watch. At times, she began to cry and scream that she didn't want to go to jail for a crime she had nothing to do with. Randy, on the other hand, she repeated that he knew nothing about it. The woman actively cooperated with the police, providing her DNA samples and allowing them to search their home. She also gave them several photos of Randy, one of which showed him sitting behind the wheel of a white car similar to the one witnesses saw in another photo. The man's watch was visible and was fastened to the 4th clasp, just like the watch found at the crime scene. Additionally, his wife confirmed that Randy smoked the same brand of cigarettes that were found near the body. All of this was enough to take the case to trial. Randy was charged on May 8, 2007, one day before his release. He was immediately transferred to a prison in Minnesota, and the prosecution began preparing for the trial according to their version of events. Randy initially chose the Park building as an easy target for robbery. There were no cameras or guards, but there was cash. When he entered Carrie, he may have been in another room, seeing that nobody was there. Randy began stealing money from the cash register, but the young woman returned and caught him in the act. A struggle ensued, and the man may have used threats to make her open the safe. Afterward, he took a decade of stone and struck her more than 5 times because he feared leaving a witness alive. Even his relatives, including his wife, testified against him in court. They all said that Randy regularly committed thefts, used banned substances, and had serious gambling problems, which constantly put him in debt. His former cellmate told how Randy mentioned leaving his watch at the crime scene. Another cellmate claimed that after the police came to interrogate Randy in jail, he said, "This time they got me. I'm looking at life." Randy's lawyers insisted that he had nothing to do with the murder, according to their version. Randy lost his watch sometime before the incident, and the real killer found it. However, this version conflicted with the results of DNA analysis. There were 3 samples of genetic material on the watch. Randy's wives and Carrie's Randy claimed that on that day he went fishing near a town about 150 kilometers away from the park. However, since he was supposedly there alone, no one could confirm his alibi. He also said that he had been in the park only once. Long before the murder, he admitted that he left his fingerprints there at that time, but there was another discrepancy. One of Randy's fingerprints was found on a leaflet that was made only 4 days before the murder. All defense arguments had no weight and contradicted real evidence, and Randy's lawyers tried to blame someone else. First, he called Powers and another inmate to testify, but their story still did not match reality. Then he began to harass the victim's fiancée, constantly hinting that he could be the real killer. Trial lasted until August 15, 2008. After 6 hours of deliberation, the jury found Randy guilty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. After that, he continued to insist on his innocence and filed multiple appeals, but they were all rejected from the beginning. All his defense was built on absurd versions that contradicted DNA analysis and other evidence, so there are no chances for his case to ever be reconsidered. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A first-year student went out dancing with her friends and disappeared. Without a trace, several days later her car was found abandoned under a bridge. The police started an investigation, which eventually became one of the most high-profile and iconic cases in the entire state, although they did eventually uncover the truth. The case continues to haunt detectives to this day. 42 years later, Gina Renee Hall was born on August 24, 1961. In the American state of Virginia, she had an older sister named Vienna and loving parents. However, tragic events followed her in childhood. When she was 2 years old, she and her mother were involved in a serious car accident. As a result, Gina was seriously injured and suffered third-degree burns. She had to undergo a long course of treatment, but it was impossible to completely get rid of the burns. Her mother blamed herself for the accident, and over time things only got worse. The woman developed serious psychological problems, which eventually led to her leaving the family. Gina and her sister struggled to deal with this event, but their father did an excellent job of raising the children. Later, he remarried, and the girls gained his stepmother after finishing high school. Gina decided to attend a local college to become a nurse, but after the first semester she thought about changing schools. Her older sister was studying at Radford University, and Gina transferred there. This university offered more in-depth education in her chosen field, and was generally more prestigious. In addition, the young women could spend a lot of time together as they had been very close since childhood. Diana rented an apartment near the university, and Gina moved in with her from the first months of her studies. Gina had a group of friends with whom she spent a lot of free time. She was thrilled with the university and especially happy to be living with her sister again. Diana was finishing her final year at the time, while Gina was only in her first year during the summer break of 1980. Both young women decided to stay at the university and attend additional classes. Gina also wanted to spend more time with her sister before she graduated on June 28th. Gina took her last exam to finish her first year and decided to celebrate. She planned to go dancing at a club with her friends and sister, but Diana decided to stay home at the last minute. Gina was upset about it, but still went to the club with her friends around 10 p.m. She took Diana's Chevrolet Monte Carlo and drove to a nearby city where the club was located at 1 a.m. Diana woke up from a call on the home phone. It was Gina, and from her voice, her sister seemed slightly concerned about something. The young woman said that she was at a lake house with a guy named Steph, and she soon hung up. Diana thought it was strange at 18. Gina had never been involved with boys throughout her life. The young woman had complexes due to burns covering a significant part of her body, so she always avoided relationships with the opposite sex. Diana thought her sister had gone there with other friends and did not attach much importance to it. The young woman woke up at around 6 a.m. and immediately went to her sister's room, but she was not there. The car was also missing from their parking spot. Diana began to worry seriously, because Gina should have already returned home at around 7:30 a.m. An old friend of Gina's came to their apartment. He served in the army and returned home for a few days to see his friends and family. A few days before this, he and Gina agreed to meet this morning. Diana became even more worried. Her sister was an irresponsible and punctual person, and she could not imagine her setting up a meeting with someone close and not showing up. Diana called several of Gina's friends with whom she was that evening, but none of them saw the girl after the club. Then, with this young man from the army, they decided that Gina could have had an accident or someone kidnapped her. They got in the car and drove to the lake, inspecting the surrounding areas around the roads for the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. This task was complicated by the fact that they did not even roughly know which house Gina was in that night. After driving for several hours on different routes, they returned home, and Diana decided to contact the police as usual. In those days, the police were in no hurry to accept reports of a missing person. Gina was 18, so the operator advised waiting until the next day to file a report. In the evening, Diana also called her father and reported her sister missing. The man arrived the next morning, and they again turned to the police. This time, the report was accepted, but they still did not rush to conduct the full-scale search. The police still thought that the young woman had just gone out and no danger threatened her. Then Diana, her father, and some of Gina's friends decided to go on their own search again. This time they were met with an alarming discovery. Driving near the bridge on the edge of Radford, they saw Diana's car next to the railway viaduct. The trunk was open, and the doors were unlocked. The first thing Diana noticed was that the driver's seat was pushed all the way back, which seemed very strange to her. Gina was just over 150 centimeters tall, and she always had to move the driver's seat as close to the steering wheel as possible. Physically, Gina wouldn't be able to drive with the seat pushed all the way back, which led everyone to a very alarming thought: someone else must have been behind the wheel. In addition, inside the car, relatives noticed several broken handles, and a red mark resembling blood was visible on the trunk lid. They reported their findings to the police, and detectives examined the car more thoroughly. Hairs were found inside that matched Gina's hair color and length near the location of the car. They also found one of Gina's shoes and a blue towel. In 1980, DNA analysis was not yet practiced, so the police could not determine whose blood was on the trunk door. Despite this, the detectives finally started to properly investigate the case because they believed that Gina was dead. However, at the same time, a mass shooting occurred nearby, and most of the police were transferred to that case. As a result, a simple road patrolman with no experience in such matters was appointed as the lead detective. Soon after the car was found, another interesting fact emerged. It turned out that two different police officers saw the car while driving by. The first noticed that around 5 a.m. on the night of Gina's disappearance, despite the car being parked with an open trunk, he did not suspect anything and thought the car belonged to a fisherman. They really liked to park in that spot because it was close to the riverbank. The second police officer drove by a few hours later. He did not approach the car, but only ran its plates over the radio. Hearing that the car was not in the system as stolen, the officer left. The lead detective spoke with Diana and learned that Gina called her at 1 a.m. and said she was at a house by the lake. At the time, they did not know which exact house she was referring to or whose staff was there, for the officers went there and knocked on every door. Unfortunately, this did not yield any results. Most of the houses were only used on weekends, and the residents of the others did not see Gina. Meanwhile, divers began inspecting the river next to where Gina's car was found. It looked as though an unknown person had killed Gina, brought her to the river and dumped her in the water. However, the divers encountered strong currents and almost zero visibility underwater, leading them to speculate that if Gina's body was thrown into the water more than a day ago, it could have been carried far away. Meanwhile, Gina's father and sister held on to hope that she would be found alive. They didn't rely solely on the police and went to the local radio station to report her disappearance, hoping that someone in the community might have information or be a witness. The detectives focused on finding that Stephen, who was with Gina in the house by the lake, he planned to question all of her friends who were at the club, but before he could do so, Stephen himself called the police station and showed up for questioning. He turned out to be 28-year-old Stephen Epperly. Stephen explained that Bill, one of Gina's friends and a member of their group, invited him to the club that evening. They danced and had a good time, and then Stephen suggested going to Bill's parents' house by the lake. Bill's parents were away for a few weeks and asked their son to look after the house. Gina agreed, and they drove to the house in her car. Stephen drove, and after arriving at the house, Gina called her sister. Then she and Stephen went swimming in the lake. When they returned to the house, Stephen tried to kiss her, but Gina refused, saying that she wasn't ready because they had only met a few hours earlier. They spent more time in the house before leaving at around 4 a.m. Gina drove Stephen to his house and then went home. When Stephen heard about Gina's disappearance on the radio, he decided to go to the police station and tell them about that night. The detective asked Stephen to show him the house by the lake, and they went there together. On the way, the detective tried to get as much information as possible from Stephen about that evening to understand what might have happened to Gina. Stephen recalled that she had planned to meet an old friend who just returned from the army. That morning, he also remembered that shortly before they left the house, Bill and his girlfriend arrived. The four of them talked briefly before Stephen and Gina left. The detective also questioned Gina's other friends, who confirmed Stephen's story that she left the club with him after midnight. Bill told the detective that Steph approached him in this club and asked for the keys. Bill's friend warned him that Steph was planning to come to the house later with his girlfriend, and Steph left. However, something interesting happened next. The detectives asked Bill if he saw Gina when he arrived at the house, and Bill denied it. According to him, when he and his girlfriend arrived, Steph was standing in the laundry room, drying himself with a towel. He said that he and Gina would leave soon, and Bill and his girlfriend went to another room. The last thing they heard was the front door closing. None of them saw or heard Gina. The detective found this strange, as Steph had mentioned that Gina was talking to Bill and his girlfriend, but Bill denied it after checking Steph's criminal history. The detectives found nothing serious. There were only a few traffic fines, but when he asked his colleagues at the station if they were familiar with this name, several officers told him a number of troubling stories. Staff often got into fights in bars, and the police had to intervene regularly, but he was never charged in any of these cases. When Stephen was around 18 years old, the police visited his home several times because the young man attacked his younger sister and even his mother with his fists. In these cases, the family refused to press charges, so these incidents did not make it into his criminal record. But that's not all. The detective called several police stations located in other counties where Steph used to live. In one of them, he was told that once the guy broke into his ex-girlfriend's house and beat her and subjected her to violence, but the woman managed to escape. When her little child cried in the next room, Steph let the victim go to calm the child down. Instead, she ran out with the child to the police station. Despite all this, the young man somehow managed to avoid punishment. Sometime later, he deceitfully lured another young woman to his apartment, saying that they're going to a party with friends. Instead, when the young woman entered the room, he closed the door and subjected her to violence. The victim went to the police. But again, Steph somehow avoided punishment. With all this information in hand, the detectives began to suspect Steph. The police went to the house by the lake to conduct a search where they found several disturbing discoveries. When Bill spoke with the investigator, he said he did not notice anything strange in the house after Gina's disappearance, but as soon as the forensic team arrived, they found many troubling signs of a heinous crime. There was a large blood stain on the living room floor that had clearly been attempted to be cleaned. Blood stains were also found throughout the house, including on the refrigerator door, a dustpan, some shoes, and so on. In addition, the broken ankle bracelet Gina always wore was found in the house. Bill and his parents noticed the disappearance of several items from the house, including 2 blue towels, one of which the police found next to Gina's car, a bath mat, and a large number of paper towels. But the most interesting thing was that almost all of the cleaning supplies had disappeared from the house, which had previously been well stocked with them. The police found an empty bottle of bleach in the garbage container, along with long hair of the same color. As Gina's experts examined blood samples from the house, DNA analysis was still unavailable at that time, but they matched Gina's blood group. Learning all this, Bill shared additional information with investigators. He told them that he heard about Gina's disappearance on the radio and immediately thought that Steph might be involved. In addition to being with her that night, all their friends knew about his criminal tendencies and aggressive behavior. Bill went to Steph's workplace and started asking him about that evening. Steph insisted that he had nothing to do with the young woman's disappearance, but then something interesting happened when Bill asked him to contact the police. Steph agreed but asked his friend not to tell anyone that he was with Gina that night. He also wondered how many people saw him leave the club with her. Bill also told something else about that night. When Gina left the club with Steph, she looked confused, apparently thinking that all her friends were going to the house by the lake and was in disarray. The next day, Bill and his friends had a barbecue in that house. None of them knew about Gina's disappearance at that time. While they were sitting outside, Steph volunteered to make drinks for everyone and went into the house. He spent a lot of time in there, and when he finally returned, he explained that he couldn't find the bottle opener. The detective thought that in fact Steve had been trying to clean up the blood stains all this time since he hadn't been able to do it completely at night. Despite no direct evidence linking Staff to the crime, the detectives no longer doubted that he was the one behind the murder. According to his version, that evening at the club, he invited Gina to the lake and said that the other friends were also going there in the house. He tried to kiss her, but the young woman refused, and then the man attacked her, subjected her to violence, killed her, and hid the body somewhere in the house. After that, for several hours, he tried to clean the blood and erase the traces of the struggle. When Bill came to the house with his girlfriend, Steph waited until they went into the room and moved Gina's body to the trunk of her own car. Then he drove her to the river, threw her into the water, and left the car there. The man did not even think to move the driver's seat closer to the steering wheel as it was originally installed. The big problem remained in this story. Gina's body was still not found in those years. Courts rarely sentenced criminals if there was no victim's body. Lawyers could always insist that without a body, it was impossible to consider a person dead with 100% certainty, and there was always a slight chance that the person was actually alive. Investigators continued to search for additional evidence, and 2 weeks after Gina's disappearance, they decided to re-examine the place where her car was found. This time they brought more officers and it paid off. They found the young woman's clothing nearby covered in blood. Experts found several hairs on it, one of which matched Steph's hair. In addition, they found small particles of foreign fabric. After conducting a series of necessary analysis, they determined that these particles completely matched the carpet in the house by the lake. In addition to the clothes, they found a second towel missing from the house. However, the police admitted that all these things were thrown by the killer after the car was found, as this particular place had already been inspected that day. The detectives did not stop there. In an attempt to obtain more evidence, he contacted a dog handler, and he came with his search dog to the place where the car was found. Then something that shocked all the present officers happened. The dog took the trail and headed across the river on a bridge. Then it walked through the streets of Radford, almost circling the entire city, when suddenly the dog approached one of the houses, climbed down to the porch, and gave the signal to the dog handler. It was a house where Stephen Epperly and his relatives lived. Even the dog handler did not expect such a result. He did not know who Steph was or what he was suspected of. The detective had hoped at best that the dog would lead them to some additional evidence or a body, but in the end, the dog led them to the porch of a possible suspect. Later that day, Steph was called in for questioning with the use of a polygraph. He continued to deny his guilt, but the polygraph operator repeatedly detected that he was lying. After the questioning, the investigators told him that their trained dog had just led them to his home. Stephen covered his face with his hands and said something like, "What a good dog." However, without Gina's body, he still couldn't be charged with murder, and Staff remained free. When the whole town learned about his previous crimes and the evidence against him in Gina's case, no one doubted his guilt. People came to his house and wrote threatening letters, and the man decided to move to a small town in Ohio. 5 days later, a 25-year-old woman disappeared not far from where Steph had settled, and a month later, her body was found in a cornfield. Local detectives knew that Stephen was suspected in Gina's murder, and he immediately became the prime suspect. However, his guilt could not be proven due to the lack of evidence. Bill continued to talk to Staff and tell the police about their conversations. When Stephen found out that Bill had a good lawyer, he asked if he could represent him, and even more disturbingly, he asked Bill to ask him if the police could arrest him that the chances of a guilty verdict in court were slim. But after the other young woman's murder, he decided to risk his career and arrested Stephen. He was charged with murder, and the case went to trial. The situation was complicated by the fact that an inexperienced prosecutor was assigned to the case who had only been in the position for 7 months. Others simply refused to participate in such a complex process where they had to prove a murder without a body. Surprisingly, the prosecutor did an excellent job. The trial lasted more than 3 months, and ultimately the jury found Stephen Epperly guilty of Gina's murder. The prosecutor presented all available evidence and was able to convince the jury that the victim was dead and the Staff was the killer. As a result, he received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. This was not only the first conviction without a body in Virginia, but also the first time a court accepted a search dog's lead as evidence. Unfortunately, investigators were unable to prove Steph's involvement in the murder of another woman in Ohio. They also continued to search for Gina's body, but these efforts were halted in 1994. However, in 2016, 36 years after Gina's murder, a local resident came forward to the Radford police. He confessed that his family had been keeping a terrible secret all these years. In 1980, their grandfather, who lived on a farm outside of town, saw two men in a white van pulling a body out of a car near. A field detectives thought this could be Gina and resumed their search. However, they were unable to find any remains, but the grandson's revelation led to new searches for Gina's remains. Her sister Diana played a big role in this, continuing to hope for closure. In 2019, she met a forensic anthropologist who invented a unique method for finding DNA underground. His tool detected the presence of any human biological material, and investigators used it in their search. After many months, it bore fruit. In 2020, they found Gina's remains in 8 different locations along the river and lake. These were mostly small pieces that would have been impossible to find without special equipment. Only in one case were they able to find a bone fragment that belonged to the young woman. As for Staff, he is still serving his sentence, despite numerous appeals and attempts to be released early. Investigators believe he may have had many more victims, but they have been unable to find the necessary evidence over the years. Their only comfort is that he has been isolated from society and has not harmed anyone else. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events depicted in this video occurred in 2008 in Auburn, Alabama, USA, and despite the passage of 15 years, the Lauren Burke case has yet to be resolved. Lauren Ashley Burke was born December 30th, 1989, in Marietta, Georgia. Her parents, James Burke and Vivian Gorchon, eventually divorced. Lauren has a sister, Jacqueline Burke, and a brother, Chad Burke. Lauren attended Auburn University to study graphic design. After graduating from high school, she was a Delta Gamma sorority member, lacrosse player, and all-around campus community participant. Lauren was described by her friends as a popular, excellent student who was always smiling, happy, and helpful. Lauren began dating Sean McQuaid when she was still a high school student. After high school, they both attended Auburn University, where they maintained their relationship. At this point in their lives, both young people prioritized their education, but that did not prevent them from planning their future together. Unfortunately, not all of Lauren's plans and dreams were meant to come true. She began the morning of March 4th, 2008, by eating breakfast at a cafe with her boyfriend Sean. Lauren went to class at 11 a.m. and then called her father, James, to discuss spring break plans and a dentist appointment. After finishing her conversation with her father, she went to Sean's dorm and stayed until 8:30 p.m. She had an appointment with her classmate Michael. They agreed to meet in the library to work on a study assignment together. Around 8 p.m., Lauren left Sean's room. It was already dark outside her car. A black 2001 Honda Civic was parked in the parking lot next to the dorm, so she approached it. That was the last time Sean saw Lauren. Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet at the library, began calling her cell phone after she failed to show up for her appointment. But Lauren did not respond for some reason. He kept calling, and eventually he heard Lauren's voice on the other end. She said she wouldn't be coming to the library because she had forgotten about the appointment. She hung up a little later, around 9 p.m. 911 received a call about an injured girl who was seen lying on the road between Farmville Baptist Church and Route 280 on the 147 freeway. Lauren driver stopped on the road, obstructing traffic in both directions. Lauren was lying on her back in the middle of the road, breathing slowly and deeply. She was suffocating. She had numerous wounds on her body and was only wearing socks on her feet. At 9:12 p.m., when the first police car arrived on the scene, Lauren was already unconscious. Paramedics arrived a few minutes later, and as they loaded Lauren into the ambulance, her pulse was barely palpable. Lauren was transported to East Alabama Medical Center at 9:35 p.m., where doctors began their efforts to save her life. 8 minutes earlier, at 9:27 p.m., 911 dispatchers received multiple reports of a car fire on Auburn University campus. Firefighters and police were dispatched to the address provided by the caller, but were unable to locate the owner of the burning car among the crowd of curious students drawn to the fire from their dormitories. Police checked the license plates and discovered that the car's owner was James Burke, a Georgia resident. James Burke is Lauren's father. The police contacted James by phone and discovered that the actual owner of the fire-ravaged Honda was his daughter Lauren, who attends Auburn University. James immediately inquired as to what was wrong with his daughter, but the police officers responded with silence. They had no idea where Lauren was, and they informed James that no one was inside the burning car. After speaking with the police officer, James immediately began calling his daughter's cell phone, but she did not answer, which only added to his anxiety. Unable to reach Lauren, James initially contacted friends of his daughter, but none of them knew anything about her whereabouts or the car fire. He then called his ex-wife and Lauren's mother, Vivian Gorkon, hoping that she might know where their daughter was. Lauren's mother had no idea what had happened either. At 9:40 p.m., Vivian called Sean, her daughter's boyfriend. That's how Sean learned Lauren was missing and her car had been burned. Sean called Lauren's mutual acquaintances to see if anyone had seen her that evening and discovered that she had canceled a library meeting, claiming to have forgotten about it. Sean, on the other hand, knew Lauren hadn't forgotten about her appointment for the evening, because when she left his room about 2 hours ago, she had intended to go straight to the library. While family and friends tried to figure out where Lauren had gone, doctors at East Alabama Medical Center fought to keep her alive. Lauren was brought in unconscious and without any personal belongings or documents, so the doctors had no idea what her name was. However, despite their best efforts, doctors were unable to save Lauren's life. She was pronounced dead approximately 1 hour after being admitted to the medical facility. A single bullet wound claimed her life. The bullet that had exited had punctured both of Lauren's lungs. Experts determined that the gun's muzzle was only a few inches from Lauren's skin at the time of the shot. When police officers compared the girls' deaths at the hospital to the burned-out car on campus whose owner was missing, they realized Lauren Burke was the victim who doctors could not save. The very next day was March 5, 2008. James Burke identified his daughter's body after visiting Atlanta. The news of Lauren's death spread quickly around campus. Auburn University issued a statement following Lauren Burke's death, urging students and staff to exercise extra caution on and off campus while assuring them that the campus is safe. Many of you and your parents have called, and your concerns are understandable, but there is no indication of any additional threat to campus or student safety. According to the statement, the Delta Gamma Society released a statement regarding what fraternity representatives described as an unexpected and disturbing crime. The society urged sisters from the Auburn branch to fully cooperate with detectives as they investigated what happened. Lauren's family and friends were devastated. Police were trying to figure out who killed her, how the car fire was connected, and whether other students should be concerned. Both locations along the road where Lauren Burke was discovered in the vicinity of her car were investigated for evidence. "We have used every resource available to find the person responsible for this crime," said Auburn Police spokesman Captain Tom Stuffer. Auburn, Alabama, is a relatively quiet student community, and we take these things seriously. If someone is hurt or killed, we all feel it, and we will not stop until we find the perpetrator. Stuffer also stated that Alabama Governor Bob Riley offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in Burke's case, and Lauren's charred car was delivered to the Auburn Police Department. Investigators from the State Forensic Laboratory and officers from the State Fire Chief's office combed through the burned interiors of the vehicles. They discovered burned clothing remnants, Lauren's melted digital camera, and the car owner's manual. A .38 caliber bullet was discovered under the front seat, which could indicate that the interior of the car was the scene of the crime, and the perpetrator set it on fire to destroy the evidence. Detectives questioned Lauren's family, friends, and boyfriend. None of them could identify a single person who wanted to harm Lauren and was capable of doing so. Knowing Lauren was in a dorm at Sean's before her death, investigators searched his room but found no evidence linking Sean to the crime. After speaking with Michael, whom Lauren was supposed to meet in the library, detectives discovered that when Lauren answered his phone, he heard a noise similar to a moving car. At the same time, it was revealed that someone had used Lauren's bank card several times shortly after she was discovered lying in the road. Most likely, the person who had Lauren's bank card was involved in her incident, so the police began looking for them. However, events quickly took an unexpected turn. Less than 3 days after Lauren's death at 9:55 a.m., on March 7, 2008, in the parking lot of the Walmart supermarket in Newnan, Georgia, about 75 miles from Auburn, an African-American man attacked a 72-year-old woman as she was getting into her car. The attacker hit her on the head, threatened her, and ordered her to sit in the passenger seat. He got into the driver's seat and attempted to drive away from the parking lot. However, an eyewitness to the attack was following him while talking on the phone. The perpetrator returned to the Walmart parking lot after the bystander threatened to call the police. He came to a halt and exited the stolen vehicle, running over to a nearby silver Chrysler. Sebring entered and fled the scene quickly. A few hours later, officers pursued the fleeing Chrysler at high speeds towards Columbus, West Georgia. The driver did not take any action to stop endangering other road users. During that time, Chase police noticed the driver of the Chrysler throwing an object out the window. One of the chase crews came to a halt and searched for the object. Police officers discovered a .38 caliber revolver on the side of the road. Meanwhile, the chase continued, but at one point the perpetrator's vehicle broke down, spewing smoke from beneath the hood. The driver came to an abrupt stop in the road and opened the door. Next, a police officer pursuing a motorcycle collided with the open door. Following the collision, the officer flew over the motorcycle's handlebars and fell to the pavement, fortunately without serious injury. The perpetrator stopped on a road that led through a forest, and he fled into the woods. He was unable to escape. However, the police quickly apprehended him and placed handcuffs around his wrists. Courtney Lockhart was born October 20th, 1984. His family described him as a nice, fun-loving guy before joining the U.S. Army. He was sent to Iraq in 2004, and then returned to someone else in 2005. According to his mother, he was not the Courtney I knew. Courtney was a cheerful guy. However, after returning from Iraq, he never smiled again, never let anyone stand behind him, and he occasionally hid in the closet or under the bed. Lockhart and his ex-girlfriend had a daughter in 2006. He was also court-martialed in 2006 for assaulting other soldiers while under the influence of illegal substances and deserting his unit without permission. He served 7 months in detention before being dishonorably discharged from the Army in December 2006. As 2008 approached, Lockhart was said to have gotten increasingly out of control. He barely showered, stopped visiting his daughter, and was heavily addicted to illegal substances. Began in February 2008. He committed a series of burglaries, and with the exception of a convenience store robbery, his methods were consistently the same. He would approach the victim from behind as she was getting into her car in the parking lot, threaten her with a gun, demand her purse, and attempt to take control of the vehicle. One such crime resulted in Lauren Burke's death. Lockhart's spree of assaults ended on March 7, 2008, when he attacked a 72-year-old woman and failed to flee a police pursuit. Courtney Lockhart, 23, was arrested and taken to the police station, where he confessed to kidnapping and murdering Lauren Burke. The interrogation was videotaped and used as key evidence at trial. Lauren's personal belongings, including her iPod and bank cards, were discovered in his car. He gave a detailed account of what happened the day he kidnapped Lauren. On Tuesday, March 4, 2008, Lockhart awoke in his silver Chrysler Sebring. He'd spent the previous night in his car near East Alabama Medical Center. He needed money, so he began driving around Auburn, searching for another victim. It is worth noting that he only attacked women, not men. He arrived at Auburn University's campus and parked next to the student dorms. He spent several hours sitting in his car, observing the students. Around 8 p.m., he noticed some girls approach the car parked next to him and casually opened the door. It was Lauren. Without having to think too long, Lockhart grabbed his revolver and approached Lauren from behind, poking her with the gun's muzzle. He asked her how much money she had on her. When he did not receive an answer, He pushed Lauren into the car's front passenger seat and took the wheel. According to Lockhart, Lauren said nothing but screamed in terror. When she finally calmed down, she took $200 from her purse and handed it to him, begging him to leave. Instead of leaving, he ordered Lauren to remove her clothes at gunpoint after receiving threats against her. Lauren complied, stripping down to a pair of socks. Lockhart claimed there was only one reason he made Lauren undress. He reasoned that if she had no clothes on, she would not want to leave. Lockhart then began driving through Auburn streets, one hand on the wheel and the other holding Lauren at gunpoint. She attempted to stop him from committing the crime, and when he said his life was over, Lauren promised to help him find work. Her phone eventually started ringing. Lockhart instructed her to respond and make something up so that no one would suspect anything. It was a call from Michael, the person Lauren was supposed to meet at the library. When she answered, she said she had forgotten about the meeting and hung up immediately. Lockhart stated that they continued to drive through the city's streets, and Lauren refused to give up on convincing him to let her go. She promised to help him overcome his difficulties. Lauren opened the car door and jumped out as they drove down Highway 147. At that point, Lockhart claimed he accidentally fired a shot. We now know that the fired bullet pierced both of Lauren's lungs. In addition, she was injured in the fall. She managed to wave at passing drivers before her strength failed and she passed out. Lockhart told investigators that he parked outside the church and watched as his cars came to a stop next to Lauren, who was lying on the pavement. Realizing that the police were on their way, he fled, intending to destroy the evidence he had left in the car. He drove to a gas station and purchased a can of gas, which he paid for with Lauren's card. He doused the interior of the car with the gasoline he purchased before driving to the campus and abducting Lauren because his Chrysler was parked there. According to Lockhart, as he drove, the gasoline fumes made him dizzy, so he rolled down the windows to let air in from the street. You might be wondering why he didn't go to campus first and douse Lauren's car with gasoline. Why did he drive on a powder keg when a short circuit or spark could have caused the car to burn along with him? Perhaps it had to do with Lockhart's mental issues or low IQ. But we'll talk about that later. When Courtney arrived on campus, she stole $46, an iPod, and Lauren's bank cards from her car. Before setting fire to the car and driving away in his Chrysler, he stopped at a gas station and paid with Lauren's money. He returned to campus to see if the car had completely burned down. Investigators began to question whether Lockhart's entire testimony was true. They speculated that Lockhart had forced Lauren to undress, not to prevent her from fleeing, as he claimed, but for another reason. But he couldn't get what he wanted because Lauren unexpectedly jumped out of the moving car. Furthermore, the investigators questioned Lockhart's claim that he shot Lauren by accident given Courtney's military background and knowledge of firearms. This seemed unlikely. It seemed more logical that Lauren realized Lockhart was not going to let her go and decided that her only way out was to jump. She opened the door, and as she jumped out, Lockhart shot her. Ballistics testing confirmed that the bullet found in Lauren's car came from the gun Lockhart threw out the window while fleeing a police chase. In addition, experts conducted tests to rule out the possibility of an accidental discharge. The trigger had to be pulled hard enough to fire the shot. Lauren's family and friends said a bitter farewell on March 9th. The same day, investigators questioned Lockhart for the second time. The next day, he was formally charged with multiple counts in the Lauren Burke case. The trial started on November 8, 2010. Law court attorneys claimed that their client suffered from a mental illness as a result of his military service and that Lauren's shooting was an accident. According to court documents, Lockhart pleaded not guilty because of a mental defect or insanity. The court heard testimony from a psychologist who stated that Lockhart had an IQ of 86, which is below average, that he had some symptoms from being in combat in the military, but did not have PTSD, and that Lockhart was immature and not thinking clearly. Although the state attempted to introduce evidence of Lockhart's other crimes and dishonorable conduct in the military, the trial judge rejected it. Following the guilt phase of the trial, the sentencing phase began immediately. Lockhart presented witness testimony and evidence in an attempt to portray himself as a war hero who was psychologically disturbed by combat and the death of his superior officer. The jury returned a special verdict, with the death of a person during the kidnapping serving as an additional aggravating factor. The jury voted 1-0 to recommend a life sentence without parole. The trial judge later rejected the jury's advisory sentence and sentenced Lockhart to death, a 28-page sentencing order. The judge explained why he disagreed with the jury's findings. He came to the conclusion that the kidnapping was a strong case for the death penalty. Lockhart chose the victim at random, as she was alone and unarmed. The kidnapping is even worse because she was taken from a college campus, where students should feel safe, and forced into her own car. Lockhart forced her to undress and held her at gunpoint in order to prevent her from fleeing. The court also stated that the jury was unaware of Lockhart's crimes and the true nature of his military service. Although the jury heard testimony about Lockhart's service, they were unaware of the full scope of his military disciplinary record. They wrote to the judge because, if the jury had been aware of the additional facts known to the court, their sentencing recommendation would have likely been different. 15 years after Lauren's death, Lockhart remains on death row in Alabama and has not given up on appealing his sentence. Following his conviction and death sentence, he appealed to an Alabama court which upheld the sentence in August 2013. In April 2014, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals denied Lockhart's request for a new trial. He then filed an appeal with Alabama's Supreme Court, but his motion was denied again in September 2014. In January 2015, Lockhart filed an appeal with the United States Supreme Court. In April of that year, the Supreme Court of the United States rejected his petition. In 2018, Lockhart attempted to challenge the sentence again. Lawyers for a human rights organization who represented him attempted to persuade the court that the lawyers defending Lockhart in 2010 mishandled the case. Although the Lockhart 2010 defense had some flaws, it did not change the outcome, and the death sentence was upheld again. In April 2021, the Alabama Court of Criminal Appeals upheld Lockhart's death penalty. Lauren's parents stated that they would never give up and would do everything in their power to prevent Lockhart's death sentence from being overturned. Courtney Lockhart sentenced my daughter to the death penalty. There is no reason why he shouldn't face the death penalty. This is all I have to say. Burke's father, James, stated that he did not give her a second chance, and he should not receive one either. Lauren's mother, Vivian, spoke. As of today, Courtney Lockhart is still on death row in Alabama. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events that took place in Texas. On April 4, 2011, Robert Frisbee arrived at the police station because he couldn't find his 17-year-old daughter, Bridget. Robert assumed she had spent the night at her friend's place, but when Bridget did not return home, he became concerned and attempted to contact her via phone. All of his attempts were unsuccessful. So Robert headed to the police station. Bridget was born December 17, 1993. There isn't much information about her early life because she was raised in an orphanage before being adopted by Catherine Randall Frisbee and Robert Frisbee at the age of 18 months. When I mention Robert and Catherine, I'll refer to them as Bridget's father and mother, not her adoptive parents. Bridget grew up to be a cheerful, energetic, and inquisitive young lady. She enjoyed poetry, painting, and horseback riding. Unfortunately, the difficulties that had followed Bridget like a shadow since birth did not fade as she grew older. Catherine Frisbee, Bridget's mother, died from a long illness when she was 6 years old. Her passing was heartbreaking for both Bridget and her father, Robert Frisbee. Catherine died at age 49. Robert tried everything to make his daughter happy. They had a warm, trusting relationship, but Bridget was getting older, and her rebellious side began to show. On April 3, 2011, teenagers riding motorcycles through the woods on the outskirts of Katy, Texas, noticed something suspicious on the ground among the trees. They decided to stop and take a closer look at what they saw. As they approached, They discovered a young woman lying on the ground. She was clearly dead and had been lying there for quite some time. They reported the discovery of the body to the police. The police officers who arrived at the crime scene quickly determined that the location where the teenagers discovered the young woman was the site of her death, but she didn't have any identification with her. The detectives had no idea who she was or how she ended up in the woods. Thus, one of the detectives' primary responsibilities was to identify the victim. She looked about 20 years old. When the expert examined the body, he discovered an entry bullet hole in the back of the victim's head. The bullet passed through and through, as evidenced by the exit wound on the forehead. Police discovered a 9mm pistol shell casing next to the body. At the time, the shell casing was the only clue that could be used to solve the case. When investigators examined the crime scene, they discovered another suspicious detail. There was a small hole a few yards away from the body. It was clear that someone had removed the topsoil, but it was unclear whether this was related to the crime. In search of answers, the police began interviewing residents near the crime scene. It was a quiet, wooded area, and residents became concerned about their safety after learning about a brutal crime committed near their homes. The police wanted to know if they had seen anything strange. Perhaps someone noticed strangers or unfamiliar cars near their home. Any clue was valuable. The officers went door to door, but no one reported seeing anything unusual. However, one of the locals stated that she had heard something strange. She spent the night before with friends in the backyard. At approximately 2 or 3 a.m., they heard a loud bang, like a gunshot. They paid little attention to it and did not call the police. At the time, this was not a major concern. However, learning about the discovery of a dead young woman nearby has raised serious concerns. Thus, the police estimated that the crime occurred between 2 and 3 a.m. No other residents have provided significant information to the police. To solve this case, detectives first had to identify the victim. In most cases, the perpetrator and victim know each other's names, occupations, social circles, and enemies. The police were able to track down the criminal detective, who began reviewing missing person reports in the hopes of finding someone who matched the description of a young woman found in the woods, but no one did. The following day was April 4, 2011. Robert Frisby visited the police station. He became concerned after learning that the police were investigating the death of a young woman whose identity had not yet been determined. Robert couldn't contact his 17-year-old daughter, Bridget. He informed detectives that he had last seen his daughter 2 days ago. She thought she was spending the night with a friend. He began to worry when she did not return home. Robert's worst fears were confirmed when the detective showed him photos of the crime scene. He recognized Bridget among them, and this, of course, caused him unimaginable emotional distress. Many years ago, he lost his wife, and now he's lost his daughter, whom he loved despite her rebellious nature. The investigators asked him to describe everything about the last time he saw his daughter and the events leading up to his visit to the police station. The police now knew the victim's name, giving them hope that they would be able to find the person who killed Bridget quickly. Robert Frisby testified that he had last seen his daughter on April 2, 2011. That day, he bought her a new rave outfit, including blue, green fox fur leggings, a skirt, and a top. Kendall Suto, Bridget's friend, visited them in the evening and stayed for dinner. Robert drove Bridget and Kendall to a rave party, but it was closed, so they returned home shortly after 10 p.m. Kendall's ride was supposed to pick him up at midnight, so he and Bridget settled in to watch a movie. Bridget was still dressed in her new rave outfit when Robert went to bed and set the alarm for midnight. When he awoke, Bridget informed him that the candle ride had not yet arrived. When Kendall left, Robert wanted to lock up the house. When Robert awoke at around 3 a.m., he discovered the back door and garage door open. Bridget could not return without the man's knowledge because he was locked up. Then he realized his cell phone was missing. He had recently taken away Bridget's phone, so he assumed she had taken his when she went out. Robert repeatedly called his cell phone and searched the internet for its GPS location. He gave up waiting for her to return after being unable to contact her or locate the phone. The next day, he called several of Bridget's friends, but none of them knew where she was. Later that evening, April 3, he read on the internet about a body discovered nearby and began to suspect it was Bridget. He therefore decided to contact the police. Thus, based on Robert's information, investigators had their first potential suspect, Bridget's friend, Kendall Suto. But Robert Frisby didn't think Kendall could hurt Bridget. He claimed that only one person could have personal motivations to harm her: Bridget's ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson, with whom she had a complicated relationship, became the second potential suspect. Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, was also considered a suspect by investigators. They needed to know what these three people were doing and where they were during the crime. The first person investigators decided to speak with was Bridget's friend Kendall Suto, who was at Frisbee's house and may have been the last person to see her alive. Kendall had no prior issues with the law. When the police called, he agreed to meet with them. During a conversation with detectives, he admitted to watching TV with Bridget on the night she died. However, Kendall allegedly left Frisbee's house shortly after Bridget's father went to bed. He denied involvement in Bridget's death, claiming they were friends, and he had no reason to harm her. The man was prepared to provide the investigators with any assistance they required. He mentioned it while he and Bridget were watching television. She was upset due to a disagreement with her ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson. They were together for several months, but the relationship was troubled and they eventually split up. Investigators checked Kendall's alibi, which appeared to be confirmed. Nonetheless, he was not removed from the suspect list because the case was still unclear. Next, the investigators decided to approach Jonathan Larson, whose name they had already heard from several people, in the hopes of catching him off guard. They showed up at his house without warning. However, they were not expecting a pleasant surprise. The house was empty. Larson's family apparently left the house quickly. The most surprising thing, however, was what the investigators discovered outside the windows. The front door and walls were bullet-ridden, as was revealed 3 weeks prior to the police visit. Someone fired all of those bullets at Larson's family home in a drive-by shooting. The police department investigating the murders was unaware of the shooting because no one was injured. When someone shot the house, the owner called the police, but the case remained unsolved. The police only had shell casings and bullets, but they had no idea who was responsible for them. After interviewing the neighbors, the investigators discovered that the next day after the drive, they shot Larson and fled because they felt unsafe. Detectives were now investigating whether Bridget Frisbee's death and the shooting at her ex-boyfriend's house were connected. Let me remind you that Bridget's body was discovered on April 3, 2011, and the drive-by shooting happened 3 weeks ago. On March 14, Jonathan Larson was identified as the primary suspect, so the police began searching for him. During the investigation, police went to Bridget Frisbee and Jonathan Larson's school. The school administration stated that Jonathan had not attended school in several days. When they couldn't find Jonathan, they decided to speak with Bridget's classmates. They wanted to know who she was feuding with, who might wish her harm, and if she had any enemies. Alexander Olivieri was among those with whom the investigators spoke. He claimed that he and Bridget were friends who frequently spent time together. Alexander claimed that Jonathan Larson was the only one with a motive to harm Bridget. When the investigators asked Alexander about the last time he saw Bridget, he stated that they were supposed to meet on the night she died. They agreed to meet at her house, then travel to Houston together to pick up Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, at the bus stop. Alexander stated that he arrived at Frisbee's house with his friend Alan Perez, but Bridget was not present. She was supposed to be waiting for him on the street near the house, but she was nowhere to be found. Alexandra Olivieri stated that he and Alan Perez returned to Frisbee's house a few hours later, but Bridget was still not present. According to him, it was around 5 a.m. No wonder Bridget was not at home. She had already died by that time. Olivieri stated that he learned about Bridget's death from a news report. After visiting the school, the investigators added 2 new names to their list of potential suspects: Alexander Olivieri and Alan Perez. However, the main person of interest in the investigation remained the same: Bridget's ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson. Detectives discovered that Jonathan's mother did not leave the city following the drive-by shooting. She lived in a friend's apartment for a while. During a conversation with investigators, she stated that she sent her son to live with relatives in Austin, Texas. Following the incident, the woman stated that her son frequently got into trouble, and she was certain that their house had become bullet-ridden as a result of him. That incident, she believed, was a form of vengeance against her son. She also claimed Jonathan fought with another man shortly before the drive-by shooting. She was certain there was a connection between the fight and the shooting at their house. The woman's relationship with her son was not ideal. She had no idea where Jonathan was at the time of Bridget Frisbee's death. She gave officers the address of her relatives in Austin, where she claimed Jonathan was supposed to be. However, the case's breakthrough came before the investigators discovered Jonathan. A lawyer representing the Perez family approached the police. He stated that his client, Alan Perez, has important information regarding Bridget Frisbee's death. When the investigators spoke with Bridget's classmate, Alexander Olivieri, they learned the name Alan Perez. The latter then stated that he came to Frisbee's house with Alan Perez. Alan was now prepared to share important information, but only under certain conditions. He was willing to discuss Bridget's death in exchange for an immunity agreement. The authorities needed answers, so they accepted this condition. Alan Perez claimed that the drive-by shooting at Jonathan Larson's house was linked to Bridget Frisbee's death. This shooting occurred just 1 week after Jonathan and Bridget split up. Alexander Olivieri, 17, whom investigators had previously spoken with at school, assisted Bridget in exacting revenge on Jonathan and firing the shots at the house. Perez and Olivieri met in high school. They joined the National Guard together, but when Olivieri returned from basic training, he began attending a new school. According to Perez, Bridget was one of Olivieri's new friends at his new school. Perez testified that Bridget had been bragging about participating in a drive-by shooting with a friend, and that Olivieri later told Perez that he was the shooter. Specifically, Olivieri told Perez that Bridget drove, and he shot at her ex-boyfriend's house with his Hugo semi-automatic rifle. Perez testified that Olivieri approached him for a favor on the evening of April 2, 2011. Olivieri explained that he wanted to punish Bridget for informing friends about the drive-by. He wanted Perez as a backup. Olivieri told Perez to bring a weapon. Perez arrived carrying a .380 caliber pistol and dressed in a green military uniform, mask, and gloves. Olivieri carried a 9mm Beretta pistol in a shoulder holster beneath his jacket. According to Perez, they arrived at Olivieri's house after midnight. Olivieri then called Bridget and asked her to accompany him to pick up her boyfriend, Zach Richards, from the bus station. Bridget declined, citing her busy schedule. Olivieri went to Bridget's house and instructed Perez to hide under a blanket in the back of his Suburban. Olivieri informed Perez that he wanted to get Bridget into his car. That's why Perez had to sit under the covers and remain silent. Perez was supposed to follow them from a distance once they arrived at their destination and exited the vehicle. Bridget was leaving on her four-wheeler to meet friends when they arrived at her house, so they left. They went looking for her again a little later, and they found her pushing her four-wheeler because it had run out of fuel. Olivieri requested her assistance in locating a cache of random items. She initially declined, but he eventually persuaded her to go with him. Bridget parked her four-wheeler and got into the passenger seat of the Olivieri Suburban. Perez was still hiding in the back of the car, under blankets. Olivieri returned to the same neighborhood where he and Bridget had conducted the drive by shooting. They got out of their car. Perez waited a minute before following them. Perez spotted Olivieri carrying a shovel and leading Bridget with a flashlight. Olivieri pointed out a spot and instructed Bridget to begin digging. As she bent over to dig, Perez noticed Olivieri reaching into his jacket, pull out his gun, place it against the back of Bridget's neck and fire. Perez testified that he was shocked because he expected Olivieri to threaten her with the gun, but he had just shot her. Olivieri ran towards Perez, who cursed at him for a while. Olivieri told Perez to shut up and run towards the car while he got his shovel, flashlight, and Bridget's cell phone. Then they left the crime scene and drove to Perez's house. Before they reached their destination, they smashed Bridget's phone with a shovel before hitting it. After this, they drove home to Olivieri. They moved everything from the Suburban into Alexander's room. According to Perez, he and Olivieri arrived at the bus station around 4 a.m. to pick up Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards. Perez invited Richards to spend the night at his house, so the three of them drove to Perez's home and went to bed. They told Richards nothing about the crime. Olivieri informed Perez that they needed to be each other's alibis. When questioned by police, Perez had to explain that he stayed at Olivieri's house, hung out, watched a movie, and then they went to pick up Richards together. Alexander Olivier persuaded him that saying the same thing and providing each other with an alibi would not put them in danger. Olivieri also told Perez that he was going to get rid of the gun he used to kill Bridget. Bridget was upset because Jonathan Larson, with whom she was in a relationship, cheated on her. Olivieri offered to exact revenge on him by shooting at his home. However, he had not anticipated what would happen next. Bridget failed to keep the drive a secret, which concerned Olivieri. This incident may put an end to his plans. He wanted to be a military man, but now his dream was hanging by a thread. That's why he went to great lengths to keep Bridget quiet. He decided that the only way out of this situation was for Bridget Frisbee to die. During the investigation, the police heard the name of Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, several times.
So they decided to speak with him.
They wanted to know whether Richards would confirm Alan Perez's testimony, or if the latter was attempting to absolve himself of responsibility. The situation seemed perplexing. Bridget's boyfriend Richards testified that in March 2011, Alexander Olivier Airy said he was going to deal with something, grabbed his VOL.7 and left with Bridget in her car. Later, Olivier told Richards that he shot at Bridget's ex-boyfriend's house from her car as she drove by. Olivier told Richards that he participated in the drive-by as a favor to Bridget and simply because he could. Richards testified that Bridget continued to brag about the shooting, and Olivier confronted her and told her to stop telling people. On April 3, 2011, Olivier agreed to drive Bridget to the Houston bus station to pick up Richards around 1 a.m. When Olivier did not show up, Richards took a ride to Denny's and finally called Olivier at around 2:30 or 3 a.m. Olivier informed him that he was at home, but would come pick him up. Alexander finally arrived several hours late, and Perez accompanied him. When Richards inquired about Bridget Olivier, he stated that he attempted to contact her and visited her house, but she was not there. Richards stated that he went to Bridget's house after sleeping for a few hours. Her father answered the door and explained that Bridget had been out all night, and he had no idea where she was. Richards spent the next few days attempting to locate her through friends before learning of her body's discovery. Richards told the investigators that he had previously visited the woods, which have now become a crime scene, with Bridget and Olivier. According to him, Olivier was familiar with this area, and it was not unusual for him to carry a weapon at all times. Thus, everything pointed to Alexander Olivier being responsible for Bridget Frisbee's death. 4 days after her death, police issued an arrest warrant for Olivier. Given that the suspect possessed a variety of weapons and was proficient in their use, the police requested assistance from SWAT teams in apprehending him. After the surveillance team confirmed that Alexander Olivier was at home, the SWAT team began their work. Fortunately, they did not have to use weapons, and Olivier surrendered without resistance. He was calm and emotionless. He understood why he was arrested, but he denied having any involvement in Bridget Frisbee's death. Alexander's father, Samuel Olivier, agreed to a search of the house and car. The police discovered neither the AK-47 nor the Beretta, but they did find an instruction manual for a 9mm Beretta pistol. It matched the shell casing discovered at the crime scene. In Olivier, police discovered a blanket, a shovel, a rifle, and shotgun shell casings, as well as trace evidence samples such as fibers from the passenger seat and floorboard. Ballistics testing revealed that the shell casing from the Suburban match was recovered during the drive by shooting at Larson's home. Fibers lifted from the car's passenger seat matched Bridget's new Rave Fox fur outfit, which she was wearing when her father last saw her on the night of April 2. During his trial, Alexander Olivier claimed that he did not see Bridget on the night she was killed. Olivier's defense claimed that fibers discovered in their client's car matched the fibers of Bridget's new Rave Fox outfit and arrived there a few weeks before her death, but this theory was rejected. During the trial, Robert Frisbee provided a credit card statement that showed Bridget's outfit was purchased on April 2, 2011. She died several hours later. It showed that Bridget was undoubtedly in Olivier's car before her death, implying that he was lying when he claimed he hadn't seen her that night. The court saw a video posted on YouTube in 2010. Approximately a year before Bridget died, it was called Me and My Beretta 9mm. It shows Alexander Olivier firing a variety of firearms, including a Beretta pistol. Alan Perez testified at the trial that the video showed the same gun that Olivier used to kill Bridget. On August 1, 2012, the court sentenced Alexander Olivier to 60 years in prison. He will be eligible for parole in 30 years. But Robert Frisbee believes Olivier will be imprisoned for at least 50 years. It is critical that this man be removed from the streets and remain so for the rest of his life. Robert Frisbee stated that after spending so many years in a small cell, he will be a broken man when he gets out. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at what happened in the US state of Georgia. Nobody has seen the 31-year-old Indiana lawyer since 7:17 p.m. On February 24, 2022, a surveillance camera captured her outside her mother-in-law's home in Johns Creek. The police and her family have made significant efforts to determine where Sierra went and what happened to her. Sierra Locklear of Cleveland, Georgia, was a cheerful and ambitious woman. Sierra wanted people to take her seriously. Her mother, Kelly Locklear, said so. She was tough. She followed in the footsteps of her mother, who was a paralegal. She became a lawyer. Sierra grew up in Georgia and aspired to live in Atlanta one day. Kelly, a Georgia native, claimed that Atlanta had always been her plan. To get there, Sierra had to leave Georgia. She attended the University of Tennessee for college before attending law school at Florida State University. Sierra eventually became a lawyer and specialized in insurance defense. Kelly described her daughter as following: she overcame and pushed through. Kelly also stated that she was happy, energetic, and loving. She was extremely motivated in her career. Sierra met Xavier Breland on Tinder in October 2020, and their relationship quickly took off. The couple married after 6 months. Sierra was already pregnant at this point. According to court records, Sierra assisted Xavier with his legal issues with his ex-wife. After some time, the newlyweds decided to relocate to Carmel, Indiana, to begin their new lives there. Sierra started working at a law firm and had a son named Jackson at the end of 2021. From the outside, Xavier and Sierra seemed like the ideal couple. However, their relationship problems began shortly after they met. Shelby Campbell, Sierra's cousin, said the couple's problems began after their first date. Sierra informed Xavier that she did not want to continue communicating with him, but her future husband was not the type of person who could handle rejection. Instead, if Xavier showed up uninvited to her apartment and sat near her door, he began sending her threatening messages because he noticed her with another man. Sierra threatened to contact the authorities if he did not stop. Finally, she gave him another chance. 6 months later, they were married. Shelby and Sierra were best friends who texted each other daily. Sierra expressed her feelings to her, stating that she was afraid of her husband. For example, one of her messages read, "Well, I'm struggling with it in a big way. I don't want to give up on someone I love and abandon him and our family. However, I believe that the behavior is deteriorating. So, if this is how things are now, how will it be in the future? Furthermore, he used to feel bad when he said ugly things. And lately, he's not even sorry for his actions. He's blaming me for it, as if I did it because you forced me to." Sierra stated that her husband would be held responsible if anything happened to her. Shelby claimed she often told Sierra to leave her husband, but Sierra understood that if she was going to leave, she needed to do so strategically. Here is another screenshot of Shelby and Sierra's text conversation. Sierra was obviously afraid of her husband. Shelby Campbell stated that the texts she shared were only a few examples of what was going on between Sierra and her husband. She called the police several times. The police were called to her home in both Georgia and Indiana several times. Campbell stated that by the time the police arrived, she would have calmed down enough to tell him where she was lying. Shelby claimed that after one of those incidents, an investigator called Sierra's mother and informed her that he knew she was lying about what was going on when she called 911, and that he had seen the same pattern many times before. He was worried about what would happen to her. Sierra was preparing to leave her husband. She opened a secret bank account and transferred money there. The messages had a strong impact on the woman. Sierra stated that she loved her husband but couldn't afford to stay in the relationship. Her parents, Kelly and Nick Locklears, were aware that their daughter's family situation was far from ideal. They wanted Sierra to break up with Xavier and assured her that she could always return to a safe place, i.e., her home. Sierra's fateful trip to Georgia began when she and Xavier loaded their baby and large dog into Sierra's 2017 white Volkswagen Tiguan and drove 11 hours south. According to her family, Sierra arrived at her parents' home on February 19th. She spent the night with family members who hadn't seen her since she moved to Indiana. It seemed like a quick trip to see her family. However, Ciara decided that she would no longer return to Indiana. Xavier was also interested in the trip because his mother lived in Georgia. However, he was unaware that Ciara would not return. She informed her mother that she was going to find work in Georgia. She had also informed her parents that her husband's abusive behavior was escalating and that she was getting divorced. Ciara showed up at Nick and Kelly's home in Cleveland, Georgia, on Saturday, February 19th. The woman remained at her parents' house until Sunday. It had been a long time since we had seen each other. She reiterated that she wanted to divorce her husband and would not return to Indiana. On Sunday, February 20th, Ciara left her parents' house to pick up her son Jackson from her mother-in-law's house in Johns Creek, Georgia, which is about an hour away. Shelby Campbell stated that one of the last texts she received from her cousin read, "I'm at Xavier's mom's house, he won't give me Jackson, so I'm waiting for him before I leave." On Monday, February 21st, at 11:17 p.m., Ciara texted her father Nick, "I'll be back in the morning if that's okay, of course." "It's okay. You don't need to ask," Nick responded to her. Nick stated that the next day, when he had not heard from Ciara, he attempted to contact her again, and she said everything was fine. She mentioned that she had felt a little sick. Nick said he contacted her again on Wednesday to see if she was feeling better. He did not get a response. He texted her again on Thursday, February 24th. No one replied. By Friday, the Locklears were concerned because Ciara had not responded, which was unusual. Then, on Saturday evening, February 26th, Nick received a call from an unknown Indiana number. "I didn't immediately panic because I assumed they were still in Georgia," Nick said. "So I responded, and they said it was the police, and that's when they informed me she was missing." The policeman stated that Ciara's husband had reported her missing. The family was shocked. They assumed Ciara was still in Georgia, even though she had not responded to their messages, which was unusual for her. Shelby Campbell is perplexed as to why he did not contact anyone to inquire about her safety. "He did not contact anyone. He did not make us aware at all." After speaking with the Carmel police, Ciara's father called her, and Xavier answered. That is how Nick described his brief conversation with his missing daughter's husband. I asked, "If Xavier, tell me the truth. What is going on?" Ciara told me that if anything happened to her, you were responsible, so just tell me the truth. He then hung up, telling me to go to hell. Nick then called Xavier's father, who lived next to Ciara and Xavier in Carmel. The father responded, "No, I never saw her," as Nick had said. According to a press release issued on March 2nd by the Carmel Police Department in Indiana, Xavier Breland reported Ciara as missing to their office on Saturday, February 26, 2022. During the investigation, detectives discovered a video recording that showed Ciara's last known location. On February 24th at 7:17 p.m., she was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia. Nothing unusual happens during the video. According to the official missing person report from the Carmel Police Department, Ciara left their home in the Brookstone Park of Carmel subdivision in Carmel, Indiana, shortly after 10 p.m. On February 25th, walked to the nearby store. She was reportedly wearing a black top and purple shorts in temperatures nearing 20 degrees that night. According to police, Ciara never arrived, and there is no surveillance video of her entering the store. They were also concerned because she had left her phone, work phone, and burner phone behind, along with her ID, credit cards, and 5-month-old son. Family members stated that she had a burner phone to contact them in an emergency. There was no evidence of Ciara's return to Indiana. Her family knew she wanted to stay in Georgia. Furthermore, Ciara would not have left without informing them. Even more suspicious was that she had abandoned her 5-month-old son. Her mother thought it all sounded absurd. Kelly LaClaire stated that her daughter confessed to her that the couple was having serious financial problems and accused her husband of being abusive to her and using their child as leverage to get her to stay with him. Kelly said she and her husband knew their daughter was dead after police called to report Ciara had gone missing, leaving her child behind. "She is definitely gone," Kelly said. "That was the first thing my husband said when police called after Xavier reported her missing, and the officer said she had left without bringing the baby." She refused to take a shower or let anyone else watch the baby. Kelly described Sierra as a devoted mother who lived to care for her son. She claimed Sierra awoke every hour or two to check on her son, who had a rash. So when they said that, my husband said, No, there is no way my daughter would not do that. If that's the case, and you're telling me she's missing, and the baby isn't with her, then my daughter died. Kelly said she would not leave him. On February 28, 2020, 2 days after reporting Sierra missing, Xavier noticed police officers at his door. According to court documents, a firearm was accidentally discharged at a home on Baldwin Lane. Xavier told investigators he was moving a Christmas tree in the garage when he heard a gunshot and bolted out. He then returned to the garage, found the gun, and unloaded it. He called the police and reported the incident. The investigators discovered 2 different guns in his home. The police did not reveal whether there was any evidence that Xavier was involved in Sierra's disappearance. However, his criminal background was quickly revealed. According to court records, Xavier was convicted on felony burglary charges in 2005. It was also unusual that Xavier reported his wife's disappearance only the next day, after she allegedly failed to return home after going to the store. A few days after the police received a missing person report, Xavier was identified as a person of interest in his wife's disappearance. They arrested him on unrelated charges. Police discovered that he had an outstanding warrant for aggravated stalking in Kuwait County. He was extradited to Georgia to face the charges. According to court records, he placed a tracker inside his daughter's stuffed animal to track down her mother, his ex-wife. The case arose from a custody dispute between the former couple. On Friday, 2 weeks after Sierra went missing, police volunteers, family, and friends searched several Johns Creek neighborhoods. Their focus was on neighborhoods along Medlock Bridge Road, where police suspected Sierra had traveled during her stay in Georgia. In addition to handing out flyers, the Johns Creek Police Department installed electronic signs at 2 locations along Kimball Bridge Road, requesting public assistance. They've also contacted several commercial electronic sign companies to help spread Sierra's image and information throughout Metro Atlanta. The family asked anyone who saw the white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia plate RMB 5869. During that time, contact the police. The license plate of the vehicle was framed by the Florida State University Law School. The police said that forensic investigators searched the car for evidence and then released it. Sierra's last known location was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia, so the police assumed her disappearance was related to something that happened in this house. They traced Xavier's route back to Indiana, but couldn't confirm Sierra was in the car. Xavier was the only one who stepped out of the white Volkswagen at gas stations and shops. It is unclear how much cooperation Xavier Balin's mother provided during the ongoing investigation. However, law enforcement officials confirmed that evidence was collected from the residence using a search warrant in their pursuit of answers. Investigators from Johns Creek used forensic professionals and cadaver dogs to conduct the search. The emphasis was on finding potential bloodstains, signs of a struggle, or any other clues that could shed light on the events surrounding the couple's visit. Despite the use of a canine unit, authorities reported that the search yielded no discernible scent trail at the residence. The specifics of the evidence gathered during the search remain unknown, as the case is still being investigated. In March 2022, investigators obtained a jailhouse video that shows Xavier Bralin telling his children that Sierra would not be returning home because she had been kidnapped. It contradicts his statement to the Carmel police about her disappearance. "Someone kidnapped my wife," he told one of his children at the end of the call. "You know what it means to kidnap an adult. She isn't coming home." However, Xavier was booked into the Coweta County Jail in Georgia on March 16, 2022. After being extradited from the Hamilton County Jail for aggravated stalking, the case was unrelated to Sierra's disappearance. The charge stemmed from an incident in Georgia in March 2021 in which he hid a tracking device to stalk the mother of his child. At the time, the woman he stalked had a restraining order against him. In August 2022, he was found not guilty. However, he was arrested again and extradited to Indiana. This time, the charge was for unlawful possession of a firearm by a serious, violent felon. At Brooklyn's initial hearing, he pleaded with the judge to reduce his bond to a level his mother could afford. The court reduced his bond to $35,000. While prosecutors wanted it increased to $50,000, all I needed was an opportunity to get my life back on track, Breland informed the judge. Breland stated that he could get a job as a truck driver if he was released from jail. After reviewing the case, the judge set the bond at $100,000. In February 2023, Xavier Breland was released after posting bail. This court decision had consequences, which I will discuss later. He was repeatedly interrogated about Sierra's disappearance but denied any involvement in it. His version is unchanged. She disappeared after going to the store. Several locations have been suggested for the search for evidence in Sierra Breland's disappearance. Georgia alone has over 85,000 acres of state parks, nearly 2 million acres of land managed by the United States Department of the Interior, and more than 300,000 acres of undeveloped land. Fulton County contains 440 acres of parks. There are also hundreds of thousands of acres of railroad and utility easements, both active and inactive. Georgia has 37,295,360 total acres. Approximately 15% to 20% are covered in vegetation. Sierra Breland and her husband drive through areas other than Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana. According to Johns Creek Police Lieutenant Gregory Todd Hood, if we knew her exact last known location, we would direct the investigation accordingly, without going into detail. Kelly Locklear stated that law enforcement has gathered evidence and statements from multiple states, but they are essentially pieces of a puzzle without a complete picture. Some items were removed from Xavier's mom's home, according to court documents from a civil case in which Xavier's mother sued Xavier's sister. Crime scene investigation removed the carpet and mattress from Xavier's mother's home on April 21, 2022, as part of their investigation. According to documents from the familial civil dispute, 5-month-old Jackson was placed in state care immediately after Xavier Breland's arrest on March 1. Sierra's parents, Nick and Kelly Locklear, have since been able to spend time with the baby and are working to bring him back to Georgia. Multiple organized searches have been conducted over the last year, some of which targeted specific areas, but no one knows what happened to the new mother. As investigators continue to piece together the facts, officers have been busy handing out flyers and even using electronic signs to raise awareness. The police describe Sierra as being 5 feet tall, weighing approximately 120 pounds, and having blonde hair. She has 3 small trees tattooed on her ring finger, a Florida State arrow on her left wrist, and a sunburst on her back left rib cage. The couple was driving a white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia tag RMB 5869. The Florida State University Law School frame encircles the license plate. Anyone who saw her or her car in February is asked to contact the police. Xavier is the only person of interest that police have publicly identified since Sierra's disappearance, but no charges have been filed. Her family is adamant that he knows what happened to her, and that he is the only one who can provide the answers they require to find closure. Finally, let Sierra rest in peace. Kelly Locklear believes Sierra's body may be in Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, or Indiana. She is pleading with woodsmen and fishermen to keep an eye out in those states and to contact law enforcement if they have any information. Sierra's parents have now been granted custody of the couple's child, as I previously stated. If Xavier Breland was released on bail in a case involving illegal firearms, the trial was scheduled for December 28, 2023. But Xavier Breland did not appear in court, and his whereabouts are unknown. A rearrest warrant has been issued in his name, and law enforcement is working hard to find him. This latest development complicates the already perplexing case of Sierra's disappearance. The warrant describes Xavier Breland as a black man standing 6 feet tall, weighing 160 pounds, with brown hair and green eyes. The FBI has joined the search for the missing woman, but her body has yet to be found. This, combined with Xavier's recent disappearance, has resulted in numerous unanswered questions. Kelly Locklear, Sierra's mother, has publicly stated that she believes Sierra feared Xavier and had no intention of returning to Indiana with him. With both individuals missing, the case has become even more urgent. The trial for Xavier's gun charge has been postponed several times, and law enforcement and Sierra's family are now asking the public for help. They are looking for any information that can help them find Xavier and Sierra, in the hopes of shedding light on the strange circumstances surrounding their disappearances. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more.